Chapter 1. In the village of Kanahagakure, within an unassuming three-story residence, a stove flickered with blue flames. A housewife, adorned in the attire of a devoted spouse, was intently focused on a cast-iron pot atop the stove. Her unique white eyes shimmered with a fluidity unlike that of ordinary folk, as she occasionally sprinkled various seasonings into the pot, diligently preparing lunch for the day. This woman, with her deep blue hair cascading down her back, is none other than Hyuga Hinata, the wife of the 7th Hokage. Now a mother of two, her son has recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, earning the honorable title of a genin, while her daughter, still quite young, has just embarked on her own journey as a student at the Ninja Academy. It was the weekend, and Uzumaki Baruto found himself without any suitable low-level tasks befitting a genin. Thus, he remained at home, spending time with his mother and younger sister. The living room and kitchen were seamlessly integrated, allowing the sounds of the television to waft into the kitchen. Baruto and his sister, Uzumaki Himawari, were perched on the sofa, their eyes fixated on the television screen, which was currently showcasing a shopping program featuring a video game that piqued the interest of many children. Order now, and you might have the chance to obtain a replica of the pendant once worn by the 7th Hokage. Supplies are limited, first come, first served. The host on the television was passionately extolling the virtues of a particular pendant necklace, which seemed to feature an unusual gemstone. For the average person, acquiring such an adornment, akin to that of the Hokage, would be a coveted prize. However, for Baruto, such items were plentiful at home, and he couldn't muster the enthusiasm to glance at it again. "Mom," Baruto called out towards the kitchen. Hearing her son's voice, Hinata lifted her gaze from her culinary duties, adjusting the stove's flames slightly to prevent distraction from burning the food. "What is it, Baruto?" Hinata inquired gently. "Does Dad have that kind of pendant?" Baruto pointed at the screen. Hinata glanced briefly before recalling the cherished ornament that her husband rarely parted with, even when not dressed. She was well aware of its significance. "Yes, he does. It was a gift from Granny Tsunade. I heard it was worth enough to buy a mountain," Hinata replied, a serene smile gracing her lips. Although the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade, had once complained that the pendant had been taken by Naruto, he had kept it all this time. "Hey, that's pretty cool. Can I get this game? I want to wear the same pendant as Dad," Baruto exclaimed gleefully, revealing his true intention. As a young boy, his interest in games was natural, especially with a new release on the horizon. "Why not just ask your father to lend it to you for a few days?" Hinata suggested. She held a relaxed attitude towards her child's gaming, understanding that being a ninja often entailed arduous tasks. A bit of relaxation at home was only reasonable, but she also wished to prevent her son from becoming overly engrossed. "Then he'll just ask Grandpa," Baruto retorted, sensing his mother's disapproval of his wish for a new game. The bias of Hinata's father, Hayashi, towards his grandson was well known. He would go to great lengths to indulge his only grandson, regardless of the circumstances. All right, they'll get it for you," Hinata conceded with a chuckle, knowing her son had playfully manipulated her. She realized that her father's indulgent nature was unlikely to change. In the end, the outcome was inevitable. It was better for her to simply purchase the game for Baruto. "You're the best, Mom," Baruto cheered, leaping off the sofa and rushing into the kitchen, wrapping his arms around Hinata's arm in a display of affection. Hinata, of course, found herself powerless against his charm, relishing the intimate moments shared with her son. "Himawari, is there anything you want? It doesn't seem fair for only your brother to have a new game," Baruto remarked, turning his attention to his little sister. She had yet to reach an age where video games held any allure, and he felt it unwise to involve a child in such activities. "I don't mind, as long as you take me out to play next time," Himawari replied, lifting her face. Her cherubic visage, adorned with two delicate whisker-like markings inherited from her father, added to her charm, and her words reflected an impressive maturity for her age. "Ah, my little Himawari is truly an angel," Baruto exclaimed, unable to resist embracing her, gently rubbing his cheek against her smooth face. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having such a blissful family and an adorable sister. "Baruto, lunch is ready. Please call Kagaya and Yamato down to eat," as well as your Aunt Hanabi, Hinata announced, setting the meal on the dining table. Besides the three of them, there were also two other mothers and their children, all of whom were Naruto's legally recognized wives. Okay, Boruto replied, then slipped on his slippers and made his way upstairs. He first arrived on the second floor, which, owing to the numerous rooms, felt particularly spacious. The third floor was slightly smaller, but not by much. Aunt Hanabi, may I come in? Boruto knocked on the door adorned with the label of Hanabi. Despite being married to Naruto, Boruto still preferred to call her aunt, as he had long grown accustomed to it. Typically, Boruto was not overly formal, and his relationship with his aunt was warm enough that he didn't feel the need to announce his presence before entering. However, since Hanabi had given birth, there were moments of inconvenience, such as breastfeeding, and Boruto felt it prudent to knock. Come in, came Hanabi's voice, and Boruto opened the door to find her seated beside a crib, gently rocking it with her hand. From Boruto's vantage point, he could see her long black hair, neatly styled behind her, held in place by a simple white headband, transforming into a ponytail below. This hairstyle had once been a means to distinguish herself from her sister, but had since become her signature look. Hanabi was clad in a simple, light yellow home kimono, paired with red hakama that reached her ankles, typical attire for her. Lunch is ready, Boruto announced, glancing at his younger sister, Hyuga Hanan, who was merely a few months old yet already displayed an animated expression and gaze. She had inherited her mother's white pupils, which sparkled with latent power. The father of Hyuga Hanan was none other than Naruto, who possessed all the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, while her mother was Hanabi, the second daughter of the Hyuga clan. Hanabi's innate talent had been exceptional, and many years ago, her eyes had been taken by Otsutsuki Kinshiki in a bid to transform them into Rinnegan. He succeeded, but Naruto later reclaimed her eyes, allowing Hanabi to develop her own Rinnegan over the course of several years. Now, she had married Naruto and born children, and their offspring, akin to demigods, were poised to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world with minimal effort. Boruto, would you like to hold on? Hanabi asked, looking up at him. Her bangs swayed slightly as she moved, brushing against her delicate features. Boruto had once inquired whether such bangs were bothersome, to which she had replied that she had grown accustomed to them throughout her life. Sure, Boruto replied without reservation, reaching out to lift his younger sister from the crib. Upon closer inspection, he noted that her face lacked the fine whiskers that marked his own, a trait that had not manifested in this second-generation prodigy. This child looks exactly like Himawari did at her age. It's as if Himawari has traveled back in time, Boruto remarked, gently swaying his arms as if to create a makeshift cradle. However, Hanan seemed indifferent and soon turned her gaze back to her mother. Of course, we are sisters, Hanabi chuckled. It seems that our daughters have not inherited their father's golden hair, Boruto noted with a smile, recognizing that he was the sole golden-haired boy in the household. His two older brothers took after their mother, while he alone had inherited the traits of his father and grandfather, a thought that he found amusing. After holding his sister for a while, Boruto returned her to Hanabi and proceeded upstairs to summon the other maternal figures. He maintained a firm stance on this matter. Despite his father's shortcomings, he reserved the title of mom solely for Hinata, referring to all other maternal figures as aunt. Upon reaching the third floor, Boruto approached the largest bedroom. The door was ajar, suggesting that the occupant had no qualms about being seen. Boruto stood at the threshold and called out. Aunt Kagaya, lunch is ready, he announced, gazing at the pristine figure clad in white. Her hair, truly long, flowed like a waterfall, shimmering under the sunlight streaming through the window. Kagaya, upon hearing Boruto's call, did not turn around, her gaze still fixed on the distant scenery beyond the window. Boruto was well aware of what captured her attention. The Hokage office building situated beneath the Hokage Rock, the very heart of Konohagakure, where his father toiled. Very well, came Kagaya's cool voice. Boruto received his answer and contemplated leaving. Yet, reflecting on the familial ties that need not be so distant, he stepped into the room and joined her in gazing at the office building afar. You're watching Dad again, aren't you? He's quite busy and won't be back for lunch, but he should make it home by evening, Boruto remarked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Kagaya, This aunt of his seemingly did nothing but stand there, observing his father. It was indeed remarkable that she could see the Hokage office from their home, watching Naruto, who was oblivious to her presence, working tirelessly against the backdrop of the window. This depth of feeling was something Boruto found difficult to comprehend. Yes, I have already asked Yuhi to assist him. He should be able to return sooner, Kagaya replied, her words infused with a touch of warmth, revealing a glimmer of maternal affection when mentioning her child with Naruto. Ah, Yuhi is already swamped with school materials, and now he has to help Dad with his duties. Isn't that a bit too much for him? Boruto scratched his head, acknowledging that Yuhi, as a teacher at the Ninja Academy, faced numerous mischievous students daily, and now he was also tasked with aiding their father. While Yuhi certainly possessed such capabilities, it felt almost exploitative. Enduring hardship is part of being a child. It's nothing to worry about, Kagaya stated calmly. Boruto could only vent his frustrations inwardly, lamenting the burdens of being Kagaya's son while wishing instead for the simplicity of being Hinata's child. However, Kagaya's extraordinary identity was not to be trifled with after all. She was the progenitor who brought chakra to this world, an extraterrestrial being definitely not someone to provoke. Silently, Boruto withdrew from the room and proceeded to knock on the door of the adjacent one. This was the room of Himawari. He and Yuhi were twin brothers, often relegated to the confines of their home, despite their extraordinary talents that surpassed most. Yet, neither trained nor pursued the path of a ninja. Wherever Kagaya was, there they remained. Boruto suspected that Yuhi was perhaps overly attached to their mother. Himawari, it's time for dinner, Boruto called out casually as he entered the room. The spacious chamber was adorned with several potted plants, species Boruto could hardly identify. Indeed, Yuhi had a penchant for botany, often creating plant and insect specimens, and occasionally crafting contraptions from mechanical parts. His interests were vast, and his knowledge was astonishing. All right, they'll be right there, the silver-haired youth replied with a smile, promptly rising from his workstation. What are you working on? Boruto couldn't contain his curiosity, as Yuhi gave off an aura reminiscent of those lab-coated individuals in the Ninja Tools Development Department, seemingly engaged in some remarkable research. I'm attempting to develop a type of tree that can thrive on the moon. Doesn't the lunar surface seem rather barren and in need of greenery? Yuhi casually remarked. Ahaha, I support your dream, Boruto chuckled. Picturing a verdant moon, it was hard to tell whether he or Yuhi was the one being foolish. However, he refrained from deriding his older brother, opting instead to give a thumbs up in support. As Yuhi stepped outside, he encountered Kagaya emerging from the bedroom, naturally taking her hand as they descended the stairs together. Boruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at their age, still so attached to their mother thankfully. He was a homebody. If any of their peers were to witness this, it would surely elicit laughter. At the dining table, the family gathered, with Hinata's daughter, Hanabi, placed in a crib beside the table, gazing longingly at her family as they savored their meal, occasionally smacking her small lips in envy. Though she appeared pitiable, neither Boruto nor Himawari considered feeding her, as she was still far too young. Hanabi, your father has summoned you back home once again for work. Hinata brought up the topic of the day at the table. She and Hanabi's father held the prestigious position of the main family head of the Hyuga clan, and the selection of a successor was becoming increasingly urgent. Again, didn't I say to wait a few more years? Hanabi sighed, setting down her chopsticks. She had no desire to inherit the family responsibilities so soon, as it would diminish her personal time significantly. Your father is aging and cannot manage as many affairs as before. Hinata spoke gently, aware that her father longed for his daughter's presence. After her marriage to Naruto, Hanabi had been there to keep their parents company. Now, with only two elders remaining at home, the air of solitude was palpable. Isn't Niji still around? He was born for this role, Hanabi suggested, naming her ideal successor. The Hyuga clan, as the foremost family in Konoha, was thriving with numerous descendants and vast enterprises, having also adapted to modern rapid developments. In a sense, Naruto's sisters had become the wealthiest women in Konoha. Their dreams of living a prosperous life had long been fulfilled. Moments ago, the medical ninjas merely cleansed his body and administered some calming medications. allowing him to return and rest adequately. As for the reason behind his momentary daze, it stemmed from the blinding sunlight outside, instilling in him a surreal sensation. He had survived. As Uchiha Makoto returned to his tent, the system's prompt reappeared. Current tasks: 1. Survive the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, 11, completed. 2. Ensure the Leaf Village's ultimate victory in the Battle of Kikyo Castle, 01, not completed. Early the next morning, Uchiha Makoto was roused from his slumber by a chorus of cheers echoing throughout the camp. Upon returning to his tent the previous day, he had changed into a fresh set of clothing and promptly succumbed to sleep. Uchiha Makoto rose and made his way outside the tent. As he stepped out, he observed Uchiha Ryosuke emerging from the opposite tent, leaning on a cane. A throng of Konoha ninjas had gathered in the camp, cheering and shouting with exuberance. Many were embracing one another with tears of joy, and even couples were passionately kissing in public. We have triumphed. We have won. We can go home. Before Makoto could inquire further, a voice rang out in astonishment. Lord Orochimaru has arrived. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway. A tall figure approached, his long hair cascading down to his waist, held back by a single hairband. His gaunt face bore pale skin, and beneath a faint lavender eyeshadow were narrow eyes, glimmering with serpentine golden-yellow slit pupils. No matter how many times one encountered him, Orochimaru's presence was unmistakable. At that moment, Orochimaru's gaze reflected profound exhaustion as he nodded slightly to the ninjas flanking him before entering his tent. Accompanying Jonin shouted jubilantly, "Yesterday, under Lord Orochimaru's command, we successfully reclaimed Kaiki Castle. The Sand Ninjas have surrendered, and soon the feudal lord of the Wind Country will submit a letter of allegiance to the Fire Country. We have emerged victorious. Long live." Although the outcome was already known, the Konoha ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers. Naturally, Uchiha Makoto was immensely pleased by this news. It signified the conclusion of a protracted tug-of-war that had begun 43 years prior in Konoha and had persisted for over 3 years. At last, he could return home. Just then, a prompt from the system appeared. Current tasks: 1. Survive the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, 11, completed. 2. The Konoha faction achieves final victory in the Battle of Kaiki Castle, 11, completed. Task rewards: 2. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2, Spirit 3, Charm 0. 5. Luck 0. 5. Acquire the summoning contract for the Zon Fury Beast, Warwick. The sudden surge of attributes made Uchiha Makoto feel a rush of warmth throughout his body. Particularly, his head throbbed, and he experienced a sharp pain in his eyes. Rubbing his temples, he noticed blood staining the back of his hand. "Makoto-senpai, your eyes?" At that moment, Uchiha Ryosuke rushed to Makoto's side, exclaiming in alarm. Uchiha Makoto gazed at Uchiha Ryosuke, who wore an expression of astonishment, and inquired with a hint of perplexity, "What is the matter?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. He drew the ninja blade that hung from his waist. Through the mirror-like surface of the blade, he beheld the striking transformation of his own eyes. In the crimson irises, 2 black tomo appeared, arranged in a distinct pattern. Uchiha Ryaji gazed enviously at Uchiha Makoto, exclaiming, "Congratulations, senpai, on awakening your Sharingan." Observing the complex emotions swirling within Ryaji, Uchiha Makoto sheathed his blade and gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, "You will awaken yours in due time." "I hope so," Ryaji replied, his eyes dimming with a sense of despair. If he could awaken his eyes, he would not have been dispatched on that perilous mission yesterday, a stark reminder of reality. Out of the 500 ninja who set forth, only 27 survived. Uchiha Makoto, however, remained unfazed by his own successful awakening of the Sharingan, achieving the rare double tomo. Reflecting on the 14 years since his arrival in the world of Naruto, he was acutely aware that despite possessing a face befitting a protagonist, his talent was decidedly mediocre. Even after training diligently under Might Guy and his son to master the 8 gates, he found his progress stalled at the 3rd gate. Though he had the advantage of being born into the Uchiha clan, he soon realized he was not a prodigy, nor was he among the top tier of his peers. To compound his misfortunes, his physique had been frail in his childhood. Moreover, his system only activated 6 months ago upon his arrival at the battlefield of Kaiki Mountain. Despite his utmost caution, he had repeatedly found himself in perilous situations. The Leaf Village was embroiled in a 3-front conflict, contending with the formidable Cloud and Rock villages. Although they were able to dispatch thousands of ninja under Orochimaru's command, they lacked high-tier combat strength, which had prolonged the war for 3 arduous years. Fortunately, the Rock village's strategic blunders led them to betray their allies midway through the conflict, sending 10,000 ninja to besiege the Third Raikage's elite forces. In a desperate bid to ensure the survival of the village's new generation of talents and to provide his village with time to react, the Third Raikage single-handedly fought against overwhelming odds for 3 days and nights, inflicting severe losses on the Rock Village's forces. Ultimately, however, he succumbed to exhaustion. With the death of the Third Raikage, the Cloud Village recalled its troops that were poised to invade the Land of Fire, fortifying its defenses against the Rock's incursions. The Rock Village, having lost thousands of ninja, now faced the might of the Cloud Village, which had lost a leader of unparalleled strength. In the wake of these events, the Leaf Village found a moment of respite and, under the leadership of Jiraiya and the student Minato Namikaze, turned the tide of battle. The Golden Flash became a name that resonated throughout the ninja world. In stark contrast to the sporadic good news arriving from other battlefronts, the situation at Kaiki Mountain, where Uchiha Makoto found himself, was dire. The strength of the forces was one concern, but the more pressing issue was that Kaiki City had fallen to the Sand Village. While other battlefields mainly involved skirmishes and frontal assaults, Kaiki City, strategically positioned at the base of Kaiki Mountain, was difficult to conquer. Thus, the battles were predominantly small-scale. Initially, Orochimaru lured the ninjas out of the city with false intelligence, ultimately sacrificing a small contingent of Leaf ninjas as bait to reclaim Kaiki City. Uchiha Makoto harbors a deep admiration for Orochimaru's audacity. However, as the individual at the center of the matter, he cannot fathom being regarded as a mere sacrificial piece. Observing the tearful and fervent crowd, Uchiha Makoto deactivated his Sharingan, and after notifying the guarding ninja, he departed from the camp. Perhaps in his previous life he reveled in the vibrancy of gatherings, yet in this existence, he finds solace in solitude. Uchiha Chung arrived at a small stream located several dozen meters away from the camp. This was the place where the troops typically sourced their water. As he gazed at the gently flowing brook and listened to the soothing sounds of the water, his heart gradually found tranquility. Uchiha Chung arrived at the river's edge, cupping his hands to gather a handful of stream water, turning slightly to cleanse the bloodstains from his face. He had once dreamt fervently of awakening the Sharingan. Yet upon its actual manifestation, he found himself less exhilarated than he had envisioned. Uchiha Seishin silently marveled at his newfound abilities while simultaneously examining the rewards bestowed upon him for completing the task. The substantial enhancement of his fundamental attributes had finally enabled him to awaken the Sharingan. The slight weakness he had experienced from utilizing the Guardian Angel technique had completely dissipated, leaving him invigorated and brimming with vitality. His chakra had surged severalfold, compounded by the accolades he had accumulated from previous battles. Whether in terms of strength or experience, it appeared he was on the brink of advancing to the rank of a shinobi. Especially now that he had activated the Sharingan, many had witnessed this remarkable feat. Upon returning home, he pondered how long he might remain there, knowing that more perilous missions awaited him in the future. Uchiha Chung sensed the subtle changes in his body and finally turned his gaze towards the ultimate reward. He had obtained the summoning contract for the Rage Beast, Warwick, consuming 350 chakra with a duration of 20 minutes, allowing him to share Warwick's skills. Just as Uchiha Chung was examining the skill information, the icon of Warwick on the system panel suddenly radiated a crimson light, and a chilling wolf howl echoed in his mind, as if issuing a warning. Who? Uchiha Chung felt his muscles tense up. Indeed, you are rather special, a hoarse and deep voice resonated. Such a distinctive tone made Uchiha Chung instantly aware of the speaker's identity, even without seeing him. He rose and peered behind the tree. Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Chung's expression turned somewhat apprehensive. I knew that Chungkuan would not be one to perish easily. Orochimaru coughed as he emerged from behind the tree, approaching Uchiha Chung, his pale face growing even more ashen with each cough. Your gaze is truly remarkable. I find it quite appealing. Orochimaru stood before Uchiha Chung. Upon encountering the elegantly long-haired Orochimaru, Uchiha Chung instinctively took a half-step back, creating a slight distance between them. Perhaps due to inheriting his parents' extraordinary looks, Uchiha Chung's appearance was among the finest even within the Uchiha clan. His charm attribute continued to rise, being the most prominent among all his attributes. Regardless of the nature of Orochimaru's attention, he desired none of it, nor did he wish to entangle himself in any manner with Orochimaru, even in a romantic context. Ha ha! Orochimaru chuckled lightly at Uchiha Chung's retreating motion, uttering no further words before turning to leave. Uchiha Chung felt utterly perplexed. He had no interaction whatsoever with Orochimaru. If there were even a slight connection, he would not have been sent to his demise. Although the execution of the death mission operated on a principle of semi-voluntariness, If true voluntariness were paramount, he would not have been stabbed by the female ninja. Unable to fathom the situation, Uchiha Chung preferred not to dwell on it. He believed that once one possessed sufficient strength, many questions that remained unanswered could be resolved simply by eliminating those who instigated the problems. The earlier warning was undoubtedly not a coincidence, yet summoning Warwick in such a setting was out of the question. Was it due to the shared skills? Uchiha Cheng recalled the haunting howl that resonated within him moments ago and immediately began to examine the skills that had appeared on the system panel. Blood Hunger. Warwick's basic attacks inflict an additional 10 damage. Should Warwick's health drop below 50, he receives an equivalent healing effect. If his health falls below 25, the healing effect is amplified threefold. Blood Hunt. Passive. Warwick gains a speed boost of 100 when attacking enemies with health below 50 and passively senses units with low health. Active. Warwick expands his sensing range, allowing detected units to be revealed within a radius for 8 seconds. The sensing range correlates with chakra consumption, with a minimum consumption of 100. Blood Hunt. Once I adapt to the changes in my body, if I encounter that Kunoichi from the sand again, I will surely prevail against her. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Chung tightened his grip on the ninja blade in his hand. Next time, it will be me who strikes. In the year 46 of Konoha, in December, the Land of Wind formally submitted a peace treaty to the Land of Fire. On the evening of December 15th, under the setting sun, the victorious army returned. Uchiha Makoto followed the Grand Army, reveling in the warm welcome from the villagers of Konoha. Amidst the joy radiating from many faces, some bore a complex expression, weeping bitterly. The first list of casualties had likely been released, and the absence of a beloved figure among the triumphant soldiers cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Contemplating this, his gaze swept over the crowd, yet he found no trace of the person he longed to see. At that moment, Uchiha Ryuka, leaning on his cane, suddenly waved energetically towards the throng, calling out, "Mother! Izumi, I'm here." Witnessing Uchiha Ryuka's emotional instability as he oscillated between laughter and tears, nearly losing his balance, Uchiha Makoto instinctively reached out with his left hand to steady his shoulder. Among the crowd, a woman in her 30s was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face as she cradled a delightful 4-year-old girl in her arms. The little girl stretched out her hands towards Uchiha Ryuka, sweetly calling out brother. This scene stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Uchiha Makoto. Reflecting on their mission, apart from the initial 25 who managed to evacuate, only the 2 of them had survived. Had he reacted impulsively at that critical moment, Uchiha Ryuka might have truly perished. In their 12th squad, aside from Uchiha Makoto himself, the guiding Jainin and 2 other team members had fallen during the battle at Kaiki Mountain. As they passed through the crowd, the procession dispersed in an orderly fashion. Aware of the returning soldiers yearning to reunite with their families, only the Jainin were summoned by the higher-ups led by the 3rd Hokage, while the Genin and Chunin were allowed to disband on the spot. Uchiha Makoto returned to the clan alongside Uchiha Ryosuke. After parting ways, Uchiha Makoto hurried straight home. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with the sight of the flowers, which his mother usually tended to with great care, now drooping listlessly, their vitality completely sapped. Uchiha Chang retrieved the key and stepped through the threshold of his home, only to be enveloped by an unsettling darkness in the entrance hall. The lights remained off, leaving him to ponder the absence of any presence within, especially since he had returned home today. Observing the desolate shoe rack, he sighed in exasperation before flicking on the light and changing his shoes, then proceeding deeper into the house. As he entered the living room and illuminated the space, he was taken aback. "Mother, why are you sitting here in the dark?" He beheld a woman in her 30s, possessing a gentle and exquisite countenance. Her eyes swollen and red, lost in despair as she sat upon the couch. Only upon hearing the commotion did she slowly lift her head, her movements rigid. "Cheng-chan, is it truly you?" she cried, her voice trembling with emotion, rushing towards Uchiha Chang and seizing him in a desperate embrace. Uchiha Makoto smiled and said, "Mother, I have repeatedly asked you not to address me in such an embarrassing manner. I am a boy, and I have grown up. It's really you. You are Makoto-chan. I couldn't bear to look at the casualty list. I did not see you among the returning squad at noon. The woman wept bitterly as she embraced Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Chang gently patted his mother's back and softly remarked, "It is because I am among the second group to return. I have just come back." Perhaps in an effort to remedy the regrets of his previous life, after traversing into the world of Naruto, Uchiha Chung was not an orphan. His mother, Uchiha Linghua, was still alive. Thus, in this life, he cherished this familial bond immensely. The feeling of returning home to be reunited with loved ones instilled a profound sense of tranquility. Such kinship is irreplaceable, transcending both friendship and romantic love. Uchiha Makoto cradled his mother in his arms, his gaze drifting towards a corner of the living room where a Buddhist altar stood. Upon it was a portrait of a remarkably handsome man, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, who appeared to be in his early 20s. That was his father, who had passed away before Makoto was even born. By the way, Makoto dear, you must be famished after your return. I shall prepare a meal at once. Uchiha Reika attempted to steady her emotions, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Makoto's expression shifted slightly, his eyelids twitching as he quickly replied with a smile, "There's no need for that. You must be quite weary. Let us dine out instead." "Dining out is not as delightful as my cooking," Uchiha Reika murmured, but before she could finish her thought, Makoto hurriedly pulled her out of the living room. "Wait, I need to wash my face first." Once outside, Makoto exhaled a sigh of relief. The prospect of Reika's culinary creations, particularly her impromptu dishes, was daunting. Even with good intentions, he doubted he could manage to swallow them. Looks are not a substitute for sustenance. Makoto sighed softly. "What did you say, dear?" Uchiha Reika, having tidied herself up a bit, seemed much more spirited, although her eyes remained slightly puffy. As she stepped outside, she caught the sound of Makoto's mutterings. It's nothing. Let us just grab something nearby. I hear the clan leader is hosting a feast for the returning clan members tomorrow. We can indulge then." Uchiha Makoto smiled as he deftly shifted the topic of conversation. It was only at home that he felt a genuine sense of relaxation. He was no longer the nin battling on the battlefield, but merely a child in the eyes of his parents. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Chung indulged in a warm bath before returning to his chamber and curling up in his cozy bed. He began to explore the newly unveiled marketplace: leather armor, magical resistance cloak, storm greatsword, critical strike gauntlets, and a recurve bow. Is every basic piece of equipment priced at 500 gold coins? Moreover, there is the golden shovel, priced at 1,500 gold coins. Does it really include the golden shovel? Could this mean the ability to change buffs? The 4 Seas pirate buff, first tier, costs 10,000 gold coins. And this? The 9 swordsman buff, first tier, costs 25,000 gold coins. Such treasures. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seems I can afford nothing at all. Uchiha Cheng cast a cursory glance over the marketplace, discovering an abundance of splendid items, each one igniting his desire. However, upon surveying his meager coin balance, he let out a profound sigh. It dawned upon him just how rare his pirate buff of the 4 Seas, first stage, truly was. Although participation in battles granted him a greater than 50% chance of acquiring coins and nearly a third chance of obtaining basic equipment, his experience in combat had yielded only 8 pieces of basic gear over the past 6 months, aside from the climactic battle that had claimed thousands of lives. That final confrontation did, however, present him with 5 additional basic items and 1 complete blue buff. Merely from an equipment standpoint, his prowess could ascend to a new echelon. Despite my reluctance to engage in battle for the sake of acquiring coins, it seems that circumstances may compel me otherwise. With the defeat of the Sand Shinobi in the Western Front and the rock-hidden village in the northwest yet to be vanquished, the warfare shows no signs of abating. I can only hope for a moment's respite to fully absorb the immense gains I have attained. Uchiha Seijin silently sighed, his gaze returning to the marketplace. However, he did not linger long before diverting his attention elsewhere. After all, he could not afford anything, and the majority of the icons in the marketplace were dim and obscure. Clearly either not meeting certain display conditions or simply a reflection of his own impoverished state, designed not to provoke him. Clang. Uchiha Makoto leaned against the headboard of his bed, extending his left hand towards the wall. In an instant, the ninja blade hanging there unsheathed itself, soaring into his grasp. The silvery blade gleamed ominously under the moonlight, emanating a chilling aura. This was the ancestral ninja sword known as Tenyu, reputed to be a replica of the legendary Kuzunachi. Both his father and grandfather had mastered the Leaf Village's swordsmanship and the Uchiha style of combat, and naturally, Uchiha Makoto had been trained in the art of the sword from a tender age. For a ninja with limited chakra, close-quarters combat was the prevailing mode of battle, often commencing with elite shinobi unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu, followed by shuriken and kunai paired with explosive tags, ultimately culminating in a fierce melee. Due to the limitations imposed by the quantity of chakra, Uchiha Makoto is only able to employ a handful of ninjutsu, most of which are utilized in conjunction with his swordsmanship. Nevertheless, owing to his exceptional sword skills, he has demonstrated commendable performance in several small-scale battles. Uchiha Makoto brought the ninja blade close to his eyes, revealing a conspicuous notch near the guard of the blade. This imperfection was a result of his unsuccessful attempt to deflect an attack from the female sand ninja using the Heavenly Imperial Sword. Proficient in the Leaf Village's swordsmanship and having awakened the Sharingan, he mused that acquiring the 9 swordsman buff would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess. Regrettably, the cost was exorbitant, rendering it a distant aspiration for the time being. Uchiha Chung set aside the heavenly sword, extending his palm flat. In the center of his hand materialized 5 orbs of light, each the size of a thumb. Within these luminous spheres resided a tempestuous greatsword, 2 cloaks of magical resistance, and a pair of critical strike gauntlets. There were no cloth armors, nor could he forge any resurrection armor. Although he possessed 3 pieces of resurrection armor, 2 were currently on cooldown, leaving 1 as a safeguard, which would likely not be utilized in the immediate future. Given this circumstance, he resolved to synthesize equipment that would directly enhance his combat prowess. Uchiha Chung pondered for a moment, recalling the first instance he had utilized the resurrection armor. Upon careful calculation, it had been precisely 8 months since that time, which meant that in 4 months, the cooldown period would conclude. At that juncture, he would once again possess 2 guardian angels by his side. Consequently, synthesizing the resurrection armor no longer appeared to be the most prudent option. Uchiha Sincerity extended his finger, gently brushing against the Storm Greatsword and the critical gauntlets. In an instant, a line of information appeared on the system panel. Storm Greatsword plus critical gauntlets equals Blade of Infinity. Would you like to synthesize? Yes, Uchiha Sincerity silently affirmed, and the 2 orbs of light he had selected merged seamlessly into one. Subsequently, a magnificent golden double-edged sword, approximately 1 meter in length, floated gracefully in the air, its blade adorned with enigmatic patterns, radiating an ethereal glow. Uchiha Cheng held the Endless Blade in his grasp and began to examine its attributes. Endless Blade, the wielder's normal attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits, with critical damage set at 200. Sword techniques are augmented by chakra-infused sword energy. Sword energy. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Uchiha Cheng's eyes. The crafted equipment was significantly enhanced compared to what he had acquired in the original game. To him, sword energy indeed existed in the world of Naruto, merely under a different nomenclature. It resembled the sword technique he had learned, Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, which unleashes compressed wind chakra through the ninja blade, forming a crescent wind blade. However, this technique was typically reserved for J-Nin level ninjas. It required not only mastery of swordsmanship but also a substantial amount of chakra. As a large-scale attack-oriented sword technique, it was particularly well-suited for combat scenarios where one faced numerous adversaries. Nevertheless, with Uchiha Cheng's previous prowess, although he could employ Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, managing to release a dozen wind blades was already commendable. He could not compare to those J-Nin who could effortlessly unleash hundreds of wind blades to clear the battlefield. However, the ability to charge was indeed an unforeseen advantage. Uchiha Makoto infused his chakra into the Endless Blade, halting only after imparting half of his essence. He sensed that the blade could still absorb more chakra. However, having embarked on this endeavor out of mere curiosity and feeling somewhat fatigued today, he decided against infusing any further chakra. Although it was merely half of his chakra, the activation of his Sharingan and a significant enhancement of his fundamental attributes had augmented his chakra to over 5 times its original capacity, soaring from 200 to 1060. Thus, even this half represented more than double his previous total. Uchiha Chung, wielding the Endless Blade, stepped onto the balcony and gracefully waved towards the courtyard. In an instant, a shallow blue wind blade, approximately half a meter long, shot forth, accompanied by the intense sound of air friction. Such remarkable speed, exceeding that of the vacuum sword's wind blade by more than double. Moreover, I had yet to fully harness the chakra within, having consumed less than 1/20th of that contained in the Endless Blade. During regular charging, this translates into a substantial increase in chakra during combat, effectively multiplying my reserves several-fold. Uchiha Cheng, upon conducting a brief test, immediately discerned the profound enhancement in his combat prowess afforded by the Blade of Infinity. A smile gracing his features. Upon returning to his chamber, he extended the Blade of Infinity forward, watching as the 1-meter-long golden sword swiftly diminished into a luminous orb, merging seamlessly into the heavenly sword. The blade of the heavenly sword emitted a soft golden glow before gradually returning to its normal state, with the previous nicks and imperfections now vanished without a trace. Observing this transformation, Uchiha Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Both the Blade of Infinity and the Blade of the Crescent were at his disposal, yet with the increasing number of weapons, he found himself lacking in hands. And the peculiar appearances of these armaments were rather ostentatious. Fortunately, these pieces of equipment possessed a buff feature, allowing multiple enhancements to be conferred upon a single weapon. Thus he chose to concentrate all enhancements upon the Heavenly Sword. Regrettably, the Blade of the Crescent proved effective only against ordinary attacks, lacking any special augmentation for swordsmanship, merely offering a slight elevation in the quality of the Heavenly Sword. The intrinsic quality of this sword could be deemed above average. With the Blade of the Crescent previously and now the Blade of Infinity, he anticipated that through continual enhancements, it would eventually surpass the 3 sacred treasures of the ninja world, as he could not fully utilize it at present. Uchiha Cheng resolved to familiarize himself with the new Heavenly Sword the following day. Sheathing the Heavenly Sword, he proceeded to commence the synthesis of his new equipment, a process for which he had long been prepared. He recalled his initial encounter with the Guardian Angel, which had resulted in his demise due to an enemy illusion. Thus, his second piece of equipment synthesized was Mercury, which grants immunity to all control effects and purges negative effects within 10 seconds, can be activated at will, with a cooldown of 24 hours. If he had one more large sword, he could have forged the Bloodthirsty Sword, a pity indeed. On the following day, Uchiha Cheng rose early, donned his attire, and ventured into the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. Due to spatial constraints, he engaged only in the most fundamental motions of sword swinging and drawing. Given the changes in his physique, both the motion and force of his swings and draws had been altered. Such subtle effects would typically go unnoticed in ordinary circumstances. However, as a nin, he was perpetually prepared for missions and thus needed to intensify his training, acclimating to the changes within his body, for often, it is the minutiae that determine victory or defeat. Uchiha Cheng stood resolutely in the center of the courtyard, and with a swift motion, unsheathed the heavenly imperial sword. Whoosh! The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated as Uchiha Cheng traced 2 graceful arcs in the sky with the sword. Then, with a deft twist of the blade, he brought both hands together behind his back, completing the elegant sheathing of the sword. His practice of this particular sheathing technique was not merely to display flair. Rather, it was a fundamental aspect of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, wherein certain specialized techniques necessitate the accumulation of chakra while simultaneously building momentum, akin to the samurai-esque draw cut. Thus, he diligently rehearsed various postures and angles of drawing and sheathing his sword. Uchiha Makoto practiced for no more than 5 minutes when he heard a commotion in the corridor. Peering inside, he beheld Uchiha Rinka emerging from her room clad in her nightgown, making her way toward the bathroom. "Mother, why are you up so early? Wouldn't it be better to rest a little longer?" Upon witnessing the sight of Uchiha Seijiro and Uchiha Reika, who appeared to be entangled in a celestial embrace, he could not help but inquire. "I must attend to my cherished possessions. They have been neglected these past few days," replied Uchiha Reika. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto turned his gaze toward the flowers adorning both sides of the courtyard, and his expression instantly shifted. To his dismay, he observed that all the flowers on the left had been severed at the waist. Could it truly be this precise? He glanced at the heavenly sword in his hand, recalling the previous night when he had practiced channeling chakra into the endless blade, swinging the sword towards the courtyard. With this thought in mind, he called out towards the corridor, "Mother, I've heard that the flower shop has received a new batch of varieties. Shall I fetch some for you?" He continued, "Additionally, I will be meeting with Lord Hokage later, so I want to be returning for lunch." Without waiting for Uchiha Rinka's response, Uchiha Makoto ceased his practice and dashed out of the courtyard. After leaving home, considering the early hour, he decided against reporting to the third Hokage immediately and instead made his way to the flower shop. After purchasing the seeds, he promptly returned home to deliver them. As Uchiha Makoto hurried home, Uchiha Reika was already standing in the courtyard with her hands on her hips, fuming in anticipation of his arrival. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Seiji, with a visage full of contrition, handed the seeds to his esteemed mother. In truth, judging by the wilted flowers in the courtyard from the previous day, it was evident that ever since his departure for battle, Uchiha Rinka, who once cherished her blossoms dearly, had utterly lost the inclination to tend to her beloved blooms. Seiji's apologetic demeanor was merely a facade to amuse his mother. He relished this tender atmosphere. Such a sense of ease had long eluded him. However, this fleeting warmth was short-lived, as a member of the Uchiha clan soon arrived at the entrance of his home. "Uchiha Seiji, Lord Fugako wishes to see you. Come quickly. The newcomer appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, his expression radiating palpable impatience. Lord Fugako? Seiji paused momentarily. Mother, I shall take my leave. After exchanging a brief greeting with Uchiha Rinka, he stepped outside the courtyard. Hurry. Do not dawdle, the messenger urged, observing the youth before him. Seiji furrowed his brow and inquired, Do we know each other? Is there some sort of grievance between us? Hey, you can't be serious. You don't remember me? I am Uchiha Shoyuda. Uchiha Seiji, even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. Uchiha Shoyuda erupted in indignation, gazing upon Uchiha Shuda's countenance, which regrettably brought down the average attractiveness of the Uchiha clan. Seiji found himself at a loss. I apologize, but I do not recall, Seiji replied, shaking his head. It was you who stole my Monica. You already have both Yui and Yukino. Why must you covet her as well? Uchiha Shuda's expression grew increasingly distorted, his agitation mounting with each word. Uchiha Makoto was fearful that his excitement might trigger the awakening of his Sharingan, and he promptly endeavored to recall the past. Uchiha Shoda mentioned 3 young ladies, and Uchiha Makoto had a faint recollection of them. All 3 were contemporaries, possessing striking beauty, and had once confessed their feelings to him, only to be met with his resolute rejection. After all, during that period, Uchiha Makoto was so consumed with his training that he wished for the day to stretch into 2. He had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain thoughts of romance. Observing the indignant expression on Uchiha Shoda's face, Uchiha Makoto remarked, I have no intention of dating any girl. You may have misunderstood. Huh? Do you really expect me to believe that? Uchiha Shoda retorted with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chen raised an eyebrow. His good temper was not extended to everyone. It seemed evident that Uchiha Sh had likely been rejected in a rather brutal manner or had been placed in the friend zone, thus directing his ire towards him. Were it anyone else, Uchiha Chung might have offered a few words of consolation. However, with Uchiha Sh, he had little to say. After all, the Uchiha clan was notorious for its eccentricities, and few among them were of sound mind. Uttering a few more words might lead Uchiha Sh to mistakenly perceive mockery in his intent. Did you not mention that the clan leader summoned me? Let us proceed. Uchiha Ching stated, taking the lead. Uchiha Shoda lowered his head, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. Following Uchiha Makoto, as they reached the corner of the street, he coldly remarked, I never anticipated that you could survive even while undertaking a mission to lure the enemy. Upon hearing the words, Uchiha Makoto paused momentarily, then turned around to cast a frigid gaze upon Uchiha Shoyuda. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Shoda slowly raised his head, revealing his crimson eyes, each adorned with a black tomo. As soon as Uchiha Shoda's voice fell, he unleashed an illusion technique. However, Uchiha Makoto's speed surpassed his own. The moment he sensed Uchiha Shoda's malice, he activated his Sharingan. You. How is this possible? Their gazes locked, and Uchiha Shoda felt as if his mind had been struck with immense force, a sharp pain radiating from his eyes. He clutched his face in agony, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter defeat. Although Uchiha Makoto had only activated his Sharingan for less than half a month, he wielded the power of the 2 Tomo and, bolstered by his formidable mental strength, even the most basic illusion techniques he employed were beyond the feeble capabilities of Uchiha Shoda. Having experienced the ravages of war, his reactions and mindset had undergone a profound transformation. After effortlessly dispatching Uchiha Shoda with a single illusion, Uchiha Makoto's movements showed no sign of hesitation. He concentrated his chakra beneath his feet and forcefully stomped down. The chakra erupted instantaneously. Boom! A large crater, over a meter in diameter, formed beneath him, and the ground surrounding him cracked like a spider's web, extending 5 meters outward. In the pit at his feet lay a young man, frothing at the mouth, unconscious within the hollow. Earth style, is it? Uchiha Makoto gazed into the pit, narrowing his eyes suddenly. Whoosh! The scabbard of the heavenly imperial sword in Uchiha Cheng's hand shot forth with a sharp sound that pierced the air. With a resounding thud, a third of the scabbard embedded itself into the trunk of a tree beside the street. The young man, concealed behind the tree, gazed at the scabbard that was mere centimeters from his neck, cold sweat beading on his forehead, terror evident in his eyes. Had it been just a fraction closer, a gaping wound would have marred his throat. Uchiha Makoto gazed down at the cracked ground beneath his feet, lightly clicking his tongue. During his previous training with the 8 gates, he had grown accustomed to a weight of 150 kilograms. However, during the battle at Kaiki Mountain, he had removed the burden. Having just returned yesterday, he had yet to reapply the weight. and with an increase of 2 points in both physique and strength. His control over power and chakra had faltered slightly, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. "What are you doing? How dare you fight within the clan's territory?" The tremendous commotion of the battle had drawn the attention of the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Makoto glanced back and beheld a group of 6 individuals approaching from the far end of the street. At the forefront stood none other than Uchiha Taichi, an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan and the deputy chief of the Konoha police force. The remaining members were also clad in the attire of the police force. Big brother, please help me teach him a lesson," Uchiha Shota exclaimed as he spotted Uchiha Taichi, instantly finding his ally and hurriedly running to stand before him. Uchiha Chung observed with a cold gaze as Uchiha Xiangtai distorted the truth. Uchiha Taichi cast a glance at Uchiha Makoto, who stood calmly in place, and then at his disheveled younger brother, as well as the young man lying in the pit. Suddenly, he grasped the situation. The youth perched in the tree called out, "Kawaki, come down. Speak. What just transpired?" Uchiha Kawaki, startled in the tree, hastily descended and stood before Uchiha Taichi. "This." Kawaki Uchiha cast his gaze toward Shota Uchiha, preparing to respond under the weight of his threatening stare. Uchiha Taichi narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "I hope you are not deceiving me." Uchiha Kawaki was momentarily taken aback, yet he steeled himself and spoke the truth. However, he slightly altered the narrative, portraying Uchiha Sasuke as the initial provocateur. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tai let out a cold snort and reprimanded, "Regardless of right or wrong, among you, Uchiha Cheng awakened his Sharingan the latest, and it has been less than half a month. For 3 CH Nin to be utterly defeated by a single CH Nin is truly disgraceful. Brother, what are you?" Uchiha SH Ta, sensing that Uchiha Tai did not appear inclined to support him, exclaimed anxiously. Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Tai's expression darkened, and he sternly commanded, "Silence." Shota Uchiha recoiled in fear, silenced and hesitant to utter another word. Uchiha Taichi gazed at Uchiha Makoto, who had remained silent from the beginning, with a silent sigh. He finally spoke, "Uchiha Makoto, do you have anything to say regarding the events that just transpired?" Uchiha Makoto, neither arrogant nor humble, stated, "Senior Tai, do you truly believe that I would rise early out of sheer boredom to measure my strength against 3 individuals who are clearly not my match?" It was Uchiha Shota who informed me that Lord Fugaku sought my presence, prompting me to accompany him. As for how this predicament evolved, one must inquire why this fellow chose to conceal himself underground with earth release techniques in our midst. Your brother employed Jinjutsu just as I was preparing to unearth the hidden individual, which has led me to question his intentions. I see. It appears to be a misunderstanding. Uchiha Tai, clearly disinclined to escalate the matter, relaxed his furrowed brow and remarked, "Since Lord Fugaku has summoned you, you may take your leave." Elder brother, Uchiha Shota, witnessing his elder sibling's reluctance to take a stand, couldn't help but exclaim, However, this time, Uchiha Tai's cold gaze ignited a sense of trepidation within him. "Very well then, farewell, Senior Tai." Uchiha Makoto leaped to the treetops, sheathing his sword, and approached Uchiha Tai to bid him farewell. "Indeed." Uchiha Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Uchiha Seijin felt a sense of relief wash over him as he departed. Just moments ago, not only Uchiha Taichi, but also at least 2 of the 5 accompanying shinobi were esteemed J-nin, all 6 of them fixating their attention upon him. Particularly, the 5 bore an air of malice, as though they might strike at any moment. The Uchiha clan truly revels in internal strife. Or perhaps, it is a tradition that emerges at a certain level of prowess. One might even say it is a custom of Konoha. Uchiha Seijin pondered, a quiet sigh escaping him. While Uchiha Taichi's recent conduct could be deemed fair, the words of Uchiha SH Tai lingered in his mind, causing him some discomfort. During the allocation of missions, it was Uchiha Taichi who specifically requested his inclusion in the second team, although he was not the only Uchiha mentioned. The thought of Uchiha SH Tai's connection with Uchiha Taichi compelled him to entertain darker speculations. It appeared that Uchiha SH Tai was not one to relent easily, and neither was Uchiha Seijin a figure to be trifled with. Sometimes, when problems cannot be resolved, it becomes inevitable to address the source of the trouble. Uchiha Seijin mused. Making a mental note, there would be time yet. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Seijin stood before the grand estate of Uchiha Fugaku. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Seijin. Sent to meet Lord Fugaku," he announced to the sentinel ninja stationed at the entrance. "Uchiha Seijin, you say? Lord Fugaku has indeed instructed me. Please, follow me." The guarding J-nin nodded, leading him into the mansion. Uchiha Makoto followed behind. Traversing the front hall, and then the corridor, until he arrived at the backyard. At that moment, a group of 4 approached him, 3 males and 1 female who were of a similar age, all of whom he recognized. They were participants in the recent battle at Kaiki Mountain. The leader, Uchiha Munenori, was a prodigious ninja from the Uchiha clan, having attained the rank of Special Jonin at the tender age of 15. Additionally, this year, the newly graduated Uchiha Shursui, only 10 years old, had already made his mark on the battlefield of the mist. Furthermore, the 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi had accompanied Uchiha Fugaku to battle on one occasion. This exemplifies the Uchiha's profound legacy, with talents emerging in a continuous stream. Despite the Hyuga clan's superior reputation when it comes to sheer strength, the Uchiha clan undeniably stands as the foremost clan in Konoha. Is that you, Makoto? Are you here to see the clan leader? Uchiha Munenori nodded at Uchiha Makoto, his expression tinged with a hint of arrogance, suggesting a sense of superiority. Yes, Senior Munenori, Uchiha Makoto replied with a nod, then proceeded inside. What is this? Could it be that the clan leader has summoned him alone? He must be late. Is that so? I heard he was quite active on the battlefield. Perhaps that's the reason? Just a straggler, fortunate to have survived the battlefield. What's so remarkable about that? Haha, why waste our thoughts on such a minor character? Let us instead celebrate Munenori's promotion to Jonin. Let us go. Uchiha Seiji had not wandered far, and the conversation among the 4 was distinctly audible, punctuated by bursts of joviality. To think that I, with my mediocre grades, was considered the bottom of the barrel. Uchiha Seiji chuckled to himself, realizing that among the Uchiha clan, 9 out of 10 possessed a lack of emotional intelligence, their arrogance soaring as high as an airplane. Talents like Itachi and Shursui, who were not only gifted but also possessed amiable temperaments, were indeed rare gems. However, as time progressed, none could be deemed entirely normal. Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Seiji was led. The guarding ninja halted just outside the room. Please, come in. Uchiha Makoto, upon hearing the commanding voice of Uchiha Fugaku, opened the door and entered. Before him knelt a man in his 30s, his expression grave. He was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. I have come to pay my respects, Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto said, bowing respectfully. Please, take a seat. Uchiha Fugaku gestured towards the mat before him. Yes, sir. Uchiha Makoto replied as he knelt down before Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, I have heard of your remarkable performance in this recent campaign, displaying both valor and tenacity. It is commendable, all in the name of our clan's honor. Uchiha Itachi, not overly modest, provided an apt response. After all, he had assessed that his achievements in this battle, coupled with prior missions, would undoubtedly facilitate his promotion to Jonin. The number of Sand Village shinobi who had fallen by his hand, directly or indirectly, was certainly substantial. It was inconceivable that he could amass over 1,000 gold coins and numerous basic equipment otherwise. Particularly notable was the final mission to lure the enemy, where he emerged as one of the few survivors, marking a significant victory. From a battalion of over 500, only 27 had lived to tell the tale. You should be elevated soon, and the village will bestow its rewards upon you. However, rest assured, the clan will also honor its contributors. Here are the ninjutsu scrolls. Choose what you require. Uchiha Fugaku displayed a look of approval before producing 8 scrolls of ninjutsu. Thank you, Lord Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto's eyes sparkled with excitement. He preferred something tangible over hollow platitudes. Each scroll was meticulously labeled, revealing that 6 contained fire-style techniques while the remaining 2 featured wind-style techniques. It was evident that Uchiha Fugaku had prepared in advance, aware of Makoto's dual affinity for wind and fire chakra. Although ninjas can learn all forms of ninjutsu through dedicated training, possessing innate elemental attributes simplifies the process of mastering and employing these techniques, thereby enhancing their potency. Uchiha Seiji glanced over the scrolls and noted that all 6 fire-release jutsu recorded were of B rank, while the 2 wind-release techniques were quite practical C-rank jutsu. He couldn't help but marvel at Uchiha Fugaku's generosity. His father, during his lifetime, was a special jonin, particularly skilled in swordsmanship, yet he possessed relatively few jutsu scrolls, despite owning an A-rank wind-release, vacuum blade. Conversely, Uchiha Seiji could only master 2 C-rank fire-release techniques. I shall select these, Uchiha Seiji declared, picking 4 scrolls, 2 for fire release and 2 for wind release. Very well, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a nod, collecting the remaining 4 scrolls. Should there be any uncertainties, Seiji could seek guidance from the jonin at the clan school. Prominent clans typically maintain their own academies. Not all offspring of noble families attend the Ninja Academy, as the clan school serves as an advanced class, imparting more profound knowledge to its students. Though the Uchiha clan's academy primarily caters to students and lower-ranked ninjas, the lectures are delivered by experienced jonin. As a result, the chunin within the clan frequently attend these lessons to learn, and should any uncertainties arise, they are able to consult the knowledgeable jonin instructors. After all, there are jonin in the Uchiha clan with amiable temperaments. Yes, Uchiha Makoto nodded in agreement. Even if Uchiha Fugaku had not suggested it, he would have taken this initiative. After becoming a lower-ranked ninja, he primarily shadowed his guiding jonin for instruction, yet whenever possible, he often frequented the clan academy. The academy offered a rotation of free jonin who taught various subjects, including several skilled in wind and fire techniques, as well as swordsmanship. Furthermore, the jonin frequently provided insights on the precautions and methodologies associated with the activation of the Sharingan, which Uchiha Makoto had attended on several occasions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to wield it with such ease barely half a month after activation. Once Uchiha Makoto had neatly stored away the scroll, Uchiha Fugaku continued. Now, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Yes, Uchiha Makoto replied, sitting up straight with respect. I am pleased to see that you have gained another comrade who has activated the Sharingan. Although activating it at the age of 14 is considered relatively late in our clan's history, the fact that you have achieved the double tomo is indeed a rare occurrence. As you become proficient in using the Sharingan and continue to develop your skills, you will come to understand its true power. I hope you will continue to fight for the glory of our clan. Uchiha Fugaku offered a few words of encouragement to Uchiha Shinjin, his expression then turning serious. Understood. Uchiha Shinjin replied respectfully. From this day forth, you are deemed worthy of participating in the clan gatherings, which will be held at the South Heg Shrine. Uchiha Fugaku continued. The remaining matters pertain to the war. Although the village has triumphed in its conflict with the Sand Shinobi, the toll of multi-front warfare has been substantial, and there exists a scarcity of elite combatants. Achieving promotion at the age of 14 will garner the village's attention and focused training. The notion of the village's attention caused Uchiha Shinjin's brow to furrow. Such recognition was not necessarily a good omen. Were the current Hokage the fourth, Uchiha Shinjin would welcome the acknowledgement. However, with the third still in power and the Hokage advisor Danzo, a cunning old fox, persistently targeting the Uchiha clan, such attention could hardly be deemed beneficial. According to custom, a ninja in your position would typically have the opportunity to be assigned to the Umbu for training. But the Uchiha clan is an exception. You are likely to be assigned to a special unit or dispatched to another battlefield. On this matter, the village will respect your wishes to a certain extent, granting you a modicum of choice. I implore you not to select the Mist battlefield. While the Cloud and Rock villages may possess superior strength, the Mist village's water techniques inherently counter fire techniques, and their hidden mist jutsu severely impairs visibility. The Uchiha clan's greatest asset, the Sharingan, would thus be rendered less effective, as your Sharingan has only just awakened. Venturing to the Mist battlefield would be the worst possible choice. The Uchiha clan dispatched 45 ninjas to the Kaiki Mountain battle, 6 jonin, with 2 severely injured and 4 lightly wounded, 39 chunin, with 22 casualties, 5 severely injured, and 10 lightly wounded. However, compared to the losses endured by those sent to the Mist battlefield, these numbers pale in significance. A total of 192 individuals were sent to the Mist battlefield, 15 jonin, of whom 4 have perished, 5 are severely injured, and 2 lightly wounded, and 167 chunin, with 35 fatalities. Nevertheless, despite the Uchiha clan's grievous losses on the Mist battlefield, they have not amassed significant military achievements, which has dealt a blow to the clan's prestige. Uchiha Shirsue's situation remains an isolated incident. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, revealing a sense of frustration. Water extinguishes fire, and the mist concealment technique counters the Sharingan. It was evident that dispatching a ninja from the Hyuga clan to the battlefield of the Hidden Mist would be the most prudent choice. Although Uchiha Itachi was well aware of this, he still feigned ignorance, asking a question he already knew the answer to. The elite Genin of the Uchiha clan are predominantly those who have awakened the Sharingan. The enhancement provided by the 2-tomo Sharingan is markedly significant. While the 3-tomo Sharingan undoubtedly signifies the Sir Mi de la Sar, Mi among Genin, the loss of 4 out of 15 Genin is indeed a grievous blow. After all, the Genin of the Uchiha clan are not merely those who ascend through years of service and task experience. Rather, The majority possess exceptional combat prowess and are relatively youthful, brimming with potential. It is especially disheartening that they fell in battle without achieving any notable feats. This decision rests with the higher-ups, and we must comply with orders, yet it is only a matter of time before this situation is rectified. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glimmered with anger, but he quickly composed himself. That is all I wish to convey. Let us take this time to recuperate. For the end of this war remains uncertain. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Fugaku. I shall not impose further, Uchiha Seiji replied respectfully, bowing. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Upon leaving Fugaku's residence, Uchiha Seiji exited the clan grounds and made his way directly to the Hokage's office. To his surprise, the proceedings were remarkably smooth. In less than 10 minutes, he had received a full set of Genin armor as he stepped out of the Hokage building. After consulting his intentions, the third Hokage opted not to assign him to the battlefield immediately, instructing him instead to return and rest well. A Genin, indeed? Who would have imagined that within less than a year, I would attain such elite status? Uchiha Seiji mused to himself with a wry smile as he regarded the Genin armor in his hands. On the 2nd of February, in the 47th year of Konoha. It has been over a month since Uchiha Seiji became a Genin. During this time, the village has not assigned him any missions, allowing him to devote every moment to rigorous training. In the dense forest of the 10th training ground in Konoha village, Uchiha Chung stood atop a towering tree and leaped into the abyss below. With a swift motion, he extended his hand behind him, and the Tianyu sword was drawn in an instant, glinting with a cold light. The air was pierced by a cacophony of fierce sounds as over 100 arc-shaped wind blades, each approximately half a meter in length, shot forth, leaving deep fissures in the trunks of the surrounding trees in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Makoto descended gracefully, sheathing his blade. In a 30-meter radius around him, the towering trees lay in disarray, thoroughly ravaged. The originally A-rank wind release technique, the vacuum blade, under Uchiha Makoto's command, was reduced to the potency of a mere C-rank wind release. However, as his chakra surged, the true might of A-rank ninjutsu was finally unleashed. Uchiha Chang leaped onto the towering tree to conduct an inspection. Upon activating his Sharingan, his control over chakra significantly enhanced, and his dynamic vision provided a substantial boost to his actual combat prowess. Uchiha Makoto caressed the fissures on the tree trunk, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He then turned his gaze to the heavenly imperial sword in his hand, fully mastering the ability to channel chakra. The sword marks on the ancient tree bore a consistent depth and a similar length, indicating that his chakra control had significantly improved compared to before. Furthermore, he discovered that the heavenly imperial sword, enhanced by the endless blade, had become remarkably more powerful than its previous state. He could now precisely regulate the chakra stored within the sword. With the same amount of chakra, he could manipulate the intensity of the wind blades, thereby determining their quantity. Releasing hundreds of wind blades at once was not his limit, should he deplete the chakra stored in the heavenly imperial sword after fully charging it. He could unleash several hundred wind blades in an instant. Conversely, by reducing their power and increasing their numbers, the quantity of wind blades could even soar into the thousands. Although the diminishment of power would result in a decrease in their lethality, the reduction in size would render them more difficult for adversaries to defend against, and a moment's carelessness could see them pierced by a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades. Uchiha Makoto could sense that this was not yet his limit. As his control over chakra and his mental fortitude improved, the wind blades could become even more diminutive. The inherent power was already double that of an ordinary vacuum sword. And even if its might were diminished, the quantity could often prove crucial. This technique was fundamentally a form of area effect swordsmanship, not designed for confronting overwhelmingly powerful adversaries. Most significantly, it did not require the expenditure of his chakra during combat. He no longer feared being overwhelmed in battle. Uchiha Cheng pondered quietly, feeling a profound satisfaction with the enhanced heavenly sword. The elevation of his prowess surpassed his initial expectations. The dynamic vision afforded by the Sharingan significantly augmented his swordsmanship. If this trajectory continues, it is conceivable that he could further develop the vacuum sword, potentially unleashing the might of S-rank ninjutsu in the future. With the addition of several more enhancements to the heavenly sword, that day may not be far off. Indeed, Uchiha Chung found himself in a quandary. The allure of amassing gold and acquiring fundamental equipment made the battlefield an enticing option. Engaging in large-scale battles and contributing to the defeat of foes would facilitate the acquisition of gold and gear amidst the throngs of hundreds or thousands. Obtaining such equipment would bolster his strength, and his quest for power was fundamentally aimed at ensuring his survival, even though his overall capabilities could be deemed commendable among Jonin. Participating in extensive warfare still posed a risk of severe injury or even death. However, the decision to engage in war was not solely his to make. Rather than becoming ensnared in fruitless deliberations, he resolved to devote more time to his training. He nearly forgot. Suddenly, Uchiha Cheng recalled an important matter that had previously slipped his mind due to a lack of suitable opportunity. He had completely forgotten about his summoned beast. With this thought, he raised his thumb to his mouth, poised to bite down, but abruptly froze. Wasn't the summoning technique based on the 5 signs of Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, and Wei? Uchiha Cheng hesitated for a moment, but quickly concluded that this likely did not count as a true summoning technique. He decided to give it a try. "Arise, werewolf," Uchiha Cheng proclaimed dramatically. Before him, a circular black void, over 5 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized, and a dark green figure leaped forth from the abyss. With a thunderous roar, a colossal entity appeared before Uchiha Cheng. "Master!" The werewolf knelt on one knee. Known as the Ruin Beast, Warwick of Zon. The werewolf's muscular form was cloaked in dark green skin, with menacing claws encased in a chillingly gleaming black metal. For thick conduits extended from his back. Filled with a deep green liquid, their ends embedded into the back of his skull. His crimson eyes glinted with a cold, ruthless intensity, even in a kneeling position. He towered at least 2 stories high, and Uchiha Cheng estimated his height to be a minimum of 10 meters, resembling a finely tuned killing machine. Soon, Uchiha Cheng's system panel displayed the werewolf's information: name, Warwick, Ruin Beast faction, chaotic neutral attributes, wind, earth, blood health points, chakra, health regeneration, 15 seconds mana regeneration, 85 seconds strength, 23 constitution, 22 agility, 31 spirit, 16 skills, blood hunger. Blood hunt equipment, pneumatic steel claw enhancement, exclusive, alchemical storage chamber. Aside from a slightly lower spirit attribute, every other aspect exceeded his own significantly. This development provided him with a formidable ally. Observing Warwick's superior attributes, Uchiha Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Rise. Let us engage in combat. I wish to witness your prowess." Uchiha Cheng beckoned to Warwick, then leaped backward, creating distance between them. "Yes, master." Warwick replied respectfully, rising slowly, and inquired with great politeness, "Master, are you prepared?" "Indeed." Uchiha Cheng nodded, but upon remembering Warwick's agility was nearly twice his own, he added, "Your base attributes far surpass mine. Exercise restraint, for I do not wish to be injured." "Understood, master. Come forth." As soon as Uchiha Makoto's words fell, Warwick's previously upright form bent down, his body leaning slightly forward. And then his hind legs forcefully propelled him off the ground. Boom. The ground beneath Warwick's formidable power instantly fractured into a vast web of cracks. Uchiha Makoto's vision blurred, and he found a fleeting shadow materializing before him. A fist, as large as a cauldron, halted in front of him, its surface adorned with dark metallic claws, sending a chill through Uchiha Makoto as the hairs on his body stood on end. He could scarcely believe that, despite the vast disparity in speed, he had not even a moment to react. "Again." "Understood." This time, Uchiha Makoto removed the 200 kilograms of weight he had been carrying, then distanced himself from Warwick by 30 meters, directly activating his Manjiki Sharingan, focusing all his attention on him. "Let us go." "Affirmative." On this occasion, Uchiha Makoto took the initiative, swiftly weaving hand signs with both hands. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A colossal fireball, exceeding 6 meters in diameter, surged towards Warwick, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of heat. Uchiha Cheng's expression shifted as he witnessed Warwick nimbly evade the rapidly approaching Great Fireball, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound. Even with the Sharingan activated, Warwick's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Nevertheless, Uchiha Cheng could only discern his blurred silhouette. The speed was astonishing. Just as this thought crossed Uchiha Cheng's mind, he unsheathed the heavenly royal sword and unleashed a charged sword aura. Wind release, vacuum blade. Dozens of wind blades shot forth towards Warwick. In the face of such an assault, Warwick did not retreat an inch. Instead, he met the wind blades head-on with his fists. The wind blades collided with the metallic claws that covered his fists, resulting in a shower of sparks and a sharp, piercing sound. The wind blades slightly hindered Warwick's advance, allowing Uchiha Cheng to observe his movements more clearly. In that moment, Uchiha Cheng's thoughts raced, and he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning shadow clones. 4 identical Uchiha Chengs appeared in place. With a whoosh, a sound akin to breaking air echoed as Warwick's massive fist reappeared before him. The original Uchiha-chung, standing furthest to the left, watched Warwick's relentless movements, his expression changing dramatically. It was evident that Warwick had discovered his true form. Clang! Uchiha Seiji deftly deflected Warwick's punch with a swift motion of his sword, simultaneously retreating with great agility. One of his shadow clones promptly unleashed a wind release, great breakthrough, targeting Warwick. Meanwhile, two other shadow clones rapidly followed the retreating form of Uchiha Seiji, deploying smoke bombs to obscure his position. Warwick adeptly evaded the assault of the shadow clone, his nostrils flaring as he charged into the veil of smoke. Soon, the air was filled with flames, accompanied by the sounds of battle. In a swift motion, Uchiha Seiji was propelled from the smoke, with Warwick hot on his heels, thanks to the blue buff and the blade of the crescent moon, both of which provided significant percentage-based recovery. Uchiha Seiji maintained approximately one-third of his chakra even after employing multiple C and B rank ninjutsu. Observing the pursuing Warwick, Uchiha Seiji furrowed his brow and declared, "The first gate of the 8 gates, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. The third gate, life gate, open." Uchiha Chung unleashed 3 gates in midair, and his previously diminished chakra surged instantaneously, enveloping him once more in vitality. However, upon activating the 8 gates, his chakra entered a frenzied state, rendering him unable to utilize ninjutsu, save for taijutsu. Yet, considering Warwick's velocity, conventional ninjutsu would likely fail to reach him. In truth, Warwick is not devoid of vulnerabilities. His mental prowess pales in comparison to his other 3 formidable attributes. Employing Jinjutsu against him would be the most prudent strategy. Nevertheless, despite Uchiha Chang's pronounced mental capacity, he has only had his Sharingan for a few months, dedicating this period primarily to the mastery of swordsmanship and ninjutsu. With enhancements to his foundational attributes, his 8 gates also exhibited signs of advancement, causing him to neglect Jinjutsu in his training regimen. After all, once he activated his Sharingan on the battlefield, adversaries would instinctively evade his gaze. In large-scale combat, the efficacy of most Jinjutsu pales in comparison to his swordsmanship. When confronting a singularly powerful opponent, especially one like Warwick, who possesses relatively weaker mental fortitude, Jinjutsu could prove remarkably effective. However, at the moment he activated his Sharingan, Uchiha Chung attempted to cast Jinjutsu on Warwick, yet the outcome was disappointing, as fundamental Jinjutsu appeared ineffective against him. Faced with Uchiha Chang's sudden acceleration and heightened aura, a flicker of excitement gleamed in Warwick's crimson eyes. His speed escalated yet again, clearly indicating he had previously held back. Clang, clang, clang. In the face of Warwick's rapid assault, Uchiha Chung could only defend with his heavenly sword. Although Uchiha Chang excels in taijutsu and relishes close combat, a fleeting glance at Warwick's metallic claws made him reconsider the notion of engaging in a direct confrontation. Despite the significant enhancement in his speed and the dynamic visual prowess afforded by the Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance against Warwick. This left him feeling exceedingly frustrated, prompting a resolution to dedicate himself to the study of illusions following this battle. He recognized that failing to prepare for such formidable foes would lead to complications in future encounters. However, this momentary vexation belied his overall satisfaction, as the struggle had illuminated his weaknesses. The greater Warwick's strength, the more advantageous it was for Makoto's growth. While he felt capable of overcoming a typical J-Nin with his full arsenal, he believed that with Warwick by his side, even facing elite J-Nin would pose no significant challenge. As for shadow-level ninjas, he had yet to cross paths with one, nor did he desire to do so at this juncture. Nevertheless, he mused that with Warwick's speed coupled with the skill known as Blood Hunt, his survival would be assured. Warwick, growing increasingly exhilarated with each exchange, emitted primal roars. Suddenly, Uchiha Makoto found himself gasping for breath under the relentless barrage of Warwick's rapid-fire assaults. The 8 Gates technique, formidable as it was, lacked enduring stamina. Against an opponent whose speed, endurance, and strength surpassed his own, Makoto recognized that he was nearing his limits. Just as he attempted to voice his thoughts, Warwick's roar transformed into a resonant echo that struck Makoto's mind like a sledgehammer, leaving him momentarily dazed and causing his defensive movements to falter. Warwick's iron fist, propelled by a fierce gust, surged toward Makoto's handsome visage. Just as it seemed he would be struck, Uchiha Makoto instinctively activated Mercury. Upon its release, the host became immune to all forms of control and purged negative effects. Initiating a countdown, 10. The efficacy of Mercury manifested in an instant, bestowing upon Makoto an extraordinary clarity and composure. with a deft twist of his wrist. He maneuvered the heavenly sword to intercept Warwick's punch. Wind release, vacuum blade. As Uchiha Makoto intercepted Warwick's fist, he swiftly positioned the heavenly imperial sword horizontally and, pivoting on his right foot, spun his body with remarkable agility. A multitude of wind blades surged forth, shooting out in all directions. Meanwhile, Warwick found himself retreating under Uchiha Makoto's onslaught. After shattering the wind blades, he refrained from further assault and halted 10 meters away from Uchiha Makoto. After Uchiha Chang ceased his actions, he refrained from making any further moves. As the countdown reached 4, 3, 2, 1, the duration of the Mercury concluded. With a cooldown period of 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Just as the system notification came to an end, a subtle shift occurred in Uchiha Chang's gaze. Uchiha Chang observed that when Mercury was released moments ago, he instinctively employed the sword technique wind release, vacuum sword, logically speaking, after utilizing the 8 gates technique. His chakra should have descended into a frenzied state, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. However, during the duration of the Mercury, his chakra inexplicably calmed, which enabled him to execute the sword technique. Once the Mercury's effect waned, the chakra within him reverted to its tumultuous state. If Mercury can alter even the chaotic chakra induced by the 8 gates technique, does that imply I can harness the benefits of the 8 gates without succumbing to its adverse effects? Although the duration lasts merely 10 seconds, with sufficient foundational equipment, I could synthesize multiple doses of Mercury. As my strength escalates and I master the 8 gates to the extent of fully opening all 8, it is conceivable that battles could conclude in mere seconds, if not instantaneously. The efficacy of Mercury surpassed Uchiha Chang's expectations, particularly in the later stages where its effects became increasingly pronounced. It appears that, in addition to offensive gear, numerous defensive equipment combined with the ninjutsu of the Naruto world could yield remarkable results. The formidable capabilities of Mercury sparked inspiration within Uchiha Chang. Upon releasing the 8 gates technique, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, prompting further contemplation. Mercury is only effective during its active duration, thus. If I were to deactivate the 8 gates within that window, I should remain unaffected by the subsequent weakness. I shall wait until tomorrow when the cooldown period concludes to experiment again. While offense is often regarded as the best defense, necessary defensive measures are indispensable when absolute certainty is unattainable. Hence, Uchiha Chang synthesized 3 guardian angels in one go, aiming to enhance his survival capacity. His prowess now significantly exceeded that exhibited during the Kaiki Mountain battle, compared to passive life-saving equipment like the guardian angels. It was time to contemplate synthesizing gear that could bolster both survivability and endurance. After all, while the guardian angels grant him an additional life, they only provide a delay of 5 minutes. Should he encounter an adversary of superior strength who slays him and subsequently carries away his body upon revival, he would still face demise. Equipment like the Endless Blade proves minimally effective against foes akin to Warwick. Conversely, gear such as Mercury demonstrates pronounced efficacy in specific scenarios. If it can even mitigate the negative states of the 8 gates, then surely it could offer indiscriminate defense against Jinjutsu. Contemplating these matters, Uchiha Chang redirected his attention to the system panel, perusing the shop. Redemption restores allied units within range to peak condition after 3 seconds. Cooldown time 24 hours. Synthesis formula. Goddess's Tier Giant's Belt for 1,500 gold. Stasis Robe. All enemy units illuminated by the stasis light will expend an additional 30 chakra when casting ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, duration 30 seconds. Cooldown time 24 hours. Synthesis formula. Critical Strike Gauntlets Armor for 1,500 gold. Spirit Cloak. Exiles a designated unit into the void, rendering them in a state of absolute stasis for 6 seconds, unable to attack or be attacked. Cooldown time 72 hours. Synthesis formula. Magic Resistance Cloak Giant's Belt for 1,500 gold. Thorned Armor increases Constitution by 5, returns 30 of damage taken as mental damage to the attacker. No cooldown. Synthesis formula. Armor for 1,500 gold. Guardian Angel revives the host 2 seconds after death, can be activated, maximum delay of 5 minutes, cooldown time 365 days, 5,000 gold. Dragon Tooth. Uchiha Chang cast a glance at the section dedicated to functional equipment and discovered an array of highly practical tools. The combination of redemption with the 8 gates technique could yield extraordinary results. Upon opening the death gate, one enters a state of near demise, and a single use of redemption could restore one to peak condition. What if one could deliver a kick that leaves the formidable six paths Madara unscathed? What about 2 kicks? 3 kicks? 18 kicks, perhaps? When faced with an insurmountable foe, the option of donning the cloak of luminescence to banish them to another realm, followed by a swift retreat, is certainly appealing. Contemplating Warwick's astonishing speed, Uchiha Cheng recalled a saying from his past life, in the realm of martial arts. Only speed can conquer all. Uchiha Cheng had previously contemplated the challenges posed by speed-oriented opponents like Warwick, and he found himself at a loss when faced with a ninja proficient in S-rank space ninjutsu such as the Flying Thunder God technique, exemplified by the likes of Minato Namikaze. However, it now appeared that employing Thorned Armor and Dragon Fang, in conjunction with the Guardian Angel, might indeed enable him to overwhelm his adversary. Of course, this was merely a theoretical consideration. Uchiha Cheng merely possesses the foresight to prepare for the future. From a pragmatic perspective, not only will Namikaze Minato not become an adversary, but he will instead be an ally. This marketplace evokes a sense of pay-to-play that is quite disconcerting. The combined cost of the Storm Greatsword and the armor of the Guardian Angel is merely 1,000 gold coins. If one relies on sheer luck to acquire equipment, the cost is essentially negligible. Yet, to purchase the complete Guardian Angel ensemble outright demands an astonishing 5,000 gold coins. The prices for the other complete sets are similarly inflated, several times over. Surely, there cannot be anyone so foolish as to purchase a complete set. Can there? Uchiha Cheng gazed at the prices of the complete sets on sale, his expression turning to one of utter disbelief. However, upon noticing the final piece of equipment, he discovered a line of small text at the bottom. The complete sets sold in the mall are non-exclusive equipment and can be upgraded. At that moment, Uchiha Cheng realized that each piece of equipment bore a tiny white symbol behind its icon, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Can it be upgraded? With this revelation, the exorbitant prices felt even less justifiable, especially since he could barely afford individual pieces at the moment. Uchiha Cheng could not help but voice his thoughts. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Warwick's call of master jolted him back to reality. What is it? What are you doing? It was only then that Uchiha Cheng noticed Warwick was prostrating himself 10 meters away. Master, please forgive my impudence. When you issued the command to halt, I failed to cease my actions promptly. It has been such an extended period since I last had the opportunity to move about, and in my excitement, Warwick spoke respectfully, his tone imbued with deep remorse. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Cheng furrowed his brows, recalling how Warwick had just launched an assault towards his face, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Had that punch landed, it would not merely have disfigured him, it could have resulted in a catastrophic outcome. With this thought lingering, Uchiha Cheng's voice turned grave as he maintained an impassive expression, inquiring, "Had I failed to react in time, would you have continued your attack?" "Rest assured, my master," Warwick replied sheepishly, scratching his head with a forelimb covered in metallic claws. The claws scraped against his scalp, producing a disconcerting sound. Yet his fearsome visage softened into a benign smile as he bared his multitude of sharp teeth. "The people of Zon are exceptionally skilled in combat. I would have restrained myself under any circumstances. Had you been unable to withstand my assault, I would have halted at the very last moment." Uchiha Seijin concealed a smile within his heart. Initially, observing Warwick, he had presumed him to be an emotionless, bloodthirsty assassin. However, it now appeared that his disposition was rather cheerful, revealing a stark contrast. When Warwick had first launched his attack, he had halted at a critical moment. Given the existence of a contract, he was unable to harm himself. It seemed that he had indeed acted out of momentary excitement. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Seijin spoke with a serious demeanor. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall forgive you this time. Remember, it shall not happen again. Thank you for your lord's mercy. Your most humble servant extends the highest respect and unwavering loyalty to you," Warwick said, kneeling on one knee. His right claw clenched over his heart, his expression reverent. "Rise," Uchiha Seijin replied with a nod, then inquired, "By the way, I have some questions to ask you." "Yes, my lord." Warwick stood, responding with utmost respect. "How did you discern my true form hidden among the shadow clones?" "It was the scent." "There is a smell of blood on you, my lord." "The scent of blood? You identified it by smell?" "Indeed, the blood of any creature carries a distinct scent, and I can detect subtle differences. Such a keen sense of smell you possess. Thank you for your kind words, my lord." Warwick's response left Uchiha Seijin feeling both disappointed and pleased. The disappointment stemmed from the realization that this ability was unique to Warwick. Only through summoning him could it be utilized. However, The joy arose from knowing that as long as Warwick was present, he could see through any elaborate disguise, regardless of its intricacy. After all, shadow clones were a bug-level ninjutsu that even the three great ocular techniques could not perceive. Now, with Warwick's ability to detect the true form through the scent of blood, this skill proved to be exceedingly practical. Uchiha Chung glanced at the time displayed on the system panel and addressed Warwick. The summoning time is nearly at its end. You may return now. Yes, my master. I eagerly await your next summoning. Warwick replied respectfully. It was evident that he relished the opportunity to be active, as Uchiha Chung observed his tail thrashing about wildly, uprooting the grass beneath and revealing the dark, rich soil. Understood. I shall summon you whenever I have the time. Uchiha Chung nodded in acknowledgement. Then farewell, my master. Warwick's fearsome wolf visage broke into a benign smile before he transformed into smoke and vanished. Once Warwick had disappeared, Uchiha Chung settled onto a rock, retrieving the prepared bento to commence his meal. In order to save time, he had not arranged to leave the training ground to eat before returning. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Chung sought the shade of a tree and reclined upon the ground to rest. Approximately an hour later, he arose, sitting cross-legged to begin refining his chakra. Subsequently, he embarked on the afternoon's training. The 4 ninjutsu scrolls obtained from Uchiha Fugaku included the Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, Wind Style, Vacuum Sphere, and Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. During this period, Uchiha Chung, having experienced a surge in chakra, also began utilizing shadow clones for training. The efficacy of shadow clones in mastering ninjutsu was indeed pronounced, perhaps due to the awakening of his Sharingan. Uchiha Chung discovered that his pace of learning ninjutsu had accelerated significantly. He had already mastered all 4 techniques. However, achieving complete proficiency, where not a single bit of chakra would be wasted, would require additional time. In any case, equipped with the blue buff and the Shikuji blade, 2 items that restored chakra, he had no qualms about expending chakra. Naturally, ninjutsu capable of substantially enhancing combat power in a short duration became his priority. After attempting to release the 4 advanced ninjutsu, Uchiha Chung found his chakra reserves depleted once more. The morning's battle with Warwick, combined with the use of the 8 gates, meant that even an hour's rest was insufficient for recovery. Nevertheless, this state of fatigue was quite suitable for cultivating the 8 gates. After Uchiha Chung ceased his training in ninjutsu, he commenced the most fundamental physical conditioning exercises. He alternated between running upside down, performing push-ups, and executing squats. Before long, Uchiha Chung was drenched in perspiration. Just as he lay on the grass to recuperate, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Uchiha Chung sat up and beheld a boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes, clad in a form-fitting green suit, his hair styled in a manner reminiscent of a kappa, rushing towards him. As he approached, the boy waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Chung, Guy, what brings you here?" Uchiha Chung inquired, gazing at the exuberant Might Guy who had dashed to his side. Might Guy, displaying a face of discontent, retorted, "Chung, why have you not sought me out for training since your return? Kakashi is absent, yet you do not reach out to me. Is youth meant to be squandered like this?" "I have been rather occupied lately," Uchiha Chung replied with a smile, evidently unwilling to let Uchiha Chung off easily. Might Guy declared with palpable excitement, "In that case, let us resume our previous duel. As my one of 2 lifelong rivals, Chung." The 59th match commences. Understanding Might Guy's spirited nature, Uchiha Chung hesitated not for a moment, swiftly performing a nimble flip to rise to his feet. After all, he had initially provoked Might Guy in pursuit of mastering the 8 gates, and he must take responsibility for his actions. Although Uchiha Chung's face bore signs of fatigue, his eyes radiated a fierce resolve. "Since that is the case, I shall not decline. Just right, I have been feeling a bit restless lately. Let us ignite our youth." "Chung!" exclaimed Might Guy, his spirit aflame as he charged towards Uchiha Chung. The 2 immediately became entangled in a fierce battle, the sounds of their clash echoing resoundingly. By dawn the next day, Uchiha Chung and Might Guy arrived at the gates of Konoha. Early that morning, Might Guy had come to summon him, not to avenge his earlier defeat, but to welcome the returning forces from the south. Following a surprise attack from Iwagakure, the 3rd Raikage had perished, escalating tensions between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Recently, a minor conflict had erupted between the 2 great ninja villages. Iwagakure, finding itself in a passive position due to the war with Konoha, had no choice but to temporarily cease hostilities. To the higher-ups in Konoha, this signified a potential surrender from Iwagakure. With the situation stabilizing, the commander of the northern forces, Minato Namikaze, would lead the vanguard back, first ensuring the safe return of the severely injured and fallen ninja to Konoha. Although it was still early, upon Uchiha Chang's arrival at the gates, he found the streets flanked by villagers who had gathered spontaneously. Compared to the previous triumphant return led by Orochimaru, this time the welcoming crowd was evidently larger. While both were celebrated heroes, there was a notable distinction between Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. Presently, the name Yellow Flash resonated powerfully throughout the ninja world, eclipsing even the three legendary Sannin. Iwagakure had issued a decree. Any Iwagakure ninja who encountered the Yellow Flash during a mission could terminate it without facing punishment. This edict was a source of disgrace for Iwagakure, but a matter of great honor for Konoha. Minato, hailing from humble beginnings, possessed extraordinary talent. He treated his comrades with gentleness while confronting enemies with the ferocity of a tempest. Compared to the aloof Orochimaru, Minato was far more approachable. Both were formidable contenders for the position of the fourth Hokage. However, observing the current situation, Uchiha Chung found himself deep in thought. Rumors had recently circulated within the village, alleging that Orochimaru, in his haste for victory over Sunagakure, had callously used the village's ninja as bait, leading them to their demise. Though the origins of this rumor were unclear, its spread was rapid, quickly permeating all of Konoha. Regardless of its veracity, the repercussions were dire. Meanwhile, Minato, commanding the northern forces, engaged in battles against the formidable Kumogakure and Iwagakure, demonstrating remarkable valor. He had repeatedly placed himself in peril to ensure the safe retreat of his subordinates, remaining behind as a rearguard. Yet, Uchiha Chung perceived that what mattered more was Minato's comparatively shallow roots in Konoha, as opposed to Orochimaru. Even if he were to ascend to the position of Hokage, he would not immediately destabilize the authority of the older generation. It seemed that Minato's ascendance to the fourth Hokage was secure, which Chung considered to be good news. Uchiha Chang pondered privately that Minato and Uchiha Fugaka shared similar political views, and the close ties between their families would render Minato's Hokage status the most favorable outcome for the Uchiha clan. Just as Uchiha Chang's thoughts raced, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. "They are coming! They are coming!" Lord Minato. Leading the procession was Minato Namikaze, flanked by the Inoshikacho trio, followed closely by members of Team 7, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara. Beside Uchiha Shinjin, Mike I surveyed the crowd. Upon spotting Kakashi, he leapt up in excitement, calling out and waving his hands, "Kakashi! Kakashi!" Kakashi, still clad in his mask, bore the vacant stare of dead fish eyes devoid of any vibrancy. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his gaze to the left, and upon seeing the exuberant Mike Guy, his eyes lingered for a fleeting 2 seconds before he expressionlessly turned away. Humph! What a disappointment! Kakashi remains as aloof as ever. Shinjin is far more amiable, Mike Guy remarked, simultaneously critiquing Kakashi's demeanor while shifting his attention back to Uchiha Shinjin. The muscles at the corner of Uchiha's mouth twitched slightly as he smiled and said, "Kai, you mustn't say that. Kakashi is undoubtedly too bashful, with so many people around. It would be quite embarrassing for him to greet you. Moreover, after such a long time apart, you are his sole friend, and he has likely forgotten the thrill of competing with you. If you engage him a few more times, things will surely change." "Indeed," Mato Kai replied, his expression deep in contemplation, suddenly enlightened. "You are absolutely right, Chung. It must be so. I shall seek him out at once." With that, Mato Kai made his way towards the welcoming party, eager to reunite with Kakashi. Observing this, Uchiha let out a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to send off this persistent individual. "Chung-kun, you are here too." A familiar voice called from behind. Uchiha Makoto turned to glance back and beheld Uchiha Ryosuke approaching, leading a young girl by the hand, accompanied by his mother, Uchiha Hazuki. "Ryosuke-kun, I happen to be free of any tasks, so I thought I would come and see you," Uchiha Makoto remarked with a smile. "Hello, Izumi and Hazuki. Makoto and I." Uchiha Izumi affectionately walked up to Uchiha Makoto's side. Uchiha Makoto smiled gently as he ruffled the hair of Uchiha Izumi. At the gates of Konoha, the villagers warmly welcomed their hero's return. Meanwhile, on the other side, Orochimaru, another significant figure in the Third Great Ninja War, found himself in a dimly lit, damp underground chamber. Suddenly, the door to the basement creaked open, yet Orochimaru remained oblivious, his hands deftly wielding surgical pliers over the experiment table, his focus unwavering. An elderly man, whose head and right arm were bandaged, entered the basement. It was Shimura Danzo, the advisor to the Hokage. 2 Umbu shinobi, adorned with animal masks, followed closely behind him, each bearing a heavy sack over their shoulders. Upon Danzo's signal, the Umbu ninjas dropped the sacks onto the floor before retreating, leaving only Danzo and Orochimaru in the dimly lit room. Observing Orochimaru, who was engrossed in his experiments, Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone, "Orochimaru, you must be aware that the decision regarding the fourth Hokage is imminent. How can you still afford to remain here at such a crucial time?" Orochimaru paused momentarily, then resumed his work, responding languidly, "Isn't Lord Sarutobi still indecisive between me and Minato-kun? Are you not aware of the third's thoughts?" Danzo snorted derisively. "Compared to someone like you, who can grasp real power upon ascending, the shallow-rooted Minato is evidently easier to manipulate as the fourth Hokage. He simply cannot bear to relinquish the title of Hokage. You are the most suitable candidate for the position. This consensus has long been established among us higher-ups. Minato, until now, posed no threat to your standing. However, during this war, he has achieved considerable merit and gained significant prestige among the Jonin. You would do well to exercise caution." Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, "Even if Jiraiya is a failure, he does have an eye for disciples." Danzo, incensed by Orochimaru's demeanor, retorted, "Recently, unfavorable rumors have circulated throughout the village, alleging that you sacrificed numerous shinobi for a swift victory. Moreover, if your human experimentation were to be exposed, your reputation would suffer irreparable damage. It seems the third has also received some information, so it would be wise for you to temper your actions. From this day forth, I shall no longer provide you with test subjects. It is in your best interest to keep our arrangement concealed." After Danzo departed the basement, Orochimaru continued his experiments. Suddenly, his surgical pliers trembled, and blood gushed from the subject on the table. At that moment, he set down the pliers and walked towards the two sacks resting by the entrance. Under the flickering yellow light, his pale face, smeared with blood, appeared utterly sinister. At the Konoha cemetery, a large gathering of leaf ninjas assembled, including Uchiha Makoto. Just 3 days after the return of Namikaze Minato, the fallen shinobi were laid to rest, and the memorial stone bore yet another set of names. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, the village held another memorial service. People gathered to pay their respects to their loved ones resting in the graves. Once the memorial concluded, Uchiha Makoto felt a tinge of melancholy. Had it not been for the successful synthesis of resurrection armor, his name would have been etched upon the memorial stone during the last service. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Makoto made his way home. After taking a brief respite at home, Uchiha Makoto resumed his training outdoors. However, shortly after he stepped out of the clan's territory and entered a narrow alley, he abruptly came to a halt. Uchiha Makoto gazed ahead with a vigilant expression, demanding, "Who is it? Step forward." Suddenly, a ninja clad in a trench coat and donning an animal mask materialized before him. "Uchiha Makoto, by the order of the third Hokage, you are to proceed immediately to the Hokage's office." The mention of the third Hokage's command caused Uchiha Makoto to furrow his brow slightly. He nodded and replied, "Understood, I shall go at once." As soon as Uchiha Makoto's words fell, the Umbu ninja vanished before his eyes. It seemed that the leisurely days had come to an end. Uchiha Makoto sighed inwardly and promptly adjusted his course towards the Hokage building. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the door of the Hokage's office. He gently knocked and announced, "Lord Third, Uchiha Makoto reporting in." "Come in," came the voice of the third Hokage from within. With a gentle push, Uchiha Makoto entered the room, a flicker of surprise gracing his features as he beheld not only the venerable third Hokage but also the esteemed Namikaze Minato within the Hokage's sanctum. "Lord Third," Uchiha Makoto intoned, offering a respectful bow to the aged leader before turning his gaze towards the fourth Hokage. "Minato-senpai." A warm smile radiated from Namikaze Minato as he inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Makoto." The third Hokage's voice resonated with authority as he addressed the young Uchiha. "Uchiha Makoto, I have summoned you to assist Minato in the execution of a paramount mission, classified as an S-rank endeavor. Current objective, accomplish your inaugural S-rank mission." As the third Hokage's words lingered in the air, a notification materialized within Uchiha Makoto's field of vision, a digital prompt from the system. "Understood, Lord Hokage." Uchiha Makoto responded with deference, a sense of gravity settling within him. After a period of relative tranquility, he was immediately thrust into an S-rank mission, and one undertaken alongside Namikaze Minato no less, a clear indication of the task's formidable complexity. The third Hokage continued, "Minato will elucidate the specifics of the mission. You are to make preparations forthwith and commence your operation before noon. Uchiha Makoto and Minato Namikaze departed from the Hokage's office. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Minato turned to Makoto and said, "Makoto-kun, I must summon the others. Let us convene at the gates of Konoha in half an hour." "Understood, Minato-senpai." Makoto replied with a nod before parting ways. He hastened home, briefly notifying Uchiha Reika, and then returned to his room to prepare. Kunai, shuriken, wire, explosive tags, and sealing scrolls were all meticulously arranged and ready. Uchiha Chang meticulously prepared all his ninja tools, subsequently placing the spare equipment into the system's built-in backpack space. He then slung on a backpack containing a change of clothes and secured the heavenly sword at his waist before departing the room. "Mother, I am heading out." As Uchiha Sei changed his shoes at the entrance, he called out towards the living room. "Sei-chan, wait a moment." A flurry of footsteps approached, and Uchiha Renka, clutching a small fabric bag, hurried to stand before Uchiha Sei. "This is your bento. You should eat it on the way." "There's no need for that. I can hunt along the way or eat soldiers' rations instead," Uchiha Sei replied with a sheepish smile. "Really? Would those things be as delicious as the rice balls made by Mom?" Uchiha Rinka's gaze held an undeniable conviction. Of course not. Hearing that his mother had only prepared rice balls, Uchiha Sei sighed with relief and quickly accepted the bento. "Well, I'm off now. Come back early," Uchiha Rinka said. Watching Uchiha Sei's retreating figure, her eyes filled with concern. She understood that they were in a time of war, and her son had recently been promoted to Jonin. His current demeanor suggested he was embarking on a mission of significant import. "Don't worry, I'll bring back my dirty clothes for you to wash," Uchiha Sei said with a cheerful wave. "Those clothes will be reeking by then, you naughty boy," Uchiha Rinka scolded lightly. Yet seeing Uchiha Sei still had the spirit to joke brought her some solace. As Uchiha Makoto arrived at the gates of Konoha, Minato Namikaze had yet to make his appearance. He registered with the sentinels and then awaited the arrival of Minato. Approximately 10 minutes later, Minato finally reached the entrance, accompanied by 4 others. 3 were clad in the armor of elite shinobi, while a middle-aged man was dressed in plain attire. Were it not for the forehead protector he wore, Uchiha Makoto might have mistaken him for a mere cook, for the man bore a large pot strapped to his back. 5 elite shinobi in total? It seemed this mission was indeed formidable. Although Uchiha Makoto had mentally prepared himself for an S-rank task, the sight of not only Minato but also 3 elite shinobi and the peculiar ninja heightened his vigilance. With everyone present, introductions commenced. "I am Minato Namikaze, the captain of this mission, proficient in the body flicker technique," Minato said with a smile. "I am Watanabe Jairu, an elite shinobi skilled in wind release." "Sakamoto Inazawa, elite shinobi, adept in lightning release," said another. "Ogawa-do, elite shinobi, specializing in water release." "I am Uchiha Makoto, elite shinobi, proficient in the Leaf Village sword technique." As Uchiha Makoto introduced himself, the attention of the 3 elite shinobi was firmly fixed upon him, or rather, upon the clan emblem emblazoned on his left shoulder. After all, Uchiha Makoto appeared significantly younger than them, and it was quite surprising that someone so youthful had already attained the rank of Jonin. Subsequently, it was the turn of the middle-aged ninja burdened with a large pot. Noticing the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, he scratched the back of his head, and a bashful smile spread across his honest face. I am Marahoshi Kogen, a genin, skilled in culinary arts and tracking." Marahoshi Kogen? Upon hearing the name Uchiha Seiji, one cannot help but recall that he is the perennial genin. However, his true prowess is not to be underestimated. Among the remaining 3 jonin, Sakamoto Izawa, in his 20s, is an elite who participated in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain alongside Orochimaru. Upon learning that a mere genin would accompany them, his expression soured considerably. After all, they were tasked with an S-rank mission, and having someone who could potentially hinder the team would undoubtedly escalate the risk of failure. Even though Marahoshi Kogitsu claimed that Seiji excelled in tracking, one must question the tracking capabilities of a lowly genin. Every S-rank mission pertains to the safety of the village, and the associated dangers are exceedingly high. Should they falter, not only would their own safety be compromised, but the repercussions of a failed mission would inflict irrevocable damage upon the village, an ordeal far beyond the burden a regular ninja could bear. Reflecting on the past, even Konoha's White Fang, whose renown once eclipsed that of the legendary 3, suffered immense losses to the village due to a failed critical mission, ultimately succumbing to suicide under immense public pressure. The presence of the illustrious Minato Namikaze, known for his golden flash, accompanying them underscores the mission's significance. Sakamoto Izawa finds it utterly incomprehensible that the village would dispatch the newly minted jonin Uchiha Seiji. While the Uchiha clan's reputation is formidable, Izawa had never previously heard of the prodigious ninja named Uchiha Seiji among their ranks. Uchiha Makoto possesses little renown, his abilities evidently unremarkable. Moreover, considering his participation in the Kaiki Mountain battle, Sakamoto and Nazawa believes that Makoto merely survived the final Luran ambush mission by sheer chance. Nonetheless, while Makoto may be lacking, at least he holds the rank of Jonin. However, Maruhoshi Kosuka's presence is absurd. How can a mere Jonin participate in an S-rank mission? In Sakamoto's view, this S-rank task should be undertaken solely by seasoned Jonin, complemented by the extraordinary prowess of Namikaze Minato. Although Sakamoto understands that the village would not intentionally send a Jonin to hinder their progress, his expression grew increasingly grim. Yet, out of a desire to avoid internal discord, he refrained from voicing his doubts directly. The other two Jonin, Watanabe Jur and Ogata D, both in their 40s and veteran Jonin, were well aware of Kosuka's past achievements and held no contempt for him. After a round of self-introductions, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Namikaze Minato then stated, "Let us depart the village. I will disclose the specifics of our mission en route." Outside the village of Kanahagakure, within the dense forest, a party of 6 was hastily making their way forward. Minato began to elucidate the details of their assignment. Our mission entails gathering intelligence on the hidden cloud, particularly in the wake of the demise of the Third Reikage, to ascertain the internal dynamics within their ranks. The Hokage's intention is clear. Should tensions between the rock and cloud escalate, we must seize the opportunity to conclude this war. Ideally, we might discern the cloud's willingness to negotiate. A cessation of hostilities would yield the most favorable outcome, allowing us to focus our efforts on the hidden stone. Presently, the cloud's forces are fully withdrawn, with some remaining in the northern region of the Land of Rice. Thus, we must traverse the Land of Rice, at the very least to ascertain the military strength and deployment of the cloud forces, to preclude any potential resurgence of an offensive against Konoha. In the absence of diplomatic engagement with the cloud, we must create chaos and delay, preventing a resurgence of a dual-front assault. As Minato concluded the mission briefing, Uchiha Makoto's demeanor turned grave. While the task at hand was singular, the undertakings it entailed were manifold. To gauge the cloud's inclination towards negotiations with Konoha, contact with their higher-ups would be necessary. However, given that both villages remained at war, a failed negotiation could pose a lethal threat. No wonder Minato had been dispatched. Should the cloud be amenable to discussions, it would be ideal. If they were not, trouble would need to be instigated. Unlike the others, Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to traverse effortlessly. Uchiha Makoto was perplexed by the meaning behind the third Hokage's intentions. Was it not the most prudent decision to send only Minato and Namikaze on this mission? Or perhaps they were merely expendable pawns, to be discarded when deemed necessary. Although it was highly unlikely that Minato would abandon them, the tides of battle could shift unexpectedly. Apart from their own prowess, none could guarantee their safety. After 2 days of relentless marching, the small team to which Uchiha Makoto belonged arrived at the northern border of the Land of Fire. As evening fell, they set up camp on a flat expanse of grass. The 6 of them gathered around a rudimentary stone stove, upon which rested a large pot filled with a fragrant fish stew. Murasaki Cookie-Eye periodically added seasonings and wild vegetables and mushrooms he had foraged from the forest. "Cookie-Eye senpai, your culinary skills rival those of any renowned chef," exclaimed Uchiha Makoto, savoring the delicious broth and tender fish. "It's merely a hodgepodge. If you enjoy it, then indulge." Cookie-Eye replied with a sheepish grin, glancing at Sakamoto Izawa, who sat nearby, staring vacantly at his empty bowl. "Izawa-kun, would you like another bowl?" "Aye." Sakamoto hesitated, inhaling the enticing aroma of the stew. Eventually, he lowered his head and extended his bowl toward Cookie-Eye. "Yes, please." Over the past 2 days, Sakamoto had felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing Watanabe Jiro and Ogata do speak of Cookie-Eye's exploits, especially recalling his earlier disrespectful remarks. "Hey, Izawa, didn't you say that for the sake of stealth, ninjas should avoid making fires and cooking? Aren't you supposed to only eat soldier pills?" teased Watanabe and Ogata, noticing the change in Sakamoto's demeanor. "Indeed, who was it that claimed they would never take a sip of fish stew? And now you've downed 3 bowls?" They continued, laughing. "Enough already. Haven't we yet departed from the Land of Fire? Can't we enjoy a final warm meal?" Sakamoto retorted, flustered. "I caught this fish myself." Laughter erupted around the campfire, filled with exclamations of delight. "Delicious. Exquisite." Watanabe and Ogata exchanged amused glances, clinking their bowls together. Minato observed the team dynamics improve significantly after 3 days of brief acclimation, feeling a sense of reassurance. Soon, they would leave the borders of the Land of Fire, facing the true specter of life and death. A harmonious team would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success, having brought them this far. He was determined that none would be left behind. As night deepened, Kuki-eye and Uchiha Makoto took the first watch. They sat by the crackling campfire, engaged in quiet conversation. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the stillness, reverberating ominously within Makoto's mind. It was a warning from Warwick. The expression on Uchiha Chang's face shifted dramatically as he activated his skill, Blood Hunt. Before him materialized a vivid scene. 9 ninjas adorned with the headbands of the hidden cloud formed a semicircle, encircling them. The distance between them was approximately 200 meters, a range typically undetectable by ordinary ninjas. However, it was evident that the opposing team included sensory-type ninjas. Otherwise, they could not have located them in the dense, verdant forest. Moreover, they had deftly avoided the rudimentary warning traps they had set. "Shung, what is the matter?" Maruhoshi Koji observed Uchiha Chang's sudden change in demeanor with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing," Uchiha Chang replied with a smile. He recalled that there were sensory-type ninjas among the enemy ranks, yet he remained unaware of their specific type. Sounding an alarm now might inadvertently allow the adversaries to escape. Their team included the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Should the enemy approach, none would elude capture. As soon as the enemy drew nearer, Minato's prowess would undoubtedly detect them, negating the need for his warning. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Chang discreetly signaled Maruhoshi Koji with a glance, his eyes darting subtly. Maruhoshi Koji promptly grasped the situation, his gaze shifting slightly, though he discerned no overt anomalies. "By the way, Koji-senpai, what year did you become a genin?" Uchiha Chang inquired nonchalantly, scratching his cheek with his left hand while his right seemingly idly rested in his left palm. Subsequently, his right hand swiftly traced a circle in his left palm before flipping it over. Maruhoshi Koji immediately deciphered Uchiha Chang's covert signal and replied, "I'm over 40. It's hard to recall such specifics. It has been quite some time. Jairu and Do are a few years my juniors. Should we inquire with them?" As he spoke, Maruhoshi Koji returned Uchiha Chang's glance with a knowing look. Uchiha Makoto shook his head, saying, "It's merely a casual inquiry. There's no need to bother the 2 esteemed seniors over such trivial matters." "Is that so?" chuckled Murakusan Gujiya. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto continued to unleash his blood pursuit technique, and through his gaze, he noticed that the enemy had halted approximately 50 meters away from them. "By the way, Senior Gujiya, shall we depart at noon tomorrow, or at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, or 10 o'clock?" Uchiha Makoto suddenly inquired. "What do you think?" Murakusan Gujiya replied with a smile. "If it were up to me, I would choose 6, 9, and 10. Uchiha Makoto narrowed his eyes. "So, are you leaving the rest for me to select? Is that your final decision?" Murakusan Gujiya frowned and said, "Then I'll choose 12, 1, and 2. But what about the remaining options?" "Leave that to me." A voice suddenly resonated from within the tent. "Make your move." Uchiha Makoto's lips moved slightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he activated his Sharingan. Almost simultaneously, he drew the heavenly sword, and his chakra erupted, propelling him toward the southwest. Meanwhile, Murakusan Gujiya swiftly charged toward the north, where 12 o'clock lay. In that instant, as both of them commenced their actions, the enemy finally realized they had been exposed. Wind release, vacuum sword. Uchiha Chang swung the heavenly sword fiercely ahead, unleashing a multitude of slender wind blades that shot forth with great intensity, effortlessly felling a vast expanse of towering trees. At that moment, 3 successive, chilling cries echoed from the east. How swift! Uchiha Seijin was taken aback, realizing that it was Minato Namikaze who had intervened. He had yet to engage the enemy directly, while the battle on the other side had already reached its conclusion. Lightning release, Earth Walk. Upon discovering their exposure, the ninjas of Kumogakure swiftly retaliated, hastily employing their jutsu. Several bolts of lightning surged along the ground towards Uchiha Seijin. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Uchiha Makoto leaped into the air. However, 2 ninjas from the hidden cloud, armed with ninja swords, flanked him from either side. Just as they were about to strike, Uchiha Makoto swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone beside him. The shadow clone crossed its arms and positioned itself horizontally in the air, allowing Uchiha Makoto to use it as a springboard. With a powerful kick against the clone, he propelled himself upward, evading the combined assault of the 2 cloud ninjas. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals once more. Wind release, Great breakthrough. A fierce gale surged toward the distant cloud ninjas, preventing them from providing support. As Uchiha Makoto descended from his elevated position, he adhered his feet to a towering tree and brandished his Tenyu sword. Konohari Kenjutsu, Dance of the Three Moons. Three identical Uchiha Makotos emerged in the air, simultaneously launching an attack on the descending cloud ninjas. Noticing this, both ninjas unleashed a lightning technique against Uchiha Makoto. Being proficient in swordsmanship themselves, the cloud ninjas were well aware of the Konoha-style sword technique, understanding that the true body would conceal itself among the three clones. They believed that simultaneous attacks would suffice to strike down the real one. However, as their lightning strikes reached Uchiha Makoto, all three figures vanished simultaneously. This is bad. The expressions of the two cloud ninjas changed dramatically, but it was already too late. Two glimmers of cold light flashed by, and terror filled their eyes as they clutched their throats and collapsed. When Uchiha Makoto turned his gaze toward the last remaining ninja, the foe had already fled beyond his line of sight. Yet, they had not escaped the reach of his blood hunt ability. Especially since the opponent had sustained minor injuries from his earlier attack, the effects of blood hunt were markedly enhanced. When selecting his targets, Uchiha Makoto had deliberately chosen the direction of the sensing-type ninja. As for the wind release technique, he had just unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough. It served not only to buy time, but also to intentionally allow one enemy to escape. Makoto, there's still one more enemy. In an instant, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared before Uchiha Makoto. So swift, Uchiha Chung was taken aback upon seeing Namikaze Minato, immediately lowering his guard and saying, "I let him escape." Let him escape? This is troubling. At that moment, Watanabe Shiro, Sakamoto Iza, and Ogata Do also rushed over, their expressions shifting dramatically upon hearing that someone had fled. They had just awakened when Uchiha Chang, Namikaze Minato, and Marahoshi Kogai engaged in battle. However, before they could take action, the three had already resolved the conflict. The fact that one had escaped posed a significant problem. Let him escape? Chung, you did that intentionally. Minato quickly grasped the implications of Uchiha Chang's words. He had already awakened when the enemy triggered the kunai hidden in his trap. However, compared to Uchiha Chung, who had first detected the enemy, he felt somewhat inadequate. Realizing this, Minato expressed his astonishment. Chung, you possess sensory abilities? Indeed, Uchiha Chung nodded. Throughout various wars and missions, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village had never willingly surrendered. Even when subjected to torture, captured ninjas remained tight-lipped about their secrets. Many who were captured resorted to suicide before their memories could be searched, rendering the capture of live prisoners largely futile. Then you have a method to track the fleeing ninja, allowing him to lead us to the others from the hidden cloud, Minato said, his admiration for Uchiha Chung evident. When Minato had used the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate, upon catching sight of the hidden cloud headband, he had not considered leaving a survivor. Firstly, he was not adept at interrogation. Secondly, extracting information from the hidden cloud ninjas proved exceedingly difficult. Moreover, this was a covert mission that could not afford exposure. However, Minato could not help but regard Uchiha Chang, a descendant of the Uchiha clan, with newfound respect for his ability to think so thoroughly in such a short time. Shall we track him now? Sakamoto Iza, also impressed by the newly appointed Jonin, inquired. No. Uchiha Chang shook his head. The adversary was also a sensory-type ninja. Given their team included such a ninja, it was evident that their numbers exceeded the 9 who had attacked them today. This was likely merely a reconnaissance unit that had stumbled upon their camp and launched a surprise attack. If they pursued immediately, they risked detection. Furthermore, although the enemy had successfully fled, they might realize they had been intentionally let go. Chung speculated the chances of this were slim. Yet caution was warranted to avoid falling into a trap. My suggestion is to wait an hour before tracking them, allowing the enemy to lower their guard, thus providing an opportunity to locate their main base. HM, why are you all looking at me like that? After a thorough analysis, Uchiha Seiichi noticed that Watanabe Jiru, Sakamoto Izawa, and Ogata Do were all gazing at him in astonishment. However, after an hour of pursuit, the enemy could flee 100 miles away. If they sprinted with all their might, the distance would be even greater. Surely, even with the Byakugan, tracking such a distance would be impossible. Watanabe Jiru, perplexed, inquired whether Uchiha Seiichi possessed a unique method to track the enemy. He pondered how Uchiha Seiichi could possibly follow foes over such vast expanses, considering that both the Byakugan and ordinary sensory ninjutsu would fail beyond a certain range. Indeed, my summoning beast has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. As long as I remember the enemy's scent, I can track them even if they are 100 or 200 miles away, Uchiha Seiichi explained. As he spoke, he approached the spot where the cloud-hidden sensory ninja had been injured, retrieving a small glass vial from his backpack to collect the bloodstains from the leaves. According to Warwick's request, he would release Warwick for exercise whenever he had the opportunity. He had learned that as long as he possessed the enemy's blood, Warwick's effective tracking range could extend to 500 miles. This was beyond the scope of Uchiha Seiichi's own sensory capabilities. As for the matter of exposing Warwick, it was merely a matter of time. Now that he was a Genin, the tasks he undertook would increasingly demand assistance from Warwick. So revealing him sooner rather than later was inconsequential. In the ninja world, there were numerous peculiar summoning beasts with formidable tracking abilities. The origins of a summoning beast were less significant. Everyone had their share of adventures. An auxiliary-type summoning beast would not attract excessive attention, nor would it raise suspicions against him. While it might not be entirely beneficial for the higher-ups to take notice, it was not entirely detrimental either. Seiichi, you must have devised a strategy upon realizing that there were sensory ninjas among the enemies, even considering the capabilities of your summoning beast, correct? Even the formidable Namikaze Minato was astonished by Uchiha Seiichi's intellect. Uchiha Seiichi's ability to respond in the moment surpassed that of the majority of ninjas, and more importantly, he was only 15 years old. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha. In such a brief span, you have managed to conceive so much? I truly underestimated you before, remarked Sakamoto Aizawa, now thoroughly impressed by Uchiha Seiichi. It's nothing. Uchiha Seiichi replied with a smile to Sakamoto Aizawa's praise. After all, he had watched hundreds of episodes of detective stories before his reincarnation, and his deductive abilities were not insignificant. Then let us proceed as Seiichi suggests. Namikaze Minato fully endorsed Uchiha Seiichi's proposal but added, if you track down the enemy and discover a large number of invading ninjas, do not engage. Leave that to me. Understood. Uchiha Makoto and others replied in unison. Though it was but a fleeting moment, upon witnessing the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Makoto immediately recognized the vast disparity in strength between them. A chasm that was insurmountable. While his own prowess was commendable among the elite Jonin, encountering someone of Minato's caliber was akin to measuring with a different standard altogether. In the face of formidable adversaries, he would gladly welcome Minato's intervention. At times, merely avoiding being a hindrance is the epitome of teamwork, with a battle plan already established. The scheduled rest for Uchiha Makoto and Maruxin Kogai was naturally rendered moot. Nevertheless, an hour was still sufficient for Uchiha Makoto to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Summoning technique. Uchiha Makoto bit his finger, allowing his blood to stain the palm of his left hand, and then proceeded to perform a dramatic series of hand seals. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. From the mist, Warwick's colossal form gradually materialized. Honored master, I heed your command. Warwick's voice resonated with reverence as he knelt on one knee. The sudden appearance of Warwick left Sakamoto Aizawa and others momentarily stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a support-type summoning creature? Typically, support-type summoning beasts are characterized by their acute sense of smell or special tracking abilities, possessing limited combat prowess and smaller sizes for ease of concealment and pursuit. However, the summoning beast summoned by Uchiha Makoto appeared to be anything but weak. Its dark green skin exuded a peculiar metallic sheen, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. Its talons, encased in a gleaming black metal, and its robust limbs conveyed an unmistakable strength. This summoning beast emanated a chilling and powerful aura. Its nearly 10-meter height clearly belied Uchiha Makoto's claim of it being merely a support-type creature. Rise, Uchiha Makoto commanded, observing Warwick's subservient demeanor as he nodded slightly. He then produced a small vial containing the blood of a hidden cloud ninja from his pocket and tossed it to Warwick. I require your assistance in tracking this individual. Yes, my master, Warwick replied, extending his forelimb to grasp the vial with two of his talons before tossing it into his mouth with a crisp crunch. With a swift motion, Warwick consumed the vial, and the crimson glow in his eyes intensified. His nostrils flared, and in an instant, he vanished from view. The abrupt disappearance of Warwick startled everyone present, particularly Minato Namikaze, whose gaze towards Uchiha Makoto transformed into one of newfound respect. The summoning beast of Uchiha Makoto possesses a speed so remarkable that when it vanished moments ago, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, barely had time to react. Such a colossal creature, endowed with such swiftness, is something he has never encountered before. Is this what you refer to as an auxiliary summoning beast? Sakamoto Inazuwa mused, his muscles twitching at Warwick's elusive speed. Indeed, aside from its remarkable speed and decent strength, Warwick excels primarily in tracking, Uchiha Makoto affirmed with a nod. Sakamoto Inazuwa found himself at a loss for words. Was that merely a little? Previously, he had underestimated the relatively inexperienced Uchiha Makoto, assuming his promotion to Jonin was chiefly due to the Uchiha clan's renown. Yet now, it appeared that he could hardly contend with Uchiha Makoto's summoning beast alone. Moreover, during the recent skirmish, the individual he had deemed a mere genin, Maruhoshi Kyukiai, had unleashed astonishing power. In light of this, it seemed that among the six-member team, the weakest was, in fact, himself. In a dense forest located at the northwestern border of the Land of Fire, a group of 6 was concealed within the underbrush. Uchiha Chung closed his eyes, feigning a state of perception, while in truth, he was employing his bloodhound ability to ascertain the number of enemies present. He could now sense adversaries within a 5-mile radius through this technique, yet his chakra reserves were insufficient for extravagant use. Upon witnessing Uchiha Cheng's eyes open, Wolfing Shuimin inquired, "Chung, what is the matter? Have you determined the number of enemies?" Chung nodded, indicating that, including the lone cloud ninja who had fled here, there were only 4 in total. Sakamoto Izawa remarked, "Only 4? That makes them manageable." However, before his words could settle, Uchiha Cheng's expression turned grave as he shook his head. "No, quite the opposite. Were it not for your presence, Senior Watergate, I would suggest we leave immediately. While the enemies remain unaware of our presence." "What do you mean? Could it be?" Sakamoto Izawa's countenance changed, as if a realization dawned upon him. Among the 4, 2 possess exceptionally potent chakra, one of which is so formidable that it could be described as hundreds, if not thousands, of times more powerful than mine. "I have never sensed such overwhelming chakra before," Uchiha Chung declared, eliciting shock among the group. "How can this be? Could it be that the cloud has?" Wolfing Shuimin's face darkened as he spoke slowly. "It is a Jinchuriki." "A Jinchuriki? How is that possible? Has the cloud dispatched a Jinchuriki to ambush Konoha?" "Lord Watergate, what should we do now? Should we immediately return to the village and inform the higher-ups? Is the cloud truly prepared to stake everything against Konoha?" Wolfing Shuimin's words sent a wave of alarm through the group. Yet all present were seasoned shinobi who had experienced the ravages of war, compelling them to regain their composure swiftly. However, the reality remained that a Jinchuriki was indeed an ultimate weapon in the world of ninja. The prospect of the cloud bringing a Jinchuriki into the Land of Fire implied a willingness to engage Konoha in a desperate and unyielding battle. As this thought settled in their minds, a heavy dread enveloped them. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto's heart raced with trepidation, for it was highly likely that he faced the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Were it not for the presence of Namikaze Minato, he would have had no choice but to summon Warwick for an escape. At this juncture, he found himself ill-equipped to confront a Jinchuriki. Among those present, it was Namikaze Minato who appeared most astonished. He waved his hand and, with a grave expression, said, "Let us not rush. We should ascertain the situation first." Suddenly, Minato's countenance changed, and he exclaimed, "Be cautious. Scatter." Those dispatched for the mission were not weaklings. Their reactions were swift. No sooner had Minato issued his warning than Uchiha Makoto and the others quickly retreated. A thunderous explosion ensued, leaving a massive crater at their previous location. As Uchiha Makoto and his companions steadied themselves amidst the explosion's shockwave, a group of 4 emerged before them, among whom was the sensory ninja from the hidden cloud they had been pursuing. Upon recognizing the 2 leaders of the opposing team, Makoto's expression shifted dramatically. "Killer B and EI, is it? Everyone, stand down. I shall confront them." With that, Minato Namikaze retrieved his cherished kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them into the surroundings. The ground and surrounding trees were soon adorned with his specially crafted kunai, shimmering with the brilliance of Konoha's golden flash. "Minato Namikaze, it seems this plan is doomed to fail," EI mused, a sense of foreboding settling within him as silver lightning chakra enveloped his being. Without further ado, both sides engaged in combat. EI transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Minato, raising his iron fist. In the same instant that EI vanished, Minato launched a specially crafted kunai skyward. As EI approached, Minato deftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to the kunai lodged in a tree. Witnessing Minato's sudden disappearance, EI was taken aback. How could he evade my ultimate speed? Just as EI's figure surpassed the kunai's position, Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing mid-air to grasp the kunai and thrust it toward EI's back. Just as Minato was about to land a decisive blow, a massive octopus tentacle unexpectedly intercepted him, covered in suction cups the size of fists. With a swift reaction, Minato severed the tentacle with his kunai just as it was poised to strike. Simultaneously, he pressed his right hand against the tentacle, inscribing a dark, arcane seal upon it. Seizing the opportunity, EI evaded Minato's attack and swiftly returned to Killer Bee's side. Observing the severed tentacle, he inquired, "My apologies, B, I was careless. Are you unscathed?" EI's expression turned grave, the earlier levity dissipating. Although he had heard of Minato's moniker, the Golden Flash, he had mastered the lightning release chakra mode of the hidden cloud, matching anyone in speed. Yet, he had narrowly avoided disaster this time. Despite the lightning release chakra providing both offensive and defensive capabilities, it was evident that a ninja of Minato's caliber possessed means to breach defenses. Had he been struck earlier, it could have led to dire consequences. Could it be the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Watanabe Jiru gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the octopus tentacles emanating from Killer Bee. The hidden cloud boasted two Jinchuriki facing the Eight Tails, renowned as the perfect Jinchuriki and second only to the Nine Tails in strength. Their combat prowess seemed insignificant. However, seeing Minato's calm demeanor instilled a modicum of reassurance in Watanabe. As an onlooker, Uchiha Makoto activated his Sharingan at the earliest opportunity. Yet, even with the power of the Sharingan granting him superior dynamic vision, EI's speed surpassed his expectations, revealing only a fleeting afterimage. Such velocity in combat rendered Makoto vulnerable, likely to fall into a state of inertia before he could even raise a hand in defense. Nonetheless, EI's unmatched speed equated to a continuous sprint, while Minato's Flying Thunder God technique resembled an instantaneous teleportation. The former's speed would eventually be matched as Makoto's strength grew, but without a special countermeasure against the latter. He found himself at a disadvantage. What truly astonished Uchiha Makoto, however, was not the Flying Thunder God technique itself, but rather Minato's reaction speed. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely have believed it. Minato, lacking the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, managed to evade EI's assault while simultaneously launching a counterattack solely through extraordinary reflexes. Uchiha Makoto was unaware of the extent of his reflexes. Almost the instant he perceived the afterimage, Minato Namikaze hurled a kunai, subsequently executing two consecutive teleportations in less than a second. Uchiha Makoto pondered that even if he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in his current state, he would only be able to utilize it for a singular transfer. It would be impossible to execute two transfers within such a constrained time frame while simultaneously launching a precise attack. Moreover, the surprise assault from Killer Bee had been swiftly countered by Minato Namikaze, who reacted in an instant. The true terror of Minato did not lie in the velocity of his Flying Thunder God technique, but rather in his astonishing reflexes, which were truly formidable. What is crucial to note is that this extraordinary ability was not a mere gift of bloodline or ocular technique. A sudden thought surfaced in the mind of Uchiha Makoto. I recall that the Hidden Cloud had temporarily ceased hostilities with Konoha, though it was merely a verbal agreement. Did you secretly infiltrate the Land of Fire with the intention of reigniting conflict with Konoha? Seizing the moment of lull in battle, Minato Namikaze turned to inquire of Kurabi and a scoffed. Having narrowly avoided a mishap due to a moment's carelessness, he was now fully alert. The body flicker technique should only allow movement to the locations of kunai. By memorizing all kunai positions, one could counterattack the instant he transferred. With this thought, O was infused with lightning chakra, erupting forth to assault Minato once more. In the very moment A launched his attack, Minato vanished once again. Yet this time, he did not relocate to any kunai's position. Instead, he materialized behind Kurabi, brandishing a specially crafted kunai aimed at the back of Kurabi's head. Be careful, Bai. Almost simultaneously with Minato's appearance, the Eight Tails within Kurabi issued a warning. However, Kurabi could only hastily position his ninja blade behind him, inadvertently directing it towards his abdomen as Minato manifested. What is this? The seal of the body flicker technique had been left on the Eight Tails tentacle. The two accompanying cloud ninjas were taken aback, yet dared not act recklessly. Was it when he severed the tentacle moments ago? How infuriating. A's expression darkened considerably. Kurabi, however, remained remarkably composed, even continuing to chant, acknowledging their enmity while urging swift action to pierce each other. Despite being adversaries, I hold a deep admiration for you. Your reflexes are astonishing. Minato glanced at the blade poised at his abdomen, his demeanor tranquil, confident in his ability to eliminate Kurabi without sustaining injury. Nonetheless, he appreciated Kurabi's resolve to exchange his life for a wound. Hey, you have a commendable younger brother. Minato remarked to A, who stood to the side. In a flash, Minato's form vanished once more, reappearing before Uchiha Makoto. This time, A refrained from attacking, instead returning to Kurabi's side, vigilant and prepared. Minato addressed the four of them. A. Konoha has no desire for further conflict. This is also the will of the third Hokage. I hope for peaceful coexistence between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. You may leave. We shall depart. A maintained his gaze on Minato as the four slowly retreated, not stopping until Minato disappeared from their sight. Watching the four from the Hidden Cloud depart, Minato spoke. Let us also take our leave. Lord Minato, why did you not? Sakamoto Inazawa queried, his countenance reflecting confusion. As if he hesitated to voice his thoughts, Minato smiled. You wish to ask why I did not take the opportunity to eliminate the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Sakamoto nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto aptly interjected, for had Minato slain the Jinchuriki, we would have wholly drawn the ire of the Hidden Cloud upon us. They would abandon their struggle with the Hidden Stone and resume hostilities with Konoha. Furthermore, given the enemy's earlier speed, while Minato might possess a means to contend with them, the rest of us would likely not survive once the enemy was provoked. After Uchiha Makoto's explanation, Sakamoto Izawa once again directed his gaze towards Minato Namikaze. Minato displayed an expression of admiration, nodding in agreement. Makoto's analysis is indeed insightful. What Konoha seeks now is the conclusion of war and the establishment of peace, rather than fostering new enmities with the Hidden Cloud. By sparing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, we send a message to the Hidden Cloud that, despite the numerous battles we have endured, dealing with them remains an effortless task. Today, we have discerned their movements, and our mission is essentially accomplished. Moreover, I have promised to bring all of you back safely. My Lord Minato, I fear I may have underestimated the situation, Sakamoto Izawa said, his face betraying a hint of remorse. Minato chuckled lightly. Let us return to the village and report this matter to the third Hokage. We have conveyed Konoha's intentions. Now we shall await the response from the Hidden Cloud. The conclusion of the mission took Uchiha Makoto by surprise. It appeared to have ended rather effortlessly, yet the inherent risks of this task were exceedingly high. It was only due to the unwavering reliability of Minato Namikaze as a teammate that they could achieve such a seamless victory. The journey there had been marked by a sense of anticipation, while the return was characterized by a swift eagerness. 2 days later, Uchiha Makoto and his companions returned to Konoha unscathed, following Minato. They proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower to report to the third Hokage. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Minato recounted the events of the mission to the third Hokage, who nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Minato, you and your team have performed exceptionally well. It is all thanks to Senior Minato, Uchiha Makoto thought, feeling a sense of ease, as he had contributed little beyond tracking and guiding. Makoto, I recall you have only recently been promoted to Jonin, yet your performance this time was commendable, the third Hokage said. A look of approval gracing his features as he reviewed the mission records, somewhat surprised by Uchiha Makoto's contributions. Uchiha Chung humbly smiled and remarked, Lord Third, you flatter me. Originally, the third Hokage had assigned him to accompany Minato on this mission due to a shortage of Jonin in the village and his satisfactory performance. To everyone's surprise, Uchiha Cheng's execution of the task was nothing short of astonishing. Minato recorded his commendations in the mission logs, which further elevated the third Hokage's regard for him. You may proceed to collect your mission rewards. Minato will remain. The third Hokage nodded, handing over the completion certificate to Uchiha Chung and his companions. Upon receiving the completion certificate, Uchiha Cheng's system panel immediately displayed the task completion information. Current task: 1. Complete the first S-rank mission. 11. Completed. Reward: 1. Acquire special skills Path of Infinity and Windsword technique. After the 5 departed, the third Hokage turned to Minato and inquired, Minato, do you have any suggestions regarding Uchiha Cheng's future arrangements? Lord Third, I believe Uchiha Cheng is worthy of focused development. I recommend he be inducted into the Umbu. Given his qualities, he could competently serve as a squad leader. However, this matter can be postponed until after the war. The battlefield, though brutal, is an excellent crucible for nurturing talent, Minato replied earnestly, clearly having considered the matter carefully. The third Hokage pondered momentarily before nodding. Minato, your considerations are thorough. In that case, he will not be dispatched to the Hidden Mist battlefield. Henceforth, Uchiha Chung will serve under you, and you shall deploy him during wartime. As for his entry into the Umbu, that decision will rest with you. Yes, Lord Third, Minato replied with a solemn expression, bowing respectfully. Fully aware of the third Hokage's implications, he understood the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Cheng's clan being sent to the hidden mist battlefield and had voiced his objections. But at that time, his influence was insufficient to sway the higher-ups. Whether due to his personal friendship with Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Cheng's remarkable abilities, Minato was determined to cultivate him carefully. The reward for this S-rank mission was a staggering 30 million ryo. And Uchiha Cheng and his team initially planned to take only a token share, having essentially cruised through the mission, with the critical combat entrusted to Minato. However, under Minato's strong insistence, each of the 5 received 3 million ryo. This mission was relatively uneventful. I, along with Jiro and Du, planned to unwind with a drink. Gyuk, would you join us? Sakamoto I suggested as they exited the Hokage building, turning to the departing Maru Star Gyuk. This mission had allowed him to witness Gyuk's prowess, and having heard tales of his exploits, he no longer underestimated him. Me? Maru Star Gyuk began to decline, but Sakamoto Eyes grasped his arm, urging, "It's a rare chance to relax. Will Lord Minato join us? I've heard the new izakaya has exquisite dishes and exceptional service. There won't be any new missions for the next few days. Let us drink through the night." Drink? Minato paused momentarily, shaking his head and chuckling awkwardly. "I need to return home and inform Kushina. Otherwise, she'll be upset if she finds out I returned to the village and didn't come home. While drinking with you shouldn't be a problem, staying out all night is definitely out of the question." Even Lord Minato, with such prowess, fears his wife? Sakamoto Eyes said, astonished, his expression peculiar. Ha ha ha. Minato scratched his head and laughed. In contrast to his usual serious and dependable demeanor, he appeared more approachable, perhaps evoking a sense of camaraderie. "Ice, what are you so proud of? I watched you grow up. Do you think I don't know you? Who was it that got kicked out of their house for staying out all night and crashed at mine for 2 days? Watanabe Jiro interjected aptly. Can loving one's wife be equated to fear? You might talk of drinking all night, but the first to leave will undoubtedly be you." Ogata Du added. "Jiro-senpai, Du-senpai. How can you expose my secrets in front of Lord Minato? Don't I have any dignity?" Sakamoto Eyes' face flushed, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Uchiha Chung smiled at the lively banter, amused by their camaraderie. He had never considered such matters before. After all, he preferred training and the thrill of becoming stronger. Yet, listening to their amusing stories was quite entertaining. Cheng, what are you laughing at? Let me tell you, no matter how gentle a woman is before marriage, she will change after. Even if you are blessed with a face that would make men envious, it won't matter. Just look at Lord Minato, even with such strength. He still returns home on time. Sakamoto Eyes exclaimed, noticing Uchiha Cheng's smile. You'll understand once you marry. Ha ha, senpai, I'm not laughing at you. I merely thought of something joyful. Uchiha Chung replied, recalling Aiza's earlier proud demeanor when they first undertook the mission, the stark contrast making his smile broader. You are clearly laughing at me. You haven't stopped. Sakamoto Eyes retorted in exasperation, then suddenly seemed to remember something. When we drink, you must come. I'll show you my prowess. Hey, Eyes, don't go overboard. I remember Chung isn't of age yet, Watanabe Jiro cautioned. Uchiha Makoto maintained his cheerful demeanor and said, I apologize, Senior Sakamoto. While I can partake in a meal, I must abstain from alcohol, as my 15th birthday is still over 7 months away. Sakamoto Izawa wore a look of frustration. He had hoped that since he fell short in strength, cunning, and appearance compared to his junior, he could at least redeem himself at the drinking table, yet that aspiration had evaporated. Minato Namikaze glanced at his electronic watch, then announced, Everyone, Kushina is probably still unprepared for dinner. I shall return home to inform her, and then we will gather at the izakaya. The earlier we go, the earlier we return. As a devoted family man, Namikaze Minato typically spent his time at home with his wife when not on a mission. Of course, necessary social engagements were unavoidable, as long as prior notice was given. Feeling the harmonious atmosphere of this impromptu team, Uchiha Makoto found himself at ease. Having shared life and death experiences, the bond among the team members had deepened, and perhaps more significantly, the camaraderie among married men fostered a sense of closeness. Witnessing Minato Namikaze's prowess further illuminated for Uchiha Makoto the disparity between himself and those elite ninjas, especially after he had grown somewhat complacent due to his recent surge in strength. However, upon glancing at the task reward information displayed on the system panel, a glimmer of joy appeared in Uchiha Makoto's eyes. Uchiha Cheng walked along the path leading home, intending to inform his mother of his return and to indulge in a refreshing bath while changing into clean attire. No matter how splendid the outside world may be, it cannot compare to the comforts of home. There is nothing quite like luxuriating in a warm soak. As he strolled, he perused the information regarding his task rewards. The path of the infinite, meditation technique, a concentrated will can pierce through stubborn stones. Sustained practice can gradually enhance one's mental strength. Wind sword technique, skills way of the wanderer, unlearned, steel/unlearned, wind barrier, unlearned, /unlearned, gale of desolation/unlearned. The method for cultivating mental strength is precisely what I require. Although immediate effects may be elusive, gradual accumulation will ultimately lead to significant transformation. This reward took Uchiha Chang by surprise, as previous task rewards had typically consisted of equipment or direct attribute enhancements, yielding immediate results. In contrast, this reward necessitated his own diligent practice to manifest its effects. The icons for the 5 skills of the wind sword technique appeared dim, indicating that they required individual cultivation rather than immediate use. Among these skills, the first 3, Way of the Wanderer, Steel Slash, and Wind Barrier, had no specific training order. However, the latter 2 skills, Forward Slash and Gale of Desolation Slash, demanded mastery of the first 3 before they could be pursued. With merely a glance, Uchiha Chang resolved to swiftly master the Wind Barrier. Wind Barrier, by utilizing sword techniques to unleash Wind-style chakra. A wall of air is formed to deflect all attacks from that direction. The duration and range are directly proportional to chakra consumption. With a minimum consumption of 100 chakra per second and a cooldown time of 3,027, 242, 118 seconds, while forward slash may be the source of joy, the absence of an E-ranked Yasuo renders him soulless. However, he is unable to learn it. Moreover, the Wind Barrier, as a rare defensive ability for Uchiha Chang, is evidently more practical. Hey, who permitted you to set up shop here? We've warned you several times. I'm sorry. I will move immediately. Please do not take my belongings. And you little brat, who allowed you to beg here? As Uchiha Makoto reached the corner of the street, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, and as he navigated through the throng, his previously buoyant spirits, bolstered by the prospect of a lucrative mission reward, dwindled significantly. 3 members of the Konoha police force were engaged in what they termed enforcement. One was gripping a young boy by his collar, dragging him to one side, while the other 2 were shoving an elderly woman. The actions of the Uchiha were utterly excessive. Although a designated area for vendors had been established, there was no decree forbidding stalls outside shops. Furthermore, the proprietors had given their consent for the elderly woman to set up her stand at their doorstep. The police's behavior was undeniably tyrannical. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to invite trouble? The onlookers were aghast at the police's treatment of the elderly woman and the child, and discontented murmurs began to swell among the crowd. The 3 Uchiha members, clad in vests, were all nin, making it easy for them to subdue these civilians. Upon hearing the crowd's discontent, Uchiha Kawaki, the leader of the trio, darkened in countenance. He stepped forward to confront the first person who had spoken out, seizing his collar and retorting angrily. Do you harbor grievances against our Uchiha clan? It is because of lawbreakers like you that our duties are so burdensome. Speak again, and I shall have you thrown into the deepest prison. And if I do, what of it? The man replied defiantly, his neck strained against the grip. You insolent fool. Uchiha Kawaki's face reddened with fury as he raised his fist. In the midst of the crowd, Uchiha Makoto's expression darkened. How could there be so many foolish individuals within the Uchiha clan? The Konoha police force was ostensibly a platform for the Uchiha to enhance their public esteem. Despite the clan's considerable sacrifices during the Great War, such misguided actions by a few reckless individuals were tarnishing their reputation among the populace. This blatant display of emotionally charged enforcement was bound to incite disdain, revealing a complete lack of adaptability. Witnessing the escalating situation, Uchiha Makoto felt compelled to step forward. The image of the Uchiha clan must be preserved for the future. How utterly embarrassing. Uchiha Makoto advanced, noting the irony of their bravado towards their own while displaying none on the battlefield. Upon hearing the words, Uchiha Kawaki's expression darkened with anger. However, when he turned to face Uchiha Makoto, his imposing demeanor instantly diminished. Uchiha Makoto, it is you. The memory of their last encounter, where he and Uchiha Shoyuda had teamed up against Uchiha Makoto, lingered vividly in his mind. Despite their 3-on-1 advantage, they had been thoroughly outmatched. Though we are of the same clan, you must not obstruct our enforcement, Uchiha Kawaki declared, his tone fierce yet revealing his inner trepidation. His 2 subordinates, Upon noticing Uchiha Makoto clad in the armor of a Jonin, promptly fell silent and positioned themselves behind Uchiha Kawaki. You may leave. I shall report this matter to the clan leader, Uchiha Makoto stated with a stoic expression. But, what? Do you wish for me to assess your recent progress? A sudden, benevolent smile graced Uchiha Makoto's face, his left thumb resting against the hilt of the Tenri sword. We shall take her leave. Uchiha Kawaki, glancing at the Tenri sword at Uchiha Makoto's waist, trembled slightly before decisively turning away. Everyone, disperse, Uchiha Makoto said. Releasing his grip on the sword and waving a hand at the onlookers, he approached the elderly woman by the roadside stall, crouching down to examine the goods on display, which were primarily handcrafted items. Uchiha Cheng cast another glance at the calloused hands of the elderly woman and understood her situation. With a smile, he inquired, How much do you sell these items for? 50 taels? No, 40 taels each. If you wish to purchase, I shall gift you one. The elderly woman, noticing Uchiha Cheng's apparent interest, assessed his youthful and handsome visage, her earlier timidity fading into a natural demeanor. The charm he exuded was indeed advantageous. Seeing the old woman's spirits lifted, Uchiha Cheng's smile vanished as he stated, Then I shall not be modest. With that, he began to sift through the items on display, gathering nearly 20 small trinkets in one arm, effectively claiming half of the stall's goods. The expression on the elderly woman's face shifted to one of discomfort, as if she were about to speak, but hesitated. The shopkeeper behind the stall noticed her unease and opened his mouth to speak, only to be restrained by his wife. That makes 21 items in total, not including the one you gifted me. I shall purchase the remaining 20 at 50 taels each, totaling 1,000 taels. Please accept this. Uchiha Cheng neatly packed the selected goods into his backpack and then extracted a 1,000 tael banknote, displaying his newfound wealth with nonchalance, as even the smallest denomination he possessed was 1,000 taels. Wah! The elderly woman's face reflected astonishment. Uchiha Cheng rose and remarked, Your sculpting skills are quite impressive. However, I wonder if you could carve a dog's head. I would like to place a custom order, and price is not a concern. Certainly. The elderly lady nodded repeatedly, though her expression quickly shifted to one of concern. Uchiha Cheng smiled and said, Do not worry. I shall report today's matters to the higher-ups. You may continue your stall tomorrow. I have been quite free lately, and until a resolution is reached, I will pass through this street every day. Until we meet again today, I shall return in a couple of days to collect the dog's head. Uchiha Cheng waved farewell to the elderly woman. Although handing over money directly is the simplest and most straightforward approach, it is far more beneficial to teach someone how to fish rather than merely providing them with a fish. The best course of action is to communicate with higher authorities and strive for a change in circumstances. As long as it does not compromise his principles or force him beyond his limits, he remains willing to assist others. Furthermore, the transformation of the Uchiha clan is imperative. Since he has already involved himself, he might as well engage further. Uchiha Cheng surveyed his surroundings. The young boy who had been begging had already slipped away amidst the commotion. However, he managed to track the boy down through the scent of blood. Uchiha Cheng crossed the street and arrived at the entrance of the dumpling shop. The little boy who had been begging moments ago stood outside the shop, inhaling the sweet, enticing aroma wafting from within. His face was filled with envy as he gazed at those seated inside, savoring their dumplings. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Makoto stepped into the dumpling shop. Is that Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Makoto paused, gazing at the boy seated at the second row table. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was still a mere child, indulging in his favorite dumplings, a contented smile gracing his face. No one could anticipate that at the tender age of 4, he had already stepped onto the battlefield alongside Uchiha Fugaku, vanquishing foes. Now 5 years old, time was becoming increasingly pressing. Observing Uchiha Itachi, a stir of emotion welled up within Uchiha Makoto. Although the precise timeline remained uncertain, it was likely that the Kanabi Bridge battle would erupt, heralding yet another fierce conflict. The strength of Uchiha Cheng has vastly evolved since the battle at Mount Kikyo. However, one must remain vigilant amidst the chaotic clash of hundreds, if not thousands, of ninjas. Uchiha Makoto had no intention of greeting Itachi. He simply purchased a pack of dumplings and walked out. As he savored a skewer of dumplings, he approached the young boy from earlier and offered him the oiled paper bag containing the treats. Were you the ninja from earlier? What are you doing? Are you going to take me to jail? The boy looked at Uchiha Makoto with evident anxiety. I am taking you to a welfare institution, Uchiha Makoto stated plainly, without indulging in unnecessary conversation. In Konoha, begging was strictly forbidden, Under the leadership of the third Hokage, the existence of beggars was simply unacceptable. Children of ninja who perished in battle received a modest pension, sufficient to support them until they could become genin. Conversely, war orphans who were not native to Konoha were sent to welfare homes. Given the temperament of certain members of the police force, if Uchiha Makoto did not act promptly, the next time this boy was caught begging, he would likely face harsh repercussions. No, that's not necessary. The boy's face paled at the suggestion, and he shook his head vigorously. Going to a welfare home would provide you with shelter, which is far better than your current situation, Uchiha Makoto replied, momentarily taken aback. Actually, I ran away from the welfare home, the boy said timidly, feeling an inexplicable sense of closeness to Uchiha Makoto, as if he were a kind older brother, compelling him to speak the truth without reservation. You ran away? Yes, because I wasn't getting enough to eat. The boy gazed longingly at the delicious aroma wafting from the dumplings in the oiled paper bag, swallowing hard. Uchiha Cheng's expression subtly shifted, however. He refrained from indulging in baseless speculation. Instead, he shook the dumplings in his hand, pondering the situation. What is the matter? Speak plainly. I shall give you all these dumplings. My appetite is insatiable, capable of consuming the portions meant for 3. The orphanage's funds are insufficient, and the director, along with the caregivers, strives to economize, often providing only 2 meals a day, sometimes just 1. How could I possibly justify eating more? The young boy lowered his head, seemingly feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What are those in higher echelons doing? Engaged in endless scheming and infighting, they cannot even manage this trivial matter. Uchiha Chung felt a surge of indignation. In that moment, he recalled a certain big shot who had emerged from the orphanage, Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto's childhood was marked by such tragic circumstances, intricately connected to Danzo's machinations. Uchiha Cheng recalled how Danzo had threatened the director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu, by withholding funds, compelling him to continue his espionage tasks. Subsequently, he had recruited Kabuto into the Umbu to serve as a spy, ultimately leading them to turn against one another. The unraveling of Yakushi Kabuto began with the hands of his own director. In any realm, scientific talent is a rare gem. Currently, Uchiha Chung found himself unable to seek out the eminent scientist Orochimaru. However, Yakushi Kabuto emerged as a most commendable alternative. After all, human energy is finite, and Uchiha Chung naturally wished to dedicate the majority of his efforts toward his training. As for the scientific endeavors, they ought to be entrusted to specialists. It was uncertain if, at this point in time, Yakushi Kabuto had already been absorbed into the Umbu by Danzo. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Cheng made a decision and said to the young boy, I shall escort you back to the orphanage. Please refrain from engaging in such activities in the future, as they are against village regulations. Concerning the funding, I will certainly communicate this to the higher-ups. Though he stated this, the matter of funding was unlike the situation of street vending. At this juncture, Uchiha Chung found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he possessed his own methods. Really? So we won't have to go hungry anymore? The boy's face lit up with joy. To him, Uchiha Chung was undoubtedly a person of significance, and his words would surely carry weight. After all, the 3 menacing ninjas had been easily frightened away by Uchiha Chung. Of course, I honor my word. By the way, I forgot to ask your name. I am Uchiha Chung. I am Dejong. Let us hurry. The director will surely be overjoyed to hear this news. At that moment, Dejong received the oiled paper bag from Uchiha Chang, carefully secured the opening, twisted it several times, and tucked it into his clothing. Noticing Uchiha Chung watching him, Dejong smiled and said, I want to take it back to share with my friends. Is that all right? Feel free to decide how to share what I've given you. Uchiha Cheng nodded in agreement. With a beaming face, Dejong led Uchiha Chung back to the orphanage. Upon their return, the children playing in the open area immediately surrounded them. It was soon revealed that the director and the caretaker had gone out in search of Dejong. Uchiha Cheng surveyed the children around him, yet he could not detect any sign of Yakushido. Director, have you found Dejong? At that moment, a voice emerged as a boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, stepped out of a room, holding a milk bottle to feed the infant cradled in his arms. Uchiha Cheng's gaze shifted at the sight of the boy, whose round glasses and white hair unmistakably identified him as Yakushido. At that moment, Do bore an innocent demeanor, exuding a rather shy aura. Who are you? Yakushido looked at Uchiha Chung with a puzzled expression. My name is Uchiha Chung. I encountered Dejong on my way here. He happened to be returning to the orphanage, and I have matters to discuss with your director. Uchiha Cheng replied with a slight smile. Yakushido paused for a moment, scrutinizing the ninja before him. The girls from the orphanage had gathered around Uchiha-chung, displaying no caution towards a stranger, eagerly bombarding him with questions. Surrounded by a throng of little girls, Uchiha-chung felt a hint of exasperation. Sometimes, having an abundance of charm could be quite troublesome. After waiting for over an hour, as dusk began to settle, the fatigued orphanage director, Yakushi no Nai, finally returned. "Dejung, you're back." "Apologies, Director," Dejung replied, visibly remorseful. "Just returning is enough." Yakushi no Nai did not reproach Dejung. Her attention shifted to Uchiha-chung, who was encircled by the girls. Noticing his Jonin armor and the Uchiha clan emblem, her expression subtly altered. "Who are you?" This big brother brought Dejung back. The girls chimed in before Uchiha-chung could respond. "Is that so? I am truly grateful." Yakushi no Nai's face illuminated with appreciation as she offered a slight bow. "I am Yakushi no Nai, the director of the orphanage." No need for formality. It was merely a coincidence. Uchiha-chung observed the nun's attire on Yakushi no Nai. With her golden hair and round glasses similar to Do's, she radiated a gentle beauty, embodying the essence of a caring older sister. A persona that anyone would struggle to associate with Danzo's organization. "By the way, I actually have another matter to discuss," Uchiha-chung said, as he retrieved his bulging backpack and glanced at the children around him. "Director no Nai, shall we converse privately in a room?" Yakushi no Nai appeared slightly taken aback at his request, yet she nodded, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She harbored uncertainty regarding Uchiha-chung's affiliations, especially since she had recently approached Danzo concerning the orphanage's funding issues. With that thought in mind, she gestured towards the interior. "Please, Chung-kun." "Oh. It seems this big brother has a preference for mature types like the director. Since she is the director, I shall not compete." The girls chattered animatedly once the two departed. Once they entered the room, Uchiha-chung and Yakushi no Nai sat across from one another. He set his backpack down, unzipped it, and placed a pile of money on the table before no Nai. "Chung-kun, what does this mean?" Yakushi no Nai inquired, her expression one of confusion. She noticed that the currency denominations were in thousands, with each stack amounting to no less than 100,000. Uchiha Makoto gently tapped the table, presenting a sum of 1,500,000 ryo, and declared, "Director Yano, I am donating this entire amount to the welfare institution in my personal capacity." This. Director Yano was taken aback by Uchiha Makoto's forthrightness. He was offering a substantial donation without hesitation. She had recently been troubled by funding issues, as the welfare home had been caring for 45 children, with 4 more recently added, including 2 infants, and the funds for milk were nearly depleted. This financial support arrived at a most opportune and critical moment. However, given the sensitive period where TZ was withholding funds, she couldn't help but overthink the implications. "You needn't worry, Director. I have no ulterior motives," Uchiha Makoto smiled. "Having experienced the battlefield, I often feel mentally and physically drained. Witnessing the smiles of these children brings me a profound sense of healing. Today, I encountered Taisei, a child I have grown fond of. Having just completed an important mission and received a substantial reward, I merely wish to express my goodwill." With that, Uchiha Makoto stood to leave. Observing him prepare to depart without further ado, Director Yano was momentarily stunned before hastily rising. "Wait. Makoto-kun." Uchiha Makoto halted his steps as Yakushi Nanoyu approached him, hands clasped together in gratitude, bowing her head. "I sincerely thank you for your generous donation on behalf of these children. It has truly made a significant difference." "There's no need for such formalities. I shall visit the children again when time permits," Uchiha Makoto replied with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively as he exited the room. As he departed, he cast a glance at the figure standing by the door, Kabuto. A sum of 150,000 ryo was merely a trifling investment. After all, he was not in need of money, just a mere drizzle. Now that he had confirmed Kabuto's presence in Konoha, matters could proceed smoothly. After Uchiha Makoto departed, Yano-yu displayed a peculiar expression as she exited the room, prompting Yakushi Kabuto to hurriedly approach her. The children also gathered around. Yano-yu gently patted Daijing's head and addressed the children, saying, to celebrate Daijing's safe return, "We shall have a special dinner tonight. You may choose whatever you desire." "Really? The director, is that truly the case? I mustn't have misheard, right? I wish to have barbecue, or perhaps fish, as it is more economical." Listening to the children's thoughtful remarks, a tender smile emerged on Yano-yu's face, and she softly responded, "You can have anything you wish for dinner." Kabuto observed Yano-yu, hesitating to speak, his expression reflecting concern for the welfare home's finances. Yano-yu smiled reassuringly, signaling him not to worry. Upon leaving the orphanage, Uchiha Makoto did not return home directly, but first visited a flower shop in the mountains, where he purchased fresh flowers and seeds for Uchiha Ling. Although he did not disclose the details of his mission, having just been promoted to Jonin and embarking on his inaugural task, she would undoubtedly be anxious. Upon returning home, Uchiha Makoto found, as expected, Uchiha Reika busily tending to her cherished plants in the garden. "Welcome back, Makoto," she exclaimed, her face aglow with joy. "I'm back, mother. Here is a gift." Uchiha Makoto presented a sunflower and a paper bag filled with seeds. "Is this the latest variety? I've never seen seeds shaped like this before." The mention of flowers piqued Uchiha Reika's interest. However, she soon noticed her son's weary demeanor. After carefully storing the seeds, she inquired, "Makoto, you must be tired. Would you prefer to take a bath first, or have a meal?" "No need for a meal, mother. I've made plans to dine with my senior, Minato, and the others after finishing our mission. I'll just take a quick bath and head out." As he spoke, Uchiha Makoto changed his shoes and ascended the stairs. "Understood. I'll prepare the bath water. There's no rush for you to return. It's essential to bond well with your seniors." Unlike previous occasions, Uchiha Reika did not express discontent over Makoto's absence at mealtime. Instead, she was quite supportive. "Rest assured," Uchiha Makoto replied, gathering his change of clothes before stepping into the bathroom. "By the way, someone came by yesterday to inform me that there will be a clan meeting in 3 days. Make sure to attend. I will remember." Uchiha Chung stripped himself bare and then retrieved a large glass jar from atop the bathroom cabinet. The jar was filled with a purple powder, which he scooped out 4 spoonfuls of and added to the bathtub. The previously serene water began to bubble vigorously. After approximately a minute, Uchiha Chung finally submerged himself in the concoction. This powder was derived from medicinal herbs known to alleviate physical fatigue, previously utilized in his training of the 8 Gates technique. Training with the 8 Gates often left one with hidden injuries, and thus, a medicinal bath enriched with precious herbs significantly enhanced the efficacy of his practice. His father, A.J. Nin with dual Sharingan, had left behind a considerable fortune, supplemented by the compensation received after his demise. Therefore, Uchiha Cheng was certainly not lacking in resources for his training. However, as his physical constitution improved, the effects of the medicinal baths had diminished considerably, and due to his recent busyness, he had yet to concoct a new formula for his baths. With a sigh, Uchiha Cheng reclined in the medicinal bath, pondering the upcoming clan meeting. What discussions would arise? At this moment, dissatisfaction had begun to accumulate within the Uchiha. To avert unforeseen circumstances, he understood the necessity of maintaining his training regimen. After approximately 20 minutes, Uchiha Chung emerged from the bath. The reflection in the mirror revealed a youth with fair skin and striking features, characterized by a head of thick, raven hair. Beneath his straight brows were slightly elongated peach blossom eyes, vibrant and full of spirit. A well-defined nose complemented his subtly curved, thin lips. Recently, he seemed to have grown stronger and taller. Uchiha Chung had not paid much attention to his own visage, accustomed as he was to it. Yet he noted his increased height. Just over 2 months ago, he measured 170 centimeters, and now, glancing at the mark left beside the mirror, he estimated he stood around 173 centimeters. At this moment, Uchiha Cheng directed his focus toward the system panel to assess his fundamental attributes. Strength, 15. 4. Constitution, 14. 3. Agility, 18. 2. Spirit, 18. 1. Charisma, 56. Luck, 38. 5. His physical capabilities had not advanced rapidly without the rewards from tasks or breakthroughs in the 8 Gates technique. Yet he found it acceptable to witness his gradual progress, which indeed served as motivation. Regrettably, he lacked the sage body or the cells of Hashirama. However, at this stage, even if he possessed Hashirama's cells, transplantation would be unfeasible. In contrast to long-term plans, his recent priority was to enhance his speed while simultaneously seeking secret techniques to bolster his physical constitution. Uchiha Cheng reflected upon his foundational attributes and found them rather satisfactory, albeit with a meager increase in mental fortitude. The rewards from his last mission had granted him a notable elevation of 3 points, yet in the subsequent 2 months, he had only managed a paltry increase of 0.1. As for his charm attribute, which had risen by 0.5, he regarded it with indifference. His luck attribute remained unchanged over time, indeed proving to be the most challenging facet to enhance. The subsequent acquisition of equipment would ultimately hinge on sheer fortune, and the title of Lucky Sovereign ought to yield some merit. In his latest endeavor, he had vanquished 2 hidden cloud ninjas, yet regrettably, neither had dropped any equipment. Their combined contribution amounted to a mere 20 gold coins, a rather disappointing outcome. Through this recent skirmish, Uchiha Chung came to appreciate the significance of speed. The reward of wind blade technique, with each skill mastered providing a boost to agility, particularly highlighted the importance of the wind barrier, which he intended to focus on in his training moving forward. Uchiha Chung stood before the mirror, meticulously wiping his body before donning a casual black ensemble and stepping out of the bathroom. "Mother, I am heading out," he declared as he exited his home, making his way to a gathering. The dinner would last less than 2 hours, during which Uchiha Chung found himself in delightful conversation with Namikaze Minato and others, who openly expressed their admiration for him. Sakamoto Aizawa had been quite animated in his discourse earlier, yet when it came time to drink, he hesitated to indulge excessively, likely fearing a night on the sofa should he return home inebriated, despite the relentless teasing from Watanabe, Jiru, and Ogata-do. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the group parted ways at the corner. Just before departing, Namikaze Minato called out to Uchiha Chang, "The third Hokage has decided to assign you to my team. I look forward to your guidance." "Yes, Senior Minato," Uchiha Chang replied, his expression turning serious. "No need to be so formal, just be yourself as before," Minato reassured him. "I heard that your previous guiding Jonin has fallen in battle. Should you encounter any issues in your training, do not hesitate to approach me." "Then I shall not hold back, Senior Minato," Uchiha Chang responded, his demeanor relaxing as he nodded, realizing that his performance had exceeded expectations. If there was anything Uchiha Chang wished to learn from Minato, it would undoubtedly be the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. The former was notoriously difficult. Even if Minato were willing to teach, Chung might not meet the required conditions for mastery. As for the Rasengan, Uchiha Chung had long since familiarized himself with the training methods, yet lacked the proper authorization to practice it openly. Moreover, his previous focus had been primarily on swordsmanship, leaving little room for other pursuits. Now, however, seemed the opportune moment. Soon, Uchiha Chang returned home. Upon entering his room, he commenced his usual practice of refining chakra. After approximately an hour, once he had fully immersed himself in a meditative state, he began to meticulously examine the training methods of the infinite path. A true master always harbors the heart of a student. As he read the opening line, Uchiha Chung felt as though he were being drawn into the text. He became entranced, and by the time he regained awareness, it was already 1 in the morning. How swiftly 3 hours had passed. When he glanced at the clock on the table, he was momentarily taken aback. "Why does my head ache so?" Uchiha Chung felt a dull heaviness and throbbing in his head, prompting him to assess his condition. Mental strength, 15. 5, 18. 5. Had his mental capacity increased by 0. 4. Could it be that such a significant enhancement occurred in just 3 hours? Was it due to the novelty of his first training session? Or was this level of remarkable progress a consistent outcome? Uchiha Chang gazed in astonishment at his mental prowess, his heart racing with exhilaration. However, soon thereafter, he succumbed to drowsiness and fell into slumber. The following day, the news of Namikaze Minato's remarkable feat, facing 2 adversaries and triumphing over the son of the third Raikage, AI, and the host of the Eight Tails, swiftly spread throughout Konoha. On June 21st, 47 years into the era of Konoha, the summer solstice brought with it a rising heat. Yet, the sounds of combat resonated continuously from the third training ground of Konoha. Crack! A strikingly handsome young man with long black hair faced off against a boy with short silver hair, his face concealed by a mask that revealed only his lifeless, fish-like eyes. The two commenced their confrontation with a display of taijutsu, followed by an exchange of swordsmanship. Uchiha Makoto, wielding the heavenly sword, confronts Kakashi, who brandishes the white fang blade. Uchiha Chang employs both the Leaf Village swordsmanship and the Uchiha swordsmanship, while Kakashi utilizes the Hataki swordsmanship. The Hataki style differs somewhat from the sword techniques typically observed by Uchiha Chang. Its movements are characterized by precision and swiftness, combining rapidity with a ferocious intensity. Indeed, the reputation of the Leaf Village White Fang is well-deserved, as the Hataki swordsmanship stands on par with both the Leaf and Uchiha styles. However, it remains uncertain at what level Kakashi has mastered his swordsmanship. Kakashi and Uchiha Chen continuously maneuver across the expansive grassy field. At the age of 12, Kakashi appears somewhat diminutive, seemingly not exceeding 5 feet tall. Nevertheless, his movements are exceptionally swift, and his strength is considerable. Yet, when compared to Uchiha Chung, he falls short in both power and speed. Clang! The two engage in a clash before swiftly separating. Kakashi deftly shifts behind Uchiha Chung, the radiant white light emanating from his white fanged blade becoming increasingly pronounced, indicating that he is exerting his utmost effort. Impressive, yet still insufficient. Uchiha Chang's pupils constrict as he swiftly raises his heavenly sword horizontally to deflect Kakashi's assault. However, Kakashi's reflexes are remarkably quick upon his attack being parried. He does not hesitate. With his left hand, he seizes Uchiha Chang's right arm, leveraging the momentum to leap into the air, soaring over Uchiha Chang's head, and then strikes downward with his sword towards Uchiha Chang's shoulder. Uchiha Chang appeared utterly unfazed. With a deft twist of his right wrist, he cast the heavenly imperial sword, which spun gracefully twice before him. In a fluid motion, he extended his left hand forward and seized the hilt of the sword. With a swift thrust directed towards Kakashi, he deflected the white fang blade while the heavenly imperial sword traced a semicircle in the air, lunging towards Kakashi's chest. Not good. Kakashi's gaze shifted as he beheld the sword hurtling towards him. The principle of force emanating from the ground had been deftly countered by Uchiha Chang. And as a result of the latter's formidable strike, Kakashi's arm grew numb, rendering his movements distorted. With his left hand still grasping Uchiha Chang's right arm, Kakashi found himself suspended in midair, unable to swiftly alter his position, making it exceedingly difficult to fully defend against Uchiha Chang's attack. Yet, as a true genius ninja, Kakashi maintained his composure in this critical moment. He quickly released his grip on Uchiha Chang's arm with his left hand, mirroring his opponent's earlier maneuver by tossing the white fang blade behind him with his right hand, catching it deftly with his left in preparation to block Uchiha Chang's assault. However, compared to Uchiha Chang's earlier seamless transitions, Kakashi's current actions appeared somewhat clumsy. Although the white fang blade intercepted Uchiha Chang's thrust towards his chest, injury was unavoidable. Kakashi! Yanahara Rin exclaimed in alarm as she witnessed the heavenly imperial sword poised to pierce Kakashi's shoulder. Meanwhile, in his role as the safeguard ensuring neither combatant would suffer unintended harm, Minato Namikaze remained intensely focused, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Just as Minato teleported to the side of the two combatants, Uchiha Chang gently raised his wrist, redirecting the sword that would have pierced Kakashi's shoulder upwards, causing it to miss entirely and instead graze against Kakashi's neck with the unsharpened side of the blade. Observing Uchiha Chang's restraint, Minato quickly understood the situation and, having confirmed Kakashi's safety, returned to his previous position, where he had been observing the battle. Uchiha Makoto pressed down on Kakashi's shoulder with the blade of the heavenly imperial sword. After Kakashi landed, he rolled twice on the grass, then rose expressionlessly, sheathing the white fang behind him, and remarked softly, "I concede." After spending several months in the company of Kakashi, Uchiha Chang has grown accustomed to his personality and is no longer perturbed. He smiled and nodded, then gracefully twirled the Tenyu sword in his hand before sheathing it. "Chang, your strength has improved once again," remarked Minato Namikaze as he approached the two, offering Uchiha Chang an approving nod. "All thanks to your adept guidance, Senior Minato," replied Uchiha Chang, his words devoid of flattery, but rather a candid truth. Following the conclusion of their last S-rank mission, he had dedicated the past 4 months to training alongside Minato whenever there were no missions to undertake. Minato had been exceedingly generous with his knowledge, imparting techniques such as the Rasengan and the Shadow Clone technique to Uchiha Chang, even explaining the principles and methods of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Their relationship has evolved into one of both mentorship and camaraderie. However, it is unfortunate that Uchiha Chang remains utterly perplexed by the Flying Thunder God technique. While he can trace the training of the Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique, the mastery of Flying Thunder God hinges solely on intuition. Uchiha Chang is still bewildered by Minato's explanation regarding the comprehension of spatial manipulation. Despite his inability to master the Flying Thunder God technique, his progress in other areas has been remarkable. For months prior, although Uchiha Chang could defeat Kakashi, he did so with far more effort than he would today, retaining ample energy and the ability to withdraw at any moment. Furthermore, Uchiha Chang discovered that after diligently practicing the Wuji path, his mental capacity, though not as dramatically enhanced as during his initial training, has steadily increased. Had it not been for the mental exhaustion incurred during training, which necessitated recovery time, his growth would have been even more astounding. His mental capacity rose from 18.5 to 23.65, and with this enhancement, his reflexes have sharpened, accelerating his training across various disciplines, including Genjutsu. After discussing Uchiha Chang, Minato began to analyze Kakashi's performance. "Kakashi, during the recent battle, you displayed impatience. Your strength has indeed progressed rapidly, Yet your eagerness in combat can be perilous. Analyzing Chang's movements, it appears he intentionally created an opening to lure you into a trap. And you fell for it. Yes, sensei, Kakashi replied, displaying a humble demeanor as he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Chung. Having sparred with Chang numerous times recently, he had indeed felt the weight of Chang's remarkable advancement. In their previous encounter, Chung had bested him without even resorting to his Sharingan. If only Kakashi knew that Uchiha Chung was still burdened with an additional 300 kilograms of weight, his dismay would deepen. As both Minato and Kakashi turned their attention towards him, Uchiha Chung remarked, in the heat of preparing to deliver a lethal blow. One often finds themselves most vulnerable to oversight. However, if one possesses the speed of Senior Minato, this notion may not hold true. The more he trains and grows stronger, the more Uchiha Chung senses the chasm that separates him from Minato. Yet, it is precisely this formidable target that fuels his passion for improvement. Chung speaks wisely, Minato concurred. However, recalling his own swift movement to intervene earlier, he was further impressed by Uchiha Chang's ability to maintain awareness of Kakashi while sparing him in their battle, a testament to his remarkable combat acumen. Meanwhile, Uchiha Bito, with clenched fists, looked on with envy at the two, feeling acutely aware of his own inadequacies, as he lacked the standing to even challenge Uchiha Chung due to the vast disparity in their abilities. Though he often found Kakashi irksome, he secretly acknowledged Kakashi's prowess, viewing him as his greatest rival. Yet now, Kakashi had been easily defeated by Uchiha Chang, who was merely 2 years his senior, leaving Obito with a profound sense of disappointment. Just as Minato was about to continue guiding Uchiha Chung and the others in their training, a figure cloaked in black, wearing an animal mask, suddenly appeared. Approaching Minato, the Umbu agent whispered something in his ear. Minato's expression shifted, his demeanor turning grave. A high-level meeting has been convened. I must take my leave, he explained to the four before departing alongside the Umbu ninja. A high-level meeting? Uchiha Chung pondered, his gaze shifting. The timing of such a gathering suggested impending conflict. After bidding farewell to Kakashi and the others, Uchiha Chang returned home. Uchiha Chang entered the room and retrieved a topographical map from the cabinet. This meticulous map, available to every jonin in the village, depicted the world of the Hokage, centered around the 5 great nations. Naturally, it did not indicate the defensive deployments along the borders of the Land of Fire. Such information was reserved for those who had attained a certain rank or were tasked with specific missions. Uchiha Chung picked up a pen and marked a location on the map of the Grass Ninja Village, subsequently thickening the central line. According to the timeline, this event should herald the resurgence of the Rock-Hidden Village, attempting to infiltrate the Land of Fire through a surprise attack. This location must be the Kaminara Bridge. However, I am left uncertain whether I will be sidelined, dispatched to the front lines, or assigned the task of sabotaging the Kaminara Bridge. Uchiha Makoto gazed contemplatively at the map, and it was improbable for him to remain idle. After all, Konoha was indeed in dire need of personnel, particularly of mid-level and elite ninjas, unlike Iwagakure, which favored a strategy of overwhelming force through sheer numbers. Konoha's ninja system was significantly more refined, avoiding the reliance on mere human waves in battle. In truth, the adage that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant holds some merit for the majority of ninjas. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha faced a staggering loss, engaging 4 enemies with only one of their own, resulting in considerable attrition. The number of ninjas available for deployment in the upcoming conflict would undoubtedly be limited, certainly not comparable to the numbers from Iwagakure. Although Uchiha Chang's reputation among the village's elite jonin may not be particularly prominent, his prowess ranks among the foremost. Given his performance before the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage could not possibly be unaware of his capabilities. This battle presents an opportunity for me to showcase my talents. Once the 4th Hokage ascends, I shall undoubtedly receive his favor, thereby gaining access to greater resources and mastering more of the village's secret techniques. My strength will progress rapidly, facilitating the transformation of the Uchiha clan. After years of nurturing my skills, I am no longer the mere pawn I once was during the battle at Kaiki Mountain. I possess ample power to ensure my own survival. In the Hokage building, within the conference room adjacent to the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage sat at the head of a long table. To his left and right were Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, Mito Gate Kinzuya, and standing beside Mito was Namikaze Minato. Following them were the clan leaders of Konoha and the village's elite jonin. The 3rd Hokage surveyed the room, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Where is Orochimaru? Has he not yet arrived? We have dispatched someone to notify him, but we have been unable to locate Lord Orochimaru within the village," a respectful Umbu ninja replied. The third Hokage's expression darkened, clearly contemplating something troubling. Meanwhile, Danzo sat at the third's side, his head slightly bowed, appearing to observe with a detached demeanor. The third cast a sidelong glance at Danzo, silently cursing him, yet he quickly changed his mind and waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to wait any longer. Let us commence the meeting." With that, he gestured toward Minato, indicating that he should preside over the proceedings. Seeing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes. Sensing that the situation was amiss, silently chastising Orochimaru for prioritizing his experiments at such a critical time. Minato began, "I trust you are all aware that, according to the reports from the front lines and intelligence from our spies embedded within Iwagakure and Kumogakure have reached a ceasefire. Iwagakure intends to engage Konoha in battle once more, having dispatched troops to occupy the land of grass. This intention is glaringly apparent. After numerous fierce confrontations, Konoha has suffered significant losses. We cannot afford to be embroiled in another war. However, while we seek peace, I believe that only through war can we achieve lasting tranquility. Konoha desires to negotiate with Iwagakure, but only after we secure a victory in this upcoming conflict." Minato succinctly elucidated the situation and expressed his perspective, which he was entirely justified in doing. The assembled individuals largely concurred with Minato's viewpoint. After all, as the third great ninja, war had escalated to this juncture. Although they yearned for peace, Konoha had never shied away from confronting aggressors. Following Minato's remarks, Mito Gatekenzuya added, "Minato is correct. Yet we have a dwindling number of ninjas available for deployment to support the front lines. Although Sunagakure has surrendered and formed an alliance with Konoha, we cannot be complacent. They may yet engage in subterfuge. We cannot further diminish our defensive forces in the western territories. As for Kirigakure and Kumogakure, they have not instigated a new round of hostilities, but they have shown no genuine willingness to negotiate with Konoha, necessitating our vigilance. We must not only retain our forces against these two factions, but also remain wary of their potential to launch surprise attacks while we are occupied with Iwagakure. The forces stationed in the northwest have recently undergone a rotation, and all injured personnel have returned to the village. Currently, we have approximately 300 troops at the front. While Iwagakure boasts at least 1,000, decisive action is imperative." As Mito concluded, all eyes turned toward the third Hokage. Each clan had suffered grievously in this war, and none wished to be the first to step forward during such precarious times. Many clans possessed only limited resources. Further losses could lead to their extinction. For instance, the Moonlight Clan, once a medium-sized ninja clan, had seen its numbers dwindle from over 100 to barely a dozen. Although Konoha is a vast collective, the power of individual clans should not be underestimated. Any decline in their influence would inevitably affect their political standing within the village. In light of this, the third Hokage hesitated to compel any clan to send forth a vanguard. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage remarked, "The Sarutobi clan's ninjas are primarily stationed at Kaiki City and are unable to provide rapid support to the front lines. However, I will expedite the dispatch of ninjas for rotation, allowing my eldest son, Sarutobi Shinji, to lead his clansmen to the front." Upon hearing that the third intended to send his eldest son to the front lines, the clan leaders could no longer remain silent. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been deep in thought, resolved to speak. "The Uchiha clan is willing to dispatch a vanguard, ready to be deployed at Lord Minato's discretion." Upon the utterance of Uchiha Fugaku's words, he openly expressed his support for Namikaze Minato. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's declaration, several clan leaders promptly followed suit, announcing their intent to dispatch clan members to the battlefield. As for the ordinary ninjas devoid of clan influence, they were directly summoned to engage in combat by the third Hokage. The quartet of high-ranking officials, led by the third Hokage, exchanged knowing glances, and then Nara Shikaku stated, "We shall immediately ensure the logistical support, dispatching ninja tools, provisions, and medical supplies to the front lines with utmost urgency." The meeting continued, yet with the most crucial personnel matters resolved, other issues appeared significantly easier to address. However, what are the ongoing Chunin exams? Should they be halted? At the conclusion of the meeting, Mito Minyan raised the question regarding the Chunin selection exams currently underway. The third Hokage pondered for a moment before responding. "We shall streamline the examination process and relax the eligibility criteria." Understood. The meeting lasted approximately an hour, and upon its conclusion, various directives were executed with precision. The very next day following the meeting, Uchiha Makoto received a summons from the clan, instructing him to meet with the clan leader. Having long been prepared, Uchiha Makoto donned his backpack and secured his tank sword at his waist before setting out. Uchiha Makoto swiftly arrived at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Having visited several times before, he was quite familiar with the surroundings and required no guidance. Making his way directly to the study in the backyard. Upon reaching the door, he sensed the presence of several individuals inside, alongside Uchiha Fugaku, though he did not delve into their identities. "Lord Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto has come to report," he announced as he stood at the threshold. "Come in," came the composed voice of Uchiha Fugaku from within the study. "Yes," replied Uchiha Makoto, pushing the door open, only to be momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated a gathering, he was unprepared for the number of individuals present. Uchiha Fugaku was seated at the head of the table, flanked by 5 rows of ninjas, each consisting of 6 members. In the center of the front row stood a familiar face, Uchiha Sojin, the distinguished elite ninja who had garnered much admiration during Makoto's previous visit to the clan leader. Uchiha Makoto gracefully approached the gathered crowd, as apart from Uchiha Esrin. The rest were clad in the vest of the Nin, clearly indicating his superior rank within the assembly. "Makoto, you have arrived." Uchiha Fugaku acknowledged him with a nod and continued, "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the allocation of tasks. The reason for gathering you all is that a Wagakure has deployed a large force into the Land of Grass with the intent to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. You will represent the Uchiha clan as the vanguard of Konoha and head to the front lines for support. The Wagakure dares to provoke Konoha. They are truly unaware of their own peril. This time, they shall learn the formidable strength of the Uchiha. Indeed, we suffered greatly on the battlefield of Kirigakure, yet gained little in terms of merit. This time, we must reclaim our honor by exacting vengeance upon the Wagakure shinobi." As Uchiha Fugaku's voice faded, a commotion erupted among the ranks. Upon hearing the murmurings, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and cast his gaze toward the composed Uchiha Itachi at the front of the line, then gestured with his hand to silence the crowd. He continued, "Aside from those who are recuperating, most of the clan's elite ninjas are currently engaged in missions. Lord Taichi also departed for the battlefield at Kirigakure a month ago. At present, the only upper ninjas we can dispatch while ensuring the clan's normal operations are Itachi and Zonrin. However, the remaining members among you are all elite Chunin. Forming teams of 3, you may not necessarily be at a disadvantage against the upper ninjas of a Wagakure. Go forth and allow the ninjas of a Wagakure to experience the might of the Uchiha clan. Rest assured, Lord Fugaku, a Wagakure is but a trifling matter. We shall instill fear in our enemies." The youthful faces of the teenagers, who had yet to tread the battlefield, were alight with excitement, envisioning themselves earning glory on the war front and becoming revered heroes of Konoha. In contrast, those slightly older, having already faced the horrors of war, maintained a more tempered demeanor, acutely aware of its brutal realities. Uchiha Fugaku's subsequent statement left everyone in astonishment. "I anticipate your valiant efforts in battle. However, this squad requires a leader. Henceforth, I appoint Uchiha Seer as the captain of this team. Seer, I trust you will guide your comrades well." Although Uchiha Sojin had only recently been elevated from special jonin to the rank of jonin, his reputation within the clan far surpassed that of Uchiha Seer. "Yes, Lord Fugaku," Seer replied, though he had never contemplated the role of captain. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Yet, an unsettling voice soon emerged. "Lord Fugaku, clearly, Senior Sojin is far more suited to be the captain. I cannot accept Uchiha Seer in this role." Upon hearing the dissent, Uchiha Seer turned to see the source of the objection, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. To his surprise, it was Uchiha Shoyuda, the individual with whom he had a long-standing grievance, proving that fate often intertwines the paths of adversaries. Uchiha Shoda may still believe that the current circumstances resemble those of half a year ago, thinking he can act recklessly due to the prowess of his elder brother, Uchiha Taichi, a distinguished elite jonin of the clan. Upon hearing dissenting voices emerging from the ranks, a wave of opposition swiftly followed. "Lord Fugaku, we too desire to be led by a formidable leader. Uchiha Makoto is evidently inferior to Uchiha Esrin," spoke Uchiha Shingetsu, who shares a close bond with Uchiha Esrin. Soon after, Uchiha Kajihiko concurred, stating, "I hope Lord Fugaku will consider this carefully. I believe Esrin is far more suited to assume the role of captain." Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the growing dissent within the ranks, stirred by the 3 individuals at the forefront, and his brow furrowed in concern. Uchiha Taichi belongs to his clan, yet unexpectedly, his younger brother openly opposes him. The clan leader, As for Uchiha Kazuhiko and Uchiha Shingitsu, they are the grandson of the elder and the granddaughter of the third elder, respectively. These two elders frequently find themselves at odds with him. I stand with Captain Sei. A resolute voice suddenly echoed from the rear of the team. Uchiha Makoto then noticed Uchiha Ryosuke standing at the rear of the group. Observing the situation, he smiled and nodded at Uchiha Ryosuke, signaling him not to worry. Uchiha Fugaku asserted, the prowess of Uchiha Saren has garnered the esteemed recognition of Lord Minato. For the past few months, he has diligently trained under his guidance. Even Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, finds himself outmatched. Moreover, within a mere 6 months since his promotion to Jonin, he has successfully completed 1 S-rank mission and 6 A-rank missions. I believe he is a suitable candidate for the position of team leader. Furthermore, this is not a matter for discussion. It is a command. Does anyone else dissent? Upon hearing the name of the illustrious Minato Namikaze, those who had previously voiced their objections fell silent. To earn the acknowledgement of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, is indeed a significant achievement. Additionally, Kakashi Hitaki's reputation far eclipses that of Uchiha Saren. Often, the weight of comparison alters perceptions. One of the parties involved, Uchiha Saren, remained silent, though his hands, clasped behind him, were tightly clenched. With no objections raised, the matter was settled. Uchiha Fugaku declared, "Prepare your belongings. We shall depart at noon." In truth, he could have easily silenced the assembly by virtue of his authority as clan leader. However, the Uchiha are a proud clan, and the assembly consisted primarily of elites, each possessing at least 1 Sharingan. Under such pressure, their spirits would inevitably resist. Notably, Uchiha Saren's reputation within the clan is clearly less prominent than that of Uchiha Zonran. While their current discontent may seem manageable, any discord that arises during the march could pose a significant problem. The decision to appoint Uchiha Saren as the captain stems from the esteem in which he is held by Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku shared a close camaraderie with Minato Namikaze, who held Uchiha Itachi in high regard due to his previous commendable performances during missions. Consequently, Fugaku deemed him the most suitable candidate. Indeed, Lord Fugaku. The crowd responded in unison. Noticing a nod from Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi affirmed with a slight bow and turned to address the assembly. It is currently 10 o'clock in the morning. I expect everyone to gather at the gates of Konoha by noon. You have 2 hours to organize your belongings and prepare your ninja tools. Given the urgency of our march, I advise you to travel light, regardless of your feelings towards my leadership. I urge everyone to cooperate fully so that we may survive the impending conflict. No one wishes for their loved ones to mourn at their own funeral. I will exert all my efforts to ensure your safe return. Now, prepare yourselves. Understood. The powerful chakra emanating from Uchiha Makoto unleashed an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of trepidation among those present. Uchiha Munin felt the overwhelming chakra emanating from Uchiha Makoto, and his expression shifted abruptly. The individual he had dismissed as an underachiever merely 6 months prior had now surpassed him. The sensation he experienced was akin to standing before an elite jonin of their clan, which stirred an unsettling discomfort within him. As for Uchiha Shota, he lowered his head, his countenance a tempest of emotions. Uchiha Fugaku, however, was thoroughly pleased with Uchiha Makoto's performance. Words were futile. The Uchiha clan revered strength above all else. The current tasks at hand were, first, to secure the border defenses and repel the rock-hidden ninja, and second, to ensure the ultimate victory for the Konoha Alliance. Uchiha Makoto gazed at the newly emerged mission, his eyes brimming with determination, curious about the splendid rewards that awaited him. Having prepared himself for departure, he returned home after the announcement of the mission's dissolution. After briefly explaining the situation to Uchiha Rinka, he savored a sumptuous lunch at home before setting off. Makoto, please take care and return safely. Your mother awaits your return, Uchiha Rinka expressed with a face full of concern. Uchiha Cheng nodded earnestly and reassured, do not worry, mother. I am exceptionally strong. Even if the third Suchikage himself were to come, I would ensure my survival. I am absolutely not fated to perish. With that, Uchiha Cheng's serious demeanor shifted to a playful smile as he added, by the way, mother, during my absence, you must diligently hone your culinary skills. Your dishes have been excessively salty. If you prepare such unpalatable food upon my return, I shall have to admonish you. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Cheng dashed out of the courtyard. Typically, if Uchiha Cheng were to criticize Uchiha Linghua's confidence in her cooking, she would undoubtedly become irate. However, this time, she bore an expression of defiance, resolutely declaring, rest assured, I shall thoroughly research the art of cooking this time. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly arrived at the gates of Konoha. As the captain, it was imperative for him to reach the assembly point without delay. Any obstruction on his path, particularly from the unyielding figures clad in black, would surely result in a swift resolution. Thus, he had always prided himself on his punctuality. Upon his arrival at the gates, he found several team members had already gathered, some arriving even earlier than he. Among them was a familiar face, Uchiha Kawaki, a member of the police force, with whom he had a contentious history. Upon noticing Uchiha Makoto's approach, the team members greeted him with utmost respect, showing no sign of indifference, for the prowess exhibited by Uchiha Makoto far surpassed their own. Uchiha Munenori's ability to confront Uchiha Makoto stems from his status as a jonin. In contrast, individuals such as Uchiha Shingetsu, Uchiha Hayato, and Uchiha Shoyuta rely on their backgrounds. They possess nothing substantial and would never dare to offend their captain, uncertain if he harbors a grudge. Standing awkwardly behind them, Uchiha Kawaki wore a visibly uncomfortable expression, his heart filled with trepidation. The moment he heard Uchiha Fugaku appoint Uchiha Makoto as captain, he sensed impending trouble, and their early gathering heightened his anxiety. Fearing that Uchiha Makoto might hold him accountable for past grievances. Captain Makoto. Yes? Upon witnessing Uchiha Kawaki's discontented visage, Uchiha Makoto remained expressionless, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. He had long ceased to regard Uchiha Kawaki as a significant concern. Though not particularly magnanimous, he was not petty enough to dwell on such matters. The initial troublemaker had been Uchiha Shoyuta, and thus it was he who bore the brunt of the consequences. Previously, concerning the incident involving the law enforcement team and the elderly vendor, Uchiha Makoto had already reported it to Uchiha Fugaku, leading to Uchiha Kawaki receiving a stern reprimand. After which matters were resolved. As long as Uchiha Kawaki refrained from further foolishness, Uchiha Makoto had no intention of holding a grudge against him. As for Uchiha Shoyuta, that would depend on the circumstances. Given his current strength, he no longer feared Uchiha Taichi. Noticing that Uchiha Makoto had no intention of revisiting past grievances, Uchiha Kawaki exhaled in relief and awkwardly retreated to the side. After approximately 10 more minutes, team members began to arrive in succession. Uchiha Shoda arrived precisely on time. Though he was not late, the clock had already struck 11:58. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto curled the corner of his lips. Not in anger, but rather addressing the group. We shall depart immediately. We must reach the town of Duance in the north before nightfall. Understood. The contingent of 31 promptly set forth, moving swiftly through the dense forest after exiting the gates of Konoha. 2 days later, under the guidance of Uchiha Makoto, the team safely arrived at the northwestern border. Uchiha Makoto crouched on a small hillside, unfurling a map for examination. This was a specialized map, as the primary outposts and watchtowers along the border seldom changed. However, the underground sentinels periodically shifted their positions. Given that the Land of Fire boasts the largest territory and an expansive border, maintaining defenses proved to be quite challenging. At present, they found themselves at the juncture of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. To avert ambushes or unwittingly stumbling into trap zones, it was prudent for him to first visit the hidden sentinels to obtain the latest frontline intelligence. Despite his rapid enhancement in strength, Uchiha Makoto adhered to a principle of caution. While some members of the team considered his vigilance excessive, the majority of experienced ninjas who had participated in warfare held him in high regard. A prudent leader was invariably preferable to following a reckless one. Due to the necessity of gathering intelligence from the hidden sentinels, they delayed their arrival by a day, reaching the frontline battlefield on June 25th, which, nonetheless, was still a day ahead of the originally scheduled time. After a brief respite, a war council was convened among the elite shinobi. Within the confines of the meeting tent, all 21 Jonin leading the 500 Konoha ninjas were present. The meeting was presided over by a man in a blue ninja cap, sporting a scruffy beard, who appeared to be in his 30s and was named Michimura Yeki. According to orders from higher-ups, their directive was to hold their ground. Although Awagakure had dispatched a substantial force into the Land of Grass, they could not initiate an offensive as long as no attack was launched against them. Given their absolute disadvantage in numbers, they were compelled to adopt a defensive posture and await changes in the battlefield situation. Since a direct confrontation was not feasible, could they possibly dispatch small units to conduct surprise raids within the Land of Grass, thereby harassing the enemy and gathering intelligence? This proposal was voiced by a middle-aged Jonin. Although it lacked novelty, it held potential effectiveness, albeit with considerable risk. Michimura Yeki shook his head, expressing disapproval of the suggestion. We cannot afford to take such risks. Should we squander our combat strength, we would be unable to match a Wagakure in a war of attrition. Let us not forget, in addition to a Wagakure, there is Yamagakure to the east. Should we suffer substantial losses on the western front, we cannot guarantee that Yamagakure will not seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. For now, we must simply hold our position. With reinforcements arriving, we can sustain our defense for quite some time. The War Council was brief, but as orders from higher-ups had been firmly established, the discussion concluded with an emphasis on steadfast defense. Uchiha Chung refrained from expressing his opinions, although he yearned to amass gold and equipment through participation in battle. Such large-scale conflicts, involving thousands, necessitate utmost caution. At present, it remains uncertain how many elite shinobi a Wagakure has dispatched or whether they possess any peculiar forbidden techniques. Despite his formidable strength, should he encounter an onslaught from Kumogakure's elite shinobi, or confront a Jinchuriki, or even the third Tsuchikage, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave peril. Though the likelihood of such encounters is minimal, prudence is the better part of valor. To Uchiha Cheng's surprise, Konoha steadfastly held its ground, while a Wagakure, apart from sporadic probing attacks, refrained from launching a large-scale offensive. Instead, they continuously funneled troops and supplies into the land of grass, seemingly intent on waging a war of attrition. Consequently, the stalemate persisted until August. Furthermore, Namikaze Minato did not hasten to the front lines, opting instead to head to the battlefield of Kumogakure. As a Wagakure and Konoha found themselves in a deadlock, Kumogakure mobilized its forces once more. Minato was compelled to prioritize the defense of the more vulnerable Kumogakure front before returning to the village in early August. On the night of August 5th, Uchiha Chung was seated within the confines of his tent, diligently refining his chakra, when suddenly, a series of intense explosions resonated from outside. Enemy attack. Accompanied by the call of enemy attack, Uchiha Cheng abruptly opened his eyes, grasped the Taianchi sword beside him, and exited the tent. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions surged relentlessly, as if they were encircled by foes. What transpired? Were the Rock Village ninjas launching an offensive? What were the Sentry ninjas doing? How could they have failed to notice this? Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly prepare to confront the enemy. The tents of the 31 ninjas of the Uchiha clan were all situated within the same vicinity. At the sound of the explosion, some were still ensconced in their slumber, roused abruptly before hastily emerging from their tents. The youths, who had previously harbored grand ambitions of vanquishing foes on the battlefield, were now engulfed in a sudden panic. Those Uchiha youths who had never faced the throes of battle, albeit having ascended to the rank of Seichnin, had certainly witnessed bloodshed. Yet, confronted with such a formidable spectacle, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Explosions and cries of combat reverberated from all directions, as flames soared high and thick smoke billowed into the air. Do not panic, Uchiha Makoto intoned with a grave voice. Their encampment was nestled in the woods behind the outpost and watchtower. With the realization that they were under attack, it was evident that the outpost and watchtower were also prime targets for the enemy. Losing either would be untenable. Contemplating this, Uchiha Makoto cast his gaze toward the area where the explosions were most concentrated and addressed the Uchiha ninjas beside him. I shall advance to ascertain the situation. Uchiha Munenori, lead the others as support and follow closely behind. With that, Uchiha Makoto activated his Sharingan and proceeded to perform hand seals before the assembled group. Summoning technique. With a resounding poof, a cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a colossal figure before them. Uchiha Seiji leaped into the air, landing deftly upon Warwick's shoulder, pointing ahead and declaring, "Warwick, 2 o'clock. Yes, my master." Warwick, with his formidable strength, bent slightly before launching himself into the sky like a cannonball, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving behind only the cracked earth and bewildered onlookers. Observing Seiji's sudden disappearance, Uchiha Sojin was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and called out to his clansmen behind him, "Follow me." With that, he surged forward, leading the charge. Uchiha Chung ascended alongside Warwick, his gaze sweeping downwards. Not far away, the watchtower blazed with flames reaching towards the heavens. Uchiha Chung subsequently unleashed a blood hunt, discovering a multitude of ninjas positioned a mile away. With a series of agile leaps, Warwick's vision was immediately filled with an overwhelming number of ninjas. Earth release, crumbling earth technique. The ground surrounding the watchtower trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake, and soon, large fissures appeared in the nearby terrain. However, due to the deep foundation of the watchtower, despite its tilt, It remained standing. There were too many foes. The four ninjas to the east exhibited formidable strength. Were they elite ninjas? Even without precise sensing, Uchiha Cheng recognized that the enemy vastly outnumbered his own forces, with no fewer than 200 adversaries. Furthermore, given the commotion, the absence of support from Konoha ninjas indicated that other areas were likely under siege as well. Had the enemy launched a full-scale assault? Uchiha Makoto's expression darkened, yet he could not afford to dwell on it for too long. Fortunately, none of the enemies that had emerged possessed particularly formidable strength, allowing him to manage the situation. With this thought in mind, he called out to Warwick below him, "Leap towards the east." Understood. Warwick responded, leaping once more into the air. The Iwagakure ninjas, who had come for the night raid, had already noticed the commotion. After all, Warwick's considerable size made concealment quite difficult. Spotting Warwick charging towards them, they immediately launched an assault into the sky. Shurikens and kunai rained down upon Uchiha Makoto like a relentless downpour, interspersed with explosive tags. Uchiha Makoto maintained a serene expression as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, sending kunai and shuriken spiraling away. Explosive tags detonated midair. Thanks to Uchiha Makoto's blue buff and the blade of the crescent moon, two items that restored chakra, he utilized his ninjutsu without any restraint. With an intensified chakra output, his C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough, exhibited power comparable to that of a B-rank technique. While he successfully repelled the initial onslaught, Uchiha Makoto completed another set of hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Upon witnessing the swiftly approaching inferno, the Iwagakure ninjas immediately employed earth release, earth flow wall. Walls of earth rose from the ground, firmly shielding them from harm. Uchiha Makoto had not anticipated defeating his foes so effortlessly. His true intention was merely to divert their attention and buy time for his allies. With Warwick by his side, he could easily make his escape. Despite the overwhelming number of enemies, there were few high-ranking shinobi. Given his current prowess, as soon as he dealt with these upper ninjas, the remaining Iwagakure fighters would merely serve as fodder, offering him gold and equipment. After successfully drawing the enemy's focus, Uchiha called down to Warwick below, "Warwick, accelerate. Eliminate the four strongest foes with utmost speed." "Yes, master." Warwick's form abruptly flickered out of existence, only to reappear on the ground in the next instant. Uchiha Makoto leapt down from Warwick, soaring towards the left, while Warwick veered to the right. Almost instantaneously after Warwick vanished, a piercing scream echoed from the right. Wind release, vacuum blade. The heavenly sword at Uchiha Cheng's waist was instantly unsheathed, and with a swift turn of his form, hundreds of crescent-shaped wind blades soared in all directions. Quick, scatter. A cry of agony escaped. "Ah, my leg." The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed relentlessly, as a vacuum zone emerged within a 20-meter radius around him, leaving no one standing but himself. After the vacuum sword cleared the area, Uchiha Cheng unleashed a great fireball towards the densely packed crowd. The two of them moved like fierce tigers amidst a flock of sheep. Despite being outnumbered 2 to 200, it was a veritable massacre. Uchiha Cheng, endowed with formidable mental strength, dynamic vision granted by his Sharingan, and the instinctive acuity of blood hunting, maneuvered through the chaos of battle with remarkable agility. Following a series of ninjutsu, he refrained from employing area of effect techniques, opting instead to harvest lives through his mastery of taijutsu and swordsmanship. After unleashing a trio of potent techniques, great breakthrough, great fireball, and a sweeping vacuum blade, he found his chakra diminished by 3/4. This depletion was somewhat mitigated by the blue buff, which restored 30% of his chakra expenditure. Otherwise, he would have been on the brink of exhaustion. The disadvantage of having limited chakra was evident. However, his relative scarcity of chakra was merely a matter of perspective. The vast majority of elite ninjas could not afford to expend chakra as liberally as he did, unleashing numerous high-level techniques in rapid succession. Such reckless consumption could lead to perilous situations should unexpected circumstances arise. Yet for Uchiha Cheng, the diminishing of his chakra meant a corresponding increase in the percentage of chakra regained through the blade of the crescent moon. In the ensuing combat, he engaged predominantly in close-quarters skirmishes, dispatching a dozen adversaries, which ultimately restored his chakra to near full capacity. He intermittently employed ninjutsu in conjunction with his swordplay to claim the lives of the rock-hidden ninjas. With the most formidable of the enemy's ninjas locked in combat with Warwick, few could stand as a match against him. Despite being encircled, as the battle progressed, The rock-hidden ninjas were seized by dread. Terror was etched upon their faces as though they had encountered the Grim Reaper. Ah, ah. The battlefield echoed with anguished cries. A cacophony of despair. Upon the arrival of Uchiha Saikatsu, the ninjas of Iwagakure began to flee in a frenzy. In a conventional war, one would expect ninjas to possess the resolve to face death, and desertion among major villages is a rarity. However, this instance was markedly different. The enemy consisted of but a single individual wielding a sword. Yet, the tide of battle unfolded with an overwhelming disparity. It was a massacre, with the victims being none other than the Iwagakure ninjas themselves. They relentlessly transported troops and supplies from the rear, all in preparation for this monumental clash. Along this front, the Iwagakure ninjas, bolstered by a formidable numerical advantage, divided into 6 factions, poised to simultaneously assault 6 lookout towers of Kanahagakure and inflict severe damage upon the defending forces. Little did they anticipate the presence of such a powerful ninja within the stronghold they targeted. Uchiha Cheng once again plunged his blade into the heart of an Iwagakure ninja, subsequently kicking the lifeless body away. At that moment, his advance faltered as he received a prompt from Warwick. His gaze shifted to the right, where Warwick was engaged with the 4 most formidable jonin of Iwagakure. Despite being besieged by 4 opponents, Warwick appeared remarkably composed. His previously deep green skin now radiated a vivid crimson hue, exuding an aura of ferocity. The 4 Iwagakure jonin bore varying degrees of injury, a testament to Warwick's restraint. Had he unleashed his full speed, they would have perished the instant he entered his frenzied state. At Uchiha Cheng's behest, Warwick prepared to unleash his full power, reserving the final strike for Cheng. Step back, allow me. Uchiha Cheng's figure flickered as he positioned himself beside Warwick. Warwick paused momentarily. Yes, my master. Barely had he spoken when Warwick transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Upon entering his frenzied state, Warwick experienced a doubling of his speed and an augmentation of his strength. Albeit at the cost of increased physical strain and a reduction in the duration he could sustain combat. The tide of battle had decidedly turned, permitting Warwick an earlier reprieve. Confronted by the 4 seasoned Iwagakure jonin, Uchiha Cheng's chakra, recently replenished, surged forth, exponentially increasing his attack velocity. His 8 gates had breached the 4th gate, the injury gate, while his typical burden had reached 400 kilograms. In truth, 400 kilograms was far from his limit. However, mindful of his physical development, he opted for a measured approach. Upon shedding the weight and unleashing his chakra, his speed escalated to the point of creating afterimages. In response to Uchiha Cheng's onslaught, the 4 jonin coalesced, with one employing Earth-style, Earth Wall to erect a defensive barrier. Meanwhile, another utilized Earth-style, Mud River, transforming the ground in Cheng's path into a liquid state, aiming to sweep him away. Confronted with such an assault, Uchiha Makoto remained unfazed, promptly propelling himself skyward with a mere tap of his foot against the earth. Uchiha Makoto soared into the sky, while the 2 remaining Iwagakure jonin displayed expressions of delight, as if their scheme had come to fruition. One of them swiftly formed hand seals, then struck the ground with both hands, unleashing the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet technique. A formidable dragon composed of rock and soil surged towards Uchiha Makoto. In response, Uchiha Makoto maintained his composure, raising his Tenyu sword high. Konoha sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto, suspended in midair, suddenly split into 3. He then struck the Earth Dragon from 3 different angles, severing it. However, the dragon's assault disrupted his momentum, causing him to descend from the sky. At that instant, the final Iwagakure jonin, who had yet to engage, launched his attack. Earth Release, Earth Pillar Spear. A multitude of sharp rocks erupted from the ground, resembling spears, hurtling towards the descending Uchiha Makoto. The coordination of the 4 was impeccable, with their offensive and defensive maneuvers almost simultaneous. Just as it seemed Uchiha Makoto would be pierced by the stone spears, he suddenly swung his Tenyu sword downward, much to the astonishment of the 4 Iwagakure jonin. A faint blue barrier materialized between Uchiha Makoto and the oncoming spears. Upon contact, the stone spears lost their force and plummeted to the ground. With the wind barrier successfully blocking the stone spears, Uchiha Makoto quickly performed hand seals in midair, summoning a shadow clone beneath him. The chakra within Uchiha Makoto surged once more, as he unleashed a powerful kick that obliterated the shadow clone, utilizing the force of leverage. The tremendous recoil propelled his body swiftly towards the 4 Iwagakure jonin, effortlessly soaring over the earthen wall formed by the Doton technique. During this flight, Uchiha Makoto deftly sheathed the Tenyu sword, while simultaneously his aura swelled with renewed intensity. Uchiha's flowing sword technique, Moon Flash, with a resounding clang. The heavenly sword was instantly unsheathed. A crescent-shaped silver light flashed by, and 4 heads tumbled to the ground, their faces still etched with terror. A testament to the swiftness of Uchiha's strike. Uchiha Saishin swiftly eliminated 4 elite Iwagakure shinobi, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread among the surrounding IWA ninjas. Lord Hakushi is dead. Lord Dakirin has also been slain. Retreat at once. Run for your lives. The anguished cries of an unknown source marked the beginning of a panic that spread like a plague through the hearts of the surviving IWA shinobi. Witnessing this turmoil, Uchiha Saishin was resolute in not allowing them to escape so easily. His gaze fell upon the myriad treasures scattered around him. Over 200 IWA shinobi had perished under his onslaught, yet a few dozen remained. As foes, there was no room for mercy. It was merely an opportunity for him to collect more treasures. When Uchiha Sojin arrived with reinforcements, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Uchiha Chang wielded the Tengu sword with unwavering confidence, relentlessly pursuing dozens of IWA shinobi with lethal precision. The ground around him was littered with the lifeless bodies of his adversaries. Despite the overwhelming odds, Uchiha Chung moved as though he were strolling leisurely through a garden, reaping lives without so much as a trace of blood staining his form. The IWA shinobi cried out in anguish, frantically fleeing in all directions. The instinct to survive is primal, especially when one is engulfed in the chaos of slaughter. Was this truly the extent of his prowess? Even the esteemed IWA elite Jonin Hakaseki had succumbed to his might. Uchiha Zorin stood in stunned silence, watching Uchiha Cheng, a profound sense of defeat swelling within him. Hakaseki was no mere footnote. He was a ninja of considerable repute, prominently featured in intelligence reports, ranking among the top 10 among Iwa's Jonin. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, Uchiha Chung had single-handedly shattered the enemy ranks in a mere 5 minutes. Confronted with such an insurmountable disparity, Zorin had abandoned any hope of rivaling Uchiha Chung. At this moment, Uchiha Makoto had ceased his relentless pursuit. Over 200 Iwagakure ninjas launched a night raid, yet fewer than 20 managed to escape. On the side of his own forces, aside from the loss of a dozen in the initial assault, the remaining Konoha ninjas had not yet had the opportunity to retaliate before Uchiha Makoto, with a thunderous momentum, utterly shattered the enemy ranks. Uchiha Makoto gracefully traced 2.5 arcs in the air with the heavenly sword before sheathing it behind him. At this moment, his attention was wholly captivated by the notification messages on the system panel. A plethora of treasure chests had been unlocked, yielding him 10 gold coins, 2 gold coins. The Storm Greatsword, 14 gold coins, the Useless Staff, 1 gold coin, and the Giant's Belt. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. After vanquishing the enemies at the stronghold, Uchiha Makoto promptly led the remaining forces to support the nearest outpost. However, upon his arrival, he found it too late. Not a single soul remained alive within the entire stronghold. The duration of the battle that night was brief, yet it inflicted substantial losses upon the Leaf Village. 3 watchtowers had been obliterated, and the defenders at 2 positions were entirely annihilated, with casualties exceeding 100 shinobi. Conversely, the losses on the Rock Village's side were even more severe. Preliminary estimates indicated that over 400 corpses of rock shinobi lay on the battlefield, including 6 elite jonin and more than 200 shunin. Remarkably, half of these achievements were attributable to Uchiha Makoto alone, as he had slain 4 jonin with his sword. For the Rock Village, which favored overwhelming numerical superiority in combat, the deaths of chunin and genin were not deemed significant losses. The death of the jonin was the paramount concern. Particularly, the demise of individuals such as Shiraishi and Dong Lin was unexpected. One was an elite jonin of the Rock Village, while the other served as a crucial strategist among the jonin. It was indeed unforeseen that they would fall this night. To Uchiha Makoto's astonishment, after dismantling the watchtowers and eliminating the defending shinobi at the outpost, the rock forces chose not to fortify their positions, but instead retreated directly. Uchiha Chung was momentarily perplexed, yet chose not to dwell on it. At dawn, he returned to his tent, weary and in need of rest, and began to organize his combat supplies while reflecting on the recent battle. Having participated in the Kaiki Mountain conflict, which left him with some rather unpleasant memories, Uchiha Chung had developed the habit of contemplating the intricacies of each life and death struggle he faced, believing it to be beneficial for his growth. Indeed, every elite shinobi is far from ordinary. It took all of my cunning and strategy to defeat the 4 elite shinobi, who were already weakened and had expended a significant portion of their chakra due to Warwick's assault. Uchiha Chung sat cross-legged on the mattress, beginning to reminisce about the battle of the night. He appeared to have effortlessly dispatched 4 elite ninjas with a single stroke of his sword. However, this was primarily due to the fact that the 4 lacked substantial chakra. In a desperate attempt, they believed they could vanquish Uchiha Chung through a combination of techniques. Ultimately, after evading their assault, they found themselves bereft of any significant capacity for resistance. Moreover, it was his unanticipated application of the secret technique Moon Flash from the Uchiha swordsmanship that allowed him to strike decisively. This technique demanded close combat, requiring not only the accumulation and instantaneous release of chakra, but also imposing considerable strain on the body while demanding exceptional speed. Consequently, he had to unleash his chakra to enhance his swiftness. Although the blade of the crescent moon and the blue buff could replenish his chakra, the severe depletion of his physical stamina could not be restored during the conflict. No matter how robust his endurance, he remained human, ultimately bound by limits. In the face of frequent and intense combat, he would still require respite. However, what was the matter with the Chunin and Jinin from Iwagakure? How could they be so feeble? Logically, with their numbers, the battle should not have been so effortless. These individuals seemed to be mere cannon fodder. No, they were indeed cannon fodder. Uchiha Cheng reminisced about the rock-hidden ninjas from tonight's encounter. Aside from the formidable Jonin, the remaining Chunin and Jinin were rather feeble, easily dispatched by him in just a few moves. Generally speaking, even with his current prowess ranking among the elite Jonin, he could at most contend with a distinguished Jonin utilizing a plethora of equipment, without Warwick's assistance facing the 4 Jonin from the rock hidden alone. While surrounded by a couple of hundred aiding adversaries, he would undoubtedly find himself in a fierce struggle, potentially leading to defeat and retreat. It was not due to a lack of strength on his part, but rather the undeniable prowess of his foes. At merely 15 years of age, Uchiha Chung finds himself pitted against 4 Jonin from Iwagakure, all of whom are in their 30s, at the peak of their prowess, and vastly more experienced in combat. Judging by the final coordinated assault of these 4, they could easily vanquish most Jonin. Had it not been for Uchiha Chung's unexpected wind barrier, their success would not have come so readily. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary speed of Minato Namikaze, allowing them to deftly counter multiple simultaneous attacks. Typically, a mere 6 or 7 average Chunin could stall a single ordinary Jonin, potentially even turning the tide against them. Uchiha Cheng soon comprehends the reason behind the lackluster combat capability of Iwagakure's ninja. Their strategy revolves around attrition, aiming to engage Konoha in a prolonged struggle. In terms of both quality and quantity, Iwagakure cannot compete with Konoha. However, they are determined to rely on sheer numbers. While Iwagakure may not match Konoha in foundational strength, Konoha is not solely focused on combating Iwagakure. Should Konoha suffer setbacks or defeat on the northwestern front, both Kimogakure and Kirigakure are sure to take action. And even the recently surrendered Sunagakure may not remain passive. Reflecting on the original narrative, one recalls Sasuke, who graduated at the tender age of 12. Having undergone elite training within the Uchiha clan, he emerged as the top of his class, and during Kakashi's evaluation, his ability to utilize a C-rank technique, the Great Fireball, astonished Kakashi, as it is typically mastered only by average Chunin. Later, during the Dizuna mission, Sasuke effortlessly thwarted the initial assault of 2 Chunin from the mist. Given Sasuke's lineage and exceptional caliber, Uchiha Chung could easily contend with 20 such ninjas today. With just a few sweeping vacuum blades, he could prevent Sasuke from even brushing the hem of his garment. After all, few can wield A-rank swordsmanship as if it were a mere crowd-clearing technique. In those times, Sasuke would have had no trouble dispatching the Iwagakure ninjas that attacked tonight. Uchiha Chung asserts without exaggeration that a single Sasuke could defeat at least 4 or 5 Iwagakure Chunin, as their overall quality is significantly inferior. It is a misconception that wartime ninjas are necessarily superior to those in peacetime. This reflects a flaw inherent in the wartime merit system. As many of the seasoned warriors fall, the survivors inevitably rise in rank, and a village cannot refrain from promoting new Chunin and Jonin. When the formidable are lost, the remaining must fill the gaps. In Uchiha Chung's estimation, among the Iwagakure ninjas that launched tonight's raid, at least 100 are scarcely more capable than freshly graduated Konoha Academy students. They possess only basic physical techniques, transformation jutsu, and the ability to throw weapons, allowing them perhaps to fell 1 or 2 ordinary civilians. But as ninjas, they are merely fodder for battle. Unlike Konoha's system of mentoring, where an experienced elder guides 3 newcomers, many from other ninja villages find themselves unprepared and bewildered on the battlefield. Had Uchiha Chung, after the Kaiki Mountain battle, truly been just an ordinary chunin, upon promotion he would undoubtedly rank among the weakest jonin, the kind who would struggle fiercely when encircled by 7 or 8 average chunin. Although the chunin and jinin of a Wagakure are indeed relatively weaker, the simultaneous capture of multiple outposts and positions indicates that their jonin far outnumber Konoha's. A fierce battle looms ahead. Today's skirmish has not led Uchiha Cheng to bask in triumph or lower his guard. Following a thorough analysis of the combat, he begins to assess the spoils of the night. This encounter has bestowed upon him 786 gold coins and 5 pieces of basic equipment. In the ensuing 10 days, the Wagakure launched 3 successive attacks, all of which were repelled by Konoha. However, the original garrison force of nearly 500 has dwindled to just over 200. The losses on a Wagakure's side are multiple times greater than those of Konoha. Yet their reinforcements and supplies continue to flow steadily into the Grass Country's main camp via the Kanabi Bridge. Amidst this relentless bloodshed, a young Uchiha, wielding his blade, has withstood wave after wave of a Wagakure assaults, having already claimed the lives of nearly 10 of their jonin. At the tender age of 15, he has earned the moniker Sword Saint of the Wind. Sword Saint, who, pray tell, is the little genius who has bestowed upon me such a melodramatic title. Couldn't they have thought of something more dignified than that? Uchiha Cheng muses, polishing his Tengu blade within the confines of his tent. Though his expression betrays a hint of seriousness, it is no wonder they seek to destroy the Kanabi Bridge if this attrition continues. Konoha may indeed find itself at the brink of annihilation. Uchiha Makoto felt a sense of helplessness. Although he had taken down numerous Wagakure ninjas in recent days, their numbers were overwhelming. In terms of personnel and resources, Konoha faced a significant disadvantage. The forces of Konoha had now contracted their front lines, while the Wagakure, despite the relentless battles, still maintained a count of over 1,000. The Kaminarabashi Bridge served as a vital transportation hub connecting the land of grass and the land of earth. Beneath it flowed a mighty river, flanked by steep cliffs. This grand bridge constituted the most direct route for a Wagakure to transport supplies to the land of grass. Should the Kaminarabashi Bridge be destroyed, the logistics of resource transportation for a Wagakure would become exceedingly challenging, thus undermining their capacity for attrition warfare. Before his arrival in this world of ninjas, Uchiha Makoto had been perplexed upon witnessing the destruction of the Kaminarabashi Bridge, leading to a Wagakure's withdrawal and subsequent surrender. It was merely a bridge. Did its absence truly render supply transport impossible? Could the ninjas not traverse the water to deliver supplies? Could they not scale the cliffs? Or perhaps utilize sealing scrolls for transportation? It was only after he found himself entrenched in the ninja realm that he comprehended the complexity of the situation. Reflecting on Sasuke from the original storyline, who was hailed as the foremost genius of their generation, it took him several days to master tree walking. And water walking demanded even greater chakra control, compounded by the swift currents that dramatically increased the difficulty. As for the steep cliffs on either side, they presented an even greater challenge to overcome. To deploy ninjas of such caliber to transport supplies would be a gross misallocation of resources. After all, the majority of the Wagakure forces on the front lines consisted of low-ranking ninjas. Moreover, the capacity of sealing scrolls to store items was limited. The principles governing sealing scrolls bore resemblance to summoning techniques, one dealing with inanimate objects, the other with living beings. Additionally, the cost of sealing scrolls was substantial. And should the transport ninjas fall under attack, the supplies would conveniently fall into enemy hands, creating a significant predicament. In truth, if a Wagakure were to stake everything and engage Konoha in a relentless conflict, even after the destruction of the Kaminarabashi Bridge, it would not render resource transportation impossible. Rather, the costs and consequences would be amplified. Ultimately, no matter how the situation unfolded, Konoha remained unafraid of an extended confrontation. Uchiha Cheng briefly analyzed the battlefield and concluded that the likelihood of a Wagakure surrendering after the destruction of the Shinobi Bridge was the highest. Even if they managed to defeat Konoha at the borders and entered the Land of Fire, they would ultimately gain nothing and merely prolong the conflict. Moreover, the arrival of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, had already shifted the momentum in favor of a Wagakure, a vast land that, apart from the third Tsuchikage Anoki in the Jinchuriki, would see its other inhabitants marching to their demise. After all, aside from Kumogakure, no village was entirely united. Factions advocating for war coexisted with those favoring peace. To avert the escalation of internal discord, there existed a possibility that external conflict could be utilized to redirect tensions. Given the current situation, conceding defeat seemed reasonable. Yet, to demolish the bridge, Reinforcements were indispensable. Uchiha Chung's countenance darkened. They were left with roughly 200 combatants, a portion of whom were injured. Should the village fail to dispatch reinforcements soon, their frontline forces would endure at most another week before being worn down by Iwagakure. Had it not been for Uchiha Chung's defeat of numerous Iwagakure elite and his subsequent acquisition of the title Sword Saint of the Wind, which significantly bolstered morale, the troops would have likely faltered long ago. Nevertheless, the disparity in forces was increasingly stark, and endurance was waning. Damn! The third Hokage had assured him that reinforcements from the Sarutobi clan would arrive, yet they had yet to make an appearance. Did a mere internal strife warrant such a delay? In that moment, anger flickered across Uchiha Chung's face. The reinforcements from the Sarutobi clan were supposed to have arrived 3 days prior, but due to a rebellion in Kaiki City incited by enemy spies urging its independence, their departure had been postponed. Regardless of the truth, the reinforcements had not come. Uchiha Chung had also considered sending Warwick to sabotage the Shinobi Bridge. However, within the borders of the Land of Grass, there were no fewer than 20 Iwagakure elite ninja, including sensory-type shinobi, who would likely detect Warwick as soon as he entered. While he could potentially destroy the bridge, the risks outweighed the potential gains, and Warwick could very well be injured or even killed. Despite Warwick's exceptional speed, the presence of traps or specialized sealing techniques from Iwagakure's ninjas remained an unknown factor. Such risks were unacceptable to Uchiha Chang, who had always been a pragmatic individual. To acquire the title of a Konoha hero while risking his most significant asset was not a gamble he was willing to take, regardless of how the frontline situation deteriorated. With his established military achievements, he would unlikely face any blame. It was no wonder that, in the end, only 4 remained on the battlefield. It was indeed a dreadful predicament. In the heart of Uchiha Seijin, a sense of urgency welled up. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps drew nearer. "Captain Seijin, come in." It was Uchiha Tsukuyami, who had once looked down upon him, now entering the tent with an air of respect. Due to Uchiha Seijin's formidable strength and valorous deeds, he had earned the admiration and respect of all. The once infatuated fan of Uchiha Zongren, Tsukuyami now shifted her attention solely to him. After all, Uchiha Seijin's striking looks eclipsed those of Uchiha Zongren. It later dawned upon her that Uchiha Seijin's prowess far surpassed that of Zongren. "Captain, Team Leaf's captain has informed you to attend the Jonin meeting." Tsukuyami gazed intently at Uchiha Seijin, her focus unwavering on his handsome visage and the athletic form concealed beneath his black, form-fitting combat attire. Her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with admiration, emanating a somewhat alluring charm. "Understood. You may leave," Uchiha Seijin replied in a calm tone, nodding slightly. "Oh." Tsukuyami's expression fell. Disappointment evident. Uchiha Seijin remained impervious to her flirtatious glances and attentions, prompting her to question her own appearance and physique. Throughout her time in the ninja academy and within her clan, she had been regarded as a sought-after beauty, exuding confidence in her looks. Why then? Did she feel undermined in the presence of Uchiha Seijin? "Go on." Uchiha Seijin gestured dismissively towards Tsukuyami as he donned the armor laid upon his bedding. Humph. Feeling slighted by such indifference, Tsukuyami's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. As a young lady of status, she had never been subjected to such treatment, let alone repeatedly. However, in the face of Uchiha Seijin, who commanded respect even from her grandfather, she found herself at a loss. Not only was he extraordinarily powerful, but he was also strikingly handsome. Uchiha New Moon cast a lingering glance upon him, and the pent-up frustration within her swiftly dissipated by more than half, prompting her to step out of the tent. Uchiha Makoto donned his armor with a sense of purpose, securing the heavenly sword at his waist before stepping out of the tent. He held little interest in Uchiha Tsukuyami. Despite her striking beauty, she was still too young, lacking the maturity he sought. Uchiha Makoto has a preference for those who are older. Upon entering the central military tent, he found only Captain Yekwan and another jonin named Oda Eiko. "Captain Yekwan, where are the others?" Uchiha Makoto inquired, slightly taken aback. "Makoto-kun, the information we possess is of utmost confidentiality. The fewer who are aware, the better," Yekwan explained. Oda Eiko then stated solemnly, "According to the intelligence received from the village, Namikaze Minato is leading his subordinates to provide support, and they are expected to arrive in the Land of Grass by noon tomorrow. Their mission is to sabotage the transportation hub, the Kanabi Bridge of Iwagakure. Meanwhile, we are tasked with coordinating with them by drawing the enemy's attention on the front lines during their infiltration. In simple terms, We are to initiate an offensive tomorrow at noon to hold the enemy at bay. The first part of Oda Aiko's statement eased Uchiha Makoto's expression. For with Namake's Minato's arrival, he would be akin to an entire army, a true ally. However, the latter part of the statement darkened Makoto's countenance once again. An offensive maneuver. With 200 Leaf ninjas facing approximately 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas. Even if the enemy deploys their formidable Jonin to guard the bridge, the combat strength on the front lines remains significantly superior to that of the Leaf. Uchiha Cheng pondered upon his ability to protect himself. Yet he remained uncertain about the survival of the 200 others. I understand. When the time comes, I shall cooperate fully, he stated solemnly, nodding without further elaboration. As night fell, Uchiha Cheng reclined upon his bedding, meticulously inspecting his current arsenal. In preparation for the impending fierce battle, he needed to transform his existing equipment into formidable combat power. Presently, he possessed 865 gold coins, along with basic gear comprising 2 magic resistance cloaks, 1 cloth armor, 1 storm greatsword, 2 useless staves, 2 giant belts, 1 recurve bow, and 1 goddess's tear. In total, he had 10 pieces of equipment. Aside from 1 magic resistance item that was left over from before, he had acquired 9 new pieces in this instance. Overall, the quantity may not be substantial, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the quality of each individual item. Could this be what they call blessed by fortune? Although the number of items was limited, it seemed that everything he desired had come to fruition. As Uchiha Cheng gazed at his equipment, he had already envisioned the complete set he intended to forge. Extending his arm, he spread his palm wide open, and 8 orbs of light, each the size of a thumb, materialized within his grasp. Uchiha Seijin extended his finger and gently brushed against the storm greatsword and the useless club. Suddenly, a line of information materialized on the system panel. Storm greatsword plus useless club equals hextech gun. Would you like to combine them? Yes, Uchiha Seijin silently affirmed. And the 2 luminous orbs he had selected instantly merged into one. Immediately thereafter, a handgun approximately 40 centimeters in length floated in the air, appearing rather unremarkable. Uchiha Cheng grasped the hextech gun in his hand, commencing an examination of its attributes. Hextech gun inflicts damage of 10, restoring the wielder. Healing effect from area damage is 3, with no cooldown, recovery range, mental power, physical strength, chakra. After synthesizing the hextech gun, Uchiha Cheng integrated it into his being and proceeded with further synthesis. Before long, he had completed the synthesis of all his gear. Morello's tome, ninjutsu. Illusion damage inflicts true damage equal to 10 of the enemy's maximum health within 10 seconds, reducing their healing and recovery effects by 20, with no cooldown. Synthesis formula, Rod of Ages plus Giant's Belt. Dragon's Tooth, reduces received ninjutsu and illusion damage by 20, with no cooldown. Synthesis formula, Magic Resistance Cloak plus Magic Resistance Cloak. Redemption, after 3 seconds, the wielder is restored to peak condition. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Vitality loss, bodily defects, and fatal injuries cannot be restored. Synthesis formula, Tear of the Goddess plus Giant's Belt. Upon completing the synthesis of these 4 items, Uchiha Cheng gazed at the information displayed on the system panel, his expression betraying confusion. When he opened the shop and compared the purchasable equipment, he discerned the distinctions. The redemption item, synthesized from basic equipment, bore 3 restrictions: vitality, fatal injuries, and bodily defects were irreparable, whereas the redemption available for 2,000 gold coins presented a markedly different effect. Redemption, after 3 seconds. Allied units within range will be restored to peak condition. Cooldown time is 24 hours, with a synthesis formula of Tear of the Goddess plus Giant's Belt costs 2,000 gold. One is a single target effect, while the other encompasses an area effect, devoid of numerous restrictions. By juxtaposing the synthesized equipment with the shop offerings, it became evident that each synthesized item's attributes paled in comparison to those directly purchased. Is this the disparity between orange gear and basic gear? Uchiha Cheng realized that the synthesized equipment was significantly inferior, often laden with limitations. However, it would be unfair to dismiss them entirely, even synthesized from basic gear. These items wielded considerable power. The offerings in the shop must be considered an advanced version. This realization was not without merit. What initially seemed a futile expenditure of gold coins could prove more beneficial than the basic gear in the long run. At this juncture, compared to the exorbitant cost of a single piece of gear that could bankrupt him, the freely acquired basic equipment was undoubtedly more advantageous. if one item proved ineffective. Acquiring several would suffice. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Chang shifted his focus back to the shop, this time perusing the basic equipment section. Aside from the golden shovel, all basic equipment was priced at 500 gold each. Considering the imminent battle on the morrow, Uchiha Chang surveyed his remaining two basic items, cloth armor and recurve bow. Cloth armor plus recurve bow equals Titan's Resolve. After receiving damage, the wielder's attack output is increased by 2.5, with a maximum of 50. This effect seemed rather lackluster. It required the wielder to sustain damage to enhance its efficacy, yielding only a modest increase of 2.5, capped at 50, which paled in comparison to the enhancement from the first gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia technique. Moreover, any assertion of percentage without a baseline is merely duplicitous. To gain benefit solely from being struck by an enemy is almost comical. What if one were to be instantly eliminated? Contemplating this equipment, Uchiha Chang felt somewhat exasperated. He would not proceed with its synthesis, deeming it a waste. With this in mind, he began to recall the necessary items from memory. After a brief moment of reflection, Uchiha Chang resolved to purchase 2 suitable pieces of equipment, making the most of his remaining 2 basic items. As for acquiring additional basic equipment, having witnessed the disparity in attributes between assembled and synthesized gear, he had firmly decided to save his gold. Uchiha Chang lightly tapped the shop page on the attribute panel twice. Should he purchase the useless big stick? Should he acquire the cloth armor? Yes. Uchiha Chang silently affirmed to himself. With a single gesture, he spent 1,000 gold coins. However, upon examining the synthesized equipment's overall effect, he deemed the expenditure worthwhile. The useless big stick combined with the recurve bow creates the Blade of the Ruined King, granting the wielder an increase of 4 to attack speed and movement speed with each attack. Capped at 300, and maintaining its effect for 5 minutes post-battle, with no cooldown. Meanwhile, the cloth armor combined with another cloth armor results in the Thorn's armor, increasing vitality by 1 and returning 10 of the damage taken as mental damage to the attacker. With no cooldown. The continuous attack speed enhancement of the Blade of the Ruined King is immensely beneficial for Uchiha Chang at this juncture. Especially as his side in Konoha currently finds itself at a disadvantage, he naturally has ample time to stack its effects. Once maxed out, his attack and movement speed could triple, proving to be an invaluable boost. Proficient in swordsmanship, many of his secret techniques require a burst of chakra to meet speed demands. Thus, this equipment is the perfect complement to his martial prowess. As for the Thorn's armor, Uchiha Chang was less concerned. After all, it required him to sustain injuries to retaliate, and compared to the 30 damage reflected when fully equipped, this synthesis offered merely 10. In battle, Uchiha Chang would naturally strive to avoid enemy contact, ensuring he would not be easily harmed. What he valued most was the 1 vitality effect, among the 4 fundamental attributes. Vitality, similar to mental strength, increases at a slower rate. The enhancement of vitality significantly boosts strength and provides a slight increase to agility. His recovery arsenal consisted of 4 items: Redemption, Blue Buff, Blade of the Night, and Hextech Gun, ensuring ample endurance. For offense, he possessed 3 items: Endless Blade, Blade of the Ruined King, and Morello's Tome, offering both single target and area effects. His defensive setup included Mercury, Dragon's Tooth, and Thorn's armor, along with 2 already cooled revival armors, presenting no issues. Now, he awaited the grand battle set for the morrow. Having completed all preparations, Uchiha Chang began to calm his mind and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, he rose early. Despite a brief rest, the quality of his sleep was satisfactory as he felt a newfound confidence within. Uchiha Makoto, dressed impeccably, stepped out of the tent. The morning sunlight was gentle, casting a warm glow upon his face. Before long, others emerged from the tent one after another. Even in the absence of duty or patrol assignments, it was rare for anyone to sleep until the designated hour in such a tense atmosphere. Captain Makoto, you are up quite early. Uchiha Tsukuyami approached from outside, hastening to greet him as soon as she spotted him. Uchiha Makoto nodded slightly, observing your approach. Noting that you had risen earlier. Captain, I just went to have breakfast and heard them mention that there will be an additional meal at noon today. Uchiha Shingetsu suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance between them to merely a fist's length. I am uncertain, Uchiha Makoto replied, taking a step back, his tone devoid of emotion. Upon encountering Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Shingetsu chose not to advance further, instead softly inquiring, Captain, is there to be a battle today? I have heard that all the canned goods and hunted prey are to be dealt with, and that everyone must collect their rations. Wait for the notification. Uchiha Makoto replied in an unwavering tone, for they would soon engage in combat, a matter of just a few hours. Understood. Uchiha Shingitsu seemed to have grown accustomed to Uchiha Makoto's indifference. Uchiha Makoto remained expressionless, his demeanor as cold as ever. If Uchiha Shingitsu could endure his indifference, he certainly had no obligation to offer her a kinder disposition. He had grown accustomed to such behavior during his time at school, after all. A mere hint of a smile could easily lead the girls to misconstrue his intentions. Observing Uchiha Makoto's silence, Uchiha Shingitsu attempted to initiate conversation, but after a while, she recognized the lack of engagement and chose to depart. As time passed, members of the Uchiha clan gradually approached him to exchange greetings. Initially, there were 31 Uchiha ninjas present. Following the recent skirmishes, 2 had perished, and 5 sustained minor injuries. Thanks to Uchiha Makoto's valiant efforts in battle, his comrades had reaped the rewards of his bravery. Moreover, the average strength of the Uchiha clan nin surpassed that of their counterparts, resulting in no serious injuries among them thus far. As for the 2 who had fallen, one had succumbed after panicking and inadvertently running in the wrong direction, where he encountered an Iwagakure Jonin and was swiftly dispatched. The other casualty, however, was someone Uchiha Makoto held in higher regard, Uchiha Sh Ta. During the chaos of battle, Uchiha Sh Ta had sustained a minor injury, and in a moment of negligence, Uchiha Makoto failed to come to his aid in time. Uchiha Shota found himself ensnared by a severely wounded Iwagakure ninja, who, in a desperate act, detonated an explosive tag, leading them both to a tragic demise. As Uchiha Makoto reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility, Yamada Hiro stood not far away, waving his hand. "Makoto-kun, we can set off now." "Understood," Uchiha Makoto replied, advancing towards him. As a sensor-type ninja, Yamada Hiro was tasked with patrolling daily, and Uchiha Makoto's profile also highlighted his proficiency in sensory techniques. Typically, Yamada Hiro undertook these duties alone, but with the final battle imminent, he deemed it prudent to enlist Uchiha Makoto's company. Time slipped away rapidly, and many remained oblivious to the fact that this was their final meal. Although a foreboding sense lingered in the hearts of many, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when Yoshikawa Ko publicly declared their intention to launch a proactive assault in coordination with the ninjas tasked with demolishing the bridges behind them. The faces of numerous individuals reflected a steely resolve, a testament to their acceptance of fate. As ninjas, they had long embraced their calling. Behind them lay the territory of the Land of Fire, and they could not afford to relinquish even an inch to the Iwagakure forces. Uchiha Makoto tightened his grip on the heavenly sword at his waist, only to release it moments later. He surveyed his surroundings, with over 200 individuals. Even an offensive from a fortified position appeared exceedingly precarious. After this battle, how many would return alive? A profound weariness towards the ravages of war suddenly engulfed him. Yet, all considerations would be set aside for the time being. His sole focus now was to eliminate foes and ensure his survival. The contingent of 200 swiftly traversed the terrain, entering the land of grass within an hour. Such a sizable force, devoid of the cover of dense woods, could not conceal its movements. It was not long before they were detected by the enemy. The Konoha ninjas halted on a high ridge, not yet within close proximity of the Iwagakure camp. As the enemy realized their presence, they preemptively launched an assault. Shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, explosive tags. The first round of long-range attacks commenced with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed relentlessly. However, due to the distance, Konoha's assault failed to inflict significant damage upon Iwagakure. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's the ninjas from Konoha. The Iwagakure forces, taken aback by the unexpected offensive, momentarily descended into chaos. Yet, under the leadership of their Jonin and elite Chunin, they quickly organized a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, within the central camp of Iwagakure, the supreme commander, Dongshiren, was swiftly issuing commands. The audacity of Konoha to initiate an attack was nothing short of reckless. However, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he ordered, "Huaguang, you lead the team. Emoji, Su Emoji, and Deshur shall accompany you. You are to secure the Kaminobi Bridge in the rear to prevent Konoha ninjas from launching a surprise attack. Since they have come, we must ensure the complete annihilation of Konoha's forces, both on the front lines and in the rear. Let those peace-seeking old fools comprehend that Iwagakure is the mightiest ninja village in the realm." "Understood, Lord Dongshiren." Huaguang, an elite Jonin of Iwagakure, brimmed with confidence for this mission. Like Dongshiren, he was a staunch advocate for warfare. The most effective way to silence the peace faction within the village was to obliterate Konoha's army. Although tasked with safeguarding the rear, he remained ever vigilant. The front line had sufficient combat strength. Now, it was imperative to ensure the rear remained secure. The Kaminobi Bridge, a vital transportation hub and strategic location, could not be compromised. Should it be destroyed, the peace faction within the village would have grounds to call for a ceasefire. We entrust the rear to you all. Dong Shiren's expression turned grave. Yes. Emoji, Su Emoji, and Ashur responded, immediately departing. Once the four had left, Dong Shiren continued, divide the forces into three. The front shall serve as the main assault, while the other two teams will flank from the sides. We must ensure the complete eradication of Konoha's forces. With a numerical advantage, Dong Shiren remained indifferent to casualties, as victory was the ultimate goal. In stark contrast to the dense forest, Uchiha Makoto found himself atop a high ridge, gazing down upon a vast plain. The enemy's army, numbering 1 to 2,000, surged forward across the open ground, creating a visual impact that tightened the hearts of many Konoha ninjas. Attack once the enemy draws nearer, Yedrin commanded loudly. Uchiha Makoto gazed at the incoming Iwagakure ninjas. Bemused by their audacity to charge so recklessly, the sheer number of them was indeed remarkable, especially in such terrain. To a ninja, the steep slopes posed no greater challenge than flat ground. Attack! Cried Yukikawame. Shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, and explosive tags were hurled in unison. Following this, the elite J-Nin and CH-Nin adept in area of effect ninjutsu unleashed their assaults. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The primary force unleashing the fire release techniques was comprised of the Uchiha clan-s ninjas. After executing his fire release, Uchiha Makoto promptly joined his comrades in casting wind release to enhance the speed and range of the fire attacks. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure forces resorted to earth release for defense. Yet even so, they faltered under this onslaught, suffering significant losses. They fought while retreating, making their way back to the rear lines. Yamada Eiji quickly ordered a withdrawal. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja dashed forward, exclaiming, "Two Wings has spotted the enemy. There are no fewer than 200. Upon hearing this, Mei's expression darkened, and she promptly instructed, Eiji, you will take command from here. Makoto, Munenori, Tamahisa, Yasuke, and Shintaro, each of you lead a small team. We must intercept the enemy at the flanks. They must not encircle our rear. But remember, do not engage in a desperate fight, simply delay them." "Understood," replied the named J-Nin, the strongest combatants at their disposal. In Konoha, it has always been tradition that the weak do not serve as the rear guard. Uchiha Itachi's gaze intensified, heralding yet another bloody battle. It remains uncertain whether Kakashi and the others can successfully demolish the Kamui Bridge as depicted in the original narrative. The arrival of Minato Namikaze on the front lines is shrouded in mystery. Uchiha Makoto selected 5 formidable CH-Nin from among his clan to accompany him, while Uchiha Jin did likewise. The 6 J-Nin split into 2 groups, each leading a 5-member team to intercept the Iwagakure ninjas, encircling them from both flanks. After witnessing the prowess of Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Munin, with a keen sense of awareness, chose to follow closely behind him. Together, they proceeded to the left alongside another J-Nin, Yoshiai Shintar. Uchiha Sei charged ahead, leading the way with determination. As he pressed onward, he called back to Uchiha Ryoji. "Ryoji, during the battle ahead, do not stray too far from my side." "I understand." Uchiha Ryoji replied earnestly, acknowledging the special consideration Sei was extending to him. Their bond had strengthened after they endured the battles of Mount Kikyo together, fostering a camaraderie that had flourished since. Uchiha Ryoji can be considered one of the few members of the Uchiha clan with a commendable relationship with Uchiha Makoto. Observing Uchiha Makoto's profound concern for Uchiha Ryoji, Uchiha Shingetsu felt a twinge of melancholy, uncertain as to where she fell short. However, with the impending war, her time for contemplation was limited. The presence of Uchiha Makoto instilled a sense of calm within her heart. Uchiha Makoto instilled a profound sense of security in his comrades through his formidable strength. After providing counsel to Uchiha Ryoji, he turned to address his clan members, saying, "You too, strive to remain centered around me. Do not stray too far. Yet refrain from drawing too close. Simply provide support from behind." "Understood," replied Uchiha Sojin, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Uchiha Makoto. Recognizing that clinging to him was their best chance of survival amidst the chaos of war. The reason Uchiha Makoto led them was to keep a watchful eye on their safety. After all, although the Leaf Village forces on either flank were fewer in number, they possessed greater strength. In contrast, over 100 Leaf ninjas on the front line faced an overwhelming force of 5 to 6 times that in Awagakure ninjas, rendering their situation far more perilous. By remaining close to Uchiha Makoto, they increased their odds of survival, and these individuals were indeed formidable fighters, primarily elite Chunin. At the 10 o'clock position, approximately 800 meters away, there were at least 200 Awagakure ninjas preparing for combat. Uchiha Makoto, using his blood-tracking abilities, discerned the enemy's presence and promptly alerted his team. Judging by their trajectory, it appeared that the adversary lacked sensory-type ninjas and had not detected their approach. Despite their overwhelming numbers, he sensed that their chakra was not particularly strong. It was estimated that there were only 1 or 2 Jounin and around 40 to 50 Chunin among them. Summoning Jutsu. Uchiha Chung habitually formed hand seals, summoning Warwick. Warwick. Swiftly eliminate the enemy's strongest warrior and deplete their chakra. Understood. After Uchiha Chung issued the command, Warwick vanished in an instant. The group of 18 approached within mere meters of the enemy forces, and Uchiha Chung raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt as they concealed themselves behind the rocks. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions and the anguished cries of the dying enemies. It was Warwick drawing the attention of the foes. I will advance first. You all hold the rear. Remember to fight while retreating. Do not linger in battle to avoid encirclement. With a commanding shout, Uchiha Sei charged forth, wielding his sword as he rushed towards the Awagakure forces. The terrain ahead was predominantly barren yellow earth, with only a few scattered rocks providing minimal cover. The enemy swiftly discerned his presence. Attack. Upon recognizing Uchiha Sei, dozens of Awagakure shinobi hurled kunai and shuriken, interspersed with explosive tags, in his direction. In the face of such a relentless onslaught, Uchiha Sei's momentum showed no sign of faltering. His form flickered as he deftly evaded the barrage of projectiles. When confronted with explosive tags at close range, he deftly swung his Tenyu sword, conjuring a barrier of air to deflect the blasts. In an instant, he skillfully maneuvered into the encirclement of the Awagakure shinobi. Simultaneously, as he found himself surrounded, the Awagakure forces too were ensnared within his grasp. Wind release, vacuum blade. Uchiha Chung leaped into the sky, wielding the heavenly sword horizontally, tracing a graceful arc in midair. With a swift whoosh, over 1,000 crescent-shaped wind blades surged forth in all directions towards his adversaries. Under his deliberate reduction of power, the number of wind blades multiplied exponentially. These projectiles enveloped more than 200 Awagakure ninjas below. Although the majority were shielded by their earth-style ninjutsu, a significant portion still sustained injuries, with only a few casualties. This was partly due to his moderated force, and partly because this contingent of 200 was considerably stronger than those he had initially encountered. They represented the true elite of Awagakure. Dozens of Nin were no mere weaklings as soon as Uchiha Chung initiated his assault. They employed Earth-style, Earth Wall to block the wind blades. However, this time was different. Thanks to the group burning effect of the Morello's secret tome, even minor grazes from the wind blades inflicted a burning effect, essentially acting as a collective weakening buff. The earlier attack, which did not concern itself with chakra expenditure, had successfully damaged a large number of enemies. Even minimal injuries, when accumulated across hundreds, proved to be substantial. Initially, after executing the vacuum blade to its fullest extent, Uchiha Chung had expended nearly half of his chakra. Yet, the blue buff returned 30 points, and the Hextech technology firearm restored even more. Remarkably, after his attack took effect, his chakra was still at full capacity. Just before landing, Uchiha Chung hurled a dozen shurikens. He swiftly performed hand seals, completing the shuriken shadow clone technique in an instant. With a flurry of movements, the 10 shurikens multiplied tenfold, then surged to thousands, darkening the sky as they shot towards the enemies below. Some of the Awagakure ninjas, caught off guard, were transformed into a veritable porcupine. His initial wave of area attacks decimated a significant portion of the weaker Nin and Jinin among the Awagakure ranks. Yet, the remaining forces were comprised of the mainstay fighters. 2 formidable Nin from Awagakure exhibited exceptional prowess. Warwick, entering a berserker state, displayed an exaggerated speed that allowed him to inflict injury on one of them without subduing either. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Uchiha Chung intensified his offensive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zonrin and others joined the fray. This time, Uchiha Chung did not massacre Awagakure ninjas as if they were mere fodder. For a dozen Nin had firmly latched onto him, each one not lacking in strength. The battle raged for less than 10 minutes before Warwick abruptly vanished, having eliminated one of the J-nin prior to his disappearance. At that moment, Uchiha Chung had fully stacked his sheep knife, tripling his attack and movement speed. Uchiha Makoto shielded his team, engaging in combat while strategically retreating, and succeeded in vanquishing another Iwagakure Jonin. However, this time, he sustained severe injuries. In his final moments, the adversary's speed surged exponentially, delivering a devastating blow to Makoto's shoulder. The wound, measuring over 10 centimeters, was deep enough to expose bone. This marked the first injury he had endured since the Battle of Kaiki Mountain. The pain caused beads of cold sweat to form on Uchiha Makoto's brow. For an ordinary ninja, such an injury would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, with the activation of his redemption technique, within 3 seconds, his shoulder was restored to its former state, and his chakra was fully replenished. Thus, they continued to fight while retreating. From their squad of 18, only one member perished, and 4 sustained minor injuries. In contrast, the Iwagakure forces lost 2 Jonin and were reduced from over 200 to merely 30 survivors, who retreated in disarray. Uchiha Makoto led his team back to the stronghold. Upon his return, he discovered that the 18-man squad tasked with intercepting the right flank consisted solely of the elite Jonin, Yagura and Yagami Tamahisa, along with a wounded Chunin who had returned. Realizing that their flanking strategy had faltered, the Iwagakure forces consolidated their strength and launched a direct assault. At this moment, the enemy boasted nearly 1,000 troops, while they had a mere 150. The autumn winds howled mournfully, and the setting sun bled crimson across the horizon. Uchiha Seiji leaned against the battlefield, disheveled and weary. The conflict had persisted from noon until dusk. Under their relentless resistance, the enemy had suffered grievously, and now only 200 Iwagakure ninjas remained on the opposing front. In stark contrast, his own side was reduced to a mere 40. A feat accomplished solely due to the formidable prowess of Uchiha Seiji. Despite being equipped with numerous tools, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. While his gear could replenish his stamina and chakra, it could not restore his weary spirit, a profound fatigue of the mind. From noon until now, he had charged into battle time and again, only to return and witness his comrades fall one after another. Most of them, he could not even recall their names. Yet the sense of helplessness weighed heavily upon him. At the tender age of 15, he possessed the power to alter the course of battle, a strength that others deemed remarkable. Yet, Uchiha Seiji remained disheartened, feeling inadequate. His current abilities were insufficient to ensure his own safety or that of his family in the future. Despite his relentless training and the armaments he bore, it was still not enough. The mere presence of a ninja of the rank of Kage would compel him to flee. Amidst the full-scale assault of the Iwagakure ninjas, he had sustained multiple minor injuries. Beside him lay Uchiha Ryosuke, his chest heavily bandaged. Despite Seiji's vigilant care during the recent skirmish, Ryosuke had suffered a stab wound to his right chest at the hands of the enemy. At the critical moment, Uchiha Ryosuke managed to regain his composure, slightly retreating his body. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, and his lung was not penetrated. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to excessive blood loss on the spot. Medical ninjas, being strategic resources, seldom engage directly on the battlefield unless they are adept in combat. Thus, they could only perform emergency treatment on Uchiha Ryosuke before retreating to the rear for comprehensive care. However, if they delayed any longer, Uchiha Ryosuke would be in grave danger. Say, Uchiha Ryosuke's gaze grew unfocused, resembling someone on the brink of slumber. "Hey, Ryosuke, don't fall asleep," Uchiha Sei exclaimed urgently upon witnessing Ryosuke's almost fainting demeanor. Uchiha Ryosuke abruptly seized Uchiha Makoto's arm, exclaiming, Makoto, promise me. If I perish, please ensure that my mother and sister are well taken care of. Izumi is quite close to you. Though she is merely 5 years old, a decade your junior, she will undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. If you were to become my sister-in-law, I would find that acceptable." No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Ryosuke's head tilted, his eyes fluttering shut, his complexion paling drastically. "Hey, don't fall asleep." Uchiha Makoto's expression darkened as he swiftly placed his hand upon Ryosuke's neck to check his pulse, then tested his breath. He discovered that although Ryosuke's breathing was faint, his pulse remained relatively stable. Realizing that he had merely fainted, Makoto felt a momentary relief. However, his countenance soon soured again as the enemy launched yet another assault. Uchiha Cheng narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, his irises transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The two tomo, which had previously exhibited a horizontal distribution, subtly shifted, revealing a third Tomo within his gaze. Half an hour later, Uchiha Chung returned to the battlefield, accompanied by merely 15 individuals, aside from those incapacitated by injury. Certainly, the enemy had also suffered significant losses, with their remaining number of shinobi barely exceeding 100. However, Uchiha Chung did not allow himself a moment's respite, for the surviving Iwagakure ninjas were all formidable opponents. The weak had already perished. Warwick, having activated Frenzy, required a day's rest, rendering further summoning impossible. The enemy likely still possessed around 10 elite jonin and several dozen chunin, making direct confrontation exceedingly perilous. Uchiha Makoto was calmly analyzing the situation. "Makoto, retreat with the injured." Suddenly, Mikamura Yoko, who was crouching nearby, spoke to Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto furrowed his brows, addressing Captain Yekwan. "You are merely 15, yet possess such remarkable strength. You must not perish on the battlefield in vain. Allow us to handle the remaining matters. We shall endeavor to buy you some time." Yekwan of Maitsuin responded solemnly. Meanwhile, beside him, the one-armed Odata Hironori nodded, a faint smile gracing his pallid visage. "Makoto, although our time together has been brief, it has been a pleasure to meet you. Now, go swiftly." Uchiha Cheng displayed an expression of hesitation. He possessed the capability to fight and flee, yet his desire to safeguard the wounded rendered him incapable of decisive action. Just as Uchiha Cheng found himself at an impasse, a towering figure unexpectedly materialized beside him. Uchiha Makoto's gaze sharpened, and the heavenly sword behind him was drawn forth. "Wait, it's me," a familiar voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Makoto felt as though he had stumbled upon an oasis in the midst of a parched desert, his face lighting up with joy. "Konoha's Minato, you have finally arrived. I apologize for my delay. I encountered adversaries along the way," Minato replied, his expression growing serious. "What is the current situation?" Uchiha Makoto spoke in a deep voice. "Our side currently comprises 22 individuals, with 7 injured and unable to fight. Among the remaining 15, several bear light wounds. The only ones capable of ensuring combat effectiveness are my companion Munenori and Captain Yek, totaling 10 fighters. The enemy likely numbers around 100, with at least 10 elite shinobi and half of them being mid-ranking. 100? That seems rather excessive. We will have to resolve this in 2 phases." At these words, Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully. He set down the backpack on his back and extracted all the specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch and sealing scroll. "Everyone, please hurl these kunai towards the enemy's position. The rest will be left to me." Namikaze Minato indicated the concealed position of the Iwagakure shinobi. "Isn't this a bit reckless? They have numerous elite shinobi." Ji Shintaro's expression shifted at this revelation. As a newly promoted elite shinobi, he had heard of Namikaze Minato's moniker, the Yellow Flash, but had never fought alongside him. Enough talk. Let us follow his lead. Soon, you will witness the prowess of the Yellow Flash in battle. Do not blink, for the fight will transpire in an instant. Beside them, Mei Murakami, a seasoned comrade of Namikaze Minato, surely understood the terror he could unleash. Uchiha Sidu addressed, "Senpai Minato, your flying thunder god technique can transport others, correct?" "Indeed," replied Minato Namikaze with a nod. "Then take me along. I am still capable of fighting and shall not be a burden," Uchiha Sidu declared with a serious demeanor. Minato furrowed his brows and pondered, "Very well. Come stand beside me." "Yes." Uchiha Sidu complied, positioning himself next to Minato. His motivation for accompanying Minato was twofold: to provide support and, more importantly, to closely observe Minato's combat skills, as he was still enamored with the Flying Thunder God technique. Such a formidable jutsu, once mastered, would prove far more advantageous than any resurrection armor. At this moment, those remaining on the battlefield had all managed to rise. They collectively hurled every available weapon towards the enemy's position. Upon witnessing a mere 100 kunai being launched, a voice within the enemy ranks proclaimed, "The ninjas of Konoha are faltering. They lack sufficient weaponry." The kunai scattered around them. The leading Iwagakure jonin, Dong Shuren, felt an impending sense of victory. However, as he focused on the kunai just a few meters away, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of horror. "Oh no!" Quickly, before Dong Shuren could finish his warning, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly emerged from within their ranks. The taller one, with golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage, contrasted sharply with the shorter figure, whose dark hair framed a face of cold beauty, marked by a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 black tomo. In an instant, Dong Shuren felt a sharp pain in his neck, swiftly succumbing to unconsciousness. The battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of Iwagakure ninjas, but notably, Most of the screams erupted in unison, a fleeting moment of chaos, while only a few were staggered. PFF. Uchiha Makoto withdrew the heavenly sword from the heart of his foe, surveying the lifeless bodies strewn about him. His gaze then shifted to the figure standing amidst the crowd, Namake's Minato. Astonishment filled his eyes. In no more than 3 seconds, Namake's Minato had resolved the conflict. His Sharingan could not even perceive Minato's movements. With all his might, he had managed to eliminate a mere 12-rock ninja. While the remaining elite shinobi from Iwagakure had all been vanquished by Minato. Just moments ago, Yoshiai Shintaro had deemed Minato's actions reckless, yet now, his eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate a peach. Was this the golden flash? It was over. Uchiha Makoto finally relaxed his tense spirit. Beside him, Minato Namake's breath was somewhat hurried, clearly indicating that the consecutive use of the Flying Thunder God technique dozens of times within mere seconds, while precisely eliminating enemies, had taken a significant toll on his stamina. Makoto, I leave the subsequent matters to you. I must go to assist Kakashi and the others. Minato stood still for a moment to steady his breath before deciding to depart. Understood, Minato-senpai. Makoto nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Minato vanished from the battlefield in an instant. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Chang returned to the front lines, instructing Mei Village's Yejuan and others to transport the injured to the camp for treatment. Meanwhile, he undertook the final tasks of the day, searching for fellow survivors on the battlefield and ensuring that the enemy was dealt with decisively. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming. They could not afford to take prisoners, nor allow any enemies to escape. After a thorough search, he discovered that the Konoha ninjas he encountered had already succumbed to their injuries. With a nearly 10-to-1 ratio of combatants, the likelihood of survival for those who fell on the battlefield was virtually non-existent. As for the Iwagakure ninjas he found, very few were gravely wounded yet still alive. For these individuals, Uchiha Chang employed his precise swordsmanship to grant them a swift passage, alleviating their suffering. The Iwagakure frontline forces had been largely annihilated, and Konoha was already struggling to tend to its own wounded, making it impossible to assist their foes. It was likely that Iwagakure had yet to establish a comprehensive medical ninja system, leaving the wounded to await their fate on the battlefield. Observing the carnage that lay before him, Uchiha Chang sighed quietly. It was finally over. This grand conflict marked the conclusion of the Third Shinobi War, which was now drawing to a close. For the foreseeable future, it was unlikely that there would be any large-scale battles. Thanks to the skill of Blood Hunt, Uchiha Chang was able to clear the battlefield swiftly. While searching for survivors, he also collected the spoils of war: 5 gold coins, 17 gold coins, a golden shovel, a useless club, a storm greatsword, and an additional 4 gold coins. After collecting all the gold coins and equipment, Uchiha Chang returned to the rear camp. Prior to the battle, he possessed 865 gold coins and spent 1,000 coins on basic equipment, leaving him with 865 coins. Now, his total gold coin amount has surged to 666. His initial basic equipment had been entirely depleted, yet he has now acquired 10 pieces of basic equipment, including 4 golden spades valued at 500 coins each. This haul is comparable to the cumulative gains from several previous battles. Uchiha Chang returned to the camp, which had once been bustling but now lay desolate, with the majority of its inhabitants having perished in battle. He proceeded to the tent designated for medical ninjas to tend to the injured. Upon learning that Uchiha Liangjia and others were not in mortal danger, he couldn't help but jest. Who would want to be your brother-in-law? After performing a simple cleaning and bandaging of wounds, he retreated to his own tent. The tension that had gripped him suddenly dissipated, and he felt utterly exhausted. He fell into a deep slumber that lasted until the following day. At dawn, Namake's Minato arrived at the camp with the members of Team 7. However, the team was 1 member short, as Uchiha Obito was missing. Kakashi wore his forehead protector askew, concealing his left eye. It seemed that the narrative was unfolding as anticipated, Uchiha Chang mused. At this juncture, he could only focus on self-preservations, lacking the requisite power to alter the course of events. Compared to those of the Kage level, he was still devoid of a decisive trump card. Such significant alterations to the plot were beyond his capability to influence. Nevertheless, after the conclusion of this great battle, the gold coins and basic equipment he possessed would enhance his combat prowess. His Sharingan had also evolved to the level of 3 Tomo. Once he had fully acclimatized to its power, his strength would further augment. By combining various equipment and acquiring new skills, his actual combat capabilities would see a substantial increase. Even when faced with weaker Kage-level adversaries, he would possess the strength to contend. Although the world of Naruto recognizes only Kage without a formal concept of Kage-level power. As a traveler from another realm, he needed his own standards of measurement. Without a clear understanding of his own abilities, one often found themselves in perilous situations. Despite Konoha's victory in this battle, it was a Pyrrhic triumph. It was not until the third day post-conflict that reinforcements arrived, which conveniently allowed for a rotation of troops, enabling those who had participated in the war to return to the village for recuperation. On the fifth day after the battle, Uchiha Chung, alongside Namikaze Minato and others, returned to the village. However, this time, the returning ninjas could hardly be considered a formidable force, as only 35 Konoha ninjas, including non-combat medical personnel, had returned alive from the IWA battlefield. Yet, the villagers of Konoha welcomed them back with the greatest enthusiasm. For the conclusion of this battle signified the near end of the war. Sunagakure had surrendered, Kumogakure had called for a ceasefire, and Kirigakure had not engaged in large-scale conflict with Konoha since the war began, indicating that they were unlikely to instigate hostilities now. Iwagakure had also been sufficiently intimidated by Konoha's might. The day before Uchiha Cheng and his companions returned to the village, the daimyo of the Land of Earth had dispatched envoys to the Land of Fire to seek an audience with the daimyo, evidently preparing for surrender. Although the daimyo had no authority to interfere with the military actions of the ninja villages, he could withdraw financial support if his views diverged from theirs, rendering the villages incapable of sustained warfare. However, the most contentious issue arose when the third Hokage announced that Konoha would not demand war reparations from Iwagakure, but instead sought to establish an alliance to jointly uphold peace in the ninja world. The Iwagakure side readily accepted this offer, especially considering that Namikaze Minato had decisively defeated dozens of ninjas, including 10 Jonin, thereby instilling a profound fear of the Yellow Flash throughout the ninja realm. The hawkish faction within Iwagakure began to waver, believing that seeking peace was the most prudent course of action. Particularly striking was Konoha's decision to forego war reparations. Continuing hostilities would yield no benefit for Iwagakure. Nonetheless, the third Hokage's actions drew dissatisfaction from some ninjas within the village, especially those from smaller clans who had nearly faced extinction due to the recent Ninja World War. Without reparations, how could they secure resources to train the next generation? Were they to rely solely on the meager compensation provided by the village? Upon returning to the village, Uchiha Seiichi swiftly made his way home, only to discover that Uchiha Rinka was absent. Faced with this situation, he promptly disrobed and decided to indulge in a relaxing bath first. Reclining comfortably in the warm water, he began to examine the system panel, noting significant changes. Current tasks: 1. Secure the border defense and repel the Rock Village ninjas. 11. Completed. 2. Achieve ultimate victory for the Leaf Village faction. 11. Completed. Task rewards: 1. All attributes 1, in the acquisition of the lightning attribute talent. 2. Gain the skill Blink and the skill Thunderclap. Blink allows free teleportation within a 50-meter radius, with chakra consumption proportionate to the distance teleported. Minimum consumption of 200 chakra, cooldown time, 5 seconds. Thunderclap, by releasing lightning chakra towards a designated area. Lightning will strike after a 2-second delay. Minimum release range of 10 meters, release time between 1 to 60 seconds. Chakra consumption is proportional to the release range and time. With a minimum consumption of 500 chakra, if struck by the lightning, the user will gain a layer of thunder armor, reducing lightning damage by 90 for the duration. System: Blessing of the Starforging Dragon King name. Uchiha Seiichi attributes: Wind, Fire, Lightning Strength, 16. 5 Constitution, 15. 6 Agility, 19. 7 Spirit, 27. 1 Charm, 57 Luck, 39. 5 Chakra, 1888 Health Points, 100 Active Buff. Sea Pirate, First Stage Backpack, 1330 Equipment Slots, 1010 Equipment. Guardian Angel X3. Blade of the New Moon X1, Mercury X1, Blue Buff X1, Endless Blade X1, Hextech Gun X1, Dragon's Tooth X1, Redemption X1, Thorn Armor X1, Morello's Tome X1. Sheep Knife X1. Current Gold, 6666. Uchiha Chang gazed thoughtfully at the 2 skills he had received as rewards. The skill of Flash seemed akin to a diminished version of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the disparity was quite pronounced, particularly with its 5-second cooldown period. The chakra consumption was somewhat excessive as well, Yet the sole advantage it held over the Flying Thunder God technique was its independence from coordinates for teleportation. The latter required the aid of a unique technique to establish coordinates for the transfer. Overall, it remained rather practical and in critical moments when combined with swordsmanship. It could yield unexpected victories. Uchiha Chung has conducted a self-analysis and determined that his overall strength is quite formidable. He possesses virtually no discernible weaknesses. It can be stated that he excels in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu alike. His prowess in swordsmanship is particularly remarkable, serving as his primary mode of combat. However, his vulnerabilities are quite apparent. Many of his sword techniques necessitate an exceptionally high baseline speed. To counter this, Uchiha Chung has trained in the 8 gates of Duinjia, employing weighted training in his daily regimen and releasing the weights during combat to augment his speed. Beyond this, he lacks any ninjutsu that could further enhance his velocity. Upon unlocking the 8 gates, both his chakra and speed experience a significant boost. Yet, the frenzied chakra does not facilitate the precise execution of his sword techniques. Even utilizing mercury to alleviate negative effects, the relief lasts a mere 10 seconds. The combination of the 8 gates, swordsmanship, and mercury can only be utilized as a last resort and not as a regular tactic. Against opponents of equal or lesser strength, his speed is undoubtedly sufficient. However, when facing adversaries of a higher caliber, this is insufficient. No matter how swift his physical speed may be, unless he opens the 8th gate, the Death Gate, which allows him to distort space with his speed and power, he cannot compete with the velocity of space manipulation. The skill known as Shanxian, despite its considerable limitations, represents a significant enhancement for Uchiha Chang at present. Previously, when confronted by the 4 Jonin of Awagakure, had he possessed the ability to use Shanxian, he could have avoided the ensuing complications. Instead, he could have feigned a weakness, then instantaneously appeared behind the 4, executing the secret technique Moon Flash to defeat them in one stroke. The introduction of Shanxian effectively elevates the threat level of Uchiha Chung's swordsmanship. With this skill, he can wield his sword in his right hand while simultaneously forming a Rasengan with his left. Although he learned the Rasengan some time ago, he refrained from using it due to the lack of complementary techniques such as Flying Thunder God, nor did he possess a chakra pool akin to Naruto's, which would allow him to utilize shadow clones effectively. The technique Tafrant Slash enables him to approach enemies within a 10-meter radius, disregarding collisions with units of varying sizes. With a cooldown of 5 seconds for the same unit and no cooldown when targeting different units. Should he perfect the Tafrant Slash within the Windsword technique, enhanced by the 5-second interval of Shanxian, it would yield a double delight. Moreover, the second technique, Pikati, significantly bolsters Uchiha Chung's long-range offensive capabilities. While his frequently employed Wind Release, Vacuum Sword is an A-rank ninjutsu with a vast attack range. It primarily proves effective against opponents of similar or lesser strength. Against formidable single-target ninjas, its efficacy diminishes greatly. The same can be said for other B-rank and C-rank ninjutsu. Thanks to his swordsmanship, Uchiha Chang's melee attack capabilities are not to be underestimated. However, following this great battle, his reputation is certain to swell. Consequently, when adversaries encounter him, they will likely seek to maintain distance, much like they would against Minato Namikaze. After all, the effective range of Shanxian is limited to 50 meters. In contrast, the coverage of Pikati expands as his chakra increases. Lightning Release Ninjutsu, being the most potent of the 5 elemental natures, ensures that Pikati not only boasts an extended attack range, but also incorporates defensive effects, thus offering a dual advantage. Its impact may be somewhat diminished against ninjas proficient in Lightning Release, particularly against the 4th Raikage, a master of Lightning Release, Chakra Mode. Nonetheless, the Thunder Armor, which can mitigate 90 of lightning attribute damage, is undeniably impressive. Uchiha Seiji foresaw that for a considerable period ahead, the Thunderclap would remain one of his most formidable offensive techniques. Contemplating this, he could hardly contain his eagerness to test the efficacy of his newfound skill. Uchiha Makoto rose from the bathtub and donned a fresh set of garments. Noticing that his mother had yet to return, he left a note and stepped outside. As a Jonin, it was imperative for him to report back to the 3rd Hokage upon his return. Consequently, Uchiha Makoto first visited the 3rd, where he received high praise and encouraging words. Afterward, he made his way to the Konoha Hospital to pay a visit to Uchiha Ryokai and others. This time, the Uchiha clan had dispatched 31 members, of which only 16 returned, nearly half of the return party. Before their return to the village, the tales of the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, who single-handedly vanquished dozens of elite IWA shinobi, and the exploits of the Sword Saint of Wind, Uchiha Makoto, who swept through the ranks of adversaries. Swiftly spread throughout Konoha and soon resonated across the entire shinobi world. That very evening, the clan prepared a welcoming feast for the returning Uchihas. The elders, usually a rare sight, were all present. Whether their intentions were solely to celebrate the hero's return or if ulterior motives lingered in the shadows was of little concern to Uchiha Makoto. He chose to respond vaguely to the various factions vying for his attention, and, shortly after the festivities commenced, he found an excuse to take his leave. The Uchiha clan is inherently a lineage that reveres strength, and he has demonstrated his worth through sheer power. When it comes to alliances, it is only natural to choose Uchiha Fugaku, who may possess the coveted Manjiki Sharingan. After all, he can afford to bide his time, not feeling the need to rush. The strong are entitled to a certain temperament and possess the privilege of choice. 3 days have passed since Uchiha SH's return, and he has not allowed himself a moment's respite, diligently familiarizing himself with the newly acquired skills. With the addition of a lightning affinity, he has commenced training in lightning release ninjutsu. Given his current status, he has unrestricted access to the clan's scrolls of ninjutsu, a privilege personally sanctioned by Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. The lightning chakra can invigorate the body. Even without the training method for lightning chakra mode, it can enhance his reflexes and mobility, aspects that Uchiha SH values greatly. While Uchiha SH relishes his fruitful training sessions, the atmosphere in the adjacent rest area of the high-level conference room is decidedly tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku Mitokaze, and Shimura Danzo, for prominent figures of Konoha, are present. The third Hokage sits solemnly on the sofa, meticulously examining a scroll in his hands. After a brief moment, he sets the scroll down and states gravely, "The date for the alliance with Iwagakure has been confirmed. It will take place in 15 days. Thank you for your efforts." Mitokaze acknowledges with a nod. Nara Shikaku also visibly relaxes, remarking, "This will finally allow us to breathe a sigh of relief." However, Danzo's expression remains dark, his voice laced with anger and resentment. "Are you truly satisfied with such a treaty? Abandoning war reparations is akin to admitting defeat." With that, Danzo fixes his unbandaged left eye on the third Hokage. "What do you think, Hiruzen?" Mitokaze inquires, looking at the third Hokage in light of Danzo's dissent. The third Hokage, seated firmly in his position, responds, "Continuing the war would be catastrophic for Konoha at this juncture. It is essential to make necessary concessions for the sake of unity." Bang! As soon as the third Hokage finishes speaking, Danzo's fist crashes onto the table before him. "Many allies perished in this war. Does this not render their sacrifices meaningless?" In the face of Danzo's challenge, the third Hokage's countenance darkens, and he replies, "The responsibility lies with me as Hokage. And how do you intend to take responsibility for that?" Danzo presses, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. The third Hokage narrows his eyes, aware of Danzo's intentions, yet he has long prepared a countermeasure. "I intend to resign as the third Hokage and allow the fourth to lead the village." On October 12th, 47th year of Konoha, the village formally signed the alliance treaty with Iwagakure. The third Hokage completed one final significant task during his tenure. He then proceeded, accompanied by the 3 Hokage advisors, the head of the Umbu, and Konoha's strategist Nara Shikaku, to the Land of Fire to meet with the daimyo. That evening, Uchiha SH returned from training at the 10th training ground. He strolled leisurely along the path, feeling quite content. With no missions on his agenda recently, he had ample time for cultivation. Signs of a potential breakthrough to the 5th gate of the 8 gates of opening were becoming evident, and he had become quite adept at the skills of Flicker and Thunderclap through practice. The only regret was the difficulty he faced with the 3rd skill, Forward Slash, in the Windsword technique, which proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, mastering the Forward Slash was merely a matter of time, and he remained unhurried. After the recent campaign, he swiftly assimilated the rewards from his missions. During this period, he has become proficient in using the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The evolution of the Sharingan has further augmented his chakra, enhanced his mental acuity, and significantly increased the potency of his genjutsu, which he now wields with greater finesse. Additionally, after augmenting all attributes by 1, he quickly acclimated to the changes in his physique. His training in lightning release ninjutsu has also gained momentum. The lightning affinity bestowed by the system is far superior to his innate wind and fire affinities, allowing him to progress in lightning release at an accelerated pace. At this rate, he would soon complete the transformation of his lightning chakra's form and nature. Uchiha Cheng's sole possession that remained untouched was his 666 gold coins. Currently, his strength was sufficient for self-preservation, and it continued to rise at a remarkable pace. He did not feel an urgent need to utilize these coins in the short term, as there might come a time when they would be indispensable. After all, he had grown indifferent to the common items available in the system's shop, where the cost of complete sets often soared to 4,000 or 5,000 coins. Unsure of which item to purchase, he deemed it wiser to save his wealth. Furthermore, Uchiha Chung had observed that any buff in the shop started at a staggering price of 10,000 coins, with the second-tier pirate buff commanding an even more daunting sum of 50,000 coins, sending shivers down his spine. Although the items in the system's shop were relatively expensive, their functionalities were never disappointing. While he remained unaware of the effects of the second-tier buffs, he was certain they would be significantly more potent. Therefore, saving money was of utmost importance. As for the 10 basic pieces of equipment obtained from battles, Uchiha Chung had only employed 4 golden shovels. The combination of a golden shovel with another golden shovel equated to the power of nature. Uchiha Chung has seamlessly fused 2 elements of natural power, an increase of 1 to the maximum equipment slots of the holder, and an additional 1 to the backpack limit. This equipment does not occupy either an equipment slot or backpack space. Previously, in preparation for the fierce battle against the rock-hidden village, Uchiha Chung had synthesized all his basic gear into complete sets. It was then that he recognized a dilemma. His maximum equipment slots amounted to 10, yet he possessed 13 complete sets, with 1 guardian angel still on cooldown and 2 others needing to be equipped. Who would ever complain about possessing more life? However, among the 12 pieces of equipment, 2 could only be stored in the system's backpack. Fortunately, both the Redemption and Mercury gear required active activation, and each had a cooldown of 24 hours upon usage. The other 10 pieces of equipment, aside from the 2 guardian angels that had cooldowns post-use, consisted of 8 pieces that featured passive skills with no cooldown, greatly aiding in sustained combat. Thus, Uchiha Cheng initially placed the comparatively weaker Dragon's Tooth and Thorned Armor among his passive equipment into the backpack. Once he exhausted the effects of Redemption and Mercury, he swiftly retrieved them and donned the Dragon's Tooth and Thorned Armor. Nevertheless, this was merely a temporary solution. As he encountered increasingly formidable foes, the demand for more equipment would inevitably rise. Although switching equipment during battle requires only a few seconds, in a duel between powerful adversaries, the outcome can be decided in a fraction of a second. Therefore, when Uchiha Chung procured 4 golden spades, he immediately contemplated the synthesis of natural power. With precisely 12 equipment slots available, he stored 1 guardian angel on cooldown in his backpack, equipping all 12 pieces. In the future, should he acquire another golden spade or require gold to purchase one, his foremost priority for synthesis would undoubtedly be natural power. After all, the abundance of passive effect gear is remarkable. Such equipment, which remains effective as long as it is equipped, is never excessive. As for the remaining 6 pieces of basic equipment, Uchiha Chung has yet to devise a strategy for their utilization. Perhaps it is due to his increasing wealth in gold or some other reason, but the items available for purchase in the system's marketplace have expanded, now featuring a selling function. Uchiha Chung has the ability to sell his basic equipment and complete sets to the marketplace, albeit at a mere 1/5 of their original price. While this may seem rather disadvantageous, he will inevitably need these items in the future, thus maximizing their utility. For the time being, he has no intention of selling them. Even if they are of no use to him personally, they can still serve Warwick well. Warwick possesses 6 equipment slots, in addition to his 2 exclusive items. He can also equip 4 complete sets synthesized by Uchiha Chung. As for the remaining 6 basic pieces, Uchiha Chung plans to synthesize them according to the circumstances, preparing a couple of items for Warwick. In the recent battle, Warwick proved to be immensely valuable. As an ally, it is imperative to enhance his strength. However, it is regrettable that the equipment synthesized by Uchiha Chung can only be utilized by himself or by those bound to him by contract, such as Warwick. Others cannot wield them. After the battle at Jikyo Mountain, upon returning to the village, he had considered equipping one of his resurrection armors to Uchiha Linghua, but the system indicated that it was not permissible. Consequently, he abandoned that idea. After all, Uchiha Linghua remains in Konoha and is unlikely to encounter significant danger. Furthermore, while the resurrection armor offers an additional life, it would be futile for Uchiha Linghua, given her status as a lower ninja, without assistance. Even a second chance would be of no avail. As long as his strength continues to grow, no one will be able to harm his family. Uchiha Cheng strolled into the dumpling shop, indulging in his small hobby of sweet treats. After each training session, he would reward himself with a skewer of dumplings. Upon entering, he encountered several familiar faces: Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Saratobi, Izumi Kamizuki, Genko Tetsu, and Mitarashi Anko, alongside Might Guy. However, what surprised Uchiha Cheng the most was the sight of Uchiha Xingyue seated at a table in the back. This was not the first time he had spotted her there. For 4 consecutive days, she had frequented the dumpling shop. Despite his many years of enjoying dumplings, he had rarely seen her before. "Cheng, there's a spot here." Uchiha Xingyue's eyes lit up with delight as she waved at him. "Cheng, you're here too." Might Guy, who had been whispering with his friends, noticed Uchiha Cheng and greeted him. "Hello, Guy." Uchiha Cheng replied with a smile and a nod. Scanning the room, he realized that the only available seats were at Uchiha Xingyue's table, and thus, he made his way over. As Might Guy greeted Uchiha Cheng, Izumi Kamizuki, filled with curiosity, whispered, "Guy, isn't Cheng senpai from a different generation? You seem quite familiar with him." "I often train with Cheng, but while I used to hold my own against him, I am no match for him now," Might Guy explained while enjoying his dumplings. Mitarashi Anko glanced back at Uchiha Cheng, who was seated diagonally behind her, only to be met with a wary look from Uchiha Xingyue. Noticing this, Anko turned back and remarked, "I heard Orochimaru-sensei mention him before. He possesses something unique. I can't quite discern it, but he certainly is quite handsome. I've heard that Cheng senpai is incredibly brave on the front lines, instilling fear in his enemies. Despite being only a few years older than us, he is remarkably powerful." Izumi Kamizuki's face reflected admiration. "Guy, weren't you often training with Cheng senpai? Is he really that impressive?" Genko Tetsu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Might Guy nodded. "It has been a long time since I sparred with Cheng, but over 2 months ago. I heard Kakashi mention that even without his Sharingan, Kakashi could hardly last 10 minutes against him. Is he truly that formidable?" Both Mitarashi Anko and Kurenai Yuhi's eyes widened, their gazes instinctively drifting toward Uchiha Cheng, who sat behind them. "I've heard Cheng senpai's title as the Sword Saint of the Wind has spread throughout the land of Earth," Izumi Kamizuki added. Though the conversations were hushed, Uchiha Cheng heard every word clearly. Having garnered attention from girls in school due to his looks, he was accustomed to being discussed. However, upon hearing the title Sword Saint of the Wind, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. It sounded rather kitsch coming from others. Just then, Might Guy suddenly called out to a white-haired boy outside, "Hey, Kakashi, come in and join us for dumplings. Everyone is here." Uchiha Cheng turned back to glance at Kakashi, who wore his forehead protector askew and appeared utterly listless, devoid of the youthful exuberance one would expect, resembling more an elderly man. However, Uchiha Cheng could empathize with him. Last month, Obito had perished at the Kanabi Bridge, and this month, Rin had also met her untimely demise. Initially, his relationship with those 2 teammates had been merely average. Yet he too had felt a heavy heart for some time following their deaths, especially considering Kakashi's deep bond with his comrades. Nevertheless, as the narrative unfolded in its predetermined course, Uchiha Cheng's previously relaxed demeanor grew increasingly burdened. It seemed that the turmoil of the Nine Tails was inescapable. The pressing question remained, how could he ensure the safety of Minato Namikaze? Although, even if Minato were to fall, there would still be 7 or 8 years before the Uchiha clan's annihilation, ample time for Uchiha Cheng to mature. Yet, he had no desire to engage in treachery. A plethora of troubles would surely arise, and he was not inclined to betray Konoha. In the original narrative, most of the rogue ninjas had defected only when they could no longer endure their home village. Uchiha Makoto had no intention of departing. Even if he could not save Namikaze Minato, he was resolute in his decision to remain in Konoha. Why should he leave? It made no sense whatsoever. At worst, he could seize an opportunity to eliminate the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, the higher-ups, and then reconstruct Konoha as he saw fit. In due course, he could gather support and nurture Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. If all else failed, he would first deal with these 2 traitors. Of course, these were matters for another time. For now, his primary objective was to protect Minato. Even if not driven by self-interest, Uchiha Makoto felt compelled to save Minato, whom he regarded as both a friend and a mentor. Motivated by his own emotions, he was determined to do his utmost. He sought to act in a manner that would leave him with a clear conscience. A day later, the high-ranking officials, led by the 3rd Hokage, returned from the Land of Fire. After their return, Danzo stealthily ventured out once more. On that noon, the 3rd Hokage summoned Namikaze Minato. The following day, the news of the 3rd Hokage's impending retirement and Minato's succession as the 4th Hokage was made public. On December 24th, in the 47th year of Konoha, it had been over a month since Minato ascended to the position of 4th Hokage, and the year was nearing its end. After Minato's rise, Uchiha Makoto found his previously leisurely life transformed into one of busyness. In truth, there were dissenting voices within the village regarding Minato's elevation. Some criticized him for being too young and lacking gravitas. However, from Uchiha Makoto's perspective, these were largely the machinations of those with ulterior motives, most likely Danzo, who had long coveted the Hokage position. His previous support for Orochimaru's bid for the 4th Hokage was merely a ploy to gain more power for his future aspirations. Minato found himself increasingly at odds with Danzo's methods, and after assuming the role of 4th Hokage, their conflicts intensified. Within just over a month, heated arguments erupted multiple times during high-level meetings, all witnessed by Uchiha Makoto. Due to his active performance on the battlefield and Minato's regard for him, he had become Minato's exclusive bodyguard as Hokage. He was even granted the privilege of attending high-level meetings, making him the youngest participant among them. However, this privilege drew criticism from Danzo, yet it ultimately subsided in the face of Minato's resolute stance. Upon taking office, Minato initiated reforms, proposing numerous suggestions aimed at revitalizing Konoha. Though he encountered resistance from the higher-ups, even the 3rd Hokage, who had supported his succession, opposed Minato's bold actions, advocating for a more cautious and gradual approach to reform. Minato was different from these higher-ups. He had risen from humble beginnings and was acutely aware of the details that many of them overlooked. Yet, in the face of their opposition, he discovered that despite becoming the 4th Hokage, he had few allies and limited authority. The Umbu of Konoha remained under the control of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Although the 3rd Hokage had stepped down, he had not transferred most of the Umbu forces to Minato. In Uchiha Makoto's eyes, Minato indeed valued him, but he also lacked a substantial number of capable allies. In a secluded forest, the sound of fists striking flesh echoed through the air. Uchiha Makoto is engaged in an intense confrontation with Kakashi. The two are not employing ninjutsu, but rather relying solely on physical techniques in their battle. However, despite the exclusive use of such techniques, Kakashi finds himself considerably outmatched by Uchiha Makoto. Due to his cultivation of the infinite path, Uchiha Makoto experienced a continuous enhancement of his mental prowess. Furthermore, with the evolution of his Sharingan to the 3-Tomo stage, his mental capacity saw an additional elevation. As his mental strength grew, he discerned that his reflexes had also become remarkably swifter. Kakashi's assaults were effortlessly perceived and evaded by him. Clap. Uchiha struck a powerful blow to Kakashi's chest. Seeing that Kakashi was unable to evade, he swiftly transformed his fist into an open palm, delivering a resounding smack to Kakashi's torso. Kakashi staggered back, retreating several steps before falling onto the ground. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he remained seated on the grass, unable to rise. It was evident that their battle had persisted for quite some time. Meanwhile, Uchiha, positioned opposite Kakashi, felt as if he had only just completed his warm-up. Before the real fight had even commenced, Kakashi was already struggling. Kakashi, your stamina wasn't this poor before. Kakashi, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, replied, I do not understand either. Lately, I have been feeling an alarming depletion of my energy. Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's words, Kakashi gazed at the concealed left eye beneath his forehead protector, furrowing his brow as he replied, You are not of the Uchiha clan. Without our bloodline, you cannot deactivate the Sharingan. Even when utilizing the Sharingan, your chakra consumption will be significantly greater. Furthermore, an activated Sharingan will incessantly drain your stamina for 24 hours. While covering it with a forehead protector may mitigate some of the depletion, the effect is minimal. The dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan functions akin to a passive skill. Once activated and perceiving objects, this ability will automatically engage. This is why one experiences the sensation of motion appearing to slow down. Particularly, the 3-Tomo Sharingan can replicate an opponent's movements, which also entails chakra expenditure. By donning an eye mask to obscure his Sharingan, Kakashi effectively closes his eye, refraining from employing these passive abilities. Nevertheless, as long as his eye remains open, chakra and stamina will continue to be consumed. Recalling the original narrative, Kakashi became a Jonin at the mere age of 12. After acquiring Obito's 3-Tomo Sharingan, he garnered the moniker Kakashi of the Sharingan over the span of more than a decade. However, his growth and strength was exceedingly sluggish. The prowess bestowed by the Sharingan, in turn, constrained him, arguably stalling his inherent talent. Absorbing Uchiha Makoto's explanation, Kakashi gently touched the forehead protector concealing his left eye and solemnly declared, "This was a gift from Obito. Even if it does not suit me, I shall not forsake it. I intend to bear it as I strive to discern the future of the shinobi world." Uchiha Makoto smiled gently and said, "Rest assured. Although some members of the clan have requested the retrieval of your Sharingan, the clan leader has already stated that we must respect Obito's wishes. No one will trouble you. My intention is not to urge you to abandon your Sharingan, but rather to consider ways to alleviate its impact on you. Otherwise, the continuous strain will significantly affect your physical development. I will inquire within the clan on your behalf. Additionally, Kakashi-senpai is adept in sealing techniques. Perhaps he might offer a temporary solution to your predicament. Senpai Kushina hails from the Uzumaki clan, and all of Minato-senpai's sealing techniques were learned from her. So there may be hope there." "Minato-sensei?" Kakashi murmured, lost in thought. Observing Kakashi's somber demeanor, Uchiha Makoto felt a sense of helplessness. After all, psychological trauma can be incredibly challenging to heal over time. "Kakashi, I have faced a similar situation. However, my bond with my teammates was rather ordinary. So I did not succumb to despair for long. I cannot simply utter a few words to alleviate your suffering. Yet, I am certain that your fallen comrades would not wish to see you in this state. For their sake, you must find the strength to rise again. While time is indeed the most effective healer, do not allow it to consume too much of your life. Remember Minato-senpai. He is in dire need of your assistance." Uchiha Makoto earnestly counseled Kakashi at the request of Namake's Minato, hoping to provide him with comfort. Uchiha Seiji was initially reluctant, for such matters cannot be resolved merely through simple consolation. However, upon reflection, he resolved to ensure that Kakashi recuperated swiftly. Recently, Minato had become overly reliant on him. It had only been a little over a month, and already this was the case. If Kakashi did not regain his fortitude soon, Minato would be overwhelmed with tasks, leaving Seiji no choice but to act. Kakashi must be revitalized. In the beginning, Uchiha Seiji refrained from employing verbal therapy, opting instead for physical methods. His approach involved rigorous training sessions with Kakashi, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion, leaving him too fatigued to dwell on his sorrow. Over time, under Seiji's relentless regimen, Kakashi began to exhibit subtle changes. Yet, the pace of progress was unacceptable to Seiji. Today, they were to discuss the matter of Kakashi's Sharingan. After all, enhancing Kakashi's prowess would alleviate many burdens on his shoulders. Psychological wounds could be treated gradually, with no need for haste. "Uchiha Seiji, please proceed to the Hokage's office. The fourth Hokage summons you." Just as Seiji was preparing to continue Kakashi's physical rehabilitation, an Umbu appeared before them. "Understood. I shall go at once." Seiji nodded in acknowledgement and bid Kakashi farewell, suggesting they reconvene at their usual place the following day. Kakashi raised a hand, his mouth slightly parted, hesitating to speak, a trace of helplessness flickering across his expressionless face. However, Seiji did not afford him the opportunity to decline. With a swift body flicker technique, he departed alongside the Umbu. "Lin died at my hands. Can I truly forgive myself? Will I ever find peace?" During this period of rigorous torture administered by Seiji, Kakashi found himself yearning for sleep upon returning home. Yet, he was unable to overcome the emotional barrier within him. Despite understanding that Lin had sacrificed herself to protect Konoha by deliberately colliding with his Chidori, he could not absolve himself. Kakashi lay on the grass, gazing at the sky. "Obito, you must blame me for failing to protect Lin, don't you?" Uchiha Makoto gently rapped on the door of the Hokage's office. "Please enter," came the soothing voice of Minato Namake's. Uchiha-chung entered the room and slightly bowed, addressing Senior Watergate. Although he had previously referred to Namake's Minato as the fourth Hokage, Minato expressed discomfort with that title and insisted on the former address, though he acknowledged that it could be altered when necessary. Naturally, Uchiha-chung would not stand on ceremony, given that Minato regarded him as one of his own. Suddenly, Minato adopted a serious tone, stating, "Uchiha-chung, in my capacity as the fourth Hokage, I command you to join the Umbu directly under the Hokage from this day forth." He then reverted to his usual demeanor, saying, "Chang, leave the task of guarding to others. You are aware of my situation. There are not many capable individuals available. As my right-hand man, I have more significant responsibilities for you." Uchiha Chang's lips curled into a wry smile, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. Was this truly how little they regarded him as an outsider? Were the world of ninjas devoid of child labor regulations, he would have lodged a protest. Yes. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to the command, internally revising his previous thoughts, realizing the urgency of assisting Kakashi's recovery. Wafeng Shuimin was not surprised by Uchiha Chang's reaction. There were few among his subordinates capable of significant contributions. A talent as prodigious and reliable as Uchiha Chang made delegating tasks exceedingly convenient. Moreover, their relationship transcended mere hierarchy, embodying both mentorship and camaraderie. In Wafeng Shumen's heart, no one was more suited to be his right hand than Uchiha Chang, given Kakashi's current psychological turmoil. Rendering him unfit for crucial responsibilities, the assignments entrusted to Uchiha Chang had been increasing in frequency. As the adage goes, with great power comes great responsibility, and thus, Wafeng Shuimin was inclined to place greater trust in him. Ching, I have always held you in high regard, and I hope you can become my steadfast ally. Your assistance is invaluable, Wafeng Shuimin expressed earnestly. His tone bore no semblance of superiority. In private, their interactions resembled those of friends and partners rather than a mere superior and subordinate dynamic. Uchiha Seiji earnestly declared, Senpai Minato, I shall not disappoint you. Despite his reluctance to invite trouble, he could not decline, especially given the earnestness of Namikaze Minato's request. After all, he too yearned for a grand endeavor. Satisfied, Minato nodded and elucidated. My intention in admitting you into the Umbu is not solely for your training. It is also to convey a message. The Uchiha clan stands as the most formidable faction within Konohagakure. It has persistently been at odds with the village. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha displayed unparalleled valor, enduring tremendous sacrifices without receiving commensurate recognition. This predicament stems not only from certain issues within the Uchiha clan, but primarily from the policies of the village's upper echelons. Though I was aware of the Uchiha's discord with the village hierarchy and their strained relations with other clans, it was only after assuming the mantle of Hokage that I comprehended the extent of the tension between the Uchiha and the village. Should both parties fail to engage in earnest dialogue, the escalation of conflict is inevitable. Therefore, what you wish to convey, Senpai Minato, is that I am to serve as a bridge between the village and the clan, to assure the clan that the village is indeed making changes and concessions, albeit requiring time. Uchiha Seiji seamlessly continued Minato's unspoken sentiments. Precisely. Minato nodded, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. He continued. Very few Uchiha members have had the privilege of entering the Umbu, the last being Uchiha Kagami, a comrade of the third Hokage, to facilitate your entry into the Umbu. I have endured considerable pressure, thus I hope you will perform admirably. To transform this war-torn ninja world, we must first resolve the internal issues within Konoha. Let us strive together for a new future for Konoha. As he concluded, Minato's gaze radiated unwavering resolve and trust. Were it spoken by an ordinary individual, Uchiha Seiji might have harbored doubts. However, in the presence of Minato, such skepticism dissipated. He understood Minato's character, genuine and devoid of pretense. If a metaphor were to be drawn, it would be in the realm of warfare. Individuals like the third Hokage and Danzo may rally their comrades with cries of brothers, charge forth. While Minato epitomizes the type who inspires with brothers, charge with me. Uchiha Chang possesses a penchant for meticulously weighing the pros and cons of his actions. However, in the presence of those who do not engage in deceit, he refrains from employing excessive cunning. Interacting with individuals of profound scheming can be quite exhausting. While he harbors no malicious intent, he also wishes to avoid being manipulated by others. Given the demeanor of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Chang is willing to collaborate with him, aspiring to forge a new future for the Uchiha clan. His eyes brim with fervor, a testament to the trust placed in him. Although it may sound somewhat juvenile, he once embodied the spirit of a sincere, optimistic, and passionate youth, relentlessly pursuing his aspirations. Yet, his journey into the ninja world, coupled with 14 years of an unremarkable existence and 2 brushings with death, has rendered him more cautious, shrewder, and acutely aware of the stakes involved. Such transformations are not inherently negative. After all, even with a system at his disposal, naivety could easily jeopardize his life. In his earlier days, prior to his transmigration, he envisioned entering the world of Naruto with grand ambitions to enact change. However, after his arrival, his singular desire has become to survive, to thrive, and to ensure the well-being of his family. Uchiha Makoto emerged from the Hokage building, clutching his file pertaining to his entry into the Umbu. The fervor that had surged within him moments ago began to subside. It is no simple task to transform the shinobi world. Even altering Konoha at this stage proves to be exceedingly challenging. Uchiha Makoto murmured to himself, I must seize the moment now. Senpai Minato, I implore you to hold on. Do not succumb. Uchiha Chang accurately discerned the direction of the Umbu and proceeded towards the farthest corner of the village, where the headquarters of the Umbu was situated. Along the way, he securely stowed his celestial sword into the confines of his system's backpack. It appeared that upon entering the Umbu, standardized equipment would be issued. During this period, his swordsmanship had reached an impasse, making it an opportune moment to experiment with a conventional ninja blade. After all, his celestial sword, gleaming in a striking silver hue, was undeniably too conspicuous. Upon entering the Umbu, it was essential to maintain a level of professionalism. Even if being recognized was an inevitable fate, Uchiha Cheng entered the dark building of the Umbu, his first reaction being the overwhelming shadowiness. As if the very essence of professionalism hinged on the obscurity of the surroundings. Though internally critiquing this ambience, his actions remained unfazed. Soon, Uchiha Cheng arrived at the equipment department to collect his designated gear. At the end of the corridor lay the changing room, where he would don his attire. As a member of Team 6, he descended the staircase adjacent to the changing room to reach the underground level. The third room to the left was designated for his squad. He was instructed to report to his team leader there. In the future, he would be permitted to change his gear within his own team's quarters, rendering the changing room a facility solely for newcomers. An Umbu member gestured towards the pitch-black corridor. Uchiha Chung acknowledged with a nod before proceeding towards the changing room with his equipment in hand. Uchiha Chung donned his attire, securing the ninja blade upon his back and adorning his visage with a mask. Is it the third one on the left? 2, 3. This one? Grasping the doorknob, Uchiha Cheng gently twisted it before pushing the door open. Inside lay a vast, spacious room, reminiscent of a training ground. Yet, it bore the hallmark of the Umbu, shrouded in dimness. Either for the sake of secrecy or energy conservation, the light was indeed very faint. As Uchiha Chung stepped into the room, he immediately furrowed his brow. Shadows within the space concealed someone. How utterly tedious. Uchiha Makoto's lips curled into a smirk as he continued to stride forward. Whoosh. 3 distinct sounds of slicing through the air reverberated. 1 to the left, 2 to the right. Uchiha Makoto's figure flickered as he deftly seized the shuriken soaring towards him from the left. With a swift motion, he hurled it to the right, striking the second shuriken, which instantly altered its course and collided with the third. The 3 shurikens simultaneously lost their momentum and fell to the ground with a series of soft thuds. Impressive, isn't it? A towering figure. An Umbu ninja measuring nearly 6 feet 3 inches emerged from the shadows, his physique reminiscent of a bear. To his left, a woman with a curvaceous silhouette stepped forward, her graceful figure evident in her alluring curves. Soon, others began to materialize from the darkness. Is this the customary method of the Umbu to welcome their comrades? A faint smirk crept across Uchiha Makoto's face beneath his mask. He had heard whispers of new members joining today, particularly from the Uchiha clan. Yet the question of their strength lingered. One should not mistake petty skirmishes for true prowess. Such confidence often stemmed merely from the weight of familial reputation. I've heard you are quite skilled in the art of swordsmanship. Shall we engage in a friendly duel? The towering Umbu ninja's voice resonated with a hint of provocation. Uchiha Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It remains unclear whether your discontent lies with the newcomers or with the Uchiha clan itself. Yet I am more than willing to engage. Under the gaze of your puzzled expression, he unsheathed the standard ninja blade from his back, setting it aside, and grasped the wooden scabbard in his hand. Come on. Uchiha Cheng gently shook the scabbard, testing its weight, finding it perfectly balanced. Who do you think you are? The team leader of the 6th Division of the Umbu, Yamaji, arrived at the room where his squad was stationed a half-hour earlier than usual. Today, a newcomer of remarkable prowess was said to be joining his ranks. Upon pushing open the door and witnessing 3 of his team members sprawled on the floor, his expression darkened. What on earth happened here? Standing beside the fallen trio, Uchiha Chung replied indifferently, they wanted to test my swordsmanship as a new member. However, I hadn't even exerted myself, and they were already down. Yamaji glanced at the cracks on the masks of the Umbu members, then shifted his gaze to the scabbard in Uchiha Cheng's hand, letting out a cold snort. Ying, I have long warned you that your personality would eventually lead to trouble. It appears I was right. He then turned his attention to Uchiha Cheng, stating, so you are the new Uchiha Cheng. I am the team leader of the 6th Division, codenamed Yamaji. Although Lord Fourth holds you in high regard, the Umbu has its own rules. Here, obeying orders and completing missions is paramount. If they foolishly challenge you, that is their own folly. However, I hope that in future missions, you refrain from letting personal feelings intervene. I possess that level of awareness, Uchiha Chung replied. His tone measured as he nodded. Seeing Uchiha Cheng's attitude was relatively agreeable, Yamagi chose not to elaborate further. His earlier admonishment seemed more a warning to the other team members, advising them against opposing Uchiha Cheng. After all, given Uchiha Cheng's strength, should he harbor a grudge, it would be all too simple for him to eliminate those who dared cross him. Though they all belonged to the Hidden Leaf Village, the captain was no stranger to the village's underbelly, as it was, after all, his line of work. And you lot, the same goes for you. Did you hear me? Yes. In truth, the vast disparity in strength rendered the captain's warning unnecessary. They understood well that provoking Uchiha Cheng would yield no favorable outcomes. Those who bully the weak will inevitably encounter someone stronger. You are the newcomer, so allow me to explain the structure of the Umbu. A squad consists of a division. 17 members make up a division, including 1 leader and 16 members, with 4 forming a small team. Most missions are carried out in small teams. However, you are different. Under special circumstances, you may execute missions independently. While members of the same small team may know each other's identities within the Umbu, we refer to one another by our code names. It was clear that the 4th Hokage had already spoken with Yamagi. I understand, Uchiha Cheng nodded. Have you chosen a code name? Yamagi inquired. Uchiha Makoto replied, no. The mountain chicken suggested, then let's call it Little Bird. Uchiha Makoto's eyelid twitched slightly as he said, could we perhaps choose another name? The mountain chicken paused for a moment before nodding and responding, code names can be chosen freely. Is my choice not suitable? Uchiha Saito remarked. It is not that it is unsatisfactory. I merely wish to choose a name that is rather commonplace. Shanji, with arms crossed and in deep contemplation, responded. A more ordinary name, you say? Then, never mind, I shall simply call myself Yufeng. Uchiha Saito, fearing that he might utter something whimsical like Little Chick or Blackbird, hastily settled on a name at random. Yufeng, is it? That will suffice. The year 47 of the Hidden Leaf Village quietly passed by. Although the Third Great Ninja War had reached a conclusion due to the alliance of fire, wind, and earth, the ninja world remained in turmoil. Thanks to the valiant efforts of the village's shinobi, the citizens of Konoha were finally able to usher in a new year filled with peace and stability. Time flowed seamlessly. And soon it was the beginning of spring in the year 48 of Konoha. Over the past 2 months, Uchiha Saito had been exceptionally busy. While the Umbu did not have missions every day, when they did, the tasks were of considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, he made the most of his free time to engage in training. With no missions on the horizon, Uchiha Saito rose early, and after completing his morning exercises, he brought his lunch to the 10th training ground, intending to spend the entire day there. Immersed in his training, Uchiha Saito swiftly passed the morning. After finishing his meal and taking a brief respite, he resumed his training once more. Uchiha Seiji held his left palm upwards, fingers slightly curled, as silvery arcs of electricity flickered intermittently within his palm. As he continued to release chakra with unwavering steadiness, the initially delicate strands of silver electricity thickened, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Soon, his palm was entirely enveloped in these luminous arcs, their noise transforming into a dense and sharp cacophony, resonating with a frequency akin to a chorus of birds in flight. After completing the ninjutsu, Uchiha Seiji altered the position of his left hand, fingers coming together as he gazed at the silvery arcs encasing his palm, preparing to test their might. Chidori. Uchiha Makoto activated his Sharingan and charged towards a tree 20 meters away. As he sprinted, the stimulation from the lightning chakra coursing through his body accelerated his speed. His left hand hung naturally at his side, while arcs of electricity carved a trench into the grass beneath him. Uchiha Makoto plunged his left hand, enveloped in arcs of electricity, deep into the trunk of a massive tree. Boom! The tree erupted violently, splintering into a flurry of wooden shards. Coupled with the power of the Sharingan, the Chidori appears to resonate more harmoniously with me than the Rasengan. Uchiha Makoto was thoroughly satisfied with the formidable power of Chidori and began to draw comparisons with the Rasengan. Both techniques possess their own advantages and disadvantages. However, if one were to reach the pinnacle of development, the Rasengan would undoubtedly prove to be the superior technique, as its might was evident to all. Although Chidori eventually culminated in the lightning-based Kirin, which boasted power comparable to that of the Rasengan, its prerequisites were far more cumbersome and even required scientific knowledge. Furthermore, Uchiha Makoto had already acquired the skill known as Raijin, a significantly enhanced version of Kirin, rendering any further effort unnecessary. At this stage, even if he possessed the potential to develop the Rasengan, his body would not withstand it, as he lacked the Sage mode to bolster his physical capabilities. Conversely, Chidori, particularly when used in conjunction with the Sharingan, proved to be exceedingly practical, along with its derivative techniques that he could currently utilize. During this period, he had been assisting Kakashi with physical therapy, which naturally led to some sparring sessions where he effortlessly learned Kakashi's original form of Chidori. Of course, Uchiha Makoto did not acquire this knowledge in vain. He also provided guidance on Kakashi's swordsmanship. Previously, he had attempted to assist Kakashi in addressing the excessive chakra consumption associated with the Sharingan, consulting the clan leader for possible solutions. Yet, no viable remedy presented itself, as there had been rare instances of outsiders undergoing Sharingan transplants, all of which were ultimately reclaimed by the Uchiha clan, with Kakashi being a notable exception. Therefore, no effective solutions existed for Kakashi's predicament. Subsequently, they sought the counsel of Minato Namikaze, who suggested consulting Kushina Uzumaki to determine whether the Uzumaki clan possessed any unique sealing techniques that could assist Kakashi. However, 2 months had elapsed since that inquiry, yielding no results, and Kakashi had naturally resigned himself to the situation. Uchiha Chen would certainly not urge Minato Namikaze. The art of sealing is indeed a peculiar and diverse discipline, requiring considerable time for both exploration and mastery. The training in the nature transformation and form alteration of lightning-style chakra has been progressing smoothly. With just a little more dedication to practice, he is nearing completion. Uchiha Chung unleashed the Chidori twice in succession, observing the flickering arcs of electricity in his palm. He murmured to himself, contemplating that once he accomplished the transformation of his lightning-based chakra's properties and forms, he would swiftly develop several highly practical ninjutsu derived from the Chidori. After all, with his current prowess and understanding of the principles, he could innovate most ninjutsu. This was the advantage of his elevated status. He now had access to numerous scrolls and insights from Konoha's ninjutsu archives. After releasing the Chidori consecutively, Uchiha Chen sat cross-legged on the grass, immersed in the spiritual cultivation of the infinite path. Presently, his mental strength remained unparalleled among cognitive attributes, boasting a remarkable score of 43.99, more than double that of his strength, constitution, and agility combined. However, a perplexing issue had recently arisen. An hour later, Uchiha Chen opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. What could possibly be amiss? Why had his mental strength plateaued at 43.99? Was it because this singular attribute exceeded the others by such a margin? Or was there indeed a notion of a bottleneck? Uchiha Seika was lost in deep contemplation, unable to unravel the mystery before him. If the first reason were to be considered, it was inconceivable that his other 3 attributes were consistently advancing while his mental strength stagnated. Moreover, he had not detected any issues with his physical condition. Should the second reason pertain to the notion of a bottleneck, he found himself at an impasse. Regardless of the cause, it was certainly not a favorable situation. Just as Uchiha Seika was preparing to continue his pursuit of the path of limitless cultivation, his gaze suddenly shifted to the right. There, an AMU member donning an animal mask materialized 10 meters away. The familiar voice instantly revealed his identity to Uchiha Seika. Uchiha Seika, the 3rd and 4th Hokage have summoned the AMU members who are not on duty in the village. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately. Captain Yamagai. Uchiha Cheng's gaze subtly shifted as he promptly rose to his feet, declaring, I understand, let us proceed. With that, he took the lead. Along the way, he ventured into a concealed alley, swiftly retrieving the Umbu equipment he had stowed in his system backpack. Once he was fully attired and donned a face mask, Uchiha Cheng entered the mission room adjacent to the Hokage's office. There, he found the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage seated in prominent positions, while 3 rows of 15 Umbu ninjas stood below them. By observing their physiques and subtle movements, Uchiha Chung discerned that at least 2 among them were fellow members of Umbu's 6th Division, as their towering height of nearly 2 meters was not common. Upon witnessing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Cheng's mind raced to recall significant events that could transpire at this juncture, and suddenly, a revelation struck him. As Uchiha Cheng arrived, the 3rd Hokage solemnly addressed the assembly. The reason for this urgent gathering is to convey some dire news. Orochimaru has defected. Konohagakure has officially classified him as an S-rank rogue ninja and is mobilizing all efforts to capture him. The knowledge, intelligence, and techniques that Orochimaru possesses are invaluable assets to our village. Therefore, I implore you to strive to bring him back alive. I have previously sent word to Jiraiya. He has located Orochimaru and engaged him in battle. Although he could not detain Orochimaru, the latter is now injured. Orochimaru is undoubtedly recuperating somewhere within the Land of Fire. Your mission is to search for his whereabouts before he exits the territory. As soon as the third Hokage concluded, the Umbu, including Uchiha Cheng, sprang into action. In a dense forest situated 300 miles north of Konohagakure, a four-person team, led by Uchiha Cheng, navigated through the thicket. Having scoured the area for a day and a half, they had yet to uncover any trace of Orochimaru. Who would have thought we would be tasked with capturing him? Prior to joining Umbu, I participated alongside Orochimaru in the Battle of Kaiki Mountain. The prospect of a confrontation with him exhilarates me, Nighthawk exclaimed, his tone tinged with a thirst for blood and excitement, seemingly eager to confront the already injured Orochimaru. Uchiha Cheng could only surmise that Nighthawk's intellect was perhaps more pronounced in his stature than in his reasoning. He remained oblivious to who the true predator and prey were. Although Orochimaru had been wounded in his encounter with Jiraiya, this fact rendered him even more formidable. They were now the second wave of Umbu pursuing Orochimaru. Of the initial 15 members, only 6 had returned alive. If Orochimaru had been in peak condition, he might have dismissed an encounter with the Umbu members, opting instead to evade them. However, a wounded Orochimaru would undoubtedly respond with lethal force when cornered. Nighthawk, could you not exhibit some sense? Please refrain from uttering ill-fated words. I have no desire to cross paths with Orochimaru. Chided a female ninja codenamed Bobo, known for her exceptional water techniques. I concur, added Uchiha Cheng's companion, codenamed Yule, a recent addition to the Umbu, proficient in lightning techniques. Nighthawk, sensing the lack of enthusiasm from his teammates, felt a twinge of displeasure. He then turned to Uchiha Cheng, inquiring, what about you, Yufeng? Do you share their sentiments? Indeed. Uchiha Cheng nodded. I have yet to experience enough of life. I am not ready to depart just yet. Nighthawk's expression behind his mask stiffened at Uchiha Cheng's blunt response. Humph. Even with Uchiha Cheng, whose strength far surpassed his own, sharing such a perspective. Nighthawk found himself at a loss for words, though inwardly he scolded them for their timidity. Rarely did one encounter such a significant mission and an opportunity so fortuitous. Capturing the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, would surely earn him renown throughout the Umbu, and upon leaving, he would gain prestige within Konohagakure, thus ensuring his future prominence. Who could resist such temptation, especially with an injured Orochimaru? Given the capabilities of their small team, the prospect of subduing Orochimaru was not entirely out of reach. Alas, his companions lacked the courage to seize the moment. Uchiha Cheng observed the silence of the Night Eagle with a cold smile curling upon his lips. Although the Umbu comprised of elites, their prowess was significantly superior to that of ninjas of the same rank. The majority of their strength merely reached the level of elite Nin, with only a select few possessing the might of Nin. According to Uchiha Cheng's observations, typically only the captains of each squad were Nin, with a handful of exceptional team members also attaining this rank. In total, the number of Nin within the entire Umbu would not exceed 15. Before the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha clan boasted over 30 Jonin, including Special Jonin. Each Special Jonin possessed unique skills, yet those in the Umbu were predominantly adept in combat and tracking, as they belonged to the same division. Uchiha Makoto had conducted an investigation into a certain individual known as Nighthawk, originating from a minor clan in Konohagakure. Nighthawk was already a Special Jonin prior to his induction into the Umbu, excelling in wind release and sensory techniques. As a relatively rare sensory-type ninja, he was notably confident in his abilities, exhibiting a rather flamboyant and overbearing personality. Evidently, his character remained unchanged even after joining the Umbu. Had Uchiha Makoto not been assigned to Team 6, it was likely that Nighthawk would have assumed the role of squad leader following Yamagai's departure. The current circumstances, however, remained uncertain. Uchiha Makoto was aware of Nighthawk's ulterior motives, yet it did not concern him. After all, he had no intention of remaining in the Umbu indefinitely. Once Kakashi recovered, he would certainly resign from his duties under Minato Namikaze. After all, one could still assist Minato without being part of the Umbu. Although some individuals here possessed commendable qualities, the majority employed unscrupulous methods, which he found distasteful. This was particularly true of the members of Root within the Umbu, who operated without moral boundaries. In recent months, Uchiha Makoto had clashed multiple times with Root members during missions, each time leaving them severely beaten. Just as Uchiha Makoto prepared to meander for a while longer before returning to report, a warning from Warwick suddenly pierced his thoughts. Uchiha Cheng hastily employed the technique of blood pursuit, sensing that there were individuals concealed within a cave approximately 10 meters ahead. Had it not been for Warwick's timely warning, he would have pushed the limits of blood pursuit to its utmost, making it exceedingly difficult to detect the presence of others. Based on his chakra perception, the aura emanating from the cave was immensely powerful, undoubtedly that of Orochimaru. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Chung halted his advance, pausing on a tree branch, and promptly retrieved a map. Observing his sudden stop, the remaining 3 team members also came to rest on nearby branches. Yulei, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Yu Feng, what is the matter? Have you discovered something? I might have ingested something disagreeable. I feel somewhat unwell." According to the map, there appears to be a small town not far to the east. "Perhaps we should rest there for a while," Uchiha Chang replied, his tone laced with a subtle restraint, as if genuinely unwell. "Very well," Yulei responded, momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a reason. Beside him, Bobo nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur. The mission is not an urgent one. I too wish to take a respite. Let us head to the town for supplies and a brief rest." Seeing that the 3 had reached a consensus, Nighthawk's expression darkened beneath his mask. In his view, the trio had become timid and were deliberately stalling for time. With this thought in mind, Nighthawk declared, "If that is the case, let us proceed together. However, there is no need to rush. Let us first conduct a search in the vicinity before heading out." As he spoke, he gestured towards a massive boulder, directing their attention to the cave below, remarking, "That cave appears suspicious." No sooner had he finished speaking than he leaped from the tree and made his way towards the cave. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Chang refrained from intervening. Any further words might arouse suspicion. After all, if Yang sought death, he could not impede that fate. Despite not being a match for Orochimaru in his current state, he possessed the capacity to engage, particularly against an injured foe. His previous remarks were primarily motivated by a desire to avoid complications. Furthermore, if the third Hokage truly intended to eliminate Orochimaru, it was unlikely that they would be given such an opportunity. Sending the Umbu to pursue Orochimaru was tantamount to a death sentence. It was merely a fade. Taking the matter seriously would only lead to ruin, nay, death. Even if Uchiha Chung could vanquish the present Orochimaru, capturing him for transport would be a precarious endeavor. In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru might not rank among the top 10 in terms of strength, yet his ability to survive was undoubtedly within the top 3. Just as Yang entered the cave, Uchiha Chang's muscles tensed, instinctively bracing for what was to come. Suddenly, Yang was propelled from the cave, soaring 10 meters before crashing violently into a tree as thick as an embrace. Blood spewed from his mouth, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, rendering him unconscious. Soft thuds echoed from within the cave, and Orochimaru emerged, clutching his left side. His already pale visage was now devoid of color. His serpent-like, slitted pupils exuded an icy malevolence, causing the very air to feel as if it had thickened. Feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Orochimaru, Uchiha Chang's heart raced. Was this truly the embodiment of a shadow-level powerhouse? Uchiha Chung has taken many lives, yet his aura and intent to kill pale in comparison to that of Orochimaru. However, mere presence cannot intimidate him. Is he unable to maintain his calm demeanor due to his injuries? Uchiha Chang mused that Orochimaru's current display was indeed indicative of his frailty. Nevertheless, a starved camel is still larger than a horse, and he preferred not to provoke this matter. Yet, before Uchiha Chung could intervene, the previously slain Nighthawk suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru. With a swift motion of his ninja blade, a sickening sound echoed as Orochimaru's head fell to the ground. However, before the triumphant smile could fully manifest on Nighthawk's face, he realized that Orochimaru had transformed into a puddle of mud. A sudden alarm surged through him. This was a substitution technique. Nighthawk's expression shifted dramatically. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru erupted from beneath Nighthawk's feet. From his sleeves emerged 4 massive serpents, lunging towards Nighthawk, ensnaring him tightly and constricting swiftly. A sharp crack resonated as Nighthawk's neck was snapped. His body contorted grotesquely. Nighthawk. Witnessing the instantaneous demise of Nighthawk, who ranked just below Uchiha Chang in strength, Bobo and Yulei shrieked in horror, their bodies chilled with dread. Uchiha Makoto wore an expression of indifference. From the moment he recognized that Nighthawk, a sensory-type ninja, had failed to detect Orochimaru, he knew he was already defeated. The audacity to feign being caught off guard and attempt a surprise attack was nothing short of navet. In truth, had Uchiha Makoto utilized his Shunshin technique earlier, he might have salvaged Nighthawk's fate. Yet, given their strained relationship, he hesitated for a mere half a second, and Nighthawk was lost. Ultimately, it mattered little. The turnover within the Umbu was a commonplace occurrence. At that moment, Orochimaru, who had effortlessly eliminated Nighthawk, turned his gaze towards them. Makoto, I didn't expect to find you among those pursuing me. It's been quite some time, he remarked. The murderous intent in his eyes slightly abated, his demeanor reverting to a familiar ease, as if they were old friends reminiscing. Underneath the mask, Uchiha Cheng's expression momentarily faltered. He had not employed the heavenly sword, nor had he utilized any sword techniques, nor had he activated his Sharingan. How, then, did Orochimaru recognize him? Observing Uchiha Cheng's lack of response, Orochimaru continued, I have mentioned before that I find your gaze quite appealing. I truly appreciate your significance. I never anticipated that you would be discernible to me in this manner. Uchiha Cheng offered a faint smile, yet he remained entirely tensed. Noticing Uchiha Cheng's rigid posture, Orochimaru remarked coolly, I do not wish to take your lives, I simply require you to part the way. Uchiha Makoto's expression sharpened. In truth, even if Orochimaru were to force his way through, they would be unable to stop him. Previously, he had deliberately evaded Orochimaru, wishing to avoid a confrontation. However, now that their paths had crossed, as a member of the Umbu, he had no choice but to engage. With this thought, Uchiha Makoto felt a flicker of excitement deep within his heart. An opportunity to contend with one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was indeed a rare one. Although he would prefer to step aside, duty called, and thus he could not shy away. As Uchiha Makoto's words resonated in the air, he activated his Sharingan. Orochimaru, gazing at the 3 tomo Sharingan concealed beneath the mask, remarked, Oh, 3 tomos, indeed? I have not misjudged your identity. So, Makoto-kun, would you consider departing from Konoha to join me? I am willing to share my vast knowledge, forbidden techniques, and research findings with you. Orochimaru's proposition carried an irresistible allure. Not only was he a figure of considerable personal magnetism, but the terms he offered were such that the vast majority would find them hard to decline. To remain an ordinary ninja in Konoha or to defect alongside one of the legendary Sannin, receiving his meticulous guidance, most would certainly know which path to choose. As Orochimaru's words lingered in the air, both Bobo and Yule, standing behind Uchiha Makoto, instinctively took a step back. Once Uchiha Sei agreed to Orochimaru, they would inevitably follow in the footsteps of Nighthawk. However, Uchiha Sei was among the rare few. He chuckled lightly and shook his head. I am afraid I must decline. With that, there was nothing more to discuss. Orochimaru's raspy voice grew even darker as he raised the hand that was clutching his wound at the waist. Without a word of agreement, he launched his attack. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. From Orochimaru's sleeves, dozens of serpents, as thick as a man's thigh, surged forth, encircling Uchiha Sei from all directions, swiftly closing in on him. Uchiha Cheng could even discern the sharp fangs within the serpent's maw. Bobo and Yule were instantly taken aback, drawing their ninja blades in preparation for defense. However, in the very moment that Orochimaru raised his hand, Uchiha Cheng, with his Sharingan, perceived his movements and anticipated his intentions. As Orochimaru made his move, he swiftly unsheathed his ninja blade and swept it before him, conjuring a wall of air that materialized in his path. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. 13 serpents were decapitated, their headless bodies writhing in the air. Through rigorous training and his inherent mastery of swordsmanship, Uchiha Cheng had honed his wind-style techniques to an even greater degree. The wind barrier he employed, originally intended solely for defense, had undergone considerable refinement. The wind chakra enveloping its surface had become extraordinarily sharp. Now, in addition to providing protection, it could also strike at any entity that came into contact with the wall of wind. Furthermore, the cooldown period for the wind barrier, which had previously required 18 seconds once fully leveled, had now been reduced to 12 seconds, with potential for further decrease in the future. Do not engage. I lack the time to oversee your safety during this battle. If you wish to survive, retreat to a safe distance, Uchiha Cheng stated firmly. Having witnessed Orochimaru's B-rank ninjutsu, the Shadow Serpent Hand, effortlessly eliminate the Night Hawk, Bobo and Yule had no intention of confronting Orochimaru. However, upon observing Uchiha Cheng's formidable prowess in effortlessly countering Orochimaru's A-rank ninjutsu, they gained a modicum of confidence. Yu Feng, hold on for a moment. We will summon reinforcements immediately. Upon hearing Uchiha Cheng's command, the two exchanged a glance and promptly retreated, intent on notifying more Umbu for support. Uchiha Cheng's attention remained fixated on Orochimaru. Paying no heed to the departing Bobo and Yule, he unsheathed the scabbard from his back and subsequently secured it at his waist, before sheathing the sword once more. Uchiha Sage possesses several unique sword techniques that necessitate a buildup of energy for their execution. The sword sheath, when slung across the back rather than at the waist, does not significantly impact the speed of drawing the blade, although there remains a subtle distinction. Against ordinary foes, such nuances are inconsequential. However, when confronting Orochimaru, it is imperative to unleash one's full power from the outset. Orochimaru permits the two to depart, his gaze upon Uchiha Sage growing increasingly frigid. In the very moment Uchiha Sage sheathes his sword, Orochimaru swiftly completes a series of hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempest erupts from Orochimaru's mouth, akin to an avalanche, snapping surrounding trees in half and carving a chasm into the earth. This seemingly simple C-rank ninjutsu, in the hands of Orochimaru, exhibits a potency rivaling that of B-rank techniques. Yet, for Uchiha Sage in his current state, this attack falls short of the mark. With a resounding clang, the ninja blade in his hand is drawn in an instant. He unleashes the long-practiced technique known as Steel Slash. Steel Slash, by channeling wind chakra. The blade accumulates a layer of whirlwind slash upon its release, lasting for 12 seconds. After amassing 2 layers of this effect, it can unleash a gale that propels enemies away. Each 2 layers of whirlwind slash enhances the user's speed by 10, with a maximum accumulation of 12 layers. Steel Slash can be executed in conjunction with forward slash. Behold, as Uchiha Sage's ninja blade becomes enveloped in wind chakra, a miniature tornado swirling around its blade. As he thrusts forward, the oncoming gale collides with the blade's vortex, as if being cleaved apart, causing the surrounding winds to lose their potency. Following this, Uchiha Sage erupts with chakra and dashes toward Orochimaru. During this sprint, he swiftly sheathes his blade, accumulating wind chakra. Upon nearing Orochimaru, he strikes again. Clang. In the face of Uchiha Sage's formidable assault, Orochimaru effortlessly parries with a kunai. Yet Uchiha Sage shows no signs of hesitation. From various angles, he sheaths his blade, gathering chakra, only to thrust once more. Initially, Orochimaru maintains a demeanor of nonchalance during the earlier parries. However, after blocking 9 consecutive strikes, his expression shifts. He realizes that Uchiha Sage's speed has exponentially increased, and the whirlwind enveloping the blade emits an unmistakable aura of danger. Since becoming a ninja, Orochimaru has faced countless battles, honing his instincts to a fine edge, and he trusts them implicitly. He abruptly retreats. In that instant, as Uchiha Sage completes his 10th thrust, a chill runs through him. Is this the limit of his current prowess? Instead of sheathing his blade this time, Uchiha Sage positions the ninja sword horizontally and swings it with ferocity. 10 whirlwind slashes merge into 5 colossal tornadoes. These formidable whirlwinds, akin to drill bits, surge toward Orochimaru with a piercing sonic boom. In the aftermath of this display, Uchiha Sage's blade can no longer withstand the strain and shatters into fragments. He then retrieves the heavenly sword from his system inventory, securing it at his waist. His decision to forego the heavenly sword was to ascertain the true might of Steel Slash without its enhancement. After all, he knows well that even with the heavenly sword, he cannot slay Orochimaru. This much he is certain of. Uchiha Makoto fixed his Sharingan upon Orochimaru's location, simultaneously provoking, "I wonder if you can withstand this move, Orochimaru-sensei." Though it was the most rudimentary form of provocation, Orochimaru, upon hearing his words, surprisingly halted his retreat. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he stood his ground, awaiting the oncoming tempest. Orochimaru bit down on his thumbs, swiftly completing the hand seals of the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and goat. He then struck the ground with his hands. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. The earth before Orochimaru trembled, and soon a multitude of fissures appeared, from which 3 colossal metallic gates rose majestically from the ground. The whirlwind slash unleashed by Uchiha Chung generated a tornado with a diameter exceeding 5 meters. Yet, in the presence of the colossal Rashomon, it appeared insignificant, the scale of the two being incomparable. Nonetheless, the power of the whirlwind slash surpassed Uchiha Cheng's expectations. 5 tornadoes struck the first Rashomon with unparalleled swiftness. The sharp, piercing sound of friction assaulted the senses, accompanied by a shower of sparks, as the first Rashomon seemed as fragile as paper, effortlessly penetrated by the 5 tornadoes. Following closely was the second Rashomon. However, this time, the whirlwind slash took over 10 seconds to breach it. By the time it shattered the second Rashomon, its size had diminished by half. Ultimately, it was the third Rashomon that absorbed its remaining force, rendering it invisible. Nevertheless, the third Rashomon was also distorted and deformed. The power of the Steel Slash was even greater than I had anticipated. If it were the effect of a 12-layer whirlwind slash, the triple Rashomon would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Uchiha Cheng gazed upon the grotesquely contorted statue of the evil spirit atop the third Rashomon gate. feeling an immense satisfaction with the power of his steel flash technique. The summoning Rashomon, a ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, is capable of summoning up to 5 Rashomon gates. The first Hokage once summoned all 5 gates, managing to alter the trajectory of the Nine-Tails-tailed beast bomb. This technique boasts formidable defense, ranking among the most powerful defensive ninjutsu available. In the original narrative, Orochimaru successfully summoned the 3 Rashomon gates to defend against Naruto's tailed beast bomb in his 4-tailed state. This implies that by utilizing Steel Flash in conjunction with 12 layers of Whirlwind Slash, one could unleash 6 spiraling gales, the combined might of which rivals that of a typical tailed beast bomb. However, despite Uchiha Chang's exceptional mastery of swordsmanship, he currently finds it impossible to execute 12 Whirlwind Slashes within 12 seconds. 10 is his utmost limit at this moment. Nonetheless, he perceives this as an exhilarating challenge. The power of Steel Flash escalates in proportion to the chakra expended during its execution, and he had nearly depleted his chakra reserves in the process. His audacity to push his limits stemmed from the blue buff that replenishes 30 chakra points. Otherwise, he would have been left utterly depleted. Having an opportunity to test his skills against a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber is a rare privilege. It would be a waste not to exert himself fully. Although his relationship with Namake's Minato might allow for practice sessions, it would lack the same significance as engaging with Orochimaru. The effectiveness of Whirlwind Slash requires continuous stacking, necessitating the accumulation of chakra during a 12-second window. Any interruption would thwart the process. With the velocity of 10 layers of Whirlwind Slash, few ninjas could evade its onslaught. He pondered the potential devastation of a fully stacked 12-layer Steel Flash, paired with Forward Slash and Gale's Absolute Slash, contemplating when he might elevate his Wind Blade technique to its pinnacle. Opposite Uchiha Chang, Orochimaru surveyed the now distorted Rashomon Gate, his eyes reflecting admiration, though predominantly fervor. The extent of destruction wrought upon the 3 Rashomon gates was remarkable. Truly, Chang is extraordinary. The might of this technique is astonishing. I am well versed in the swordsmanship of Konoha, regardless of the school, but I have never encountered any style that possesses such swiftness alongside such formidable power. Is this a technique you have devised yourself? Uchiha Makoto offered a faint smile, acknowledging that even such formidable swordsmanship had been effortlessly thwarted by his opponent. Although his chakra had dwindled to approximately 30% from the full force release of the Chikudo, he remained unperturbed. He still possessed the Heavenly Sword, which was brimming with charged chakra, capable of unleashing sword energy without any consumption. Should Orochimaru choose to continue the confrontation, he could employ the charged sword energy to buy time, simultaneously recovering his chakra during the skirmish. Today, he had yet to utilize his Salvation and Mercury techniques. Thus, he was prepared for any stratagem Orochimaru might employ. This was a perfect opportunity to engage in a true battle worthy of an elite shinobi, a genuine test of his own prowess. Observing Uchiha Makoto's lack of denial, Orochimaru's gaze brightened with intrigue. "Makoto, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Had I not departed from Konoha, I would have undoubtedly taken you on as my disciple. Such a pity. Are you truly not considering my earlier proposal? You may not realize it, but my experiment is nearing completion. Soon, I will unlock the secrets of a forbidden technique that grants eternal life. If you are willing, I could share this knowledge with you, and we could pursue power and the truths of the shinobi world together across the ages." Orochimaru's words were laden with temptation. Nevertheless, Uchiha Makoto merely smiled and shook his head gently. He understood precisely what Orochimaru's forbidden technique entailed. It must be said that Orochimaru's ability to develop the impure world reincarnation was nothing short of genius. It was akin to the soul possession depicted in novels of a past life, and not limited to a single instance, but rather repeatable, allowing one to attain a youthful and vibrant body time and again. Yet, this notion held little allure for Uchiha Makoto. After all, the period following reincarnation would not permit the maintenance of peak combat power, necessitating time for recovery, and the process would inevitably weaken one's mental fortitude. Otherwise, how could Orochimaru, despite his formidable strength, have been so easily ensnared by Itachi's Tsukuyomi while in the state of his 3-tomo Sharingan? Suddenly, a signal flare soared into the sky, crimson smoke bursting forth directly above the 2 figures. This was a signal from the Umbu. Clearly, reinforcements had arrived. Upon noticing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted subtly. He had sustained injuries during his earlier battle with Jiraiya, and following that, had been further harmed by the 3rd Hokage's cunning trap involving explosive tags hidden within the serpent's belly. He had no choice but to endure Uchiha Makoto's ninjutsu. both to exhibit his strength and to win him over, while also being unable to sustain prolonged high-intensity combat. However, Uchiha Makoto's ninjutsu exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, revealing that his strength was greater than anticipated. A multitude of ants can fell an elephant, especially with the already wounded Orochimaru, should Uchiha Makoto manage to delay him. The encroaching Umbu shinobi would pose a significant threat. With this thought, Orochimaru began to entertain the notion of retreat. Since you are unwilling, it shall be. However, I am confident our paths will cross again soon. You are still young and do not yet comprehend the true power of the forbidden techniques I have developed. I can afford you more time to contemplate. My door is always open to you. Orochimaru cast a lingering gaze at Uchiha Makoto's three-tomo Sharingan, a glimmer of greed lurking in the depths of his eyes. He coveted Uchiha Makoto. With that, he prepared to depart. Wait. Uchiha Makoto swiftly positioned himself before Orochimaru. The latter's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Has Makoto changed his mind and decided to join me? Uchiha Makoto, Orochimaru. Aren't you going to leave something behind before you depart? Since I have encountered you and my comrades have witnessed this, it would be unreasonable to let you leave unscathed and return to the village. A flicker of anger ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, his cold, slit pupils fixated on Uchiha Makoto. Did he truly intend to be harmed? Uchiha Seijin felt a chill run down his spine, akin to being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. He tightened his grip on the heavenly royal sword, fully alert and on guard. He was acutely aware that his actions constituted a grave provocation to Orochimaru. Nevertheless, he yearned to probe the depths of Orochimaru's limits while simultaneously seeking to gain some advantage. After all, it was not he who was in urgent need. Should Uchiha Seijin truly wish to flee, Orochimaru would be powerless to detain him, for he still possessed many hidden cards. Orochimaru-san, are you not eager to share your research findings with me? Will you not make your intentions known first? Observing Uchiha Seijin's taut form, poised for action, Orochimaru's expression softened instantly, and he chuckled. How intriguing. With that, Orochimaru slightly tilted his head back, extending his neck. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Makoto hastily stepped back, believing that the other party was about to make a move. Suddenly, Orochimaru performed a gagging gesture, and his tongue extended to an alarming length of over 2 feet, entwining 2 scrolls, one black and one blue. As Uchiha Makoto beheld the viscous liquid oozing from the scrolls, unsure whether it was saliva or gastric acid, a shiver ran down his spine. In a swift motion, he formed a series of hand seals, summoning Warwick. The sudden appearance of Warwick, radiating an overwhelming aura, caused Orochimaru's expression to sharpen. After commanding Warwick to accept the scrolls, Uchiha Makoto smiled and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Orochimaru-san. Until we meet again. I believe it won't be long." Orochimaru cast a profound glance at Uchiha Makoto and remarked with significance. Uchiha Seiji watched as Orochimaru departed. Subsequently, he activated his blood-tracking technique, attuning himself to the surrounding units while deliberately avoiding the Umbu members. He then instructed Warwick to unfurl the scroll, scrutinizing its contents with great care. To his astonishment, the first black scroll contained the forbidden technique Impure World Reincarnation, a jutsu that Orochimaru had painstakingly researched for many years. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would entrust him with such a significant technique. It truly demonstrated his willingness to invest substantial resources. However, only half of the information was present, lacking the specific incantations and detailed methods for the reincarnation ritual. Uchiha Makoto meticulously examined the black scroll, word by word. It contained only the effects of the imperfect reanimation technique and the conditions for its application. Undoubtedly, for the vast majority, the allure of such knowledge is monumental. Even the sage of 6 paths, who bequeathed his power to future generations, could not escape the inevitability of physical decay. Thus, the temptation of this forbidden jutsu is palpable. In a certain sense, it offers a semblance of immortality. Regrettably, the limitations are significant. I find the mere decline of mental fortitude unacceptable, and there are alternative means to achieve eternal life. Nevertheless, this ninjutsu holds immense value and warrants further exploration. With formidable mental fortitude, Uchiha Makoto has committed the contents of the scroll to memory. As long as he attains the formidable prowess of the 6 paths or even the caliber of Kagaya, he too can attain an extended existence. Although he finds no need for the technique of impure world reincarnation, it does not imply that this jutsu lacks utility for him. On the contrary, the significance of this forbidden technique is immense. Since it was developed by Orochimaru, given further time, there exists the potential for this jutsu to reach perfection. While he may not require it himself, it is conceivable that one day those around him may find it indispensable. Perhaps even he may someday find it of use. Though Uchiha Makoto hopes that such a day never arrives, it is prudent to be prepared. Having been reborn, he naturally cherishes this second chance at life all the more. After carefully storing the black scroll, Uchiha Makoto commanded Warwick to unveil the second blue scroll. Upon glimpsing the title at the beginning of the scroll, a glimmer of excitement lit up Uchiha Makoto's eyes. It was, astonishingly, the art of physical activation. This secret technique has the capacity to enhance cellular vitality, augmenting both physical life force and recovery. There is nothing more suited to my needs than this mystical art. Due to the enhancement of his mental fortitude through the path of no extremes, Uchiha Chung has remarkably resolved the once formidable challenge of strengthening his spirit. However, the augmentation of his physical strength has progressed at a relatively sluggish pace, aside from his daily training and natural growth. The only opportunity to elevate his fundamental attributes arises from the completion of tasks issued by the system. This advancement is merely episodic and lacks permanence. After all, it has been quite some time since the system last released a task following the previous great battle. Uchiha Makoto even harbored a glimmer of hope for the system to issue additional tasks. The art of physical activation is a secret technique that enhances the body at the cellular level. Whether it is fortifying physical constitution, augmenting chakra capacity, or mitigating bodily harm when utilizing the 8 gates technique, it proves to be exceedingly effective. This secret art represents a comprehensive enhancement for him. It is truly a remarkable gift. Uchiha Seishin pondered silently within. Perhaps Orochimaru believed that his forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, was the most alluring aspect of his abilities. However, it was the technique of physical activation that Uchiha Seishin currently deemed most essential. A skilled artisan cannot create wonders without materials, despite possessing formidable equipment. The very foundation of Uchiha Seishin's prowess lay in his chakra. Although his chakra reserves were considerably greater than those of many adult jonin, he remained unsatisfied. Conversely, accustomed to the vastness of chakra and its boundless sea, he found no sensation in the gradual increase of his chakra reserves, which rose steadily in increments that even evoked a slight chuckle. Not to mention, the augmentation of his chakra not only enhanced his physical prowess but also allowed him to create additional shadow clones, leading to an exponential acceleration in his training. Uchiha Chung took a moment to calm his thoughts and meticulously examine the entire scroll. He discovered that, in addition to documenting the technique of physical activation, the scroll also mentions soft body modification. This clandestine art allows for a unique transformation of the body, significantly enhancing its flexibility and elasticity. A body that has undergone this transformation can stretch freely or twist at any angle, and its limbs can be wielded like whips to launch attacks. In a certain sense, once soft body modification is achieved, many lethal points on the human body cease to exist. The neck can extend, rendering the notion of a broken neck a mere jest. Regrettably, my swordsmanship is cultivated towards a style that is both forceful and agile. Thus, soft body modification is not well suited for me. Moreover, the time required to master this secret technique is excessively lengthy. With that time, I would be better off dedicating myself to furthering my practice of physical activation and advancing the 8 gates to a higher level. Uchiha Makoto pondered for a brief moment before resolutely deciding to abandon the training of soft modification. After all, even for the sake of familial harmony, one cannot pursue the path of soft modification, especially when it starkly contradicts my own training direction. Uchiha Makoto carefully sealed 2 scrolls within a sealing scroll and promptly rejoined the main force. Upon his return to the battlefield where he had previously clashed with Orochimaru, he found a gathering of over a dozen Umbu members. "Yufeng, are you all right?" Yulei exclaimed, rushing to Uchiha Makoto's side. A look of deep concern etched on his face. Uchiha Seiyuu spoke in a calm tone. "It's nothing." Beside him, Bobo inquired, "What about Orochimaru?" "He managed to escape." Uchiha Seiyuu sighed, feigning disappointment. The surrounding Umbu members remained silent. After all, they had been taken aback by the remnants of the nearby battle upon their arrival. What caliber of conflict could devastate the forest to such an extent? One might think this was a scene of reclamation, with vast areas of ground completely overturned, devoid of grass. Particularly striking was the sight of Uchiha Seiyuu returning unscathed. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a prominent master of Konoha, although he had sustained injuries. They understood that even if besieged, capturing Orochimaru would be an insurmountable task. Their pursuit was merely a matter of duty. They had not anticipated that this newcomer, codenamed Gale, would possess such formidable strength? They racked their brains, trying to recall when such a figure had emerged in the village. Connecting the dots to his Sharingan and his formidable swordsmanship displayed during missions, leading most to arrive at certain conclusions. For Uchiha Seiyuu, this speculation was of little consequence. After his ninja blade had shattered, he had secured the Tenryu's sword at his waist. Unlike the standard-issue Umbu ninja blades, his Tenryu's sword was unique. Few in Konoha wielded straight swords, and even fewer could match his proficiency in swordsmanship. It was almost inevitable that his identity would be surmised. In truth, when Uchiha Seiyuu chose the codename Gale, he had no intention of concealing his identity, much like Kakashi, who had not yet joined the Umbu. With his white hair and Raikiri paired with Sharingan, it was common knowledge who he was. With Uchiha Seiyuu's swordsmanship and his three-tomo Sharingan, he was the sole Uchiha member in the Umbu at present. It would be no challenge for the village to deduce his identity, as long as he demonstrated sufficient strength. There was no need for subterfuge. Moreover, he did not intend to remain in the Umbu indefinitely. After acquiring the body activation technique, Uchiha Seiyuu had formulated a plan. He aimed to resolve Kakashi's predicament swiftly, enabling Kakashi to join the Umbu and assist him. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. Uchiha Makoto stood before the desk of Minato Namikaze, reporting on the mission. Did Orochimaru manage to escape once again? However, as long as you are unharmed, that is what truly matters. For this mission was inherently fraught with challenges. Minato's expression reflected a contemplative demeanor. In truth, if the pursuit of Orochimaru was deemed necessary, the number of capable individuals within the village who could apprehend him was exceedingly limited. Relying solely on the Umbu and adhering to the third Hokage's orders for his capture proved to be an insurmountable task. Uchiha Makoto pondered for a moment before speaking again. However, this mission has not been entirely fruitless. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and proceeded to unfurl it, extracting two glistening scrolls, one black and one blue, still coated in a viscous substance. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow and instinctively leaned back, pressing against the backrest of his chair. Makoto, what is this? Senpai Minato, these are the research findings of Orochimaru. Uchiha Makoto elucidated, handing the original scrolls directly to Minato. A look of astonishment crossed Minato's face. Research findings. Disregarding the viscous residue on the scrolls, he began to examine them. Soon, his expression shifted to one of shock. The reincarnation technique? I never imagined Orochimaru could develop such a forbidden jutsu. Truly terrifying. Does this mean that his experiments on fellow villagers are indeed true? The human experimentation. I fear the third Hokage has known about it for some time. Uchiha Makoto affirmed. Minato's demeanor darkened considerably. In truth, he had been skeptical when he heard the third mention Orochimaru conducting experiments on villagers. Despite Orochimaru's sinister demeanor, he had always been courteous and polite, seemingly incapable of such atrocities. Though Minato was not particularly cunning, his rise from a commoner to the fourth Hokage amidst this tumultuous era had endowed him with an acute understanding of politics. His ascent to the Hokage position was due, in part, to his exceptional performance and remarkable achievements in battle. However, he was also aware that the third, with his prudent nature, was more inclined to keep the fourth Hokage position for himself. When Orochimaru had been maliciously slandered, Minato had suspected the hand of someone orchestrating events from the shadows. Furthermore, upon attaining power, he found his authority consistently curtailed. Despite being the fourth Hokage and the nominal leader of Konoha, there were four others wielding significant power who restrained him. Many decisions could only be altered if three advisors were in unison, with the third's approval, leaving Minato with little room for maneuver. Minato genuinely aspired to enhance and fortify Konoha, thus nurturing his own power was of utmost necessity. Makoto, you have worked hard this time. After reviewing these two scrolls, I will endeavor to assign you fewer tasks in the near future. I still need to present these scrolls to the third. Understood, Uchiha Makoto replied with a slight bow. As Minato rose from his seat, preparing to deliver the scrolls to the third, he paused at the door and said, By the way, Makoto, I have raised the issue you previously brought to my attention in the high-level meeting. I believe there will be results soon. Also, I have made progress regarding Kakashi's Sharingan. We can attempt to use the four symbols seal. I understand, Senpai Minato. Thank you for your efforts, Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile, appreciating the straightforwardness of working with someone genuine. These are all responsibilities I should fulfill as Hokage. Minato nodded in agreement. Minato took his commitment seriously, especially as discord had recently surfaced within the clan due to issues of political status and treatment during clan meetings. Uchiha Makoto conferred with Uchiha Fugaku, proposing to elevate the political standing of the Uchiha clan in the village. However, during the meeting, the higher-ups opposed the notion, citing that the Uchiha clan, being in control of the Konoha police force, lacked the bandwidth to engage in village politics. In response, Uchiha Makoto suggested that other clans be allowed to join the Konoha police force, thereby collectively safeguarding the village's security. This approach would also serve to forge alliances with smaller clans. After the Senju clan fragmented and integrated into Konoha, the Uchiha clan, recognized as the strongest in the village, naturally regarded the authority of the police force with disdain, unlike the smaller clans for whom it represented a significant opportunity. Unsurprisingly, upon the proposal's introduction, Danzo vehemently opposed it, while Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato vigorously defended it. Among the representatives of the smaller clans, there were also elite jonin who found their stance wavering due to this proposal. As long as the Uchiha clan was willing to relinquish certain interests, the number of supporters would inevitably increase. Uchiha Fugaku is tasked with resolving internal family issues, while Minato Namikaze serves as a bridge for communication between the village and the Uchiha clan. Given this trajectory, it is merely a matter of time before the conflicts are resolved. After all, unlike the third Hokage, who is indecisive, and Danzo, who harbors ulterior motives, many seemingly troublesome disputes can ultimately be settled with sincerity. After Minato's departure, Uchiha Itachi returned to the headquarters of the Umbu. Upon entering the room where Team 6 was assembled, he found Captain Yamaka, as well as Bobo, Yule, and others, including T.Y., Kuroya, and KKO. Once all personnel were present, Yamaka announced the death of Ye. However, most individuals displayed little reaction, for in the world of shinobi, the death of comrades during missions is a commonplace occurrence, especially for Umbu members who frequently undertake perilous assignments. Additionally, Ye's unpopularity contributed to the muted response. Following the announcement of the disbandment, Uchiha Itachi shed his Umbu attire, donning his own clothing before departing. Ichiro, wait. Just as he stepped out of the Umbu and onto a street, a voice suddenly called out his name. Uchiha Cheng raised an eyebrow and turned to see his teammate, Bobo, standing before him. At that moment, Bobo was clad in a fitted beige suit. Although the attire was rather ordinary, it appeared extraordinary due to her striking figure. Is there something you need? Uchiha Cheng inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Bobo's real name was Yuhang Liuli, hailing from a modest family. However, her entire family had perished during the Third Great Ninja War, leaving her as the sole survivor. Unfazed by Uchiha Cheng's indifferent demeanor, Yuhang Liuli approached him with a smile and stated, "Today is my birthday, and I am all alone at home with no friends. Would you care to join me for dinner? I am quite confident in my culinary skills." Uchiha Cheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether he was overthinking the situation or if Yuhang Liuli was being overly simplistic. Gazing at her beautiful visage, curvaceous form, and alluring gaze, his heart stirred. Nevertheless, he promptly declined, stating, "I'm sorry, but I have to attend a clan meeting today." Uchiha Cheng had no intention of succumbing to the advances of those who sought to exploit his charms. Although he appreciated mature women, Yuhang Liuli was already an 18-year-old lady, while he himself was merely 15, still underage. Furthermore, her overtly forward approach did not sit well with his personality. He preferred not to be dominated. With that, Uchiha Cheng executed a swift body flicker technique and vanished from the alley. Watching Uchiha Cheng depart with effortless grace, Yuhang Liuli licked her lips, her interest intensifying. The following morning, as Uchiha Cheng prepared to embrace a fulfilling day of training, a member of the Umbu appeared at his doorstep to inform him of a new mission. "What?" Uchiha Cheng exclaimed, bewildered, for Hokage Minato had just granted him some time off the previous day. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he found Minato seated with a grave expression, examining a scroll. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Uchiha Cheng refrained from making light of the situation. Clearly, trouble was afoot. Upon seeing Uchiha Cheng, Minato visibly relaxed. He spoke with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Cheng. I had intended to give you a few days of rest, but the circumstances have become rather complicated." "No problem, Minato-senpai," Uchiha Cheng replied earnestly. "What exactly has happened?" Minato explained. "Our envoy sent to the Hidden Mist village was ambushed, resulting in 4 fatalities and 1 severe injury." "An envoy?" Uchiha Cheng pondered. Hadn't the Hidden Mist village always been reticent in their communication with the outside world? Moreover, last year's death of Noera Rin was due to a surprise attack from the mist. Was the village now considering negotiations? Minato continued. "Cheng, as you know, while the Third Great Ninja War has concluded due to the alliance among the Fire, Earth, and Wind nations, The Cloud of the Lightning Country and the Mist of the Water Country have yet to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. The ninja world remains on the brink of another war. Compared to the steadfast Cloud Village, we must first strive to engage the ambiguous Mist Village. The conflict between the Mist and Konoha during the war was not as intense, indicating that they, unlike the Cloud, may desire an end to hostilities. This aligns with the higher-ups' sentiments. For the sake of peace, we may need to make certain sacrifices. Once again, the directives of the higher-ups? Uchiha Chung felt a sense of helplessness. Despite their victory, it felt as though they had lost. However, he lacked the power to influence the decisions of the higher echelons. After all, even the formidable fourth Hokage, Minato, was unable to oppose the unified opinions of the four senior leaders. So, you mean to say that our envoy to the Mist could have been attacked by Mist ninjas? Uchiha Chung inquired. Of course. It's also possible that the Rock Village sent ninjas to launch a surprise attack. There is even a chance that our allies orchestrated this, Minato replied, his eyes narrowing. While the Fire, Earth, and Wind nations had formed an alliance, it was unrealistic to expect complete unity. Covert scheming was not uncommon. Minato nodded in agreement. Yes, that is my line of thought as well. If it was indeed the Mist Village's ninjas, it would indicate their utter lack of interest in negotiations. Should the Cloud be stirring trouble from behind the scenes, we must be prepared. However, if the Sand and Rock Villages are involved, that would pose a significant problem. To avoid jeopardizing the unity of our alliance, this matter must be investigated discreetly, which is why I sought you out. I understand, Uchiha Chung said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Minato-senpai, have we obtained any intelligence from the injured ninja? Minato's expression darkened. To avoid raising the Mist's suspicions, the village dispatched a team of 5 Chunin to the water country. Upon encountering the enemy, they were swiftly overwhelmed, for were killed on the spot. With only one severely injured ninja managing to escape. The enemy bore no forehead protectors or identifiable markings, leaving us uncertain of which village was responsible. So, in essence, we have little useful intelligence? Uchiha Chung frowned. Minato-senpai, is there a possibility of internal leaks within the village? Minato replied, that is a concern I have considered as well. And we are currently investigating. However, those who attended the meeting are generally trustworthy, so the likelihood is low. In the depths of his heart, Uchiha Chen contemplated that while Namikaze Minato's words bore a semblance of reliability, they were relative at best. From what he had gathered, there remained certain individuals within the village who did not wish for the war to conclude swiftly. After all, Konoha had achieved a substantial victory in the Third Shinobi World War, yet had not reaped any tangible benefits from the already surrendered Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Instead, they had suffered significant losses in ninja and had depleted vast resources. Now that a tripartite alliance had formed, continuing conflict with Kumogakure and Kirigakure could yield profits. However, once peace enveloped the shinobi world, the influence of the war faction would inevitably wane. Almost instinctively, Uchiha Cheng's thoughts turned to the notorious Danzo. Often dubbed the king of the shinobi underworld, Konoha had its share of scandals, and Danzo bore a significant portion of the blame. In the original narrative, Danzo was portrayed as thoroughly nefarious, while it was simplistic to categorize his actions strictly as either virtuous or villainous. To claim fondness for such a character would indeed be excessive. Uchiha Chung felt indifferent towards him. Nevertheless, Danzo currently targeted only the Uchiha clan, which had not yet adversely impacted Ching or his family. Thus, he held no particular thoughts about Danzo for the time being. His guiding principles remained, if others respect me a foot, I shall return a yard, and if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one provoke me, I shall ensure their demise. As Uchiha Chung pondered these matters, Namikaze Minato continued, emphasizing that the foremost priority was to send individuals to Kirigakure. This time, however, the focus was on dispatching Umbu to investigate the situation while subtly gauging the intentions of the village. If they could convey Konoha's stance and facilitate an alliance between both parties, it would yield the most favorable outcome. In simpler terms, he tasked Ching with leading the expedition, ensuring the safety of the envoy while simultaneously gathering intelligence and striving to establish an alliance between Konoha and Kirigakure. With your perceptive abilities, hidden adversaries would be rendered ineffective. Naturally, your safety is of paramount importance. Should circumstances necessitate, I grant you the discretion to abandon the mission as you see fit. Uchiha Makoto, I understand. I shall do my utmost. Upon hearing Minato Namikaze suggest that he should assess the situation, Uchiha Makoto felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, this task appeared rather troublesome, requiring both the protection of individuals and an investigation. The crux of the matter was that the enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood exposed, unaware of the adversary's true strength. Given that Minato had expressed his sentiments, Makoto was determined to adapt and respond accordingly. Your ability to handle matters reassures me greatly. Minato Namake's expression softened. He held immense faith in Makoto's strength and capability. Thus, when faced with this predicament, he thought of him first. Uchiha Makoto, Senpai Minato, I shall return to prepare now. Namake's Minato replied, there is no need to rush. The envoy team will depart the day after tomorrow. Furthermore, I am preparing to appoint you as the temporary captain of the 6th Division of the Yambu. Temporary captain? Uchiha Makoto was momentarily taken aback, then quickly recovered, inquiring, what about Captain Haruki? Are you referring to Haruki Edo? From now on, the codename Haruki will be abolished. He sustained injuries during a mission and has been recuperating. He plans to marry his fiancée once he is recovered and has already requested leave for his wedding. Moreover, he expressed his weariness with the Umbu life and wishes to transfer to the logistics or intelligence department. The 6th Division cannot be without a captain. Although you have only recently joined, the team members have great trust in you. I believe you can lead them well. Minato's words left Uchiha Makoto speechless. It seemed that Haruki Edo, their captain, who appeared to be a simple and honest individual, had betrayed the organization. To think he would marry while they were preoccupied with missions and even request leave for his wedding? It was truly perplexing. Enviable. Uchiha Makoto yearned for a respite. He had no desire to assume the role of a squad leader. Rest assured, I have arranged for you a capable assistant who will accompany you on this mission, said Minato Namikaze, glancing at the wall clock. Noting that the appointed time was drawing near. No sooner had he spoken than a knock resonated at the office door. Come in. The 4th Hokage welcomed Hitaki Kakashi, who entered with a serious demeanor, his forehead protector askew, and his posture impeccably upright. Minato chuckled, Kakashi, I've mentioned it numerous times. Let us stick to the previous terms of address. As you can see, Makoto has been consistent in his. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, Minato-sensei. Minato continued. Effective today, Kakashi will join the 6th Division of the Umbu, and he will henceforth be under your command, Makoto. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Makoto, a smile graced his eyes. Indeed, it was Kakashi. Previously, he had intended to propose to Minato Namikaze that Kakashi be inducted into the Umbu. At merely 13, Kakashi was yet a child, and the weight of such arduous missions bore heavily upon him. Fortunately, once Kakashi matured, the burden would lighten considerably, allowing him to request an exit from the Umbu. The physical activation technique he acquired yesterday remained untouched, and it seemed unlikely he would find the time to train in the coming days. Kakashi, you may proceed to report to the Umbu. I have matters to discuss with Makoto. Understood. Minato Namikaze smiled at Kakashi, signaling for him to depart. Once Kakashi had left, Minato continued, Makoto, I disclosed the matter of the 4 symbols sealed to Kakashi yesterday. However, he declined to seal his Sharingan. I had not recognized the significance of this until you mentioned it earlier. After taking Kakashi for a medical examination, I discovered that the Sharingan significantly impacted his health. At this rate, rather than serving as an asset, the Sharingan may hinder his growth. I believe this contradicts Obito's final wishes. Hence, I would like you to counsel him, helping him to overcome his psychological barriers. I understand, Senpai Minato. I shall do my utmost. Uchiha Makoto had become accustomed to aiding Kakashi with physical therapy, yet it appeared insufficient. Kakashi had been exceedingly busy lately, leaving little time for their sparring sessions. However, he was acutely aware that psychological trauma was not easily remedied. Indeed, Kakashi had initially agreed to seek out the 4th Hokage regarding potential solutions to the risks associated with the Sharingan, clearly wishing to make the best use of the legacy left by his friend. His ultimate aim was to assist Minato in establishing a prosperous era, one devoid of sacrifices akin to Rin and Obito. Otherwise, Kakashi would not exert himself so fervently in his training. After all, Minato was still alive. Jiraiya's Tales of the Hot Springs series had yet to be published, and Kakashi had not yet succumbed to the allure of certain inappropriate literature. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Uchiha Makoto first returned home. As his mother had requested, he procured the latest flower seeds from the mountain florist. He then visited the herbal medicine store, spending over 300,000 ryo on a substantial quantity of precious herbs. Upon his return, he found that Uchiha Rinka was not at home. Recently, it seemed she had developed a close relationship with the clan leader's wife, Uchiha Makoto, often being invited to gatherings among the affluent women. No longer preoccupied with tending to flowers, and her spirits appeared to have lifted considerably. Uchiha Cheng naturally delighted in witnessing such circumstances. As long as his strength continued to advance and his status ascended, his family would undoubtedly enjoy a better life. After planting the seeds, Uchiha Makoto returned to his chamber to commence his training. In accordance with his usual practice, he first engaged in the cultivation of the path of Wuji. However, after an hour of meditation, his mental prowess remained unchanged at 43.99. Upon confirming this result once more, he decided not to squander any further time. Instead, he descended the stairs, disrobed, and entered the bathroom. He then proceeded to add precious medicinal powder into the bathtub filled with hot water. This substance was known to enhance the effects of the physical activation technique. Although it was possible to cultivate without the medicinal ingredients, the results would be diminished. Interestingly, this physical activation technique of Orochimaru bore a striking resemblance to that of the renowned pharmacist Shinnon from the original narrative. It remains uncertain whether they are employing the same secret art. Orochimaru seemingly had some acquaintance with Shinnon, as they had engaged in transactions, though the specifics of their acquaintance remain unknown. At this point in time, Shinnon was still far from creating the Zero Tail, and the arts of physical transformation were but a distant concept. Nevertheless, according to the storyline, he was likely to have begun pilfering secret techniques throughout the shinobi world towards the end of the Third Great Ninja War. Should an opportunity arise, one must devise a means to acquire the secret techniques from him. Uchiha Cheng reclined in the medicinal bath, gently massaging his brow while contemplating silently. He recognized that locating Shinnon within the vast expanse of the ninja world was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. As Shinnon roamed the ninja realm under the guise of a healer, it was only a matter of time before he would arrive in Konoha, presenting a glimmer of hope. However, Uchiha Cheng had little interest in the physical manifestation of life. After all, for a considerable duration, the technique of physical activation sufficed. Once his chakra levels increased, he would be able to practice many formidable jutsu. Given his rapport with Minato Namikaze, opportunities to engage with Sage Mode would undoubtedly arise in the future. In the world of Hokage, one must compete not only with ocular prowess but also with physical constitution. Uchiha Cheng aspired to excel in both realms. The Sharingan already possessed a comprehensive evolutionary system, yet without blood relatives. The notion of acquiring the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan through ocular exchange was rendered moot. However, the absence of siblings did not preclude the possibility with parents or offspring. Yet, his mother, having only attained the rank of a genin in her 30s and lacking even a basic Sharingan, offered little hope. Furthermore, even if his relatives possessed the Mangekyou, he could never resort to such measures. Beyond ocular exchange, other methods to acquire the eternal eye surely existed. The enhancement of mental fortitude was undeniably beneficial for awakening the eyes, despite my 2 deaths not triggering the awakening. The singular activation of the dual Tomo Sharingan was a reward from the system following mission completion, significantly boosting my mental attributes. At that time, I had not endured any profound psychological trauma, let alone suffering. The instance of the 3 Tomo was similar. My rigorous training in the path of Wuji often left my eyes feeling strained. Clearly, this too was a pathway to awakening. At the very least, possessing Hashirama's cells would ensure that even a standard Mangekyou Sharingan would not succumb to blindness. Uchiha Cheng harbored little concern regarding the awakening of his eyes. Besides the indigenous methods of the Naruto world, the system shop also offered items that could enhance mental fortitude and physical constitution, albeit at exorbitant prices. Recently unveiled was the Void Codex, a cultivation technique capable of elevating the purity of one's mental strength while possessing formidable offensive capabilities. However, upon glimpsing the price of the Void Codex, Uchiha Cheng quickly lost interest. What was happening? Just after emerging from a medicinal bath, Uchiha Cheng felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, and certain indescribable regions began to feel, well, indescribable. He hurried to the mirror and saw his flushed face, his body radiating warmth, brimming with vitality as if he had consumed a potent elixir of rejuvenation. Witnessing this transformation, Uchiha Cheng swiftly dried himself and returned to his chamber, commencing his training in the body activation technique as detailed in the scroll. Thus, he immersed himself in his practice until Uchiha Linghua returned home to summon him for dinner. At which point Uchiha Cheng emerged from his meditative state. He sensed a remarkable alteration in his surroundings. When he accessed the system panel to review his attributes, astonishment filled his eyes. Strength 17. 5. Constitution 17. 6. Agility 20. 7. Spirit 44. His mental strength had finally risen, albeit by a mere 0.1. yet it was no longer stagnating. Furthermore, the other three attributes had each ascended by 1 point. What could be the cause of this? Amidst his bewilderment, a line of information suddenly appeared on the system panel: acquired skill meditation. It felt as though his eyes were undergoing a transformation. Uchiha Cheng gently rubbed his eyes, experiencing a sensation of both soreness and swelling, reminiscent of his initial awakening. However, there was a distinct difference. During his first awakening, the discomfort was overwhelming. This time, the sensation of soreness was accompanied by a profound sense of fulfillment. His eyes felt imbued with power, as if the potential within was boundless. Could it be that he was on the verge of unlocking the Meijiki Sharingan? A flicker of thought crossed Uchiha Seishin's mind as he pondered the nature of the Meijiki Sharingan that would be awakened through such a means. Currently, he was not under any significant emotional duress. Yet, if one were to inquire about his deepest yearning thus far, it remained unchanged: the relentless pursuit of power. However, he understood the need for patience. At his present age, his physical prowess had surpassed that of most adult shinobi. Yet, prematurely awakening the Meijiki Sharingan would impose a considerable strain on his body, rendering its frequent use inadvisable. Should he succeed in awakening it before the tumult of the Nine Tails incident, his chances of saving the fourth Hokage would greatly increase. Moreover, today marked Kakashi's formal induction into the Umbu, and he needed to devise a strategy to prevent Kakashi from aimlessly wandering to the graveyard for heart-to-heart conversations with Obito. Ideally, he should thwart any inclination for Kakashi to become the protector of Kushina Uzumaki. Time was of the essence, with less than 8 months remaining. In such a span, he wondered how much stronger he could become. Due to a new mission announced by Minato, Uchiha Seishin was tasked with traveling to the Hidden Mist Village, which brought Obito to mind. Obito had now supplanted the deceased Madara, using the Meijiki Genjutsu to control the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. This journey to the Hidden Mist was fraught with peril. The darkened Obito would likely show no mercy towards Uchiha Seishin, a senior in the clan. Nevertheless, Uchiha Seishin did not fear Obito. If one were unaware of Obito's Meijiki capabilities, his strength would indeed be formidable. Yet, for someone like Uchiha Seishin, who possessed foreknowledge of Obito's abilities, the situation changed significantly. Once the Meijiki Sharingan is awakened, the wielder's Genjutsu prowess is substantially amplified. Even someone like Obito, who was not particularly strong among Nin, could suddenly contend with Minato in combat. This was, of course, aided by the enhancement of Hashirama's cells and Minato's lack of pertinent intelligence. However, Obito was not inherently skilled in Genjutsu. His ability to control the fourth Mizukage stemmed from being under Madara's Genjutsu himself, requiring only a simple overlay of the same technique. In a confrontation against Itachi's Meijiki, Uchiha Seishin would not have absolute confidence in countering with his 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet, against Obito's Genjutsu, Uchiha Seishin's formidable mental fortitude would allow him to hold his ground. Even with just the 3-tomo, given that Obito possessed only one Meijiki Sharingan and could not invoke Susanoo. In summary, his expedition to the Hidden Mist Village should present no significant challenges. However, Uchiha Seishin held reservations regarding the alliance. After all, the current administration of the Hidden Mist essentially lay in Obito's hands. Should Kakashi accompany him, Uchiha Seishin hoped that Obito would refrain from inflicting lethal harm upon him. Although Uchiha Makoto possesses ample ability to protect himself, should Obito choose to intervene, safeguarding others would prove rather difficult. However, this is merely a preemptive consideration at this juncture. Obito may very well be preoccupied and unable to concern himself with them. With this thought, Uchiha Makoto felt a sense of calm wash over him. It was then that he recalled the newly acquired skill of meditation. Yet, as night had fallen, he found himself lacking the time to put it into practice. Makoto, dinner is ready. What are you doing in your room? Why haven't you come down yet? Uchiha Reika called out several times, but upon receiving no response from Uchiha Makoto, she ascended the stairs. Uchiha Makoto hastily donned his attire and responded, coming. Meditation could be postponed until tomorrow, and as for the cultivation of the infinite path, he would endeavor once more in the evening to ascertain the results. Early the following morning, Uchiha Makoto made a visit to the 6th Division of the Umbu. The members of the 6th Division were already aware of his appointment as acting sub-leader. However, they all understood that Uchiha Makoto's ascendance to the position of captain was a foregone conclusion. There was no dissent among them, as Uchiha Makoto's capabilities and strength were well recognized. During the previous mission to pursue Orochimaru, other divisions had suffered considerable losses, while the 6th Division had only lost a single member, Nighthawk. Furthermore, it was rumored that Nighthawk's relationship with Uchiha Makoto had been particularly poor. which might have contributed to his demise. Other Umbu members, who were evidently less skilled than Nighthawk, had emerged unscathed. Uchiha Makoto, having even engaged in battle with Orochimaru, emerged unscathed. Through this period of interaction, it became evident to all that Uchiha Makoto was not to be trifled with. Offending him would yield no advantages whatsoever. When Uchiha Makoto arrived at the Umbu, Kakashi was already present there. Uchiha Cheng greeted with a smile, Kakashi. However, Kakashi replied with a serious demeanor, Captain Yufeng. My codename is Silver. Yes, must you be so grave? There are no missions at present. Let us not maintain such solemnity among ourselves. During our leisure, it is essential to remain relaxed and not overly tense. Uchiha Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Previously, when Shange was the team leader, he often enjoyed jesting and was adept at alleviating stress. The Umbu directly under the Hokage tended to be rather harmonious, unlike the root Umbu ninjas under Danzo, who were brainwashed to see themselves as mere tools rather than human beings, mercilessly inflicting harm upon themselves. Ultimately, the Umbu merely undertook tasks that were particularly troublesome and ill-suited for the public eye, while Danzo's brainwashing served only his selfish interests. I understand. Uchiha Cheng's words softened Kakashi's expression. Well, the jesting concludes. Let us turn to serious matters. Uchiha Cheng adopted a serious tone. Tomorrow, there will be an important mission. I have come today to determine the personnel for tomorrow's departure. The 5-member team will consist of myself, Silver, Yule, Head Eagle, and Little Chicken. We shall convene promptly at the main gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Captain Yufeng, what about me? Bobo, realizing her absence from the list, gazed at Uchiha Cheng with captivating eyes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Seijiro fell into a moment of silence before responding, I shall certainly make it happen next time. Now, we shall disperse. After leaving the headquarters of the Umbu, Uchiha Makoto dedicated himself to rigorous training. Due to a breakthrough in his mental prowess, which consequently enhanced his fundamental attributes, he needed to swiftly acclimate to the subtle changes in his body. In the realm of skilled combat, the distinction between victory and defeat lies in the minutest of margins. Fortunately, having engaged in such endeavors before, he quickly adapted to the transformations within himself. During this period, he activated the 8 gates, pushing himself to the point of the opening of the injury gate, and subsequently attempted to restore his body through meditation. The results were exceedingly gratifying, demonstrating remarkable effectiveness. Had it not been for the inability to employ meditation during combat, this technique could rival the self-healing abilities of a sage body, albeit with a considerable expenditure of chakra, which he found somewhat taxing at present. Please, spare me. A piercing scream echoed through a dense forest in the eastern land of fire. With a resounding crash, Kakashi pierced both man and tree with his Chidori. Observing the dozen or so fallen figures encircling him, each dispatched with a single, decisive blow, courtesy of Kakashi, Uchiha Makoto's countenance darkened. He lamented the prevalence of rogue ninja wreaking havoc within the eastern borders of the Land of Fire. A nearby hawk echoed his sentiments with resignation, explaining that the ravages of war had led to the annihilation of numerous small villages, thereby creating these wandering shinobi, while many such individuals had transitioned into more peaceful trades. Those who resorted to banditry and wanton destruction deserve their fate. Mikazuchi furrowed his brow, regretting the missed opportunity to capture a survivor for interrogation. Fearing the potential existence of accomplices who might continue their depredations in their absence, he acknowledged the village's efforts in issuing missions to eliminate brigands and bandits, but lamented the difficulty in swiftly eradicating those who sought refuge in the deepest recesses of the mountains. Uchiha Makoto and his entourage of 10 departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, journeying eastward for 2 days and nearing the eastern border of the Land of Fire. Along their path, they encountered 3 bands of robbers. The 16 individuals they faced were rogue ninjas, who were in the midst of pillaging and committing murder in a small village. Upon encountering them, Uchiha Makoto and his companions charged forward. After swiftly eliminating 3 of the rogues, the remainder fled in terror. However, they were soon pursued and apprehended by Kakashi. Upon hearing the words of the Head Eagle and Yule, the bloodthirsty glint in Kakashi's eyes gradually diminished. Given the circumstances, he decided to err on the side of caution. Yule, you shall remain here and guide the remaining villagers towards the direction of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Makoto gazed westward towards the direction of the village, where wisps of thick smoke still rose intermittently. The village lay in ruins, and the majority of its inhabitants had perished or been grievously wounded. In such dire circumstances, it would be prudent to leave one person behind to handle the aftermath. Understood. Captain. Yulei responded, momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. However, was it wise for Captain Yufeng to proceed with this plan? Would the absence of a single Umbu member diminish their overall combat effectiveness? In the event of an unforeseen incident, would it jeopardize their mission? Of course. I did not intend to abandon the villagers entirely. Could we not simply provide them with some funds to facilitate their relocation? Among the 5 Chunin envoy team, dissenting voices began to emerge. It was not entirely their fault, considering that the previous 5-member squad had suffered 4 fatalities and 1 injury. Naturally, the risk would escalate without the protection of an Umbu member. Fear not, Yamada-kun. The captain's prowess alone is equivalent to that of an entire Umbu squad. Someone of my caliber, the captain could single-handedly take on a multitude, Yulei asserted with unwavering confidence. But Yamada Hikawa, the Chunin who had initially voiced his concerns, displayed a look of hesitation, clearly skeptical of Yulei's claims. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto remarked, Yamada-kun, what do you think of this proposal? Let us have Muri remain behind to escort the villagers to the town in the west. Subsequently, he can join us based on the signal we leave behind. How does that sound? Well, that seems acceptable, replied Yamada, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Uchiha Makoto's accommodating demeanor. As he spoke, he encouraged the 4 accompanying Chunin to contribute a bit of money as well. Uchiha Chung and his companions gathered approximately 80,000 ryo to hand over to Yulei, entrusting him with the task of delivering it to the 13 surviving villagers. While this sum may not be substantial, it suffices to address the villagers' immediate needs for sustenance. As for the remainder, they would have to rely on their own efforts. Once Yulei departed, Uchiha Chang remarked, Kakashi, let us refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. At this moment, Kakashi had regained his composure, silently nodding in agreement. Following their recent encounters with bandits, where Kakashi had showcased his formidable prowess and overwhelming aura of intimidation, his teammates felt a certain trepidation towards him. Only Uchiha Chung dared to speak freely. A day later, Uchiha Chung and his companions arrived at the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. Subsequently, they boarded a large vessel, setting sail towards the Land of Water. 2 days later, they reached Naruto City, the largest coastal city in the western region of the Land of Water. Uchiha Makoto wandered through the city, perceiving that the economic development of the Land of Water indeed lags considerably behind that of the Land of Fire. Despite possessing an extensive coastline, the nation fails to capitalize on its abundant marine resources. Rather than engaging in warfare, investing in aquaculture and fisheries could yield substantial profits. If that is not feasible, the tourism industry could be cultivated as well. Although Naruto City is among the largest urban centers in the Land of Water, the populace does not enjoy considerable prosperity. When it comes to the Ninja World War, the Land of Water ought to be the least involved, given its geographical isolation from the other 4 nations. Even if it were to win a fleeting battle, it could never hope to maintain control over the seized territories across the sea. The meager reparations from such conflicts would scarcely compensate for the incurred losses, not to mention the fact that victory is far from guaranteed. Of course, these are merely the musings of Uchiha Makoto. Were the current Mizukage to be Terumi Mei, she might find his ideas quite appealing. However, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, remains under the influence of Obito. If all nations were to harness their available resources to foster economic growth, their citizens would thrive, rendering warfare unnecessary. Nevertheless, such notions of Uchiha Makoto are, at present, not applicable in the current ninja world. Uchiha Makoto and his companions took a brief respite in the city, awaiting their opportunity to meet, which materialized after a day of clandestine communication with the upper echelons of the Peace faction within the Hidden Mist Village. The rendezvous was set in a valley known as Snake Valley, located 100 miles east of Naruto City. That night, Yulei also arrived at Naruto City to join Uchiha Makoto and the others. At dawn the following day, they made their way to Snake Valley. Upon reaching a point approximately 50 meters from the valley's entrance, they spotted 2 figures standing atop a high slope. As Uchiha Makoto and his group approached, one of the individuals raised a blue flag and waved it vigorously, followed by a red flag. In response, Hirakawa Yamada produced his own red and blue flags from his cloak, signaling back to the other party. Captain Yufeng, all is well, he declared, striding toward the valley's mouth. One of the figures then leapt down from the slope to meet him. They halted 5 meters apart, and Hirakawa Yamada proclaimed, Swift Wind Swordsman. The individual from the Hidden Mist responded, Haze. After successfully exchanging their code words, both parties exhaled in relief. Hirakawa Yamada then returned to Uchiha Makoto and the others, as the group of 10 prepared to enter the valley. However, as they stepped into the valley. They were met with the sight of at least a dozen hidden mist ninjas stationed around them. Hirakawa Yamada felt a jolt of apprehension and discreetly glanced towards Uchiha Makoto for guidance. Uchiha Makoto nodded slightly, reassuring him. Hirakawa Yamada felt a sense of relief as the group arrived at a flat grassy area in the valley, where a temporary large tent had already been erected. Wait. Only two can enter. Just as Uchiha Makoto and the others were about to step into the tent, the leading mist ninja suddenly raised a hand to halt their progress. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto instructed those behind him, "You shall wait outside. Yamada-kun, let us proceed within." The hidden mist ninja respectfully announced to the interior of the tent, "Leader, the emissaries from Konoha have arrived. Please allow them to enter." A voice imbued with authority resonated from within the tent. Indeed, the hidden mist ninja bowed, saying, "Please, enter." Uchiha Makoto nodded at Hirakawa Yamada and was the first to step into the tent, with Hirakawa Yamada following closely behind. Within Uchiha Makoto's perception, there were no concealed mist ninjas lurking in the valley, and the large tent housed only the two of them, without any hidden auras. Clearly, although the opposing side had brought a considerable number of individuals, they bore no ill intent thus far. Upon entering the grand tent, Uchiha Makoto beheld two gentlemen seated within. One appeared to be in his 40s. Despite his graying hair and deeply etched wrinkles, he possessed an air of refined elegance and striking handsomeness, resembling a distinguished elder. It was evident that in his youth, he had similarly captivated the hearts of many young women, much like Uchiha Makoto himself. However, Makoto's primary focus was drawn to another individual, a youthful man in his 20s. This young man boasted a cascade of blue hair, styled upright, with a black eye patch adorning his right eye. His ears were adorned with brown earrings, embellished with designs reminiscent of runes. He possessed prominent brows and large, expressive eyes. His demeanor serious and unsmiling, projecting an aura of solemnity. In the heart of Uchiha Makoto, a name emerged. Mist Village's Jonin, A.O. Recognizing the distinctive visage, albeit considerably younger, Uchiha Makoto could still identify him. As if sensing the gaze concealed beneath Makoto's mask, A.O. furrowed his brow. Perhaps feeling the extraordinary nature of Uchiha Makoto, A.O.'s expression tightened. His attention unwaveringly fixed upon him. Hirano Yamada bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, proclaiming, "Konoha's envoy, Hirano Yamada, pays his respects to Lord Terumi Yuya. Yamada-kun, there is no need for formality. Please take a seat," Terumi Yuya replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing the familiar surname of Terumi, Uchiha Makoto's heart stirred as a visage materialized in his mind. The Terumi clan stood as one of the foremost families in the Mist Village, akin to the Hyuga and Uchiha clans of Konoha. Given that Terumi Yuya was the leader of the Peace faction, he was evidently the clan head. With this realization, Uchiha Makoto felt a surge of confidence regarding the completion of his mission. "This is the letter entrusted to me by the Fourth Lord. Please, peruse it." Hirano Yamada reverently presented a scroll, which he had carefully retrieved from his robe, to Terumi Yuya. Terumi Yuya accepted the letter, focusing intently on its contents. Before long, he proposed amendments to the conditions outlined within, while Hirano Yamada steadfastly defended his stance. After half an hour of deliberation, the two reached a preliminary consensus. At this juncture, Uchiha Makoto, seated beside A.O., suddenly darkened in countenance and abruptly rose. He had heard Warwick's warning. A.O., witnessing Uchiha Makoto's fervent reaction, swiftly positioned himself in front of Terumi Yuya, shielding him. As Hirano Yamada looked on in confusion at Uchiha Makoto's actions, the ground began to tremble violently, followed by a cacophony of explosions. Enemies are upon us. Protect the leader." With a resounding roar accompanying the explosions, the sound of tumbling boulders echoed ominously. Uchiha Chung extended his right hand behind him, and the heavenly imperial sword was unsheathed. 12 arcs of intersecting sword light flashed, slicing the great tent into fragments. As the wind attribute chakra within the sword light dispersed in all directions, the massive boulders that had been tumbling towards the tent were also reduced to rubble by the sword light, scattering alongside the remnants of the tent. Instantly, the view became unobstructed. Uchiha Makoto's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the cliffs flanking the valley were teeming with people. At that moment, he observed his adversary, A.O. activating his Byakugan, the veins around his right eye bulging ominously. "We are surrounded." A.O.'s expression darkened, and with a malevolent glint in his eyes, he turned his gaze upon Hirakawa Yamada and Uchiha Makoto. "Speak quickly. Is this not a trap set by your Konoha?" Uchiha Makoto narrowed his eyes, and beneath his mask, the Crimson Sharingan awakened, the location being the one you had temporarily designated. The Sharingan. Always expression faltered, momentarily daunted by Uchiha Makoto's formidable presence. Yet he soon regained his composure. Beside him, Terumi Mei raised a hand, signaling Aoi to retreat. Aoi stepped back, positioning himself behind Makoto. Terumi Mei's countenance grew grave as she surveyed both sides. Their immediate priority was to repel the enemy. At that moment, the remaining 8 members of the Konoha team arrived at Uchiha Makoto's side. Meanwhile, the mist ninjas who had accompanied Terumi Mei had gathered at the mouth of the valley, all of them having been eliminated in the initial wave of attack. Suddenly, amidst the thick smoke enveloping the valley, the sound of footsteps emerged. Soon, a contingent of 20 individuals materialized from the haze. At the forefront was a man adorned with the headband of the hidden mist village, possessing long black hair, bushy eyebrows, and piercing eyes that bore an unearthly sharpness. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, and he donned a black vest. In his hands were 2 uniquely crafted long blades, each featuring elegantly arched edges. Upon recognizing the newcomers as mist ninjas, Hikawa Yamada tensed, while Kakashi, standing beside Uchiha Makoto, readied himself for an imminent confrontation. The other 4 nin in the delegation felt a chill run through them, sensing that this was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the hidden mist village. Uchiha Makoto gestured to the people behind him, signaling them to refrain from any rash actions. The recent attack had also implicated Terumi Yuya and Ao, making it evident that the 2 factions were not allied. Terumi Yuya's expression was a mix of shock and fury, indicating that internal strife was not merely a tradition of Konohagakure. Ao, standing beside Terumi Yuya, stared in disbelief at the ninja wielding twin blades, Reigadano. "Why are you here? What is happening?" Upon hearing Ao's address and noticing the somewhat familiar blades in the man's grasp, Uchiha Makoto recalled the identity of the individual before him, Kurozai Reiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielding the famed Raikiri Yari. With a furrowed brow, Terumi Yuya questioned, "Reiga, what do you intend?" Kurozai Reiga responded with a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Humph. Yuyadano, as the head of the Terumi clan from Kirigakure, you conspire with the ninjas of Konoha, plotting rebellion. Now, I have you in my grasp, with irrefutable evidence. If you surrender, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall return with your corpse. The choice is yours." As his words fell, the mist ninjas behind him drew their kunai, awaiting Kurozai Reiga's command. The ninjas standing atop the cliffs on either side were clearly not from the mist. Their attire was distinctly different, though their headbands were absent, leaving Uchiha Makoto unable to identify their village. "Hurry and surrender, Yuya-kun. Should a conflict arise, we cannot guarantee your safety," a middle-aged man called from the cliff. A prominent scar etched across his face from his right eye to his chin. Upon hearing this, Terumi Yuya focused his gaze on the cliff. Recognizing the man's distinctive visage, You are the Iwagakure Jounin, Retsuseki?" Terumi Yuya then turned to Kurozai Reiga. "Reiga, how could you ally with the people of Iwagakure? Are we not all striving for the future of the mist? I know not what promises the Iwa Nin have made you, but Oanoki has always been cunning and duplicitous. Can the conditions he promised truly be fulfilled? In comparison, Konoha has shown far greater sincerity. Here is the letter from the 4th Hokage. If you doubt it, take a look." Kurozai Reiga's gaze flickered with uncertainty, yet he remained silent. Sensing a moment of hesitation, Terumi Yuya was about to continue persuading him when Retsuseki suddenly interjected loudly from the cliff. "Yuya-kun, to speak of our 3rd Tsuchikage in such a manner before us is rather dismissive, don't you think?" Terumi Yuya retorted coldly, "If memory serves, the Fire and Earth countries have formed an alliance. After the defeat of Kirigakure, Konoha did not even demand war reparations. Is this how Iwagakure treats its allies? Can such a village be trusted?" "Reiga." As Terumi Yuya spoke, he subtly signaled to Ao with his right hand, which had been resting at his side. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto's gaze sharpened. Just moments ago, he had been perplexed by Terumi Mei's seemingly superfluous dialogue. It now appeared to be a tactic to buy time, concealing a contingency plan. However, the subsequent words of Arseki caused Terumi Mei's expression to shift dramatically. "Why, Yuya-kun? Cease your attempts to stall for time. Those outside have already been ensnared by us and cannot come to your aid. Moreover, should you perish here, who would know of our involvement?" Arseki sneered, then turned to the somewhat hesitant Reiga of the Black Hoe. "Reiga? Consider who reduced your 7 ninja swordsmen to merely 3, who transformed you into a jest. 4 of your number fell to a mere genin of Konoha. If you wish to cleanse this humiliation, it must be done with the blood of Konoha shinobi. If you cannot muster the resolve, I shall take the initiative." Earth release, rock collapse. As soon as Arseki's command echoed, he gestured towards the ninjas positioned on either side of the cliff. Over 30 Iwagakure ninjas simultaneously invoked their earth release techniques. Instantly, the cliffs on both sides crumbled, sending a cascade of boulders tumbling downwards. As Uchihasuke sharpened. At the very moment the rock ninja launched his attack, his chakra erupted instantaneously. With a powerful push against the ground, his body soared into the air. Then, wielding the heavenly sword with a deft motion, he executed a swift turn in midair. Wind release, vacuum blade. A multitude of fine wind blades radiated outward from him, slicing through the air in all directions. Within a 10-meter radius beneath Uchiha Makoto, a vacuum zone had formed, causing the massive boulders from the surrounding cliffs to shatter into fragments. The tumbling rocks were effectively halted by Kakashi and the eagle, utilizing an earthen wall engraved with a canine visage. 6 rock ninjas, caught off guard on either side of the cliffs, met their demise in an instant. This was primarily due to Uchiha Makoto's focus on shattering the rocks to protect his teammates below, thereby diffusing the potency of the wind blades. Notably, one of those he sought to shield was Terumi Mei, for his demise here would pose a considerable dilemma for Konoha, significantly impacting the harmony between the two villages. Is this the technique of the wind sword? Uchiha Makoto? Raishur recalled the unique manner in which Uchiha Makoto wielded his vacuum blade, coupled with the gleaming silver straight sword in his grasp, bringing to mind the moniker that circulated within the village. Surprised by the recognition, Uchiha Makoto merely reflected on the addition of yet another title to his repertoire. The Wind Sword? It certainly sounds more melodious than the Wind Sword Saint. His thoughts remained unclouded. Even before his body ascended into the air, he had summoned Warwick. At this moment, Warwick was entangled in fierce combat with the Thunderfang. Prioritized the attack on Terumi Mei. He must be eliminated. Raishur, realizing his momentary lapse, had inadvertently revealed Uchiha Makoto's name, causing the surrounding rock ninjas to falter in morale. Felt a surge of regret. However, with their numbers and the advantageous terrain, they could fully exploit the might of earth-based techniques without trepidation. Moreover, recalling the defeat of Iwagakure in the Battle of the Kamizukabashi, primarily attributed to the efforts of the Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato, Raishur found it hard to believe that a mere 15-year-old boy could wield swordsmanship of great significance. Though Uchiha Makoto's swordsmanship displayed earlier was remarkable, it fell short of instilling any sense of fear within him. Naturally, the disbelief he harbored internally was one matter, yet when it came to action, he unleashed his full strength. Amidst the tumultuous onslaught of rock ninjas employing earth techniques against Terumi Mei below, Raishur summoned forth a colossal dragon crafted from stone, launching it towards the descending Uchiha Makoto. The valley below had become considerably constricted due to the collapsing rocks on either side, leaving Kakashi and his companions in a precarious position. The rock ninjas united their efforts to execute the earth release, earth spear technique, causing sharp stones to erupt from the ground, resembling lethal spears of earth. Observing this, Kakashi activated his Chidori, his hand radiating with a brilliant flash of lightning, arcs crackling outward. With the augmentation of lightning release, Kakashi's speed surged, and bolstered by the dynamic vision provided by his Sharingan, he shattered the incoming earth spears one by one. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto, under assault from the Stone Dragon, conjured a shadow clone to serve as a springboard, propelling himself upward and evading the dragon strike. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the rock ninjas hurled kunai affixed with explosive tags into the valley. Witnessing this, Uchiha Makoto's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to retaliate against Raishur. Most ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities but lack robust defenses. Thus, engaging in combat within such treacherous terrain was inherently disadvantageous. Defending against aerial assaults was already a formidable challenge. Furthermore, rock ninjas had infiltrated underground, employing Earth Release, Earth Spear to disrupt Kakashi and his team's movements. If he did not render assistance, Kakashi and his comrades risked being buried alive beneath the rubble. Uchiha Cheng sheathed the heavenly sword in his hand and then employed the secret technique, Moon Flash. Chakra erupted instantaneously, and a crescent-shaped blade of light sliced through the colossal rock dragon, cleaving it in twain. Then, just as a barrage of shurikens was about to strike the crowd below, he flashed into the vicinity of Kakashi and the others. With a swift motion of the heavenly sword, he drew a line in the air, conjuring a wall of airflow directly above them. Due to Uchiha Cheng's full exertion, this wind barrier extended over 10 meters in range, successfully deflecting all incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions erupted less than 5 meters above their heads, reverberating painfully against their eardrums. The assembly was left in awe of Uchiha Cheng's enigmatic and formidable swordsmanship. With just a flick of his blade, he had conjured such a robust wall of airflow. The rock formations atop the cliff darkened with despair at this turn of events, prompting an immediate order for the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas to exhaust their remaining chakra and unleash the earth release. Rock collapse. The cliffs on either side had already diminished in height, and the boulders that plummeted this time were significantly smaller. As the rocks cascaded downwards, the Iwagakure ninjas hurled the remaining explosive tags and shurikens en masse towards the ground. Due to the indiscriminate assault from the Iwagakure side, the Mist ninjas led by Haishureya found it challenging to coordinate their counterattacks. Under Warwick's relentless onslaught, Haishureya was forced to retreat repeatedly. Haishureya could hardly fathom the immense power of the summoning beast conjured by this Konoha ninja. Not only was it colossal, but its speed was as swift as lightning. His metallic gauntlet clashed with the thunderous blade, yet remained unscathed. Any ordinary ninja would have already been incapacitated by the lightning chakra within his blade. However, this summoning beast suppressed him to the point where he could hardly retaliate. This was despite his own lightning speed augmenting his abilities. Otherwise, he might have already been defeated. Seeing Koyami Yuya sheltered by Uchiha Cheng's wind wall not far away, Haishureya felt a pang of despair. He immediately unleashed his chakra, deflecting Warwick's metallic claws with a single strike, then crossed his dual blades at his chest, releasing lightning release. Thunderball. Two orbs the size of human heads hurtling towards Warwick. Just as Warwick attempted to block the thunderballs, Haishureya raised his lightning blade high, the lightning chakra coursing up the blade, drawing forth two deep blue bolts of lightning that descended. The target was none other than Uchiha Chung and his companions. Chin, you must flee. They seek only me. If this continues, no one will escape. After my demise, Yuya will become the head of the Koyami clan. She will need your guidance. You must break through with the Konoha ninjas. Koyami Yuya steeled herself for a noble sacrifice, having suffered grievous injuries in her youth. Though she had survived, her current strength barely matched that of an average chunin. Lord Yuya, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Chin's expression was fervent, and his tone resolute, clearly indicating that abandoning Koyami Yuya for his own survival was out of the question. Uchiha Makoto pushed the wind wall to its utmost limits. Turning to gaze at Terumi Mei and Ao, he declared, if all goes as planned, we shall become allies. I have no intention of allowing your demise. No sooner had he spoken than thunder, falling rocks, and explosive tags rained down upon the wind wall. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the air, the wind wall remained utterly unscathed. Uchiha Cheng was sweating at his temples, breathing heavily. Were it not for the return of 30 chakra from the blue buff and the enhancements from his other equipment, his chakra would have already been depleted. Witnessing such a formidable attack fail to breach the wind wall, Black Axe Leia's countenance darkened. He raised his dual blades once more, unleashing all the lightning chakra within him to draw the thunder from the heavens. At that moment, two pitch-black storm clouds materialized in the sky, crackling with lightning. Roaring in fury, Warwick, now fully alert, felt his eyes blaze crimson, and the fur on his body bristled in agitation. Before Black Axe Leia could launch his strike, Warwick swatted him away with a single claw, sending him flying several dozen meters. Suddenly, a cloud of earthy yellow smoke rose above the valley. The previously anxious Lei Shi's expression brightened with joy. Shortly thereafter, a dozen ninjas emerged from the valley's periphery, arriving at the cliff's edge. Reinforcements from the enemy had arrived. As Uchiha Makoto beheld the increasing number of foes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He continued to maintain the wall of wind while calling to those beside him, "Come to my side." Both Komayu and Ao understood that the loss of the two of them would be a detriment to both Konoha and Kirigakure. Thus, they dutifully approached Uchiha Makoto. Observing the two small clouds in the sky summoned by the Black Ho-Raigen's lightning blade, Uchiha Makoto felt a surge of inspiration. He promptly utilized redemption to replenish his chakra. Subsequently, he directed the heavenly imperial sword towards the heavens. A slender arc of electricity, as fine as a hair, erupted from the sword's blade, soaring towards the sky. Witnessing Uchiha Makoto's actions, Ao initially assumed he was about to employ Raigen's technique. Albeit Raigen's power was harnessed through the effect of the lightning blade. Although Uchiha Chung is known as the Sword of Wind, the blade in his hand is not one of the renowned special ninja swords of the shinobi world. However, within mere seconds, Ao's expression changed drastically. The reason? Darkness had fallen. A vast expanse of dark clouds congregated above. While the distant sky remained clear, the heavens above the valley were cloaked in an ominous shroud. Thunder rumbled ominously, and deep blue lightning sporadically burst forth from the thick, black clouds. What is happening? What is that? Why has the sky turned dark? No way. Am I dreaming? The oppressive atmosphere of terror instantaneously enveloped every individual present. The Iwagakure ninja, facing the wrath of the heavens, were shrouded in the shadow of death. Is this the kind of ninjutsu that mere mortals can wield? If it were not for Uchiha Chung hovering in the air, wielding the sword of heavenly command that emitted a blue-violet lightning bolt connecting heaven and earth, they would scarcely believe the reality before their eyes. A lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the sky, striking Uchiha Chung. Subsequently, torrents of electricity cascaded from the dark clouds. Within a 100-meter radius, it felt as if the world had descended into apocalyptic chaos. The intense lightning storm engulfed everything around. From the moment the thunder was unleashed to the complete engulfing of the area, a mere 4 seconds had elapsed. Yet, aside from Kakashi and Tsurumime, shielded by the wind wall, not a soul remained standing. The cliffs on either side of the valley were leveled by the fury of the lightning, transforming both sides into gentle slopes. Even Uchiha Chung was taken aback by the sheer power of this technique. Fortunately, he had promptly instructed Warwick to retreat. However, the energy expenditure was indeed immense. The 2-second release time, coupled with maintaining the wind wall, had drained his recently replenished chakra. Nevertheless, the results were striking. The ground around lay in ruins, ravaged by the wrath of thunder. More than 60 enemies had been reduced to charred remnants under this single, devastating strike. The might of the heavens is truly unpredictable, and the power of thunder strikes is terrifying beyond measure. Uchiha Chung was enveloped in a blue armor of lightning, gracefully descending from the sky, resembling a deity's arrival. Crack! Snap! Upon the mask worn by Uchiha Chung, fine cracks began to appear, fragmenting it piece by piece until it fell to the ground. The youthful visage of Uchiha Chung left both Tsurumime and Ao in a state of astonishment. The Sword of the Wind from Konoha undoubtedly surpassed its legendary reputation. Who could have anticipated that Uchiha Chung, renowned for his swordsmanship, possessed such a formidable mastery of lightning-release ninjutsu? It was undeniably an S-rank secret technique, and amongst them, the most powerful. At that moment, Uchiha Chung was enveloped in deep blue lightning armor, feeling as if the electricity was refining his very being. Previously, when attempting to wield the technique known as thunderclap, he had not utilized such an extensive range, nor had he positioned himself within the attack's vicinity. This time, in his effort to protect Kakashi and the others, he stood resolutely at the epicenter. After all, he felt no threat from the lightning. The thick, bluish-purple bolts, as robust as a water jar, were absorbed by his form. Coalescing into armor, Uchiha Makoto descended to the ground, ceasing the release of his wind wall. He approached Kakashi and the others, who, as expected, remained entirely unharmed. The barrier of wind proved capable of withstanding all forms of assault, showcasing its remarkable prowess. However, the limits of this technique remained a mystery. At that moment, Kakashi was utterly astonished by Uchiha Makoto's formidable display. Previously, Uchiha Makoto had sought his guidance in the Chidori, clearly struggling with lightning release techniques. Yet now, he had developed such an astonishingly powerful lightning release ninjutsu, venturing into realms of knowledge beyond Kakashi's grasp. Silver, Lord Yuya, are you all unscathed? Uchiha Makoto inquired with a smile, approaching them as he spoke. However, the crackling lightning armor enveloping him sent shivers down the spines of Kakashi and Tsurumime. Noticing their retreat, Uchiha Makoto chuckled softly, preparing to dispel the lightning armor. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A thick fog began to rise around them, obscuring visibility in an instant. An enemy lurked nearby. Water-style, water dragon bullet. A torrent of water in the form of a dragon surged toward Uchiha Makoto from behind. Uchiha Chung's figure flickered, and with a swift motion of the heavenly sword in his hand, dozens of blades of wind surged forth, piercing towards the water dragon. In an instant, the water dragon was shredded to pieces by the onslaught of wind blades. Water release, water pillar technique. After the water dragon was obliterated, the enemy launched another assault, conjuring a colossal sphere of water that materialized in the air. It then plummeted rapidly like a meteorite, hurtling down towards Uchiha Chung. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto leapt into the air, executing a swift crescent moon strike that cleaved the water sphere in two. Although the thick fog severely impaired his Sharingan's visibility, his instinct for bloodlust was not reliant on sight. Wind release, great breakthrough. Having sensed the enemy's location amidst the mist, he unleashed a powerful gust in that direction. A tempest erupted from his mouth, dispersing the surrounding fog. Within the haze, a slender figure emerged, seemingly a woman. Uchiha Chung narrowed his eyes, hurling the heavenly imperial sword into the dense fog. Whoosh! infused with a substantial amount of lightning chakra from Uchiha-chung. The sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, slicing through the air with a sharp sound as it targeted the enemy concealed within the mist. At that moment, the figure in the fog sidestepped, deftly evading the sword's assault. Thud. The heavenly imperial sword plunged deeply into the ground behind her. Liquid release. Dissolution technique. At this juncture, a large volume of viscous and caustic acid surged forth from the fog, the intense heat causing the already thin mist, fanned by the wind, to evaporate, unveiling the silhouette of the figure within. It was a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a tall and graceful figure. Clad in a light blue gown with a high slit. Her face resembled that of a classical beauty, an oval visage with a slightly pointed chin, rounder than a typical almond-shaped face. Her features were delicate and finely crafted, her skin as radiant as white jade. Her long brown hair cascaded down her back, and her emerald green eyes exuded an innate allure. Though laced with a hint of murderous intent, they emanated a striking cold elegance. Despite her youth, she possessed a mature charm that belied her age. Even Uchiha-chung revealed a hint of astonishment in his gaze, for her beauty was such that it could rival his own. However, though captivated by her appearance, Uchiha-chung's movements were unimpeded. He swiftly evaded the acidic attack and reappeared behind the girl, extracting the heavenly imperial sword. In a fluid motion, he aimed to strike at her back. Spare her, Lord Ming. She is one of us. As Uchiha-chung's assault neared its target, both Terumi Mei and Ao displayed expressions of horror, shouting in alarm. The girl, caught off guard by Uchiha-chung's sudden appearance behind her and poised to counterattack, found herself struck on the head by the blunt edge of the heavenly imperial sword. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Uchiha Makoto found himself in a rather peculiar situation. Upon catching a glimpse of the young lady's visage, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as did an uncanny recognition of her ninjutsu. Therefore, when he employed his technique of flickering, he refrained from exerting lethal force, intending merely to subdue her initially. The demeanor of Terumi Mei and Ao evoked memories of the young girl's name, Terumi Mei. However, the current Terumi Mei appeared to be significantly younger than her canonical age of 31, having halved in years. Her hairstyle deviated from Makoto's recollection of long, tree-like curls, lacking the heavy bangs that obscured her right eye. Moreover, she wore attire that was far less revealing than her original portrayal, showcasing her fair, rounded shoulders and a subtle yet profound neckline. While her blue gown was indeed off-shoulder, it was complemented by a black mesh top underneath. Despite recognizing her, combat was inevitable, for she had instigated the confrontation without regard for the circumstances. Upon hearing the calls from her father and subordinates, Terumi Mei realized her blunder. After receiving Uchiha Makoto's devastating blow, she refrained from retaliating, instead crouching down and cradling her head in pain. That hurts. Mei. Terumi Wire rushed forward. My dear Mei. Are you all right? Ao followed closely behind. Father, I am so relieved to see you unharmed. When I witnessed that ninjutsu attack upon the valley, I feared for your safety. Her voice quivered with emotion. This is Uchiha Makoto from Konoha. He was the one who saved us. The ninjutsu you saw earlier was his doing. And the lightning armor he wears is also a product of his technique, Terumi Waya clarified. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled with understanding as she gazed at Uchiha Makoto. She then bowed deeply, saying, I initially mistook you for an adversary, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in rescuing my father. Observing her graceful acknowledgement of her mistake, along with her heartfelt apology and gratitude, Uchiha Makoto felt a touch of embarrassment, for he had just struck the daughter in front of her father. Uchiha Makoto smiled faintly and remarked, rescuing Lord Yuya is a testament to the sincerity of our alliance between Konoha and the Mist. It is my duty, so there is no need for such formality. Furthermore, I sustained no injuries. In fact, I was the one who struck you, so there is no need for apologies. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei slowly rose, gently rubbing her teary eyes. It remained uncertain whether her tears were shed in overwhelming joy for her father's safety or from the pain of her injuries. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached as a dozen mist ninjas arrived. Following Terumi Yuya's command, they began to search the vicinity for any survivors. The commotion had been too loud. It was imperative to leave the area promptly, to prevent any unforeseen changes within the village. The specifics of the alliance would have to be discussed at a later time. Please convey a message to the 4th Hokage regarding our next meeting place. Terumi Yuya whispered to Uchiha Makoto. She then handed him a scroll. Extending her hand, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto extended his hand for a handshake. Subsequently, Aoi and Terumi Mei followed suit, bidding farewell to Uchiha Makoto with a handshake. I hope that when we meet again, we shall not be adversaries, Terumi Mei remarked with a smile. Uchiha Makoto nodded gently, clasping her hand softly. Just as everyone was about to depart, Uchiha Makoto suddenly turned back and called out to Terumi Mei. Is there something else, Makoto-kun? Terumi Mei inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. Uchiha Makoto hesitated momentarily before speaking. The Hidden Mist Village has engaged in the least number of conflicts with Konoha throughout the various wars. Previously, their relations with Konoha were relatively amicable. However, since the mid-term reign of the Fourth Mizukage, they have gradually ceased communication with the outside world. Do you not find this troubling? Terumi Mei's expression darkened in response. The Hidden Mist Village now resembled a hell on earth. The term blood mist was not merely a metaphor. Yet, he sensed that Uchiha Makoto was not merely stirring up trouble by reopening old wounds. There was a deeper significance behind his words. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "What do you mean, Makoto-kun?" As far as I know, the Fourth Mizukage is the perfect Jinchuriki, capable of wielding the tailed beast's power flawlessly. However, there exists the possibility of being corrupted by that very power, or even having one's body usurped by the will of the tailed beast, leading to a drastic change in temperament. Observing the transformations within the hidden mist, it is evident that all these alterations stem from the actions of the Fourth Mizukage, resulting in a strained relationship with Konoha. As he spoke, Uchiha Makoto turned his gaze towards Ao and continued, "Since you have acquired the precious Byakugan, you must be aware of its abilities, which allow one to perceive the inner workings of the human body. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Of course, this is merely my speculation as to date. There have been no confirmed cases of a perfect Jinchuriki being controlled by a tailed beast." After concluding his remarks, Uchiha Makoto led Kakashi and the others away, leaving Terumi Mei and her companions in contemplative silence. Although he did not explicitly state that the Fourth Mizukage was under Genjutsu control, his insinuation was sufficient for Ao, with his Byakugan, to discern the underlying circumstances. He was acutely aware that his words would raise suspicions, but as long as they could create some inconvenience for Obito, that was adequate. Should inquiries arise from the villagers of Mist in the future, he had ready explanations at hand. Naturally, it was also possible that Ao might not take his words to heart, but that mattered little. Overall, this mission was deemed a satisfactory success. Behind the scenes, the instigator was indeed the old coin of a Wagakure, continuously engaging in covert machinations. He received 14 gold coins, the giant belt, and the golden shovel, along with 18 and 22 gold coins. During the previous battle at Kaiki Mountain, despite the considerable number of sand shinobi, only a minuscule amount of equipment was dropped, with not a single golden shovel in sight. Yet, this time, having vanquished merely 50 to 60 foes, 3 shovels emerged from the fray. Could it be that the shinobi of a Wagakure were my lucky stars? Observing the notifications on the system panel, Uchiha Makoto felt a surge of joy. The quality of the dropped equipment was remarkably high. His gold coins increased from 6666 to 7777. The golden shovel was undoubtedly the most coveted piece of equipment he required at present. After all, synthesizing natural energy would augment his equipment slots and backpack capacity. Without sufficient slots, an abundance of gear would be rendered useless. It was akin to playing League of Legends, where one could only thrive when ahead in development, while teammates lagged behind with mere 3-piece sets, overflowing with resources yet lacking opportunities to secure kills during team battles. One must resort to slaying enemies to accumulate further excess gold. Now, however, it was different, with enough golden shovels. Not only 6 divine items, but even 18 would be within reach. Truly a scenario of 1 against 5, 1 against 10, having just endured a fierce battle. The group was utterly fatigued. Although Kakashi and the head hawk did not engage directly, the tremendous psychological strain left them feeling drained. In truth, it was primarily Uchiha Makoto's ultimate technique that had instilled fear, leading them to believe their demise was inevitable. As for Uchiha Makoto himself, he was undoubtedly the most exhausted. Maintaining the wind wall while unleashing the right-un technique proved to be an insurmountable challenge given his chakra reserves. He could sustain such a vast area of right-un for no more than a second. Fortunately, the blue buff granted an instantaneous return of 30 chakra, coupled with the group damage and true damage bonuses from the Morello's tome, and the Hextech gun that replenished mental and physical energy while inflicting harm upon foes allowed him to persevere for 2 seconds. Ultimately, it all boiled down to insufficient blue. Despite their exhaustion, the group resolved to return immediately. They did not even enter Naruto City but opted to embark on a night voyage across the sea aboard a large ship. That night, the bright moon hung high, casting a silvery light as pure as water. Uchiha Makoto stood on the deck, leaning against the rail of the ship, dressed in casual attire. He reveled in the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Beside him, Kakashi wore an expression that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, yet held back. Uchiha Makoto chuckled and said, "Kakashi, what do you wish to inquire about?" Kakashi, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Have you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of Lord Minato?" Uchiha Makoto shook his head and replied, "No." Kakashi then inquired, "How did you manage to shift behind Terumime? That is certainly not a feat achievable by ordinary body flicker technique." Uchiha Sito remarked, "This is not merely an ordinary body flicker technique, but rather a unique teleportation skill exclusively mine. However, it demands a considerable amount of chakra, falling short when compared to the Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. "Is this yet another jutsu of your own creation?" Sito chuckled. "I expected you would inquire about the lightning release technique I showcased today. Was that technique truly developed based on Chidori?" Kakashi questioned, intrigued. "The principles are quite similar," Sito elucidated. Observing Kakashi's perplexed expression, he continued, "In essence, it involves utilizing the lightning release chakra from Chidori to attract the lightning from the heavens, thereby guiding and controlling it for assault. It is far from simplistic, I assure you." Kakashi felt a muscle twitch at the corner of his eye. The more time he spent with Uchiha Sito, the more he sensed his extraordinary prowess. Thankfully, they were teammates, he consoled himself. It was ironic that he had taught Sito Chidori, only for him to develop such a formidable technique first. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself stagnant, still grappling with his own limitations. Had it not been for Sito's remarkable intervention today, their survival in such terrain would have been uncertain. This situation mirrored the helplessness he felt when he was unable to save Obito and Rin. He remained feeble, unchanged. Uchiha Makoto gazed at Kakashi, who was lost in thought, and couldn't help but inquire, "What occupies your mind?" In truth, he yearned for Kakashi to grow even stronger. His circle of friends was limited, comprising only of Might Guy and his son, who taught him the 8 gates, the dual-role mentor and friend, Namikaze Minato, and the ambitious Uchiha Rikai, who aspired to be his brother-in-law. The remaining companion was Kakashi, with whom he had forged a bond. If Kakashi could emerge from the shadows and temporarily seal his Sharingan, his potential would undoubtedly soar. No longer would he be the one who fought for 5 minutes only to rest for a week. He could at least achieve a more favorable 6-to-4 ratio. "Nothing much," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly looked up at Uchiha Makoto and asked, "Could you teach me that jutsu? I wish to grow stronger." "Of course, I can teach you." The inspiration for this technique was originally derived from your Chidori. Uchiha Makoto smiled faintly, but soon shifted the subject. "This technique is known as lightning release, Kirin. The chakra consumed during its execution is not substantial, as it primarily harnesses the natural lightning present in the environment. However, given your current chakra reserves, although you can manage to utilize it, controlling the lightning remains beyond your capabilities. Guiding and controlling lightning necessitates a significant amount of chakra. To execute this technique, one must first unleash a powerful fire release into the sky, causing the surrounding air to heat up rapidly, which in turn creates an updraft. This updraft generates cumulonimbus clouds, ultimately leading to the formation of lightning. Subsequently, one employs Chidori to direct the lightning and alter its form. The speed of lightning is incredibly swift, occurring in a mere 1,000th of a second. If not controlled properly, it could backfire, injuring the user as well. Thus, it is essential to utilize the Sharingan to perceive the speed and trajectory of the lightning. With your current level of the 3-tomo Sharingan, it is barely feasible for you to use this technique. However, after employing a powerful fire release, invoking Chidori to summon the lightning, and subsequently controlling its transformation may prove to be quite challenging given your chakra levels. Kakashi, with a look of astonishment, was taken aback by the principles of lightning release. Kirin, despite having been an exceptional student himself, he was amazed that such natural forces could be unleashed in this manner. Yet, he recalled witnessing Uchiha Makoto being struck by lightning and emerging unscathed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Kakashi inquired, "I remember you being hit by lightning. How did you remain unharmed?" "I have developed lightning release, Kirin, to a new level, achieving a harmonious blend of offense and defense. I have named it lightning release, thunderous wrath. To reach my level, you must first address the issues surrounding your Sharingan. Uchiha Chung explained calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. The Sharingan, perhaps? Kakashi murmured, touching his left eye concealed beneath his forehead protector. Uchiha Itachi said, Kakashi, I am aware that this Sharingan was bestowed upon you by Obito. However, you surely wish to harness its potential more effectively to safeguard your comrades. In that case, it is imperative that you learn the four-symbol seal technique from the fourth Hokage. This will alleviate the adverse effects the Sharingan has on your body. Once you master the four-symbol seal, you will be able to release it at will, allowing you to utilize powerful jutsu without hindrance. You would not wish to relinquish your family's cherished swordsmanship either, would you? Only by strengthening yourself can you better protect your companions. For I shall not always be by your side. Kakashi remained silent for an extended period upon hearing these words. Uchiha Chung did not compel him to make an immediate decision. Instead, he turned and entered the cabin, returning to his quarters. He needed to deliberate on which equipment to synthesize. 3 golden shovels and 1 natural force were undoubtedly to be synthesized. The remaining golden shovel, along with the other 7 basic items, offered various combinations that required careful consideration. Reflecting on this battle, he felt that while his offensive power was sufficient, his speed left much to be desired. Although the blink ability was exceedingly powerful, its 5-second cooldown proved to be rather lengthy during critical moments. In the village hidden in the leaves at the 10th training ground, Uchiha Chang sat cross-legged upon a stone, his full attention devoted to the system panel before him. Frenzied armor increases the wearer's maximum health by 1,000. Passive, upon disengaging from combat, the wearer regenerates 3 of lost health per second. This equipment is unique. Its attributes and effects cannot be stacked. Gazing at this piece of equipment, Uchiha Chung fell into deep contemplation. It had been half a month since he returned to the village after the completion of the Mist-Hidden mission. During this time, it was indeed true that Namikaze Minato had largely refrained from assigning tasks to Uchiha Chung, as he had previously promised. Naturally, most of the assignments were delegated to Kakashi. After the events of the Mist-Hidden mission, coupled with Uchiha Chang's persuasive arguments, Kakashi finally came to a realization. He resolved to follow Namikaze Minato in mastering the 4-symbol sealing technique, aiming to mitigate the potential threats posed by the Sharingan. Uchiha Chung seizes this fleeting opportunity to cultivate his skills. He makes use of the equipment acquired during the Mist Village mission, employing 2 golden shovels to synthesize the power of nature, thereby enhancing his equipment slots to a formidable capacity and expanding his backpack space to 33. During this period, he discovers the formidable potential of the Berserker armor. With the increase in his equipment slots, it would ordinarily allow him to equip a final Idol Guardian Angel, thus possessing 3 resurrection armors simultaneously. However, after witnessing the remarkable effects of the Berserker armor, Uchiha Chung resolves to forego the 3rd Guardian Angel entirely. The Berserker armor grants him a significant boost of 1,000 points to his maximum health, although the system panel consistently displays health as a percentage. Equipping the Berserker armor does not alter this visual representation. It is only when he returns the Berserker armor to his backpack that he can truly appreciate the vast difference it imparts. The additional 1,000 health points, though insane, bestow upon Uchiha Chung a comprehensive enhancement. His chakra level, bolstered by improved physical conditioning and relentless training, has already risen to 3,100. After donning the Berserker armor, his chakra value remains unchanged at 3,100. Yet, he distinctly senses a marked acceleration in chakra refinement. In just half a month, his chakra has increased by 750 points, reaching a total of 3,850. Conversely, upon removing the Berserker armor, the speed of chakra refinement noticeably diminishes, and the rate of increase plummets drastically. To date, the most significant limitation to Uchiha Chang lies in the volume of his chakra. Despite possessing numerous means to replenish his chakra, the insufficient base quantity renders all recovery efforts inadequate. The acquisition of the Berserker armor not only enhances the speed of chakra refinement, but also significantly augments all aspects of physical training. The training speed of the body activation technique has increased by at least 1/3 due to this equipment, while the progress of the 8 gates technique, which had long stagnated, has recently shown signs of breaking through to the 5th gate, the gate of closing. More importantly, it addresses the issue of vitality. Uchiha Chung has truly grasped the significance of the 1,000 health points conferred by the Madman armor. This enhancement directly augments his vitality, effectively elevating his overall attributes, including stamina, energy, and recovery capabilities. Moreover, there exists a more formidable passive ability. Upon disengaging from combat, the wearer regains 3 of their lost health every second. In simpler terms, as long as Uchiha Cheng is not eliminated in a single strike, he will be able to recover. While it may appear to overlap with the redemption gear, the latter does not restore lost vitality. What excites Uchiha Cheng even more is the full set of Madman armor available in the system shop, priced at a staggering 7,500 gold coins. The complete Madman armor, unbound, offers a physical boost of 5 and an increase of 2,000 to maximum health. Alongside a unique passive ability, upon exiting combat, the wearer recovers 4 of their maximum health per second. One restores 3 of lost health, while the other replenishes 4 of maximum health. The disparity between the two is far from trivial. If one suffers minor injuries, the former's effect is negligible, whereas the latter remains significantly effective regardless of whether the wearer is lightly or severely wounded. Furthermore, the direct addition of 5 points to physical attributes and the increase of 2,000 health points present an immense temptation for Uchiha Cheng. The price of 7,500 gold coins does not deter him. This piece of equipment is arguably the most suitable for him at present. His frugality in saving money has been to ensure its utilization in the most advantageous manner. He has come to understand the system's nature. Previously, when he was near destitute, the items in the shop ranged from 4 to 5,000 coins. Now he possesses a total of 7,777 gold coins. And the system has unlocked numerous items valued between 7 and 8,000, even exceeding 10,000 coins. Today is March 5th. And there are still 7 months until Naruto's expected delivery date of October 10th. Given his current strength, purchasing equipment that enhances combat ability may not yield substantial benefits. Those he can defeat regardless, and those he cannot, a mere 1 or 2 additional pieces of equipment will not bridge that gap. Conversely, acquiring the Madman armor will significantly enhance his training speed over these 7 months. Furthermore, should he wish to save the 4th Hokage, it may not be necessary to rely on the full set of Redemption or Guardian Angel. The effects of the Madman armor are also remarkably effective. Most importantly, he can utilize it throughout these 7 months. Uchiha Seishin pondered silently within his heart. To rescue the couple, Minato and Kushina Namikaze, he must take measures to prevent issues from arising and alter the outcomes of events that have already transpired. He had conducted numerous simulations in his mind regarding the prevention of problems and was prepared to implement them soon. However, mere prevention would not suffice. Should the outcome still fall into the hands of Obito, the situation would remain dire. Uchiha Cheng is determined to alter the course of fate and save the 4th Hokage and his wife. In truth, he leans towards the latter. After all, it is said that a thief may evade capture for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain vigilant for the same duration. Even if they manage to escape this time, who can assure that Minato and Kushina won't consider having a second or even a third child? Should Uzumaki Kushina be on constant alert, fearing Obito's interference during each of her deliveries? That would burden Uchiha Cheng with the anxieties of a worried father. Obito himself is not particularly adept at sealing techniques. His ability to easily unleash and control the Nine-Tails stems from the fact that the beast was previously captured by Uchiha Madara and coerced into becoming a summoning creature. Obito inherited Madara's summoning contract, which allowed him to control the Nine-Tails for a brief period through the dual constraints of the Meijiki Sharingan and the Summoning Pact, enabling the beast's attack on Konoha. During his battle with Obito, Minato employed the Uzumaki clan's contract seal to sever the connection between Obito and the Nine-Tails. After the 4th's demise, without his key, the average person could not unlock Naruto's 8-trigram seal to release the Nine-Tails, which is why Obito could not repeat his previous tactics. Thus, Uchiha Cheng believes the optimal outcome would be to prepare adequately on the night of the Nine-Tails attack and eliminate Obito. This remains the best option, albeit the least likely. The next best alternative would involve allowing Obito to release the Nine-Tails, then having the 4th lift the seal, followed by Uchiha Cheng using his equipment to rescue Uzumaki Kushina. All of this hinges upon the information provided in the system's marketplace panel. The marketplace offers full equipment as non-exclusive gear, which can be upgraded. Beneath this information, a smaller note reads, Note 3. Spend 2,000 gold coins to temporarily, allowing any unit to utilize this equipment for a duration of 5 minutes. Although the effectiveness of the 5,000 gold coin full equipment, Guardian Angel, remains uncertain, the year-long cooldown period still vexes Uchiha Cheng. While the full equipment redemption indicates that allied units within range will return to their peak state after 3 seconds, there is a concern that it may not include restoring vitality, which would spell disaster. In contrast, Uchiha Chung can immediately purchase the full equipment, Berserker armor, which will undoubtedly be useful in 7 months. During this period, he can also maximize his economic resources. In his previous experiences with League of Legends, he never favored hoarding gold to save for full equipment upon returning to base. Sometimes, purchasing an additional health potion could very well serve as a precursor to securing a kill in lane, not to mention the advantages of acquiring extra armor or swords. In any case, he still has the opportunity to save money over these 7 months. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Cheng hesitated not for a moment and confirmed his purchase. Berserker armor purchase successful. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Uchiha Cheng donned his first complete set of gear, valued at 7,500, which enhanced his vitality by 2,000 and directly augmented his physique by 5. He felt as if he had consumed an invigorating elixir, his body poised for an exhilarating ascent. It seemed that enduring 7 rigorous training sessions in a single night posed no challenge at all. In the heart of the Uchiha clan's ancestral estate, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed through the air. Uchiha Makoto stood at the heart of the expansive courtyard, his right hand clasped behind his back, while his left hand adeptly intercepted Uchiha Itachi's assault. In the face of Itachi's fierce aerial sidekick, Makoto seized his opponent's calf, executing a deft maneuver that propelled him away. Thud, thud, thud. Upon landing, Uchiha Itachi staggered slightly, retreating 3 steps before regaining his balance. At that moment, he cast his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku, who was observing from the sidelines. Uchiha Fugaku nodded ever so slightly. With his father's acknowledgement, Uchiha Itachi drew forth a kunai, its blade yet unsharpened, and hurled it towards Uchiha Shinjin. For kunai flew in a square formation, darting swiftly towards Uchiha Shinjin. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Uchiha Sho took a small step back with his left foot, slightly angling his body as 4 shurikens whizzed past him from both the front and rear. However, the 4 shurikens that he deftly avoided collided midair, and 2 of them unexpectedly redirected towards his shoulder. Just as Uchiha Itachi observed Sho's astonishment. Believing the assault would prove effective, he was taken aback when Sho extended his left hand forward, effortlessly seizing one of the airborne shurikens while simultaneously deflecting another. The deflected shuriken soared high before landing inexplicably at Itachi's feet. Staring at the shuriken beneath him, Itachi realized that despite exerting all his effort, he could not find a way to contend with Sho. Even the ninjas from his clan, who typically trained alongside him, could not evade his shurikens with such ease. Was this truly the prowess of the Uchiha clan's foremost expert? Would this individual eventually become his mentor? Contemplating this, Itachi felt a surge of determination filling his heart. Uchiha Makoto clapped his hands, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your proficiency in the art of throwing ninja tools is truly remarkable. With such skill alone, most lower-ranked ninjas would find themselves outmatched by you. Itachi, I am astonished that you possess such strength even before attending school. Indeed, you are a prodigy." Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's generous praise, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glimmered with amusement, a sense of pride swelling within him. After all, the present circumstances were markedly different from the past. The weight of Makoto's words now held considerable significance. "Makoto, I have been preoccupied with clan affairs and have had little time to instruct Itachi. Furthermore, I am not particularly adept at teaching. Thus, I feel more at ease entrusting this child's education to you. Itachi's talent is no less than yours, and I am confident that he will one day become a source of pride for the Uchiha clan and a pillar of our village. I leave Itachi in your capable hands." Uchiha Fugaku wore an earnest expression. At this moment, he was no longer a powerful clan leader, but merely a parent concerned for his child. Early this morning, Uchiha Fugaku sought him out, requesting guidance for Itachi's training. If possible, he wished for him to assume the role of Itachi's mentor during his free time. Although Uchiha Sei was preoccupied with his own training, he felt it necessary to pay attention to matters concerning Uchiha Itachi. After all, Itachi's prodigious talent was undeniable, even if they did not become friends. Uchiha Sei had no desire to turn into an adversary. The Itachi of tomorrow could be exceedingly formidable. Presently, at the tender age of 5, Itachi represented a prime opportunity for development. What could be more gratifying than nipping a future threat in the bud? Indeed, it would be far more rewarding to cultivate him as an ally. Thus, when Uchiha Fugaku approached him, Uchiha Sei took but 3 seconds to acquiesce. Uchiha Seiji aims to transform Itachi's mindset, completely assimilating him into his own circle. "Lord Fugaku, you are far too courteous. I have received considerable care from you in the past, and this is merely my duty. Moreover, Itachi is exceptionally talented. I am more than willing to take on the role of his mentor, although he was already aware of the outcome. Uchiha Fugaku felt a profound sense of relief upon receiving Seiji's affirmative response. He gestured towards Itachi, saying, "Itachi, from this day forth, you shall study under Seiji-kun. Come. Greet your teacher." Itachi nodded, stepping forward, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and said, "Teacher Seiji, I look forward to your guidance." Uchiha Sita said, "No need for formalities, Itachi." Upon hearing this, Itachi straightened his posture and gazed intently at Uchiha Sita, seemingly awaiting his words. Uchiha Makoto gazed at Itachi's cherubic face. A mere child yet feigning the demeanor of an adult, his expression remarkably solemn. The sight elicited a chuckle within him. However, in an effort to uphold the image of a mentor, he maintained a gentle smile and remarked, "Itachi, there is no need to be so formal. I am only 10 years your senior. In casual moments, you may treat me as an older brother. Just ensure that you dedicate yourself to your training. Though with your innate diligence, there is little need for me to elaborate. By the way, having recently become your teacher, I find myself without a gift for you. How about I treat you to some dango?" Upon hearing the mention of dango, Itachi's previously tense expression softened, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed, "Really?" However, he quickly regained his composure, casting a furtive glance at his father, Fugaku. As the heir to the esteemed Uchiha clan, Itachi relished the privileges of his noble status. Yet this also came with a plethora of constraints, robbing him of many childhood joys. Engaging in activities such as playing in the mud with other children was simply out of the question. Of course, Itachi was inherently more mature than his peers, and such frivolities held little appeal for him. Nevertheless, he harbored a genuine fondness for sweets, particularly the delectable dango from the local shop, which he adored. Yet, as the scion of the Uchiha clan, he lacked for nothing except for money. His family provided for all his needs, rendering it awkward for him to request funds from his father for dango. Only his mother, Makoto Uchiha, noticed her son pausing at the dango shop each time he ventured out, realizing that despite Itachi's maturity surpassing that of his peers, he remained, at his core, a child. Thus, she frequently bestowed him with pocket money, never inquiring about his purchases. Fugaku had, out of habit, regarded Itachi as a small adult and was entirely unaware of his son's fondness for sweet treats. Consequently, when he witnessed Itachi's reaction akin to that of an ordinary child, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. Observing his father's expression, Itachi found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Seijiro smiled and inquired, "Lord Fugaku, what do you think?" Observing Itachi's anxious demeanor, tightly clenching his small fists, Fugaku inwardly lamented his failures as a father. Realizing he was unaware of even his son's culinary preferences, he then nodded and said, "Seijiro-kun, since you are Itachi's mentor, such matters are naturally yours to decide. In that case, Itachi, let us be on our way." Uchiha Seijiro extended his hand with a smile, akin to an elder brother guiding his younger sibling. Watching Itachi instinctively reach out his hand for Seijiro to hold, Fugaku felt as if he had been struck with a heavy blow. Ever since Itachi had learned to walk steadily, it seemed he had not held his hand during their outings. A pang of bitterness surged within him. "Itachi." As the pair prepared to leave the courtyard, Fugaku called out to Itachi. Turning back, Itachi's eyes reflected concern, seemingly fearful of any change of heart. Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly and said, "Come back early, save some appetite for dinner. Your mother has bought a plethora of dishes today." "Understood, father." Itachi replied with a firm nod, then followed Uchiha Masashi as they departed. Fugaku watched the two leave, murmuring to himself, "Tonight, I shall indulge in a few more drinks." Perhaps it was the joy of knowing that Itachi would receive guidance from Uchiha Masashi that brought him such happiness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, July had arrived. 3 months have elapsed since Uchiha Makoto became Itachi's mentor. Uchiha Makoto is due to give birth on the 23rd of this month. Sasuke's arrival is imminent. How far off could Naruto be? Under the blazing sun, the heat is oppressive. In the dense woods of the 10th training ground in the village hidden in the leaves, the sounds of labored breathing can be heard intermittently. 121, 122, 123. Uchiha Chung, under the blazing sun, was performing 300 push-ups for the 10th group on the grass. His bare torso revealed well-defined pectoral muscles and taut abdominal muscles. Although Uchiha Chang's muscles are not exaggerated, they are replete with definition. He is drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked. Despite the slight soreness in his arms, he feels an unwavering resolve to continue increasing the intensity of his training. Indeed, the purchase of the Berserker armor has proven to be an exceptional investment. Uchiha Chung remains oblivious to the true extent of the sage body's regenerative capabilities, yet he recognizes that even with the typical Senju or Uzumaki lineage, one could not possibly possess such formidable recovery prowess. The Berserker armor has now become akin to a guardian angel, firmly occupying his equipment slot. The passive effects of the armor are undeniably potent. In the past, during his extreme physical training utilizing the 8 gates, even with medicinal baths, he required a full day of rest to resume his rigorous regimen. Now, a brief moment of repose allows him to recover significantly. Having completed his push-ups, he concludes his entire physical training session. Uchiha Chung commenced his training in martial arts. He swiftly opened the first 3 gates, maintaining the state of the initial gate. Subsequently, he gazed at the massive tree ahead, which 3 individuals could barely encircle, and charged towards it with full force. Bam! A resounding thud echoed. Uchiha Chung felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. Nevertheless, he had long since acclimatized to such rigorous training. He retreated once more to his previous position and resumed his relentless assault on the tree. As his mastery of the 8 gates technique deepened, he unlocked an increasing number of gates, which in turn led to a greater accumulation of internal injuries within the practitioner's body. While medicinal baths could alleviate bodily harm, they could not provide a definitive cure. The buildup of internal injuries inevitably affected his vitality, yet the Berserker armor alleviated this predicament for Uchiha Chung. He had now achieved the ability to open the 5th gate, the Gate of Limit. Thanks to the presence of Mercury, he could maintain the state of the 8 gates for 10 seconds without hindering his use of ninjutsu. Even if he failed to conclude the battle within that brief window, he could still recover by simply lying down after closing the 8 gates. Though the practice of crashing into trees may seem foolish, it effectively enhanced his resistance to impact and the resilience of his muscles. Of course, this training method relied upon the restorative properties of the Berserker armor. After several months, Uchiha Chung had become adept at understanding the recovery patterns afforded by the armor. Under normal physical exertion, the armor could slightly accelerate his recovery rate. However, when his physical training reached its limits and his body began to sustain injuries, lying down on the ground would yield remarkable results. In simpler terms, he could engage in the most taxing and damaging forms of training without concern. Bang, bang, bang. As Uchiha Chung's expression grew increasingly fierce, he intensified his efforts, leaving the tree battered and bruised. Crack. When he created a noticeable dent in the trunk, he immediately activated the 5th gate and propelled himself off the ground, unleashing a surge of chakra. Ascending into the air, he executed the Leaf Village's Gale Palm, delivering a powerful spinning kick that struck the tree at its most vulnerable point. The trunk, thick enough for 3 men to encircle, was severed in 2 by his blow. Unless one possessed a defensive ninjutsu akin to the 4th Raikage, most ninjas struck by this kick would either perish or be left grievously injured. The 2,000 health points conferred by the Berserker armor, combined with Uchiha Chung's chakra and stamina, surged dramatically, and the visible effects of his enhanced constitution were undeniable. Recently, he had developed a fondness for this brawny, visceral combat style. Even Might Guy, who constantly pursued the boundaries of physical prowess and aimed to match Kakashi, was startled by Uchiha Chung's fervor. His speed in mastering the art of boxing far exceeded Might Guy's expectations. Despite being drenched in sweat, he appeared utterly unperturbed, radiating vitality that left Might Guy feeling overwhelmed. Naturally, he did not neglect his swordsmanship either. His primary means of combat were intrinsically linked to his mastery of the blade, and he could not afford to be lax in this regard. Having completed his full regimen, Uchiha Chung seated himself upon a sun-heated stone, raising a thermos filled with cool water to his lips before pouring some over his head. The refreshing liquid cascaded down, mingling with his tousled bangs. Teacher Chung, Teacher Chung. Upon hearing the familiar voices, Uchiha Chung turned around. In the distance, he spotted a small figure. Itachi Uchiha approached him swiftly. Itachi, what brings you here? Sensei, you haven't been guiding my training lately. What have you been preoccupied with? Itachi appeared somewhat discontent, as Uchiha Seijiro had always shared a good rapport with him. Yet recently he had inexplicably neglected Itachi, making him train alongside his father and leaving him devoid of motivation. I apologize for that. I'm here to teach you now, Uchiha Seijiro replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Recently, he had intensified his training regimen and extended his practice hours due to the imminent breakthrough at the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Consequently, he had inadvertently sidelined Itachi. As their relationship deepened, Itachi seemed to become somewhat clingy, which had taken him by surprise. What is it that you wish to teach me? Itachi's face lit up with curiosity. Uchiha Makoto wore a serious expression, while Itachi remained tense, eagerly anticipating further teachings from him. Beyond ninjutsu and taijutsu, Uchiha Makoto consistently addressed his myriad inquiries, imparting invaluable wisdom that Itachi cherished above all else. Itachi, you must understand that the body is the foundation of everything. A robust physique is essential for strength and longevity, allowing ample time for contemplation and the pursuit of answers to life's questions. Though the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan is extraordinarily powerful, it is the body that serves as the cornerstone. Without a sound body, not only will one's lifespan be curtailed, but it will also disrupt familial harmony. Henceforth, you shall train with me. As he spoke, Uchiha Makoto patted his chest. Cognizant that Itachi would inevitably awaken his Sharingan, and his slender frame might struggle to endure the burden it would bring. Naturally, Uchiha Makoto would not impose his own training regimen upon Itachi, for it was uniquely tailored to him and unsuitable for the young boy. Understood, sensei. Itachi nodded, a flicker of comprehension in his eyes. Yet, he felt immense satisfaction simply from the prospect of training alongside Uchiha Makoto. Each time Makoto resolved his uncertainties, he would take Itachi to the dumpling shop to savor the three-colored dumplings. The joy of resolving questions paired with indulging in his favorite delicacies was a double delight. Pleased with Itachi's response, Uchiha Makoto felt optimistic that Shui could also strive for improvement. However, Shui was currently stationed with the defense forces along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, and their last encounter during a mission in Iwagakure had been a brief and hurried one. Itachi, hold on a moment. Observing Itachi lost in thought, Uchiha Makoto leapt to the riverbank for a quick wash. He then retrieved clean clothes from his system backpack to change into. What occupies your mind, Itachi? Let us go. As he gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, Uchiha Makoto recalled that Minato had invited him for dinner that night, necessitating an early arrival. All plans could now commence. Sensei Makoto. In the depths of Uchiha's contemplations, Itachi suddenly lifted his gaze and called out to him. While I can comprehend the necessity for a ninja to maintain a robust physique, I fail to understand how poor health could disrupt familial harmony. Ahem. Perhaps you should inquire with your father. Ding dong. Uchiha Makoto stepped into the courtyard of the Namake's household and rang the doorbell, with a series of footsteps approaching. The door was promptly opened by Namake's Minato. Makoto, you've arrived. Please come in. Minato was clad in a casual home outfit, a blue ensemble complemented by an apron. Clearly having been busy in the kitchen moments before, compared to his serious demeanor while seated in the Hokage's office, he now appeared as an ordinary, charming home cook, making it difficult to associate him with the formidable yellow flash of the ninja world. I hope I'm not intruding, Uchiha Makoto said as he handed a small gift to Minato, subsequently donning shoe covers at the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Uzumaki Kushina, her belly round with child, emerged from the living room. Upon seeing Uchiha Makoto, her face lit up with delight. Is that you, Makoto? Uchiha Sido, Senior Kushina. As their relationship blossomed, Minato Namake's once overheard Uchiha Sido lamenting the culinary skills of Uchiha Reika. He remarked that both he and Kushina Whirlpool prepared delicious meals, and promptly invited Sido to his home. Since then, Minato frequently extended invitations to Uchiha Sido for dinner. This occasion was in recognition of Sido's outstanding performance over the past year, which had significantly improved the reputation of the Uchiha clan among the shinobi. Consequently, during high-level meetings, the attitudes of many ninja clans began to waver. The long-standing discord between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups appears poised for resolution under the leadership of the fourth Hokage. To commemorate this momentous occasion, Minato Namake's and Izumi Uchiha naturally set out to celebrate. Kushina Izumaki ushered Izumi Uchiha into the living room to take a seat, while Minato busied himself in the kitchen. Despite the fact that the arrival of their child was still some time away, he insisted on keeping her out of the kitchen, claiming his culinary skills surpassed hers. While Kushina playfully criticized Minato's insistence, a radiant smile adorned her face as she gently caressed her burgeoning belly. Minato is truly a wonderful man, Izumi exclaimed with a smile. You may think Minato is reliable, but he can be quite the airhead at times, and he tends to ramble. Let me tell you, just yesterday Kushina seemed to have opened the floodgates, continuously teasing Minato, yet the joy in her eyes only grew more pronounced. Uchiha-chung could only helplessly allow her to flaunt her affection. Additionally, Minato often expressed his gratitude, stating that without Ching's assistance, he would hardly find time to spend with me. Ching, I am fortunate to have your support. I hope you both continue to maintain a harmonious relationship in the future. As Kushina concluded her remarks, The conversation returned to Uchiha-chung. Senior Kushina, you flatter me. Minato has also been quite considerate towards me, Uchiha-chung replied with a smile. Though inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. He indeed had assisted Namikaze Minato with numerous tasks. As the captain of the Umbu's 6th Division, in addition to executing missions, he occasionally found himself managing some minor paperwork for Minato, effectively serving as his secretary. This arrangement was a testament to Minato's trust in him. Kushina's demeanor also reflected that she had completely accepted him as one of their own. When he had visited previously, Kushina had not made such remarks. Kushina, what seasoning should I use for the tanjiro? I have yet to prepare this soup, Minato said, entering the living room with a spoon in hand. Scratching his head and smiling, indicating that he required assistance. Ching, please hold on for a moment, Kushina said as she rose and made her way towards the living room. Uchiha Itachi nodded in acknowledgement as the couple strolled side by side, engaging in hushed conversation. Minato Namikaze leaned closer to Kushina Uzumaki, whispering something into her ear. Uchiha-chung faintly overheard Minato Namikaze advising Kushina Uzumaki not to divulge his embarrassing moments, as he wished to maintain the dignity of a senior. However, Kushina relentlessly mocked him. They truly are a delightful couple. Uchiha-chung shook his head in amusement, but his expression soon darkened. It is better to prioritize thorough preventive measures before anything else. Uchiha Seijin pondered inwardly, resolved to implement a few more safeguards. As he contemplated how to naturally broach these ideas later, Minato Namikaze entered the living room, requesting his company for a trip to procure soy sauce and other condiments. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. The soup crafted by Kushina was simply delightful. He mused that if only he could have a wife as beautiful, gracious, gentle, and virtuous as her. The savory meat broth tantalized Uchiha Seijin's palate, igniting his appetite. His compliments were genuine, as it is always wise to express kind words. Naturally, receiving such praise lifted Kushina's spirits further. Beautiful, gracious, and virtuous were indeed truths, but gentle. Minato muttered to himself, recalling the fiery demeanor of Kushina when provoked. As Kushina gazed at Minato, a warm smile graced her face. Was Minato truly gentle? Suddenly, Minato sensed an ominous aura and hastily added, gentle, exceedingly gentle. Seijin is absolutely right. Is that so? Kushina responded with satisfaction, retracting the hand she had placed on Minato's waist. Observing the couple, who appeared as if they were young lovers oblivious to the world, Uchiha Seijin felt the pork in his bowl had lost its appeal. He too wished to indulge in their affectionate display. Curse it. Resigned, Uchiha Seijin could only channel his envy and jealousy into his meal, devouring 3 large bowls with fervor. After the meal, he did not truly regard himself as a guest and assisted Minato with the dishes. My apologies, Seijin. I must impose upon you to help me with the dishes. Minato. There's no need to be polite. I often come to partake in meals, so I ought to show my gratitude. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they watched the dishes together. Uchiha Makoto activated the blood hunt. Kakashi, who had been stationed by the window, had already departed. A sudden gravity descended upon his expression. Minato-senpai. What is it, Makoto? The ever-curious Namikaze Minato gazed at Uchiha Makoto, perplexed by his sudden solemn demeanor. Uchiha Makoto intoned. Senpai Minato, the time of Kushina's delivery should be within these past couple of months, correct? When is the expected due date? At the mere mention of Kushina, the expression on Namikaze Minato's face transformed instantaneously. Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto inquire about the due date, he hesitated for a moment before replying. The due date is October 10th. Makoto, this is classified information, and I trust that you will keep it confidential. Makoto acknowledged, understanding that the birth date of a Jinchuriki must remain undisclosed, particularly from outsiders. Namikaze Minato did not appear overly surprised, stating, indeed, you have deduced it correctly. Uchiha Seiji wore an expression of exasperation. Must one truly resort to conjecture? Although the identity of Uzumaki Kushina as the host of the Nine Tails has not been publicly disclosed, a moment's contemplation reveals the truth. The previous host was indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan. As the sole representative of her clan in the village and the wife of the 4th Hokage, she cannot be an ordinary individual. Senior Minato, what I wish to convey is the potential risk of information leakage. The sealing technique employed on female hosts tends to weaken during childbirth, rendering them vulnerable to enemy exploitation. Thus, mere confidentiality is insufficient. Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's words, Namikaze Minato's expression changed dramatically. You are aware of this, exclaimed Namikaze, astonished by the depth of Uchiha Makoto's knowledge. There are records in the clan's archives regarding the tailed beasts, which mentioned such details, Uchiha Makoto elucidated, noting that Namake's Minato would not seek verification from Uchiha Fugaku. Trusting Uchiha Makoto, Namake's Minato refrained from further inquiries but still clarified, Makoto, are you worried that someone might take advantage of Kushina's delivery to unleash the Nine Tails? Rest assured, aside from myself, the third Hokage, Kushina, you, and Kakashi, only the attending physician is privy to the delivery date. However, the doctor is unaware that Kushina is merely a host, significantly reducing the likelihood of any information being leaked. Yet, Uchiha Makoto remained grave, asserting that implies there is still a possibility of a leak. The doctor might disclose information, and Kakashi could as well. What? Namake's Minato exclaimed, visibly shocked. Uchiha Makoto waved his hand, clarifying, that is not what I meant. Kakashi is undoubtedly trustworthy. However, do you not realize, Hokage-sama, that he possesses a rather unfortunate habit? Every week, he visits the Konoha cemetery to pay his respects to Obito and Rin, engaging in conversation with them. Naturally, during these discussions, your name and that of Kushina-senpai often arise. If someone happens to be nearby, and if Kakashi remains oblivious to their presence, wouldn't that constitute a breach of confidentiality? Initially, when Namake's Minato intended for Kakashi to serve as a personal guard for Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto was inherently opposed. Yet, he lacked a compelling rationale that could sway Minato's decision. After all, it was impossible for Uchiha Makoto to shadow Kakashi continuously, preventing him from speaking indiscreetly at the gravesite. The likelihood of Obito overhearing such conversations was considerably high. Given that we cannot prevent this entirely, we must address the issue directly. The chances of a mishap occurring are minimal, especially since I have already discussed with the third Hokage that Kushina will be protected within a secure barrier during her delivery, and I shall be present throughout, ensuring there are no unforeseen incidents. Namake's Minato possesses unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Makoto, is there something you know that causes you such concern? Uchiha Cheng's demeanor aroused the suspicions of Minato Namake's. However, he did not doubt Uchiha Cheng himself. From the moment he became acquainted with Uchiha Cheng, he recognized him as an individual who meticulously prepares for every endeavor, a person who is adept at contemplation and executes tasks with impeccable precision. This is precisely why he holds him in such high regard. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Uchiha Cheng might be harboring some unspoken troubles. Uchiha Makoto certainly could not proclaim that both of you would perish on that day. My apologies, Kakashi-senpai. I tend to be rather cautious. Thus, even if there exists merely a 1 in 10,000 chance, I believe it prudent to eliminate that possibility. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, we must undertake further preparations. Further preparations? Namake's Minato paused in surprise. Uchiha Makoto remained silent for a considerable time before activating his Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo. Makoto, what are you doing? Minato Namake's pondered, perplexed by Uchiha Makoto's decision to unlock his Sharingan. Uchiha Makoto, his expression grave, remarked, Naruto, I have recently felt a rapid enhancement in my ocular power, often experiencing discomfort in my eyes. Based on my previous experience with awakening my eyes, it is possible that I am on the verge of unlocking the Meijiki Sharingan. The Meijiki Sharingan, is that not a legend? Could it truly be real? Minato Namake's exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. Although he had perused the village's ancient texts concerning the Uchiha clan, the records regarding the Meijiki Sharingan were but scant fragments, and thus he had not given them due consideration. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, this is true. Uchiha Madara, who co-founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage, Hashirama, is the possessor of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, and his brother equally wields this formidable power. Generally speaking, the awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan is accompanied by immense suffering. However, I had a most terrifying dream yesterday. What kind of dream? The Nine Tails was unleashed. Many perished in the village, and both you and my esteemed predecessor Kushina fell in battle. What? The words of Uchiha Makoto caused a drastic change in the expression of Minato Namake's. He could bear the loss of his position as Hokage, but the thought of losing Kushina was unimaginable. However, he quickly regained his composure. For this dream, was it not meant to prepare me for what lies ahead? Uchiha Makoto nodded solemnly and said, I have seldom dreamed throughout my life, but recently I have sensed the awakening of my Meijiki Sharingan. I believe this dream may serve as a warning, perhaps even a glimpse into the future. Namake's Minato's expression turned as grave as the depths of the ocean as he continued the unfinished words of Uchiha Makoto. He unconsciously tightened his hands, emanating an astonishing aura. Minato-senpai, Uchiha Makoto quickly grasped Namake's Minato's arm. It was only then that Minato became aware, hastily retracting his chakra. Makoto, I believe what you say. Namake's Minato declared earnestly. What do you wish to do? If someone else had claimed to have had a dream, Minato would have naturally dismissed it. However, he trusted Uchiha Makoto, especially given its implications for his beloved Kushina. Just as Uchiha Makoto articulated, even if there were only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would extinguish the flicker of potential disaster. In the heart of Uchiha Seijin, a resolute conviction took hold. He articulated, to avert the scenarios that haunt my dreams, our foremost task is to prevent the Nine Tails from being unleashed. Should it be released, we must possess the means to subdue it. Additionally, we must mitigate casualties. Thus, we must enhance our combat capabilities. Enhance our combat capabilities? Is not my strength combined with that of the third Hokage sufficient? Replied Minato Namake's with a hint of exasperation. Seijin, while I have faith in you, I doubt that the third would consent to bolster our forces on such grounds. Moreover, the fewer who are privy to Kushina's condition, the better. The third will not agree to that. Minato's words elicited a cold smirk from Uchiha Seijin. If the third could be relied upon, then Danzo could surely be trusted as well. The more the third knew, the more Danzo would know. And as a quintessential schemer, Seijin harbored no fondness for Danzo. Given the current circumstances, the only viable means to contend with the tailed beast were large summoning animals, sealing techniques, and sage arts. Minato-sensei, do you believe that the average Umbu would suffice against an enemy daring enough to target the Nine Tails? Although the third is powerful, he lacks proficiency in sealing techniques. Frankly, if feasible, I would deem it most prudent to have Kushina deliver in one of the 3 great sanctuaries, Mount Myaboku. Send her to Mount Myaboku? Minato hesitated before shaking his head in refusal. That is not possible. Although there exist special methods allowing those without a summoning contract to enter Mount Myaboku, the spatial pressure during reverse summoning would be significantly harsher for them. Given that Kushina is currently pregnant, such an endeavor could endanger both mother and child. We cannot take that risk. The notion of sending Kushina to Mount Myaboku had merely been a fleeting thought for Uchiha Seijin, and he had not placed much hope in it. Now that it had been dismissed, he resolved to adhere to his original plan. Then let us summon Jiraiya back. With Jiraiya's strength, he would undoubtedly be your most formidable ally in confronting the tailed beasts. He had initially considered bringing Tsunade into the fold, but in the original narrative, she appeared to have deep-seated conflicts with the higher-ups. After her departure from the village and the subsequent death of the third at the hands of Orochimaru, she had not returned to Konoha for over a decade. Not only would locating her consume considerable time, but persuading her with Uchiha Seijin as somewhat dubious rationale would likely prove futile. In any case, with the armored frenzy, he felt more confident than with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Her absence would not significantly impact their situation. Jiraiya, however, was different. He was currently pursuing Orochimaru. As Minato's mentor, their relationship transcended mere teacher and student, embodying a bond akin to that of father and son. Even if Minato refrained from divulging the specifics, simply expressing his desire for Jiraiya's return to await Naruto's arrival would likely suffice to persuade him. Upon hearing this, Minato nodded and remarked, "Summoning Jiraiya-sensei is indeed feasible. As long as I explain the situation, he will understand. The last time I corresponded with him, he was in the land of rice. So it won't take long for him to return to Konoha. I will promptly use the communication frog to inform Jiraiya-sensei of the situation. Should the need arise, I will exert every effort to assist. I hope this is merely my overthinking." Uchiha Seijin, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Minato-sensei, I am profoundly grateful for your trust." Uchiha Makoto employed honorifics and bowed deeply to Minato Namake's. Having gone to such lengths, one could only hope for his survival. Minato gazed steadily at Uchiha Makoto. The youth before him was not only a capable subordinate but also a cherished junior, a companion with whom he shared a bond akin to that of teacher and student. The concern that Makoto exhibited for him stirred something within Minato, evoking memories of his time spent with Master Jiraiya. In response, Minato bowed deeply as well and expressed, "Makoto, your thoughtful consideration truly touches me. Thank you so much." Minato? Makoto? What are you two doing? Kushina Uzumaki, noticing the slow progress in their dishwashing, approached with curiosity. To her surprise, upon entering, she found Minato and Uchiha Makoto with their heads bowed in unison. "Ah? Haha, Kushina, what brings you here?" Minato exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, scratching it awkwardly with a sheepish smile, unsure of how to begin. Uchiha Chung appeared utterly bewildered. In order to alleviate any pressure on the expectant mother, he naturally refrained from speaking his mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "I was just competing with Senior Minato to see who could bend lower at the waist while keeping our legs straight, right? Ah, indeed. Yes." Upon noticing Uchiha Cheng's subtle cues, Namikaze Minato quickly grasped the situation. "It's getting late. I must return home soon. I shall take my leave now." Uchiha Cheng sought a pretext to depart. As he walked the path homeward, he gazed at the resplendent moon, a silent sigh escaping his lips. After acquiring the full suit of madman armor, he was left with a mere 277 gold coins. Due to a recent lull in activity, the tasks had been sparse, yielding only a meager total of 855 gold coins. He still fell short of the 2,000 gold coins he required by 11:45. It seemed he would need to venture out for work once more. On the 15th of September, in the 48th year of Konoha, at noon, in the third training ground, Kakashi sat cross-legged upon the grass, while Uchiha Cheng perched on a nearby stone. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye, adorned with the Sharingan. A silvery rune paper clung to his left eye, covered in intricate black seals. With remarkable speed, Kakashi formed hand seals, channeling chakra as the complex sequence continued for nearly 5 minutes. At that moment, the rune paper trembled, and the black seals upon it vanished as if they were living entities. Subsequently, Kakashi removed the rune paper and stored it securely. Observing Kakashi's successful dispelling of the four symbols seal, Uchiha Cheng leapt from the stone. "Kakashi, your speed in breaking the seal has notably improved." Kakashi glanced at the clock beside him, his brow slightly furrowing as he rose. It took a total of 4 minutes and 39 seconds to dispel the seal. In a real combat scenario, I would hardly have such a luxury of time to prepare. Uchiha Makoto chuckled, "Do not be so harsh on yourself. Compared to the 1 or 2 dozen minutes it took you to initially break the seal, 4 minutes is remarkably swift. Moreover, you have teammates to assist you during missions, and you could always unseal a few hours in advance." He continued, "At your current pace of learning, it will take no more than 6 months for you to fully master the four symbols seal." Kakashi, upon hearing this, did not offer further commentary, but simply nodded in agreement with Uchiha Makoto's words. Uchiha Makoto gazed at Kakashi with a hint of reverie and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Kakashi, attuned to the changes within his body, responded slowly, "It seems that the consumption of my Sharingan has diminished." Uchiha Cheng gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, shaking his head as he remarked, "It is not that the consumption of the Sharingan has diminished, rather, it is your body that has grown stronger, and your chakra has increased. Hence, you perceive a reduction in the drain of the Sharingan. You haven't activated it for nearly a month, have you?" "Indeed," Kakashi nodded. Having studied the four symbols seal with his teacher Minato for nearly 6 months, he had hardly unsealed it during this time. Initially, when he began learning the four symbols seal, unsealing it would take him a considerable 20 minutes or more. Moreover, he often found himself unable to reseal the Sharingan after unsealing it. Thus, for the first 3 months, he kept the Sharingan sealed. It was only after mastering the technique that he began to apply and release the seal at will, with Guy persistently urging him to engage in physical training and Chung sparring with him during his free time. Kakashi rekindled the sensation of training he had experienced before activating the Sharingan, as he was at an age of growth. The absence of the burden of the Sharingan allowed him to feel significantly stronger during this period. Now, even with the Sharingan activated, his chakra was more than double that of 6 months prior. "Since you are prepared, let us commence. I have been itching to spar," Uchiha Cheng proclaimed, playfully striking Kakashi's chest with his fist, a benevolent smile adorning his face. He cracked his knuckles in preparation, beginning to warm up. Observing this, Kakashi's eye twitched slightly, a resigned expression crossing his face. The two moved to a spacious patch of grass, where Kakashi drew his ninja sword from his back, fully alert. Since sealing the Sharingan, his chakra had returned to its previous level, and with his body's natural growth contributing to an ongoing increase in chakra, he had also regained proficiency in his swordsmanship. After all, the Konoha style of swordsmanship emphasized speed, precision, and ferocity, demanding high standards of chakra and physical fitness. His father, the legendary Konoha White Fang, possessed no special lineage yet remained a formidable force in the ninja world. How could his son allow his swordsmanship to weaken after acquiring the Sharingan? However, it was only after obtaining the Sharingan that Kakashi realized its pivotal role was not solely in enhancing his Chidori, but also in amplifying his swordsmanship. With his current chakra levels, he was now capable of simultaneously sustaining the demands of both the Sharingan and his sword techniques. Even the moment when Chung had mocked him for carving dog heads on the Earth-style wall could now be countered. Indeed, he could now carve 3 dog heads on the wall without issue. Uchiha Chung felt the formidable aura emanating from Kakashi, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Kakashi had indeed grown significantly stronger, Uchiha Chung mused. Before obtaining the Sharingan, Kakashi's Konohari swordsmanship had displayed numerous flaws. However, after acquiring the Sharingan, Kakashi struggled with stamina due to insufficient chakra when sparring against Uchiha Chung. Yet, recently, every month, after releasing the seal on his Sharingan, Kakashi had trained with him, and Uchiha Chung could distinctly sense a surge in Kakashi's swordsmanship prowess. This was attributed to Kakashi's increasing proficiency with the Sharingan, as well as a considerable alleviation of his chakra limitations. "Kakashi, be cautious," Uchiha Chung declared, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. He then unfastened the sealing scroll tied around his left arm and retrieved a seemingly ordinary straight sword from within. This was to ensure a relative fairness in their duel while simultaneously testing Kakashi's progress. Uchiha Chung retrieved all equipment that provided passive enhancements to combat power, including the Shikuji Blade, Blue Buff, Tech Gun, Magic Immunity, Ghost Book, Thorn Armor, and Sheep Knife, back into the system's inventory. However, he chose not to reclaim the full-plate Berserker armor, as its passive ability only activated after exiting combat. The additional 2,000 health points seemed inconsequential to Uchiha Chung. After all, his endurance was already significantly superior to Kakashi's, and a slight increase would make little difference. He was not relying on a war of attrition to wear down Kakashi, so it did not substantially affect the outcome of the battle. Kakashi observed Chung as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, feeling a sudden chill in his heart. Yet, his eyes sparkled with determination, indicating that Chung was prepared to unleash his full strength, which was the highest form of acknowledgement from him. Unbeknownst to him, Ching's significance in Kakashi's heart had grown increasingly profound. It was precisely because of Ching, Guy, and their mentor Minato, along with his mother figure, that he was able to navigate through the darkest periods of his life. Prepare yourself. With a swift body flicker technique, Uchiha Makoto appeared beside Kakashi, striking towards his waist with the back of his blade. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, his Sharingan capturing Uchiha Makoto's movement. In a fluid motion, he flipped his short blade, deflecting the tip of Uchiha Makoto's weapon. Instantly, he leapt backwards, sheathing his ninja sword mid-air while gathering his strength. In the next moment, he unleashed a surge of chakra, executing a Konoha-style draw cut that sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Uchiha Makoto's waist. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Makoto retaliated with a swift strike of the steel flash. The clash of blades resonated as both figures danced across the open grassy expanse, engaged in an exhilarating duel of swordsmanship. Just as Uchiha Makoto's soaring blade was narrowly evaded by Kakashi's bent posture, he executed a forward slash, catapulting himself backward and striking Kakashi's shoulder with the back of his sword. From Kakashi's perspective, Makoto had seemingly soared overhead, only to reverse course like a disc played in reverse, suddenly reappearing before him. Had this been a battle for survival? That blow would have not only claimed his life but also severed his entire arm. What move was that? I've never seen you employ it before, Kakashi inquired, clutching his aching shoulder. This technique is called the forward slash, though I prefer a more elegant name. Swallow return, Uchiha Makoto elucidated. After considerable time, he had finally mastered the forward slash. This maneuver allowed him to use an enemy as a springboard within a 2-meter radius, manifesting at any position around them. However, it could only be executed once against the same opponent within an 8-second window. As his proficiency grew, the range would expand, and the cooldown period would diminish. With this technique, provided he had sufficient chakra, he could truly achieve the feat of traversing through a multitude of adversaries untouched. Noticing Kakashi's hesitance, Uchiha Makoto chuckled. Kakashi, there is no need to ponder. I cannot teach you this move as you are far from meeting the prerequisites for its mastery. Their deepening friendship allowed Makoto to speak more candidly. They frequently exchanged insights on swordplay, naturally learning from one another. For instance, Kakashi had also mastered the Konoha's flagwood style of blade drawing, while Makoto imparted the secret technique Moon Flash from the Uchiha style. However, Kakashi could not grasp the wind blade technique. As Uchiha Makoto engaged in his studies, the system within his mind conjured specialized images of his physical form. Even so, mastering the front slash technique required over 10 months of arduous training, at least until he perfected his wind swordsmanship. He doubted he could impart any knowledge to Kakashi. The question of whether to teach him had not crossed his mind. After all, Kakashi was one of his own, and the stronger he became, the better. By the time he was capable of instructing Kakashi, his prowess would likely allow him to look down upon the entire shinobi world. Moreover, how could he revel in his success alone? With Kakashi's exceptional talent and swordsmanship, to delay learning would be nothing short of a waste of potential. Understood, Kakashi acknowledged. Recognizing that Uchiha Makoto was never one to speak lightly, he was indeed intrigued by the technique, yet, respecting Makoto's words, he refrained from further inquiries. Continue, Uchiha Makoto shouted. Charging forward once more. Clang. With a single, unrefined yet immensely powerful strike, Uchiha Chung forced Kakashi to retreat 7 or 8 steps, leaving him with a tingling sensation in his palms. What was promised to be a contest of swordsmanship had unexpectedly devolved into sheer brute force. Kakashi had recently come to realize the terrifying strength possessed by Uchiha Chung. Receive this technique. Chidori, stream. As Uchiha Seek advanced, he suddenly called out the name of his jutsu in an exceedingly dramatic fashion just as he drew near to Kakashi. His left hand was enveloped in lightning chakra. Mistaking this for the activation of Chidori, Kakashi infused his kunai with lightning chakra, preparing to intercept the impending attack. Just as Uchiha Makoto's left hand was about to make contact with him, he suddenly formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a torrent of silvery white arcs of electricity that enveloped him entirely. Kakashi was instantly rendered numb by the electric shock coursing through his body. Uchiha Cheng raised the ninja blade in his hand and struck Kakashi's head with the hilt. With a resounding clang, Kakashi's weapon clattered to the ground as he crouched down, clutching his head. "How could you deceive me?" he exclaimed. "Kakashi, you are still too young," Uchiha Cheng retorted, who would loudly announce their jutsu in the midst of battle. "I am merely imparting a lesson about the treachery of the ninja world to ensure that you suffer less in the future." Uchiha Chung elegantly sheathed his sword, speaking earnestly. "You." Kakashi rose, rendered speechless. Just as Uchiha Cheng was about to reveal the darker perils of society, Warwick suddenly issued a warning. Uchiha Makoto's gaze subtly shifted. Yet he continued to converse with Kakashi with an air of composure, simultaneously activating his blood-tracking technique. However, this time, he encountered no revelations. This occurrence was unprecedented. Nevertheless, Warwick had never felt disappointment in him before. The inability to locate the individual indicated that their concealment skills were remarkably proficient, while he could not discern their presence. Releasing Warwick would likely enable him to uncover the truth. Could it be Obito? Uchiha Makoto felt a stir within his heart and resolved not to let Warwick act rashly and alert the enemy. Noticing Makoto lost in thought, Kakashi could not help but inquire, "Makoto, what troubles you?" Uchiha Makoto chuckled. "It's nothing, please continue." The two resumed their training until the sun began to set in the west. "Makoto, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Kakashi, drenched in sweat, sheathed his ninja blade, preparing to depart. "Wait," Uchiha Makoto called out to him. Kakashi, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something else?" "Happy birthday," Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile. "Do you remember?" Kakashi's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Of course, here is your gift. I hope you like it. No need to be so formal. Since it's from you, Makoto, I naturally." Kakashi's words faltered as he noticed the black eye mask in Uchiha Makoto's hand. "You always wear your forehead protector at an angle, which not only looks unappealing but also puts pressure on your eyes. Once you don this eye mask, the style will instantly transform. Don't you think it looks much cooler?" Uchiha Makoto, holding the eye mask in his hand, elucidated his recent experience. Today, he ventured out to procure a gift, and upon learning that his friend was a one-eyed dragon, the shopkeeper wholeheartedly recommended this eye mask, even offering a generous discount of 30% for a birthday present. "I truly appreciate it," Kakashi remarked. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he accepted the gift. After all, it was the thought that counted, and if necessary, he could simply refrain from wearing it. "As long as you like it," Uchiha Makoto replied, his face beaming with joy as he watched Kakashi depart. Once Kakashi was gone, Uchiha Makoto proceeded to equip all the gear he had stowed in his backpack. Subsequently, he unleashed his blood pursuit technique to its utmost limit. Yet he could still not detect the hidden presence. Approximately a minute later, the sensation of being watched dissipated. Was it indeed someone tailing Kakashi? Uchiha Kakashi furrowed his brow and proceeded towards the Hokage's office. From this day forth, Kakashi would no longer serve as the personal guard of Uzumaki Kushina. Since Namikaze Minato had summoned him for an evening report, it was evident that this matter was related. Only 25 days remained until the expected delivery. During this period, He had completed several missions, accumulating 2,000 gold coins and acquiring a few basic pieces of equipment. However, he had yet to decide which items to synthesize, leaving them unused for the time being. Jiraiya was expected to return to the village soon, and preparations were nearly complete. Kakashi arrived at the Konoha cemetery, cradling a white chrysanthemum, and paused at the southwest corner. Beneath two adjacent tombstones lay his dear friends. Obito, Rin, I have come to see you again. Kakashi placed the white chrysanthemum into the bamboo holder at Rin's grave, his expression tinged with sorrow. I apologize for being so busy lately and not visiting you more often. He swept away the fallen leaves from their tombstones and washed away the dust with water. Obito, I hope you won't hold it against me for temporarily sealing the Sharingan. I did it to better utilize the legacy you left behind. I will follow Minato-sensei and strive to bring peace to the ninja world. I promise there will be no more sacrifices like yours. As Kakashi spoke fervently before the graves, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Kakashi, is that you? Turning around, he saw Uzumaki Kushina approaching, her pregnant belly prominent, carrying a large cardboard box. Kushina-sensei, Kakashi stood up, ready to assist her with the box. This one you cannot carry, she said, hiding the box behind her. She then gazed at the nearby tombstone, her eyes reflecting sadness as she placed the box down and clasped her hands in silent homage to the two. Obito, Rin, you were both such good children. Recently, due to my pregnancy, I haven't had the time to visit you, but I know you wouldn't blame me. Although you did not live to see the era of peace, Kakashi will help witness the future of peace alongside you, won't you, Kakashi? Indeed, I surely will. Kakashi nodded earnestly. Kushina composed herself and smiled at Kakashi. By the way, Kakashi, come to my house for dinner tonight. I will be cooking personally. Kakashi's face reflected hesitation, instinctively wanting to decline. Ever since Obito and Rin's passing, he hadn't dined at Minato-sensei's home. Their trio used to share meals together, and now, being the sole survivor, it felt strange to him. You cannot refuse on the grounds of a mission today. Little Naruto will be born in less than a month, and Minato has concluded your guard duties. You have been on leave during this time. If it were Obito, he would never refuse. He adored my cooking, Kushina urged, waving the box gently in front of him. Today is your birthday. I bought a large cake. Even though Obito and Rin are no longer with us, I and Minato will celebrate with you. If they were still alive, they would wish for you to live a little easier, wouldn't they, Kakashi? Kakashi suddenly felt a sting in his nose, moisture welling in his eyes as he gently nodded. Kakashi, today is your birthday, so cheer up, Kushina softly consoled him, patting his shoulder. Real men don't shed tears easily. It's just the wind and sand that got into my eyes, Kakashi remarked, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Then let us go grocery shopping now. I intend to showcase my culinary skills tonight. Otherwise, Minato might actually think you surpassed me in cooking. Yes. Kakashi nodded vigorously. Kakashi, be sure to eat well tonight. Otherwise, I will be upset. Obito used to love competing with you over who could eat more. I understand. As the sun set, their figures gradually faded into the horizon. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in a black robe and mask appeared before the tombstones, kicking aside the bamboo holder containing the chrysanthemums. Why should only you two enjoy such happiness? Humph. A birthday? Prepare for a day of mourning. Uchiha Makoto arrived at the door of the Hokage's office and gently knocked. Please enter, came the slightly weary voice of Minato Namikaze from within. Uchiha Makoto pushed the door open. Senpai Minato. Ah, you've arrived. Makoto greeted Minato Namikaze, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Seto inquired, Elder Minato. May I ask the purpose of your summons? Kaze no Kage, Minato, replied. You are aware that I have concluded the task of guarding Kakashi, correct? Indeed, Uchiha Seto nodded. I wish for you to serve as the guardian of Kushina in the forthcoming period. Naturally, the elite Umbu under the third Hokage will accompany you on this mission. Thus, it is unnecessary for you to provide round-the-clock protection. Your responsibility will only extend to the morning hours. Yes, I shall exert every effort to safeguard Elder Kushina. Uchiha Seto had anticipated this possibility, and with Minato explicitly stating it, he would not decline. However, he pondered how Minato had persuaded the third Hokage to agree to an Uchiha member serving as the protector of the Jinchuriki. Moreover, he wondered if Danzo was aware of this information. After all, the matter concerning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could easily be uncovered by anyone with intent. That old silver coin, Danzo, would undoubtedly refrain from offering assistance in critical moments and might even act to undermine their efforts. Uchiha Cheng naturally took him into consideration. However, there is currently no effective course of action. After all, his identity poses certain constraints, preventing him from taking excessive measures. Fortunately, the primary preparations have been completed. In truth, I harbor little concern for the village, yet I have recently uncovered a significant issue. With a grave expression, Minato Namikaze stated that he had instructed the barrier team to submit daily reports, in addition to reviewing the monitoring reports from the past 6 months. Indeed, abnormalities were evident. Uchiha Makoto contemplated the incident of being observed during a sparring session with Kakashi today. The report from the barrier division indicated that there had indeed been an unusual reaction from the barrier in the past month. However, despite exhaustive investigations, no issues could be identified. Additionally, the Umbu had been tasked with discreet inquiries, yet no suspicious individuals were uncovered. The village's barrier encompasses not only the ground but also envelopes the entire sky above Konoha, extending even underground. It was 3 months ago that the underground barrier exhibited anomalous responses. Namikaze Minato appeared deep in thought, for due to Makoto's unsettling dreams. His mental state had been on high alert these past few months. Particularly with Kushina nearing her time, he remained acutely vigilant over even the slightest concern. Uchiha Sita remarked, "This suggests that someone may have infiltrated. But why did the barrier squad not take the anomalous reactions seriously 3 months ago? The barrier spans a vast area, requiring significant manpower and resources, making it impossible to maintain in a fully operational state at all times. Consequently, it tends to filter out smaller entities. After all, while ninjas can utilize transformation techniques, they cannot shrink to the size of a mouse. Even if they could, the barrier would still detect their chakra. How can we be certain that the enemy did not use a small summoning beast for infiltration?" In response to Uchiha Sita's perplexity, Namikaze Minato explained, "No matter how small a summoning beast may be, it possesses chakra within, which the barrier can distinctly sense. As for the anomalous reactions detected in the underground barrier 3 months ago, I dispatched personnel to investigate on-site and concluded that there were no signs of human activity. Thus, we treated it as a case of a wild animal straying in, and indeed, a wild boar was later found entering Konoha through a damaged western wall. It now appears that this was merely a ruse. The enemy's methods of infiltration are remarkably sophisticated." Uchiha Sita recalled Kagaya. For only he possessed the ability to breach Konoha from below. He had infiltrated 3 months prior, and the purpose of his intrusion remained uncertain. The recent anomalous reactions also seemed linked to him. However, based on the circumstances of the surveillance today, it was evident that Obito had likewise infiltrated Konoha, perhaps having lingered for an extended period. This realization instilled a sense of caution in Uchiha Sita. Nevertheless, considering Warwick's formidable reconnaissance abilities, his mind was somewhat at ease. As long as one approached him within a certain proximity while deliberately concealing their presence, Warwick had consistently managed to detect and alert them, providing a measure of reassurance. Thus far, Warwick had never failed. Nonetheless, this situation prompted Uchiha Sita to remain vigilant. He contemplated how to synthesize the remaining basic equipment. The ambush claw was an essential piece of gear that needed to be crafted just in case. Additionally, he needed to enhance Warwick's combat capabilities. This was what truly concerned him. The presence of anomalous reactions without any discernible source indicated that danger lurked nearby. "Sita, your concerns are entirely valid. Jiraiya-sensei has already replied and will certainly return to Konoha within the next couple of days. Thank you for your hard work during this period," Namikaze Minato stated earnestly. "Understood. In preparation for unforeseen circumstances, I have devised a plan," Minato continued. "When Kushina goes into labor, we can establish 2 production sites, one real, one false. Both locations will be equipped with barriers and guarded by Umbu. Jiraiya-sensei will protect the false site while I remain with Kushina during her delivery. Should we come under attack here, I will immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer Kushina to safety and summon Jiraiya-sensei for support. If Jiraiya-sensei encounters an enemy at his location, his prowess will undoubtedly allow him to delay until Kushina's delivery is complete, ensuring a safe withdrawal. What do you think of this plan?" Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this and inquired, "May I ask who is privy to this plan?" "Presently, it is only you, me, Lord Third, and the 3 advisors. Once Jiraiya-sensei returns, I will explain everything to him in person." Minato Namikaze replied, "Of course. I intend to disclose the location of Kushina's delivery solely to the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei, and you." Uchiha Makoto's expression was one of contemplation as he shook his head and remarked, "This plan is indeed commendable, yet it remains insufficient." "Insufficient, you say?" Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow slightly, awaiting further elucidation from Uchiha Makoto. Given that Danzo was already aware, it was evident that there were flaws within this scheme. Uchiha Sita remarked, "There are a total of 7 individuals aware of the existence of one genuine and one counterfeit production site, among whom 4 know the true location. The number of informed individuals is excessively high. My suggestion is that both production points should be fabricated." Both fabricated? Namikaze Minato paused momentarily, his eyes sparkling with realization. "Are you suggesting we establish 3 production sites, yet only disclose the existence of 2, while the third, which is non-existent, is the authentic one?" Uchiha Makoto nodded and said, "Indeed, the most effective method of confidentiality is to deceive even our own. On the day of the birth, I entrust you, Minato-senpai, to guide Kushina-senpai and the Umbu to the false location. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, you will transport Kushina-senpai to the true location. Although this may be more cumbersome and will require additional manpower and resources, it is a far lesser loss compared to the potential unforeseen circumstances. It would be ideal for the 3 production sites to form a triangular distribution. Thus, even if the enemy discovers the true site, the third Hokage and Jiraiya-sama can swiftly provide assistance. The third Hokage can remain stationed between the 2 false sites. Minato-senpai, you need not disclose the exact location to me. Merely inform me of the general direction on the day of production. In critical moments, my Sharingan will still prove useful. To be frank, the true production site only requires a barrier in Minato. The presence of the Umbu is relatively inconsequential. After all, the Umbu would be mere fodder when faced with true masters. Makoto, I am truly grateful for your meticulous planning. Thank you." Minato, with a grave expression, solemnly extended a specially crafted trident kunai to him. "Minato-senpai, you flatter me. If there are no further matters, I shall return to prepare for tomorrow's mission." Uchiha Makoto, with a serious demeanor, accepted the kunai. "There is no need to rush. Tonight is Kakashi's birthday. Let us dine together at home. Only when we are well-fed can we muster the strength to confront our adversaries." "That is reasonable. Then I shall not be polite." In the heart of Uchiha Seijin, a mere half-second of hesitation led him to resolutely decide against returning home for dinner. Recently, his mother had embarked on the exploration of new culinary creations, including an intriguing orange omelette. In the Hidden Leaf Village at the 10th Training Ground, Uchiha Chang reclined beneath the shade of a tree, indulging in a brief respite. After completing his protective duty in the morning, he resumed his training. Having just finished his mental discipline in the way of the infinite, he prepared to rest for a while before continuing. Beside Uchiha Sei stood a werewolf, approximately 1 meter tall, fanning him with a handheld fan. It was a diminished version of Warwick. Following numerous fierce battles, Warwick appeared to have undergone a transformation, acquiring the remarkable ability to alter his size, shrinking down to a mere house-sized form. Furthermore, his duration of existence had notably increased, with his summon time extending from 20 minutes to 30 minutes. If he refrained from engaging in combat, the summoning duration could be prolonged to an impressive 6 hours while minimizing energy consumption. During his moments of repose, Uchiha Cheng naturally kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings, but Warwick's watchful presence was notably effective. As for the trivial task of fanning him, Warwick would certainly not mind. At that moment, Warwick was diligently fanning Uchiha Chang while observing his expression for any signs of satisfaction. The tail behind Warwick swayed continuously, clearing the ground of its lush weeds to a barren state. As long as he could be active and accompany Uchiha Chang, he felt an immense joy. After approximately half an hour of rest, Uchiha Chang rose and stretched languidly. Warwick promptly increased the force of the breeze. "No need," Uchiha Chang replied, gazing at Warwick's amiable, beaming wolf face, and waved his hand dismissively. "Master, I." Warwick interlaced his claws and rubbed his palms together, producing sparks as his steel claws grated against each other. Observing Warwick's bashful demeanor, Uchiha Chang quipped, "Speak your mind. Master, may I stay outside a little longer? The summoning space is so vast, and I am all alone inside. It is exceedingly dull. After battles, I recuperate through sleep, but during idle times, I cannot simply slumber indefinitely." Warwick chuckled sheepishly, revealing a mouth full of sharp, fine teeth. Seeing his obsequious expression, Uchiha Chang couldn't help but smile, saying, "I thought you had something more significant to convey. You see, I summoned you forth with no intention of sending you back so soon." "Thank you, master." Warwick's face lit up with delight, his grin stretching almost to his ears, albeit with a somewhat fearsome appearance. Do refrain from such a smile. It can be quite intimidating. Remember, a smile should not reveal one's teeth. Go practice in front of the river. I have matters to attend to and will call for you later. Uchiha Chang gazed at Warwick's gleaming fangs glinting in the sunlight, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. Indeed, Warwick replied with an expression of utmost respect, firmly sealing his mouth shut. After dismissing Warwick, Uchiha Chang turned his thoughts to the system backpack, preparing to synthesize equipment. Knowing that Warwick was on guard and that there was no one around, Uchiha Chang felt at ease. He opened his palm, revealing 10 golden orbs the size of thumbs, each containing miniature basic equipment. Uchiha Chang extended his finger and gently touched the giant's belt and the critical strike gauntlets. Instantly, a line of information appeared on the system panel. Giant's belt plus critical strike gauntlets equals claw of ambush. Would you like to combine them? Yes, Uchiha Chang silently affirmed. And the 2 orbs of light he had selected merged into one in an instant. Subsequently, a glove resembling a wolf's claw emerged from the orb of light. Uchiha Chang gently tapped, and the ambush claw seamlessly penetrated his body. He began to examine the equipment information. Ambush claw. The wielder gains a shield that can withstand a single attack, illusion, physical technique, ninjutsu. Enemies that shatter the shield will be stunned for 0.5 seconds. Note, if the attack exceeds the shield's defense limit, the effect will instead reduce the damage taken by 80. The shield refreshes every 24 hours. The equipment's effects are quite commendable, however. They pale in comparison to the premium gear. After perusing the equipment information, Uchiha Chang could not help but sigh inwardly. The ambush claw required 5,000 gold coins. Yet its defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, extending the stun duration to 2 seconds and raising the shield's defense limit to match that of the dimensional defense ceiling. This was only reasonable. If an enemy's attack were capable of obliterating the Naruto world, it certainly would spell doom for him as well. Overall, the equipment was remarkably potent, though his finances left much to be desired. The ambush claw served its purpose well, designed to thwart any enemy attempting a stealthy backstab. His primary objective was to prevent ambushes and serve as a warning. Uchiha Chang intended to have Warwick remain at home on October 10th to safeguard his mother against unforeseen circumstances. Once he confirmed that all was well at home, Warwick could then provide support. With the ambush claw equipped, Uchiha Chang proceeded to synthesize additional gear. Uchiha Chang prepared to bestow upon Warwick another sheep knife and dragon's tooth. In addition to crafting a guardian angel, complemented by the idle foundational synthesis item, the righteous fury armor. The dragon's tooth would compensate for Warwick's deficiencies in mental defense. While the sheep knife would enhance his swiftness, the righteous fury armor would bolster his vitality, rendering him more enduring, and the guardian angel would serve as a solid foundation. With this ensemble, alongside his inherent specialized equipment, Warwick would indeed ascend to divinity. However, just as Uchiha Chang completed the synthesis of the sheep knife and dragon's tooth and was poised to create the 4th guardian angel, he was startled to find a line of information abruptly appear on the system panel. Synthesis impossible. The maximum number of the same equipment is 3, spending 30,000 gold can increase the maximum limit of the same equipment. Was this truly the case? It seemed to imply that further investment was required. Uchiha Chang was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his exasperation. It appeared the system was intent on compelling him to spend more. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chang was unfazed. He had only 1 equipment slot remaining and had already equipped 2 guardian angels. The 3rd guardian angel was merely a surplus. In truth, given his current prowess, possessing 1 guardian angel for assurance was quite sufficient. The dual presence was merely a precaution. Contemplating this, Uchiha Chang turned his gaze to the golden spade and the storm greatsword in his palm. An idea struck him, the synthesis of the assassin buff. The assassin buff, fixed effect, at the commencement of battle, one can teleport behind the enemy within a range of 50 meters. Activating 2 assassin buffs grants a speed increase of 20, lasting for 6 seconds, with participation in a kill extending the duration by 6 seconds. Activating 4 assassin buffs refreshes the fixed effect upon participating in a kill, activating 6 assassin buffs. A fixed effect, indeed? Splendid. It was akin to possessing 2 flashes. Once another golden spade was acquired, he would craft one for Warwick as well. Uchiha Chang gazed enviously at the formidable effects of the assassin buff, particularly captivated by the 40,000 gold coin price tag in the shop. The basic equipment synthesis yielded only a singular buff effect. In contrast, purchasing the assassin buff directly from the marketplace granted a collective efficacy, bestowing 6 buff effects upon all members, without occupying any equipment slots, a crucial advantage. Presently, one could only possess 3 identical pieces of equipment, and through synthesis, he could acquire a maximum of 3 assassin buffs. To obtain a fourth piece, one would need to invest 30,000 gold coins to increase the same equipment limit, making it more prudent to save and spend 40,000 gold coins for the complete buff instead. Uchiha Cheng acknowledged that he would eventually require an increase in the same equipment limit, but the time for that was not now. As he surveyed the array of inactive gray icons in the system shop, he mused, "Life is much like this, meticulously budgeting. The path of spending is indeed long and arduous. However, considering it from another perspective, the abundance of expensive items is not necessarily a bad thing. It signifies the availability of greater treasures." With this thought, Uchiha Cheng called out to Warwick, who was preening by the riverbank, "Come here. It's time to distribute equipment." At that moment, on the western side of Konoha, an open-air hot spring lay nestled against a cliff, where a white-haired elder was crouched, peering through binoculars with a gentlemanly smile adorning his face. What a splendid white robe! Just as Jiraiya was reveling in the enigmatic beauty of the mist, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing past his ear. Instinctively, he crouched lower, narrowly avoiding a powerful whip kick that soared above him. With a swift motion, he extended his left hand, deftly grasping the assailant's calf and redirecting them to the left. The assailant executed a graceful mid-air turn, landing securely. Truly, Jiraiya was a master of vigilance, even amidst his escapades, eliciting a smile from Uchiha Cheng. Setting aside his binoculars, Jiraiya stood and turned to scrutinize Uchiha Cheng. "So, you are the Uchiha Cheng that Minato spoke of? What a youth lacking in appreciation for the finer things. What do you mean by escapade? I prefer to call it gathering inspiration. Do you not see that admiring the female form amidst the rising steam of an open-air hot spring is a form of art? It is precisely this ethereal beauty that fuels my creativity." Uchiha Sito remarked, "To articulate such an act of voyeurism with such eloquence, one cannot help but admire Lord Jiraiya. However, in Konoha, engaging in such exploitative behavior is indeed unlawful. Are you not aware of this?" Observing Uchiha Sito's earnest demeanor, Jiraiya, acutely aware of his own culpability, promptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Did Minato send you to seek me out?" "Indeed, Lord Jiraiya," Uchiha Sito affirmed. "I trust that you have gleaned the essence of the situation from the correspondence sent by Senior Minato." Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement, recalling that there were those who intended to exploit the circumstances surrounding Kushina's lineage, prompting him to return to assist. Uchiha Makoto furrowed his brow and said, "However, according to the original plan, you were supposed to return to Konoha half a month ago. Today is already October 2nd. Why have you returned so late? Could it be that you were delayed on your journey due to gathering materials? Are you not aware that Senpai Minato is quite anxious?" Uchiha Sage felt a twinge of discontent at Jiraiya's nonchalant demeanor during such critical times. Noticing Sage's displeasure, Jiraiya exclaimed, "How could that be? I regard Minato as if he were my own son. I would never let such trivial matters hinder my journey. I merely received intel regarding Orochimaru while en route, which caused a slight delay. However, I have already sent word to Minato, and he informed me that as long as I return before October 4th, all will be well." The moment Minato's name was mentioned, Jiraiya's previously carefree expression transformed into one of solemnity. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Uchiha Makoto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why had Minato not informed him of this matter? Had he simply forgotten amidst his busyness? "I apologize, Lord Jiraiya. I misjudged you," Uchiha Makoto said, his face reflecting remorse. "Ah, no need to dwell on it." Jiraiya chuckled, "Though I harbor little fondness for the Uchiha clan. You, young one, speak your mind with such candor, refreshingly direct. Your concern for Minato does not go unnoticed, and I bear you no ill will." With a wave of his hand, Jiraiya dismissed the matter, appearing utterly unconcerned. However, his expression soon morphed into a rather mischievous one. "Shall we take a look together?" The flicker of remorse that had just ignited within Uchiha Seigen dissipated in an instant. Casting a sidelong glance at the hot springs beneath the cliff, he resolutely declined Jiraiya's invitation. "I'm sorry, but I must refuse. It seems we are not compatible." Jiraiya, somewhat disheartened, retorted, "In that case, do enlighten me about the details. Minato mentioned in his letter that you are someone who can be absolutely trusted. You must possess all the necessary intelligence, correct? I am also curious to see what kind of individual this highly esteemed junior of Minato is. Given your earlier ambush, your taijutsu seems formidable. Since I have some free time, let us engage in a little sparring." Jiraiya wore a somewhat mischievous expression, albeit in a half-joking manner. Judging by Minato's usual correspondence, it was evident that he had fully embraced Uchiha Seigen as his disciple and successor. Naturally, Jiraiya was eager to ascertain the true nature of this renowned Uchiha youth. After all, Uchiha Seigen had made a favorable first impression on him. presenting himself as a serious individual akin to Minato. Yet, he wondered if that reputation held true. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Seijin paused momentarily. Just as Jiraiya believed he had intimidated him with his formidable reputation, Uchiha Seijin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he grasped Jiraiya's hand, exclaiming fervently, "Master Jiraiya, let us make an agreement. No one is allowed to leave until it's dark." Uchiha Makoto had long desired to engage in a battle, to test the true measure of his abilities. However, his contemporaries in the village were utterly incapable of compelling him to unleash his full strength. Even Uchiha Fugaku, despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, could not bring himself to do so. The third Hokage and others of high rank naturally could not afford to accompany him in practice, especially since they were not well acquainted. As for the Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato Namikaze, Uchiha could only resort to using the body flicker technique to evade a strike. Subsequently, he would employ the wind release, wind barrier to create a spherical wall of wind to shield himself, but that was where it ended. A mere brush from the fourth Hokage would suffice to incapacitate him. This was not a life and death conflict. Such practice bore no substantial significance. Unless Uchiha Makoto were to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, gaining spatial abilities along with the power of Susanoo, or learn Sage Mode to enhance his sensory perception and reaction speed. He truly had no effective countermeasure against the seemingly invincible Flying Thunder God technique. Now that he had Jiraiya available for practice, Uchiha Makoto was determined to make the most of the opportunity. Jiraiya, observing Makoto's eagerness, felt a sense of bewilderment and foreboding. A wave of regret washed over him. Perhaps it would be better to postpone. I still need to write my novel. It will be over soon. Come on, Uchiha Makoto urged, pushing Jiraiya back to the 10th training ground. Well then, Lord Jiraiya, see you tomorrow. As dusk fell, Uchiha Makoto waved goodbye with satisfaction and turned to leave the 10th training ground. Jiraiya, sitting on the ground to rest, wore a pained expression. Why did I provoke him? He shakily rose to his feet, feeling his limbs weaken and his vision blur. Watching Uchiha Makoto striding away with vigor, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder whether Makoto was exceptionally strong or if he himself had grown weak. In the prime of his ninja career, he found himself utterly outmatched in stamina and endurance by Uchiha Makoto. The young man had not shown a hint of fatigue throughout the afternoon, continually insisting that Jiraiya strike harder. By the end of their practice, Jiraiya was genuinely concerned about inadvertently inflicting serious injury upon him. Yet, the reality proved that he had overthought the situation. Uchiha Sage engaged in a fierce confrontation with his Chidori against Jiraiya's Rasengan. Jiraiya, upon Sage's request, infused a modicum of wind nature transformation into his technique and augmented the chakra output. Ultimately, Sage found himself coughing up blood. Who could have anticipated that this lad would collapse only to spring back to life moments later? Jiraiya, having scarcely rested throughout the afternoon, was nearly overwhelmed by Sage's relentless onslaught. This boy is akin to a phantom. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. Supporting his waist, Jiraiya exited the 10th training ground, still uncertain if the kick from Sage had caused any harm. If only Tsunade were present, she could have examined his back. Beneath the starlight, Uchiha Sage sprinted towards his clan's abode. Today marked his birthday, a momentous occasion as he stepped into adulthood. He turned 16. Uchiha Rinka reminded him early in the morning to return home earlier that night, as she would prepare a sumptuous dinner awaiting him. To be honest, Uchiha Makoto was not looking forward to it at all. Moreover, engrossed in his training, he completely lost track of time. Oh no, the battle had been too exhilarating. And he sensed that his mother had been waiting for quite a while. She would surely be furious. Uchiha Makoto sprinted with increasing speed, darting across rooftops whenever he found fewer people around. In approximately 5 minutes, he returned home. Makoto, why are you so slow? The food is about to get cold. Uchiha Rinka opened the door, unable to restrain her remarks. She had become so engrossed in her training that she inadvertently lost track of time, vowing it would not happen again. Uchiha Makoto chuckled, scratching his head. It was only within the confines of their home that he could truly relax and exhibit a demeanor akin to that of a child. Uchiha Reika retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them gently at Uchiha Sei's feet, observing the dirt-stained clothes adorning him. A pang of sorrow welled up in her heart. This child was far too mature for his age, persistently exerting tremendous effort for the family, never once relenting from childhood to adulthood. However, upon noticing the bloodstain on Sei's chest, her expression drastically shifted. Sei-chan, are you hurt? Uchiha Makoto lowered his head and noticed a subtle change in his gaze. He had forgotten to wash away the bloodstains. His thoughts raced. He then offered an embarrassed smile and said, This must be fish blood. I was quite hungry this afternoon and likely got it on me while grilling fish. You silly child, how could you be so careless? I thought you were injured. Uchiha Rinka exclaimed, patting her chest in relief. You should go take a shower while I reheat the dishes. Today's menu is filled with your favorites. All right, Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile. Before returning to his room to prepare a change of clothes, he felt a slight headache, pondering how to tackle the feast awaiting him, a dilemma of emotions versus stomach discomfort. It was indeed a challenge. By the time Uchiha Makoto descended the stairs, Uchiha Rinka had already prepared warm water for him. It had been a fulfilling day, one of comfort. Despite the dual recovery from the frenzied armor and meditation, the injuries he sustained earlier were hardly bothersome, healing swiftly. However, indulging in a warm bath was a sacred ritual of relaxation. As Uchiha Makoto stepped into the dining room post-bath, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The dishes appeared promising, at least by their delightful scent, and they seemed visually appealing as well. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly took his seat. Makoto-chan, today all the dishes are your favorites, so please enjoy. Uchiha Makoto nodded, uncertain about how to begin. After much hesitation, he opted for the meatballs over the salt-grilled mackerel. After all, as long as the broth was satisfactory, boiled dishes generally offered a pleasant flavor. Upon savoring the meatballs, Uchiha Makoto's eyes sparkled. The taste was remarkably delightful. Could it be that his mother had secretly been taking cooking lessons recently? Subsequently, Uchiha Makoto sampled each dish in turn. The only exception was the tamagoyaki, which was slightly overcooked with a hint of burnt flavor, while the other dishes were of exquisite culinary excellence. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Uchiha Rika inquired with a smile. Uchiha Seijin, fully aware, set down his chopsticks and remarked, Indeed, everything is quite delightful. However, I find this tamagoyaki to be the most exquisite, while the other dishes pale in comparison. Uchiha Rinka's eyes sparkled for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and shot Uchiha Makoto a reproachful glance, exclaiming, I knew you were just trying to please your mother. Aside from the tamagoyaki I prepared, all the other dishes were purchased from your favorite restaurant. I am fully aware that my cooking lacks refinement. How could a meal imbued with maternal love possibly compare to restaurant fare? Just promise me you won't invent any more peculiar dishes like orange omelets in the future. Uchiha Makoto chuckled, eagerly taking another large piece of tamagoyaki. Humph, you still think my cooking pales in comparison? If you're so skilled, why not find yourself a girlfriend who can cook? Uchiha Rinka huffed lightly. Uchiha Makoto shook his head vigorously, akin to a clapper in a drum, declaring, Impossible. While cooking may be a simple endeavor, seeking a girlfriend as stunning as my mother is an insurmountable challenge. A woman who embodies my mother's beauty, grace, and domestic prowess is a rarity indeed. If she were also an exceptional cook, it would be an unattainable perfection, rendering the world perilous. As he uttered these words, the visage of a fair maiden with emerald eyes surfaced in his mind. How could she suddenly come to mind? Could it be love at first sight? Certainly not. At best, it could be deemed a fleeting infatuation. Uchiha Chung chuckled inwardly. Only you can talk like that. Uchiha Linghua retorted, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. She picked up a piece of tamagoyaki and placed it into Uchiha Cheng's bowl, saying, Chung, I believe it's time for you to consider finding a girlfriend. Mom, why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Uchiha Chung was taken aback. Uchiha Reika remarked, Recently, I attended a banquet alongside several elders' wives, during which the topic of that child, Tsukuyami, arose. It appears she harbors an interest in you. Additionally, there are Kazusa from the Toma family, Rim from the Morikawa family, and Kikyo from the Tachibana family. Moreover, your former classmates, Yui and Yukino, visited our home yesterday for a brief while. With such an array of young ladies, do you not find a single one to your liking? Ahem, there is no rush. Uchiha Makoto cleared his throat lightly and smiled. Could he truly express a desire for them all? Absolutely not. His sole ambition was to dedicate himself to rigorous training. These girls were merely attracted to his physique. Genuine love was nowhere to be found. You are merely 16, just stepping into adulthood. Indeed, there is no need for haste. Uchiha Reika nodded in agreement, acknowledging that during the war, it was entirely reasonable for him to have little time to contemplate such matters. However, she reminisced. Your father confessed his feelings to me at the tender age of 8, and I bore you when I was 19. It is a pity that he, as she spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Uchiha Reika's face. But you still have me, Uchiha Makoto interjected, offering comfort while contemplating the future. If he were to attain the Sharingan, perhaps he could resurrect his dearly departed father. At the very least, once he established a family and moved out, His mother would have someone to keep her company. Yet, he pondered how many years that might take, for the Rinnegan was not so easily acquired or mastered. In the current ninja world, only Nagato possessed a pair, originating from Uchiha Madara. There was no immediate opportunity to seize it. Today's battle with Jiraiya had illuminated for Uchiha Makoto that he had indeed attained a level of strength akin to that of a Kage. Yet he recognized that this was still far from sufficient. Well, having you is enough for me. Uchiha Reika expressed her satisfaction. Before revisiting an earlier topic, I shall grant you 3 years. Within that time frame, acquiring a girlfriend should pose no challenge, correct? Understood. Uchiha Makoto replied earnestly, determined to navigate this matter further down the line. Uchiha Reika revealed her smile once more, and then she took out a beautifully wrapped gift box. Happy birthday, Chung-chan. Congratulations on your coming of age. Thank you, Mom. As soon as Uchiha Chung received the gift, the doorbell rang. Could it be that someone is visiting me at this late hour? I shall go and open the door. Uchiha Chung furrowed his brows and quickly rose to his feet. Could there be an urgent mission at hand? Chung, happy birthday. Brother Chung, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Chung. Uchiha Ryosuke stood at the entrance with his sister, Uchiha Izumi, while Uchiha Shingitsu lingered behind them. Together, the trio presented their gifts. Noticing that there was no urgent mission at hand, Uchiha Makoto let out a sigh of relief and welcomed the three with a smile. Aunt Rinka, exclaimed little Izumi, rushing into Uchiha Rinka's embrace, bringing her immense joy. Uchiha Shingitsu had transformed from his previous exuberance to a more composed demeanor. However, his gaze towards Uchiha Makoto remained fervent. Ding dong. Just as the group was about to settle in the living room, the doorbell rang again. Makoto, happy birthday. Kakashi, don't just stand there. Say something too. Was it not you who informed me that today is Makoto's birthday? Happy birthday, Makoto. Here is a gift for you. Additionally, this is a present from Master Minato and his wife that I was asked to deliver. The visitors this time were Guy and Kakashi. Thank you. Uchiha Makoto replied with a smile, please, come in. At that moment, a small boy holding a large gift box dashed into the courtyard. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Teacher Makoto. Happy birthday. Itachi exclaimed as he hurried to stand before Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Chung graciously invited the group into the living room, where a grand table laden with dishes promised to satisfy their appetites for the evening. In the midst of October, the autumn breeze whispered through the air. The room was ablaze with light, filled with the sounds of laughter and joyous conversation. On the rooftop of a building opposite the Uchiha residence, a figure clad in a black robe stood motionless, his gaze beneath a mask chilling and devoid of warmth. It seems your dear companion Kakashi has acquired yet another acquaintance. Beside the masked man, a silhouette, seemingly ensnared by a gigantic Venus flytrap, emitted a voice laced with mockery and frivolity. Humph. I have no friends. Only those destined to perish. The masked man scoffed lightly, and the space around him rippled before he vanished into the shadows. October 10th, 48th year of Konoha. Noon. Uchiha Cheng sat cross-legged on the bed. Having just completed his training in the Path of Infinite, he let out a deep sigh. His mental energy had come to a standstill once more. It seemed that the next breakthrough would coincide with the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Cheng rubbed his weary eyes and redirected his attention to the system panel before him. His attributes had seen a considerable enhancement compared to before. Constitution, 33. 4. Strength, 36. 7. Agility, 34. 3. Mental power, 49. 99. Chakra, 6934. Through the cultivation of the body activation technique and the acquisition of the Madman's armor, which granted an additional 2,000 points of vitality and a 5-point boost to his constitution, Uchiha Chung had nearly doubled his constitution and strength attributes over the span of 8 months, while his agility had also increased by over 10 points. Although the system panel indicated that the baseline data for adult males in the current world was set at 10, his constitution, strength, and agility were all more than 3 times that figure, with mental power approaching 5 times. However, having truly familiarized himself with the changes in his body, Uchiha Chung understood that such calculations were inadequate. The basic attributes displayed by the system were raw data, unenhanced by chakra, primarily intended to provide insight into his bodily transformations. While the numbers appeared to be threefold, he recognized that, under the influence of chakra, his strength was at least dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person, with even higher potential during a full power outburst. Each increment of 10 points in his data, when bolstered by chakra, translated into an enhancement far beyond mere multiples. Nevertheless, it remained true that despite his formidable physique, a piercing blade to the heart would still spell his demise. However, as his stats improved and his power grew. The opportunities for anyone to inflict harm upon him would diminish, potentially to the point of non-existence. The increase in mental power augmented his training aptitude, while the boost in constitution positively influenced his other attributes. His robust physique continually elevated the upper limits of his mental power, resulting in a significant increase in chakra, now exceeding his previous levels by more than double. Now, when he employed his skills, he no longer found himself depleting chakra at an alarming rate. The greater his chakra base, the more substantial the percentage of recovery for his equipment, significantly enhancing their effectiveness. Overall, his actual combat capability had surged dramatically. Had the day finally arrived? Rising slowly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. He was in peak condition, prepared to confront whatever situations the night might bring. Since yesterday, Minato had concluded his escort duties. However, according to the original plan, he would still provide support this evening as circumstances dictated. While he had yet to activate his Mangeki Sharingan, his 3 Tomo were unlike those of others. Half of his mental power had been cultivated through the practice of the infinite path. The world of Naruto offered scant opportunities to enhance mental acuity. With a solid foundation of 99 mental power, even if his ocular prowess did not rival that of the Mangeki Sharingan, it would still prove useful in critical moments. After all, the primary offense would be led by Minato, Jiraiya, and the 3rd Hokage. His role would simply be to observe and assist as necessary, potentially without needing to engage directly. In the original narrative, the 4th Hokage was entirely unaware of Obito's impending ambush or his capabilities. Despite such informational disparity, he managed to discern Obito's abilities after only a few exchanges, ultimately inflicting significant damage upon him. Now, although Uchiha Ching had not disclosed Obito's powers, Minato had received a warning and should be adequately prepared. At the home of the Namikaze family, Kushina Uzumaki sat in a chair, while Minato stood beside her. Seated in the main position were 2 elderly figures, the 3rd Hokage and his wife, Iwako Sarutobi. Both wore serious expressions as they regarded Kushina, causing her heart to race with anxiety. The 3rd Hokage solemnly stated, "Kushina, today marks your due date, and there are some matters we need to clarify. The seal on the female Jinchuriki of the 9 tails will weaken during childbirth. Additionally, a portion of the chakra suppressing the 9 tails will transfer to the fetus, creating a significant risk that the 9 tails could exploit this opportunity to break free from its seal. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we must ask you to give birth in a barrier located some distance from the village. I apologize for this inconvenience." Upon hearing this, Kushina felt a surge of panic. As a pregnant woman and the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, she understood the gravity of the 3rd Hokage's words. "Rest assured, Kushina, I will remain by your side throughout the childbirth process. Leave the sealing matters to me," Minato said gently, grasping Kushina's hand reassuringly, conveying that she need not worry with him present. As she prepared to become a mother with such a loving husband at her side, Kushina felt a sense of completeness in her life, her face radiating with a blissful glow. "Do not worry, the barrier has already been set up, and Biwako and the head of the medical team will accompany you. My direct Umbu will also be stationed outside the barrier, all conducted in secrecy," the 3rd Hokage assured. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Minato, indicating that both birthing locations had been prepared. Jiraiya had already been on alert at the designated location since early morning, while the 3rd Hokage himself would remain vigilant between the 2 sites. Naturally, they kept these arrangements from Kushina to prevent her from becoming anxious. "I will prepare in advance," Minato replied, though his gaze remained fixed on Kushina. "Kushina, I will take you there when the sun begins to set," Iwako reminded her. Yet, Kushina remained engrossed in her gaze with Minato, only responding after Biwako called her name several times. In the evening, Biwako led Kushina along a small path beside the Konoha hospital, preparing to leave the village. As they approached the path, they encountered Mikoto Uchiha, cradling an infant in her arms. Biwako quietly passed by, while Kushina, her face alight with joy, approached to admire the baby's rosy cheeks. "Oh, how adorable! Is it a girl?" she exclaimed. "It's a boy, named Sasuke," Mikoto replied with a smile. "What a pity. With such cuteness, if he were a girl, he might end up with Naruto in the future," Kushina teased. Uchiha Mikoto wore a radiant smile as she inquired, "Is Uzumaki Kushina's child named Naruto? If Naruto were a girl, shall we arrange a betrothal with Sasuke?" She mused, "Is he named after the 3rd Hokage's father?" Sarutobi Biwako, enchanted by the adorable Sasuke, couldn't help but approach. Uzumaki Kushina remarked, "Sasuke is destined to become a remarkable ninja, regardless of whether Naruto is a boy or a girl." They must cherish their bond in the future. Indeed, Mikoto responded, by the way, Kushina, you must be nearing your time. Yes, I. Just as Uzumaki Kushina was about to speak, Sarutobi Bawako tugged at her sleeve. Mikoto, will it hurt terribly? Kushina couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone as she prepared to depart. Oh, Kushina, I never imagined you had fears too, Mikoto replied, surprised. Uchiha Mikoto was somewhat taken aback. Being a close friend of Uzumaki Kushina, she was naturally aware of Kushina's moniker, Blood Red Chili Pepper. Hurry, Kushina. Sarutobi Bawako urged as she pulled Uzumaki Kushina away, whispering, your delivery is confidential. It must remain a secret. Yes, I'm sorry, Kushina replied, bashfully scratching the back of her head, reminiscent of Minato Namikaze's habitual gesture. As they journeyed, she was reminded that even amidst the pangs of labor, one should not scream too loudly. Understood. Upon exiting Konoha, they traversed through a dense forest. Suddenly, two shadows appeared in the trees. It seems today is the day. How is the investigation progressing? The locations have been confirmed, and there are 3 sites. 3? Konoha appears remarkably prepared. One is guarded by Jiraiya, another by Minato himself. And the third remains unguarded, yet all are protected by barriers. Interesting. What have you discovered regarding the barriers? The barriers at the delivery points are exceptionally robust. Even with your Kamui and my Shunshin technique, we cannot infiltrate undetected. Speak. No fortress is impregnable from within. Once we possess the method to breach the barriers, the situation will be manageable. At the delivery point, a sudden cry echoed from within the barrier. Ah, it hurts. As labor commenced, Uzumaki Kushina cried out in agony. Minato Namikaze, the illustrious yellow flash of the ninja world, usually unflappable even in the face of overwhelming enemies, now appeared frantic. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he anxiously paced beside Kushina, unable to remain still for even a moment. According to their original plan, he had escorted Kushina, Bawako, and the attending medical ninjas to the second delivery point, then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to sequentially transfer them to the third. Meanwhile, the Umbu stationed outside the second point remained oblivious to the fact that the barrier they were guarding was now devoid of occupants. Kushina, are you all right? Minato inquired. Concern and tenderness etched on his face as he witnessed Kushina's torment. Do not panic, as the 4th Hokage, come stabilize the seal. Sarutobi Bawako spoke firmly. Women possess immense strength. Do not underestimate Kushina. As soon as she finished speaking, Kushina let out another agonized scream, observing the seal on her abdomen beginning to shift. Minato rushed forward to channel chakra into reinforcing it. He could feel the powerful chakra of the Nine Tails relentlessly battering against the seal. Kushina, hang in there. Naruto, hurry and come forth, he urged, while simultaneously reinforcing the seal, muttering, but let the Nine Tails remain inside. Underneath Tobi's mask, his gaze was cold and unfeeling. As the moment to strike against his teacher and mentor approached, he felt an unsettling calm, as if he had severed all ties to the past. Since Rin's death, he had become devoid of hesitation. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of the last Umbu guarding the barrier, gently laying the lifeless body down. Surrounding the barrier lay 7 or 8 corpses. Obito's companion, Zetsu, resembling a Venus flytrap, emerged from the ground beside him. In Zetsu's hand was a scroll inscribed with various sealing techniques, which he gently affixed to the barrier. Suddenly, a bubble-like opening appeared in the barrier, allowing passage. Upon witnessing this, Obito activated Kamui, causing the surrounding space to ripple and his body to vanish within. The barrier effectively severed a portion of the original space. If he recklessly employed Kamui, he risked detection. However, with the opening now created, the internal space of the barrier reconnected with the original space, allowing Obito to utilize Kamui without concern. Yet, shortly after he disappeared, he reappeared at the same spot. Zetsu, observing this, chuckled, "Oh, it seems we were misled. This is not the right place." Minato excels in the Flying Thunder God technique. It appears he entered the barrier first and then transferred everyone away, Obito remarked, his tone grave. It seems this was merely a diversion. The target could be with Jiraiya, or perhaps in that unguarded barrier. Obito, how shall we proceed? The unsealing technique can only be utilized twice, and we have one opportunity left, Black Zetsu rasped, indicating the fading scroll in his hand. You and White Zetsu will go to Jiraiya. Regardless of whether the Jinchuriki is there, he poses a threat. Divert him. I will head to the other barrier, for I have a premonition that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is there. Obito stowed the scroll away and then vanished using Kamui. Shall we confront one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? You certainly know how to delegate. White Zetsu complained. It seems we must reveal some of our jutsu. Let us hurry. If the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is truly there, we must inform Obito immediately. Understood. Why do you also order me around? Silence. With Kushina's anguished cry, the sound of a newborn's wail filled the air. It is a lively little boy, Sarutobi Buwako exclaimed, cradling the infant in her hands as the medical ninja cut the umbilical cord. Hearing the baby's cries, Minato felt a rush of emotion, hastily wiping away tears with his sleeve. He has arrived. From this day forth, I am a father. Kushina, how are you feeling? Minato inquired, bending down to wipe the sweat from her brow and the tears from the corners of her eyes. Though Kushina appeared weak, her spirit shone brightly as she offered a blissful smile to Minato, feeling that their family was finally complete. They would soon be a family of 3. Minato, relieved, sighed deeply, his expression more fatigued than that of the new mother. Upon seeing Sarutobi Buwako holding the bundled infant Naruto, he rushed forward, eager to hold his son. Yet, Buwako's stern expression halted him. Do not be so reckless. Let the mother see him first. After receiving a reprimand, Minato pouted, looking quite pitiful as he awkwardly held his hands in the air, unsure where to place them. You look foolish, Kushina teased, chuckling at his demeanor. Gazing at Naruto in Buwako's arms, her eyes brimmed with affection. Naruto, I finally get to meet you. Buwako smiled. Now, let us ensure he is cleaned up. I'll take him to the medical ninja. Just as she began to step away, Minato suddenly raised his voice, calling out, Wait. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the 3 faces, he quickly explained, I can't bear to be separated from Naruto for even a moment. Could you please fetch some water? I beg of you. Sarutobi Buwako, observing the scene, retorted, Now that you are a father, you must remain composed. Do not be so easily flustered. Though she uttered those words, she nonetheless placed Naruto into the arms of Minato Namikaze and then stepped out to fetch water. In truth, Minato was suddenly reminded of a vital instruction from Seiji. Never let the infant stray from his sight. If the enemy lay in wait just beyond the barrier, taking the child outside for cleansing would provide the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Should Naruto fall into enemy hands, they would be left in an exceedingly vulnerable position. With Kushina and their child safe, his guard momentarily relaxed, nearly forgetting Seiji's warning. Soon, he found himself captivated by Naruto's cherubic face. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Minato placed little Naruto to Kushina's right side, thanking her for her efforts, and declared, I shall reinforce the seal. With that, he placed his hand upon her abdomen. Due to childbirth, the seal on her belly had already been partially breached by the Nine-Tails. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Minato's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the door. A figure cloaked in black, wearing a mask, entered the room. He grasped Sarutobi Buwako by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Despite her desperate attempts to free herself, she was unable to escape his grip. Fourth Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki, or I cannot guarantee your life. Buwako. Minato's mind spiraled into chaos. He had no inkling how the enemy had breached the barrier, or perhaps to preserve his wife and child. Buwako's life was of no consequence. The masked man tightened his grip, and it seemed as though Sarutobi Buwako was on the verge of suffocation. Ah! Kushina cried out in agony as the seal on her abdomen weakened further, the markings spreading across her face, signaling that the Nine-Tails was close to breaking free. Minato's heart raced. He forced himself to regain composure and called out to the masked man, Wait, calm down. Perhaps it is you who should calm down, Fourth Hokage. A mocking voice chimed in from the side. Minato's heart sank as he looked down to see a pallid figure standing to Kushina's left, kunai in hand, aimed at her neck. If you do not back away, I will kill her. The threat came from White Zetsu. Simultaneously, the masked man hurled Sarutobi Buwako towards Minato, slapping an explosive tag onto her shoulder. Just then, White Zetsu lunged with the kunai aimed at Naruto. In that critical moment, Minato swiftly cradled Naruto in his arms as Buwako flew towards him, tearing the explosive tag from her. Before Buwako even touched the ground, Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a prearranged point outside the barrier. He affixed the explosive tag to the wall of the wooden cabin and leapt outside, followed by a resounding explosion. Meanwhile, the masked man observed Minato's rapid response with a cold smirk. As expected of the yellow flash, his reflexes remained unparalleled. He then used Kamui to transport Kushina away. Obito brought Kushina to a previously prepared location, binding her between 2 massive stones with chains and sealing her movements with a sealing technique. Through the summoning contract left by Madara and the power of the Sharingan, he seized control of the Nine-Tails within Kushina. The already weakened seal was shattered. Ah! A torrent of nine-tails chakra spilled forth from Kushina's 7 orifices. The agony of being stripped of her tailed beast while conscious felt akin to having her skin flayed and her bones shattered, having just endured childbirth. The additional torment nearly caused her to faint, yet her willpower sustained her. She believed that Minato would come to her rescue. He would surely come. Alas, did she have to bid farewell to her newborn son so soon? Roar. The liberated nine-tails unleashed a deafening roar. Given that the nine-tails within Kushina was in its complete form, its size exceeded 50 meters. This was due to the long-term sealing and suppression by the Uzumaki clan's power. Otherwise, it could have reached an astounding height of 1 to 200 meters. However, before the nine-tails could fully react, it was restrained by both the summoning contract and the Sharingan under Obito's control. Oh, as expected of the Uzumaki clan, their vitality is remarkably tenacious, Obito mused. Noting that Kushina was still alive, under his command, the nine-tails lunged at her. Yet, Obito merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow as Kushina was whisked away in the blink of an eye. On the treetops across the ravine, Minato held Kushina, casting a fierce glare at Obito, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The night deepened. Uchiha Makoto stood on the balcony, gazing at the moonlight. It seems that all is well now. Uchiha Seishin felt a sense of calm settle within him, having made extensive preparations. He believed he could alter the tragic fate of the fourth Hokage and his wife. However, in accordance with his promise, he refrained from resting, remaining ever vigilant and poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. A chilling roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a formidable and malevolent chakra, imbued with a sense of destruction and murderous intent. Uchiha Seiya ascended to the rooftop, gazing into the distance at the colossal nine-tails fox advancing towards Konoha. His expression darkened. Why had it come to this? Where had the flaw in the chain of events occurred? Uchiha Seijiro had no time for contemplation as he swiftly leaped into the courtyard, summoning Warwick forth. Subsequently, he reduced Warwick's size to half a meter and brought him into the living room, where Uchiha Rinka was still arranging flowers. After briefly explaining the situation, Uchiha Seijiro instructed Warwick to ensure Uchiha Rinka's safety before providing assistance, while he himself dashed towards the outskirts of the clan's territory. Outside, chaos reigned. The commotion caused by the nine-tails was so tumultuous that it resonated throughout the entirety of Konoha. What transpired? My goodness! What is that? Surely, I cannot be mistaken? A large assembly of Uchiha clan members gathered at the gates of their compound. The Konoha police force had the duty to maintain order and safeguard the villagers, and in such tumultuous times, they could not remain ensconced within the clan's confines. However, as they congregated at the gates, they were met by Danzo, accompanied by a multitude of root ninjas. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaka stepped forward, furrowing his brow, and inquired, Lord Danzo, what is the meaning of this? None of the Uchiha clan members are to leave the confines of the compound, Danzo declared sternly. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression shifted. With the nine-tails rampaging, it was the responsibility of the Uchiha clan's police force to ensure the safety of Konoha. How could we possibly? The presence of the village's elite Jonin and AMBU is sufficient. We do not require your involvement. Uchiha members are forbidden from intervening. It is the Sharingan that controls the nine-tails, and no one knows the role the Uchiha clan plays in this incident. Danzo's words ignited immediate ire among the crowd, who glared furiously at the Uchiha members. The ANBU behind Danzo tensed, acutely aware that if a confrontation ensued, they would be no match for Konoha's foremost clan. At that moment, Uchiha Seijiro had just arrived at the gates of the clan's territory, finding himself amidst a gathering of individuals. Upon spotting Danzo, his expression shifted slightly. Yet he did not falter in his advance until he was encircled by a dozen AMBU operatives. Uchiha Makoto gazed toward the village outskirts, where the earth-shattering sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. His expression darkened. Lord Danzo, what does this mean? I am tasked with guarding this place. No member of the Uchiha clan is permitted to leave our grounds tonight. It is imperative. Lord Danzo, may I inquire if this is an order from the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Makoto interrupted Danzo before he could continue. Unperturbed, Danzo replied, The fourth is not currently in the village. The third has consented to my actions. In truth, the third was also absent from the village. Danzo merely invoked his authority. However, given the third's apprehension regarding the Uchiha clan, he would likely acquiesce to Danzo's approach in hindsight, regardless of the Uchiha clan's involvement in this matter. The fact remained that the Sharingan could control the nine-tails, should they be allowed to escape, and in the event that they rescued the fourth. all of Danzo's efforts would be rendered futile, with the possibility of being discovered later, leading to dire consequences. The moment the fourth perished, he would be significantly closer to the position of Hokage. However, as soon as Danzo's words fell, Uchiha Makoto's chakra surged dramatically, enveloping his form with an overwhelming wave of energy that instilled a palpable sense of pressure among those present. Uchiha Makoto unleashed the fifth gate of the Eight Gates formation in a single breath. This indicates that the order for the Uchiha clan to remain in their territory did not originate from Lord Fourth. As a member of Lord Fourth's direct Umbu, I am not obliged to heed the commands of anyone other than Lord Fourth himself, not even those of Lord Third. Lord Danzo serves merely as an advisor to the Hokage and possesses no authority to command me. Now, I must go and thwart the Nine Tails. Stand aside. As Uchiha Makoto spoke, his chakra surged once more. Had he the means to eliminate Danzo in an instant, he would have approached him directly and delivered a lethal blow. Dispatching him without hesitation, Uchiha Cheng adopted a posture of utmost determination, overpowering the Roots Umbu under his formidable aura. Danzo's expression darkened, taken aback by Uchiha Cheng's unwavering resolve. If my memory serves me correctly, the third Hokage is also absent from the village. It remains uncertain whether Danzo's orders were issued personally by the third. Uchiha Makoto unsheathed the heavenly sword and turned to his clansmen, declaring, I am going to rescue Konoha. Jonin, accompany me, Chunin, and Jinin, assist in evacuating the civilians. Those who fear for their lives may return home and sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Makoto exchanged a glance with Uchiha Fugaku, and in an instant, he vanished atop the roof. Witnessing this, Danzo's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, and the Umbu behind him prepared to strike at Uchiha Makoto. The actions of Uchiha Itachi instilled a newfound resolve in Uchiha Fugaku, who had previously hesitated over orders. With a sudden flash, he appeared before Danzo, merely a fist's distance away. An astonishing surge of chakra emanated from Uchiha Fugaku, directly targeting Danzo. The sight of Fugaku's crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan sent a shiver through Danzo's heart. I advise you, Lord Danzo, to refrain from hasty actions, as should your subordinates. Under the intimidation of Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo felt as though his life was hanging by a thread. Witnessing their clan leader take action, the Uchiha clansmen behind him instantly awakened their Sharingan. Dozens of eyes fixating intently on Danzo and the Umbu. Even these battle-hardened Umbu warriors instinctively took a half-step back. Fugaku, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? I will bear all consequences. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was as cold as ice as he commanded his clansmen, follow Itachi's intentions. The Uchiha are integral to the village. How can we retreat in such a moment? Understood. The Uchiha clan members hastily fled towards the outskirts of their territory, while Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze intently upon Danzo. The surrounding Umbu too wary to act hastily. He was prepared to resort to the use of his Manjiki Sharingan if necessary, determined to subdue the Nine Tails. The fourth Hokage and his wife must not perish. Outside the village of Konoha, on a mountainside several dozen miles away, the air shimmered with a disturbance. Obito emerged. Yet his condition could only be described as dire. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, both legs amputated at the roots, and his lower body was a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. He appeared to be barely clinging to life. What transpired? Korosetsu exclaimed, astonished at Obito's wretched state. Despite possessing the spatial abilities of Kamui and intangibility, he was gravely injured. Such wounds would have surely claimed the life of anyone else, were it not for the fact that half of his being contained cells from Hashirama. Beside him, a manifestation of Shirazetsu elaborated. Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Jiraiya here. Had Obito not possessed his intangibility and invoked his Anaji, he likely would not have returned. I underestimated Minato Namikaze as well as Jiraiya's Sage Mode. That foul toad from Mount Maiboku. Obito coughed violently, blood spilling forth before he succumbed to unconsciousness. We must administer aid swiftly. If he dies, we will need to find another to fulfill Madara's plan. The main body of Shirazetsu urged. Take him away. Kurizetsu commanded solemnly. The Shirazetsu clone enveloped the gravely injured and unconscious Obito. Boom, boom, boom. The distant echoes of massive explosions reverberated through the air. However, when Uchiha Itachi reached the halfway point, the sounds of destruction abruptly ceased. Were it not for the charred craters scattered along the path, he might have believed the battle had concluded. There. Uchiha Cheng pushed the limits of his blood-hunting perception ability and soon detected a colossal chakra response emanating from the distant forest. Upon his arrival, He beheld a massive nine-tails lying in the heart of the woods, its entire form ensnared by shimmering golden chains. Beside the beast stood the fourth Hokage and his wife, along with their child, Naruto. Just as a golden barrier began to rise, threatening to envelop them all, Uchiha Chung felt a surge of urgency. "Is that a barrier?" he exclaimed, unleashing his chakra once more and swiftly appearing outside the protective dome. "Who goes there?" "Chung." Jiraiya suddenly blocked Uchiha Chung's path. At that moment, the sage-empowered Jiraiya radiated an overwhelming presence, flanked by two formidable sages on his shoulders. Recognizing Uchiha Chung, Jiraiya immediately halted. "I have a way to save them. Follow me." Uchiha Chung grasped Jiraiya's hand, seizing the moment before the barrier closed, and with a swift motion, transported him within its confines. Trusting in Uchiha Chung as per Minato's faith in him, Jiraiya offered no resistance. Although Uchiha Chung had advised Minato to keep the plan to himself, their father-son-like bond compelled him to share the details with Jiraiya. Thus, when the production point under Jiraiya's guard came under attack, he did not linger in battle but hastened directly to the true production site, completing his sage transformation en route. At the instant Minato injured the masked man, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to strike, joining forces with the two sages to deliver a devastating blow to their adversary. "Minato-senpai, Kushina-senpai, how are you?" Uchiha Chung rushed to their side. Minato's eyes reflected profound sorrow. "I am fine, but Kushina, I cannot hold on much longer. I have a few final words to say." Blood trickled from Uzumaki Kushina's lips, her complexion pallid, her lips devoid of color. "Minato, thank you for everything you've done for me. Meeting you has been my fortune. Being with you, I can only imagine the happiness of our future family of three. I long to accompany Naruto's growth. Kushina, I will ensure you see Naruto." Minato's eyes brimmed with tears as he suddenly resolved that by combining the Shiki FN and the 8 trigram seal, he could seal half of the nine tails within Naruto. "This way, you can leave a fragment of your chakra behind. I will seal your chakra in Naruto's body, and you will witness his growth." "But that means you will," Kushina exclaimed in shock. Minato explained, "The masked man who attacked you tonight managed to escape despite Jiraiya-sensei and I joining forces. He will undoubtedly unleash chaos in the ninja world. The prophecy child Jiraiya spoke of might very well be Naruto. To bring peace to the ninja world and confront the calamities wrought by tremendous upheaval, Naruto requires strength." Kushina, whose breath had been faint, suddenly regained a glimmer of vitality, her expression shifting with a newfound power. "Even so, why must you resort to the Shiki FN? Just to allow me a fleeting moment with grown-up Naruto? Why would you choose to accompany me to death? I want you to be there for Naruto. You can protect him as he grows. Is it merely for the balance of tailed beasts, for the village, for the ninja world, that you must become a sacrifice for me?" Minato's lips trembled as he sought various justifications. In truth, from the moment Kushina had declared her time was short, he had already resigned himself to death. Without Kushina in this world, life held no meaning for him. At that moment, Uchiha Chung rushed forward, grasping Minato's hand as he prepared to form the seals. "Minato-senpai." "Wait. Ching, thank you for everything you have done for us as a couple. I never anticipated that even with all this preparation, the outcome of your dream would remain unchanged," Minato expressed with regret. "However, my resolve is firm. Please do not hinder me. I hope that after our departure, you and Jiraiya-sensei will look after Naruto for us." "Thank you." Uchiha Seishin felt a jolt. Although he was somewhat aware of the overarching narrative, the intricacies of this particular segment eluded him. After all, having only watched less than half of the several hundred episodes, he had primarily focused on the major battles. He was cognizant that Obito had unleashed the Nine Tails on the day Naruto was born, leading to the fourth Hokage's demise in his attempt to seal the beast. "Senior Minato, there was absolutely no need for you to employ the Reaper Death Seal. Why not reseal the Nine Tails within Kushina's body?" Uchiha Seishin hastily inquired. If Kushina were to be saved and Minato were to perish again, it would be an utter disaster. Kushina shook her head, saying, "My life force has already dwindled, and the remaining chakra is insufficient to suppress the Nine Tails. By resealing the beast within me and allowing it to perish alongside me, Konoha would have ample time to prepare before the Nine Tails revival. That was my plan, but Minato." Uchiha Chung extracted the madman armor from within his body and, upon releasing the 8 Gates technique, he lost an additional 2,000 health points and 5 points of vitality. Instantly, his aura diminished significantly, rendering him frail. "Minato-sensei, if I manage to save Kushina-senpai, will you reconsider your intention to end your own life?" Although Namake's Minato spoke with a noble resolve, willing to sacrifice himself for the village and the ninja world, Uchiha Chang perceived that the primary motivation for his actions was ultimately his devotion to Kushina. As Uchiha Chang's presence waned and Minato observed the brilliant golden orb in his hand, his expression shifted. "Chang, what did you say? Do you have a way to save Kushina? I have activated my Manjiki Sharingan, and the derived ocular technique allows me to share a portion of my life force with another. This way, Kushina-senpai's vitality can be restored to its peak, enabling her to suppress the Nine Tails once more. If that is the case, Minato-sensei, will you still wish to die, sharing life force?" Minato's eyes widened in shock, rekindling a flicker of hope. "If Kushina can survive, then I understand. Time is of the essence. Let us dispense with idle chatter and follow my instructions. You must care for your own child. I scarcely have time for romance, much less to assist in raising your offspring." Understanding Minato's shifting demeanor, Uchiha Chang spoke gravely. "While Kushina-senpai absorbs the life force I share with her, she cannot be disturbed by anyone, nor can she use chakra. Otherwise, it will fail. If she does not absorb it all within 5 minutes, she will perish. Do you comprehend? Therefore, while Kushina-senpai is absorbing the life force, Minato-sensei, you must immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport her to safety. As long as she is undisturbed, she will restore herself in less than a minute, after which she can return to suppress the Nine Tails. It will then be up to you to decide whether to reseal the Nine Tails within Kushina-senpai or Naruto. After sharing my life force, my ocular power will be greatly diminished, but I can still slightly restrain the Nine Tails. Jiraiya-senpai will assist me in buying time. We only need a minute until Kushina-senpai recovers." Uchiha Seiji expounded his entire plan in one breath. The Berserker armor requires disengagement from battle to take effect, perfectly allowing Minato and Namikaze to escort Kushina Uzumaki away before returning to subdue the Nine Tails. Fortunately, he had prepared for contingencies. With Kushina regained, Minato was able to regain his composure, exclaiming, "Please, Seiji." Due to his unwavering trust in Uchiha Seiji, Minato harbored no doubts regarding his words. Moreover, the moment the orb of light was extracted, Seiji's energy noticeably plummeted. "Please, Jiraiya-sensei, rest assured, Minato." Jiraiya replied solemnly, "I will protect this child." With that, preparations were made. 3, 2, 1, release. During the countdown, Uchiha Seiji simultaneously spent 2,000 gold coins in the shop to unbind the Berserker armor. He directed the orb of light towards the heart of Kushina Uzumaki, which then seamlessly merged into her being. The instant Kushina released the diamond seal, Minato swiftly embraced her and teleported away. "You little brat." The Nine Tails had listened intently to Uchiha Seiji's scheme. As soon as its restraints were lifted, it struck fiercely at Uchiha Seiji. Uchiha Makoto swiftly evaded with a flash. Sarukami, transform into the adamantine staff. Enlarge. In that fleeting moment, as Uchiha Makoto dodged, the third Hokage, arriving at the barrier's perimeter, witnessed the Nine Tails regaining its mobility, his expression shifting dramatically. Yet, his reaction was immediate. He summoned Sarukami to transform, wielding the robust, elongated staff to push back the Nine Tails. The beast let out a furious roar as it was momentarily repelled by the third's adamantine staff, but soon retaliated, swiping the staff aside with a powerful claw. The Nine Tails opened its massive maw, gathering a colossal amount of chakra, forming a tailed beast ball as large as a mountain. "Silence, wretched fox!" With a resounding crash, Gamma Bunta descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon the Nine Tails' head, forcefully clamping its jaws shut. Enraged, the beast attempted to resist, but its forepaws were firmly held down by Gamakichi and Gamaken, effectively pinning it to the ground. Though it had only just emerged and had yet to fully recover, it would not tolerate such indignities from these lesser creatures. The Nine Tails gradually succumbed to a frenzied state, its chakra surging uncontrollably. Die. As the Nine Tails thrashed about wildly, the three frog brothers found themselves unable to withstand its immense strength. "Bunta, Kichi, Ken, hold it down," Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima shouted, and at that moment, Jiraiya descended from above. With a powerful sage art, Supergiant Rasengan, he struck the Nine Tails directly on its crown, causing its massive form to crash heavily against the ground. In a fit of rage, the Nine Tails roared, flinging the three frogs off with tremendous force. Bunta, Ken, and Kichi were thrown over 100 meters, rolling several times before coming to a halt, rendered combat ineffective. At that moment, the Nine Tails swiped at the freshly landed Jiraiya. But the third Hokage blocked the attack with the adamantine staff once more. Sage art, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya retreated, then crouched low, his long white hair standing on end like needles. Countless needle-like projectiles surged forth like a tempest, piercing into the Ninetales' body. In pain, the Ninetales attempted to unleash another tailed beast ball. However, Uchiha Makoto, having amassed power for some time, finally activated the 12th layer of his Steel Slash, combining it into a whirlwind strike. A vortex exceeding 10 meters in height surged toward the Ninetales, striking it squarely in the abdomen. Boom! The Ninetales was sent sprawling onto its back. Yet, it quickly flipped over and rose once again, its attention fixating once more on Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Makoto felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Such a formidable assault merely inflicted pain upon the Ninetales. Is this truly the extent of the complete Ninetales' power? Indeed, if not for the restraining abilities at play, the Ninetales would not be so easily subdued. Thankfully, their objective was merely to buy time. 5 Nature Transformation, Great Multitude of Bullets. Just as the Ninetales was rising, the third Hokage summoned 4 shadow clones, each wielding a different elemental ninjutsu: fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, simultaneously launching an assault on the Ninetales. The beast hastily wrapped its tail around itself for protection. Once the 5 techniques concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen augmented the Vajra staff, making it thicker and longer. With the remaining chakra, he embraced the now half-meter wide, 50-meter long staff and leapt into the sky, delivering a powerful strike upon the Ninetales. Boom! The head of the Ninetales was forcefully driven into the ground. Have we succeeded? The third Hokage furrowed his brow. However, in the next instant, the Ninetales suddenly rose, seizing the Vajra staff and yanking it with great force, pulling both the Hokage and the staff towards it. After enduring a series of attacks, the Ninetales regained a measure of composure. It realized that the ninjas were too close. The charging time for its tailed beast bomb would be interrupted if it took too long. Thus, it swiftly conjured a miniature tailed beast bomb within its mouth. Uchiha Makoto beheld the completion of the miniature tailed beast ball within the maw of the Ninetales and was immediately taken aback. He utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to appear atop the Ninetales, his 3-tomo Sharingan pushed to its utmost limits. Uchiha Spectre. The Ninetales' form was ensnared by the Sharingan's binding power, causing the tailed beast ball in its mouth to disintegrate instantaneously. As it relaxed its grip on the Vajra scepter with its claws, a fierce intent to kill gleamed in its eyes. Uchiha Chung felt a sharp pain in his eyes as he sensed the formidable resistance of the Ninetales. In less than 2 seconds, the Ninetales broke free from the grasp of his Sharingan technique. Uchiha Chung felt as though he had been struck on the head by a heavy hammer, and darkness enveloped him momentarily. He hurriedly employed Mercury to dispel the negative state, though he was still a fraction too late. The Ninetales seized Uchiha Chung from the air, intent on crushing him with a single grip. In that instant, Uchiha Chung's ambush claws activated passively, and a translucent spherical barrier materialized around him, providing a momentary shield. However, as the barrier shattered within less than a second, Uchiha Chung swiftly summoned the wind barrier, channeling his chakra to its fullest extent to form the spherical wall of wind. Only 2 seconds remained until he could evade. As he felt the immense force from the Ninetales pressing down upon him, he fortified the barrier's thickness. The chakra required to maintain the wind wall was rapidly depleting. The wall soon compressed to a point where it was nearly touching his body. Now, just as the wind barrier was about to burst, Uchiha Chung executed a swift escape, reappearing 20 meters away. Immediately, the Ninetales' attack followed closely behind. "Get down!" A loud shout pierced the air. The Ninetales spread its limbs wide, lowered its head, and prostrated itself against the ground. Uchiha Seizure focused intently, observing the golden chains that ensnared the 4 limbs, neck, tail, and even the mouth of the Ninetales. The quantity and quality of these chains were vastly superior to those seen previously. The creature's mouth was bound, allowing only the name Uzumaki Kushina to escape through its clenched teeth. Standing beside the Ninetales was Uzumaki Kushina herself, with the ends of the chains affixed to her body, a testament to her mastery of the adamant sealing technique that subdued the beast. Indeed, subduing a tailed beast required the expertise of a specialist. Observing Kushina's rosiness and calm demeanor, a sense of relief washed over the onlookers. Minato Namikaze hurriedly brought Naruto to the side of the Ninetales, exclaiming, "I will seal the Ninetales." Jiraiya's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a massive chakra chain emerged from Kushina's abdomen, extending outward and subsequently plunging into the belly of the Ninetales. "Come out," Kushina shouted forcefully. The chain yanked violently, and the orange-red chakra of the Ninetales was drawn forth, transforming into a miniature version of the beast. "Kushina, you!" The Ninetales hissed in fury, its form rapidly diminishing as its chakra was extracted. Meanwhile, Minato had completed the necessary hand seals. An octagonal altar materialized on the ground, where he placed Naruto in the center. Kushina then positioned the extracted Nine-Tails chakra above Naruto. Seal. Minato performed the sealing technique once more, and the chakra swiftly entered Naruto's abdomen, ultimately forming a swirling seal accompanied by an octagonal pattern. Within the heart of Uchiha Chung, the incessant countdown of the system echoed, as the 5-minute duration of the frenzied armor had already elapsed halfway. It appeared they intended to cleave the Nine-Tails in twain. After completing Naruto's 8-trigram sealing technique, Minato Namikaze was drenched in perspiration, clearly exhausted. Just as Uchiha Chung believed he would continue assisting Kushina Uzumaki with the sealing process, Minato called out to him from a short distance. "Ching, hurry over here." "Me?" Uchiha Chung paused momentarily before hastening forward. "Senior Minato." "Chung, are you willing to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails?" Minato Namikaze spoke in a deep tone. His gaze fixed intently upon Uchiha Chung. Uchiha Seishin felt a jolt in his heart, struggling to comprehend the revelation. "What? I have become the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails." "Yes. Do you accept this fate?" Minato Namikaze inquired once more. "I have conferred with Kushina. Since your Sharingan can control the Nine-Tails, you too can become its Jinchuriki." Uchiha Makoto hesitated, saying, "I." His thoughts raced as he pondered the unexpected fortune that had just presented itself. Uchiha Makoto, of course, was willing. For with his current physique, he could withstand the chakra of the Nine-Tails, particularly with the life-enhancing properties of the frenzied armor. His physical constitution and recovery abilities were greatly augmented. The Mercury release offered him control, while his formidable mental strength rendered him unafraid of the Nine-Tails. The potential activation of his Manjiki Sharingan loomed ever-present. At that moment, it would not be a challenge to have the Nine-Tails submit. Although he might struggle against the beast externally, once he entered its body, the reins of power would be firmly in his hands, and everything would ultimately be dictated by him. Moreover, the Nine-Tails, a being of paradoxical pride, could be tamed with the right approach. With a little coaxing, it would yield to any position desired. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki remarked, "Makoto, since I became the host of the Nine-Tails, I have scarcely ventured from the village, nor have I engaged in any significant battles. Thus, I cannot claim to possess extensive combat experience, and in truth, I do not relish fighting. While my talent for sealing techniques is formidable, my aptitude for combat is rather ordinary. Even if I were to reseal the Nine-Tails, I would not be of assistance to Naruto in the future. In contrast, your talents rival those of Minato. With your Sharingan, Minato's 8-trigram sealing technique, in my sealing arts, you will inevitably master the power of the Nine-Tails. Your kind heart assures me that, even upon acquiring such power, you would benefit Konoha. You used your Sharingan to save me, sacrificing your vitality in the process. Should you harness the young release chakra of the Nine-Tails, the vitality lost may well be restored. This is a small token of our goodwill. Yet, more so, as a mother, I harbor a selfish wish for you to assist Naruto in the future. However, we shall never compel you." Kushina did not shy away from expressing her personal desires, her words imbued with genuine affection and maternal love. "I am the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and Naruto is my son, burdened with such responsibilities, which is why I made him the host. Makoto, while you are better suited to be the Nine-Tails host, with our support, controlling half of the beast would not be arduous. But should you wish to evade the heavy fate of being a host, we shall not press you. My chakra is running low, and I cannot maintain this for long. You must decide while I still possess the strength to employ the 8-trigram sealing technique. If you refuse, I will reseal the remaining half of the Nine-Tails within Kushina." The expression on Minato Namikaze's face gradually revealed the strain he was enduring. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto solemnly nodded and declared, "I am willing." He was a pragmatic individual, eschewing frivolities. Similarly, both of the Namikaze Minato's parents were grounded in reality, which fostered their harmonious relationship. They articulated their interests with utmost clarity. Particularly concerning this matter, it essentially offered Uchiha Makoto benefits with no drawbacks. Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's agreement, Namikaze Minato turned his gaze towards Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya, without hesitation, nodded in affirmation. The 3rd Hokage, however, appeared conflicted, his lips quivering as he struggled to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from expressing any dissent. After all, Uchiha Makoto had substantiated his worth through tangible actions. Apart from his Uchiha lineage, the 3rd Hokage found no other grounds for opposition. Moreover, Uchiha Makoto had not only saved him but also rescued the Minato couple, effectively safeguarding the future of Konoha. This reflection evoked memories of his former comrade, Uchiha Kagami. Observing the 3rd Hokage's tacit approval, Namikaze Minato gently placed the slumbering Naruto into Jiraiya's embrace and urged, "Makoto, please take your seat." Uchiha Cheng nodded and took his seat at the very center of the 8 trigrams altar. With a swift motion, Namikaze Minato formed a series of hand seals. While Uzumaki Kushina, witnessing this, utilized her adamantine chains to draw the nine tails towards Uchiha Cheng. Under the dual confinement of the 8 trigram seal and the adamantine restraints, the remaining half of the emaciated nine tails rapidly entered Uchiha Cheng's abdomen. The searing sensation caused Uchiha Cheng to involuntarily gasp. Earlier, seeing Naruto sleeping soundly, he had assumed the sealing process to be straightforward. Little did he expect it to be this agonizing. It felt as though his lower abdomen was being scorched. Soon, Uchiha Cheng fainted upon the altar. Seal. Namikaze Minato once again completed the 8 trigram seal, while Uzumaki Kushina left a trace of her chakra on Uchiha Cheng to suppress the nine tails. Kushina, Naruto. The moment the seal was finalized, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed backward. 3, 2, 1. Frenzied armor rebinding. The 5-minute trial period of the frenzied armor had expired, and a luminous orb emerged from within Uzumaki Kushina, merging into Uchiha Cheng's body. Thud. Uzumaki Kushina also fainted onto the grass. Minato, Kushina, seeing all 3 of them unconscious, Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage were struck with fear. Jiraiya rushed forward to check their breath and pulse. Kushina was asleep. Minato was fine, merely a bit weak. Cheng is also unharmed. Jiraiya exhaled deeply. His emotions that night had been akin to a roller coaster ride, ascending and plummeting wildly. Having dispelled sage mode, Jiraiya slumped onto the ground, holding Naruto. If not for the multitude of people he needed to care for, he too would have wished to faint. The 3rd Hokage immediately commanded the 2 Umbu behind him, summon the medical team at once and take them for treatment. Everything you witnessed tonight is classified at the highest level. Should any information leak, it will be treated as treason. Yes. The 2 Umbu felt a chill in their hearts and promptly went to gather the medical ninjas. By the time the reinforcements arrived, the battle had long concluded. For days later, in the Konoha hospital, in the innermost ward on the 3rd floor, Jiraiya and the 3rd Hokage stood by a bed near the window. Kushina, holding a bento box, sat beside Minato's hospital bed. Kushina, I've told you, I'm fine. I can feed myself. I say you are not fine, and you are not fine. Now, obediently open your mouth. Everyone is watching. I am the HM. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes narrowed, her chakra fluctuating, her crimson hair subtly lifting. Minato instinctively shrank his neck and obediently opened his mouth. Familiar faces, nothing to be embarrassed about. With a smile, Uzumaki Kushina fed Minato mouthfuls of food with a spoon. Damn. On the adjacent bed, Uchiha Cheng viciously tore into a succulent pork cutlet as if it were his sworn enemy. Yet, despite his fervent appetite, he found the rice in his bowl lacking in flavor. It was all made by Uzumaki Kushina. The taste was the same, yet he detected a sourness. Minato, having exhausted his chakra, finally awoke after 2 days and nights of unconsciousness. His left hand was fractured and wrapped in bandages. Yet it was clear he had not reached the point of needing assistance with his meals. Uchiha Makoto actually awoke the following noon. However, at the insistence of the crowd, he was required to undergo a comprehensive examination of his physical condition, thus necessitating his continued observation in the hospital for a few days. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Reika hurried over in a fluster. However, upon seeing that Uchiha Makoto was unharmed, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Uchiha Cheng felt that after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he experienced no significant adverse reactions and perceived little difference from his usual self. His physical attributes had diminished slightly, yet he was in the process of recovery. The most notable change was the halving of his available chakra, which was somewhat vexing. However, the thought of the benefits that would come from mastering the Nine Tails alleviated his concerns. For those he could easily defeat, the reduction in chakra was inconsequential. For those he could not surpass, no amount of chakra would bridge the gap in power. Overall, he found his time resting in the hospital quite pleasant. Each day, he was attended to by lovely and charming nurses who examined his health. His only grievance was being placed in the same ward as Minato Namikaze. Was this truly bearable? This was the 5th day following the turmoil of the Nine Tails. Uchiha Makoto was finally granted discharge from the hospital, following numerous assurances made to Uzumaki Kushina. Namikaze Minato also temporarily left the hospital. Initially, according to the predetermined schedule, Minato was to recuperate in the hospital for half a month. The primary reason for his early discharge was to convene a high-level meeting. After the meeting concluded, he would need to return to the hospital for further recovery. At merely 24 years of age, during what is considered the zenith of a ninja's abilities, it would be unwise to neglect a thorough examination and proper recuperation. Lingering injuries could lead to significant complications, particularly given Minato's humble origins and lack of any extraordinary lineage. His physical constitution could only be deemed average. Should he fail to restore his health completely post-injury, it could adversely affect his superhuman reflexes, a dire predicament indeed. Moreover, the village's Jainin were well aware that Minato was not gravely injured, and this news spread throughout Konohagakure. However, the absence of Minato's vibrant presence left many ninjas and villagers feeling uneasy. Some even gathered spontaneously at the entrance of the Konoha hospital. Although Minato had only been the fourth Hokage for less than a year, he had already enacted numerous policies, such as reducing taxes, permitting vendors to set up stalls on side streets, and increasing funding for orphanages and ninja academies, thereby providing tangible benefits to the lower-ranking ninjas and villagers. The Ninetales rampage had been sealed outside the village by Minato himself, earning him the people's trust. Fourth Lord, are you truly all right? Fourth Lord, seeing you well puts our minds at ease. Fourth Lord, how did you injure your hand? Is it serious? Fourth Lord, I have a family remedy. You? At the request of the third Hokage and others, Minato decided to take a detour along the main road before heading to the Hokage building, with Uchiha Makoto following closely behind him. In response to the gathered villagers, Minato smiled and waved. When questioned about the bandages on his left hand, he scratched his head and chuckled. Well, I can't say I'm completely unscathed. The Ninetales is indeed formidable. Look, I even fractured my left hand to seal it. Perhaps in an effort to reassure the crowd, Minato resorted to humor. Indeed, if the Ninetales could injure the Fourth Lord's left hand, it could blow for 100 years. Exactly. The villagers, once filled with concern for Minato, found solace in his playful demeanor, allowing their anxieties to dissipate. The main thoroughfare was infused with a joyous atmosphere. Had it been the third Hokage, while the villagers would still hold him in high regard, they would not have dared to jest in such a manner. Upon hearing Uchiha Seiji's words, he involuntarily slowed his pace. It was not that he disapproved of Namikaze Minato's pretense, but rather that he understood Minato's character. Such a statement was merely a jest intended to reassure those around him. Yet, the Ninetales was unaware. It was he who had spoken of you. If you possess the ability, confront him. Why must you torment me? Uchiha Seiji muttered softly, rubbing his unusually heated lower abdomen since earlier. However, just as his complaints concluded, the warmth in his abdomen intensified. It felt akin to cradling a hot water bottle in the sweltering summer, the burning sensation rendering him quite uncomfortable. In truth, with Namikaze Minato's 8 trigram seal suppressing him and Uzumaki Kushina's adamant chakra blockade, the Ninetales could only exert this much power at most. Yet how vexing this was. Uchiha Makoto had no choice but to concentrate his chakra in his abdomen, suppressing the chakra of the Ninetales. It was only when he was over 10 meters away from Minato Namikaze that the Ninetales chakra gradually settled. Makoto? Why are you so far away? Come closer, Minato. Realizing that Uchiha Makoto was not by his side, paused mid-stride, turning back to find Makoto trailing behind him at a distance. It's nothing, Senpai Minato. Please, go ahead. Uchiha Makoto replied with an awkward yet courteous smile. Observing this, Minato halted and waited for him, saying, Your contribution in sealing the Ninetales is invaluable. Why the humility? In truth, Minato was somewhat unaccustomed to the villagers' overwhelming enthusiasm. After all, as a married man, he could tolerate the attention from other men. But the presence of many young women, and even some daring widows, who threw him flirtatious glances and leaned in close, was quite troubling, especially if Kushina were to find out. Thus, he unceremoniously directed the attention towards Uchiha Makoto. As a young man of 16, unmarried and possessing a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage, Makoto was naturally more appealing. As soon as Minato finished speaking, a significant portion of the women surrounding him shifted their focus, approaching Uchiha Makoto. Lord Makoto, do you have a girlfriend? Asked a flamboyantly dressed young girl, her attire fitting rather loosely. Brother Makoto, is the Ninetales really that strong? Could it injure Lord Fourth's arm? Inquired a 4-year-old girl who clung tightly to Uchiha Makoto's leg. I remember you, Uchiha from the Uchiha clan. You were classmates with Kasa, do you not recall? I am her mother, said a captivating mature woman, whom Uchiha Makoto recognized as the wife of the village's jonin, Marin, despite the delightful scent wafting from her. In the slight thrill of having both arms embraced, the situation inadvertently provoked the Ninetales once more. Uchiha Cheng gently extricated his arm, and with a swift body flicker technique, he dashed out of the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Minato Namikaze also bid farewell to the others and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Outside the Hokage building, Uchiha Cheng followed Minato upstairs while wiping away the drool and lipstick marks from his face. Was it truly the case that he bore no semblance of authority? Although he wore a stern expression, clearly indicating that he wished to be left alone, why did these individuals seem unperturbed by his demeanor? Indeed, it is essential for young men to safeguard themselves in public, as the saying goes. Minato Namikaze observed Uchiha Cheng's predicament and could not help but smile, teasing him a few times. However, as they approached the entrance of the conference room adjacent to the Hokage's office, their expression swiftly transformed into one of gravity. Senpai Minato, from this day forth, many of your aspirations will come to fruition. Chung, it is thanks to your assistance. Senpai Minato, given our rapport, there is no need for such formality. We are mutually supportive. This is our first step towards transforming the ninja world. Minato Namikaze extended his fist. Uchiha Makoto briefly exchanged glances with him before pushing open the door to the conference room, with Minato Namikaze entering first, followed closely behind. At this moment, the room was already filled with attendees, leaving only the two of them absent. Minato took his seat at the head of the table. To his left sat the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gaiden, T-Kake Rin, Hisashi Hyuga, along with several jonin from the village's mid-tier clans. To his right were Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, and the leaders of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans, as well as jonin from smaller families and those of commoner descent. The seat beside Uchiha Fugaku remained vacant. Once Minato Namikaze took his place, he cast a glance towards Uchiha Itachi. Upon witnessing the situation, Uchiha Makoto calmly seated himself beside Uchiha Fugaku. His rank surpassed that of the esteemed Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Nevertheless, the assembly bore no significant dissatisfaction regarding Uchiha Makoto's elevated position at such a tender age. Although Uchiha Makoto is young and relatively inexperienced, he has achieved remarkable military accomplishments and has already become one of the most formidable jonin in the village at the tender age of 16. Furthermore, they are already well acquainted with the general events surrounding the Nine-Tails tumult. Uchiha Makoto assisted the fourth Hokage in sealing the Nine-Tails, thereby averting tremendous losses for the village. Today, he is deserving of this esteemed position. Danzo gazed at the seating arrangement, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. When the fourth had just assumed office, during a high-level meeting, the third Hokage typically sat with the three advisors, and today was no different. Apart from these advisors, seating was not strictly fixed. Since the third's abdication, the Hyuga clan had maintained a position of neutrality, without much alteration. However, today, the seating of others had shifted significantly, particularly the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, who had moved to the opposite side. Danzo felt an ominous cloud looming over him. Upon receiving a nod from Minato Namikaze, Nara Shikaku declared, "Let the meeting commence." "Shikaku, has the casualty and damage report from the Nine-Tails incident been compiled?" Minato inquired. "Indeed, Lord Fourth," Shikaku affirmed, rising to provide the details. The upheaval caused by the Nine-Tails resulted in 12 severe injuries, 60 minor injuries, and 8 Umbu were slain outside the barrier where Lady Kushina was giving birth. The western wall of the village has collapsed for approximately 40 meters, with 5 houses completely down and 31 others sustaining damage. The agricultural land near the village has suffered considerable harm, roughly spanning 210 acres. Additionally, among the 12 severely injured, 3 are civilians, while the remaining 9 hail from the Uchiha clan, struck by flying debris while escorting villagers to the underground shelter. As Shikaku concluded, a gasp rippled through the assembly. The losses were not merely substantial, they were surprisingly minimal. It surpassed their expectations. After all, those present were seasoned veterans of battle, and even a minor skirmish typically resulted in far greater casualties, particularly with the release of the formidable beast, the Nine-Tails. Such losses were indeed a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. "I understand," Minato replied, his expression gravely serious. "We must exert every effort to treat the injured, allocating all necessary resources and expenses from the village's treasury. Furthermore, the cost for the reconstruction and repair of the residences will also be borne by the village. As for